After the apocalypse, she unfortunately got bitten by a zombie. Not wanting to become an ugly zombie, she chose to end her own life. But she didn't expect the pain of suicide to far exceed her expectations. Had she known it would hurt this much, she might as well have given up and become a zombie. What surprised her even more was that when she opened her eyes again, she found herself in the interstellar era. The sky was filled with interstellar spaceships, and beast-eared people walked the streets, leaving her dumbfounded. Before she could make sense of the situation, she had to take on the responsibility of raising a 5-year-old chubby boy. She decided to return to her old profession and fight as a food blogger, bringing authentic cuisine into thousands of interstellar households. Initially focused on making money to support her family, she unexpectedly attracted the fervent pursuit of a Cold War god. The ruthless general, known for his bloodshed, actually laid down all his pride. "Be with me, and all my money, people, and honors will belong to you." She held her forehead in pain, yet this didn't hinder her from conquering the interstellar realm with food. No food? She would farm herself. Want drinks? She would open a beverage shop. Want to enjoy food anytime and anywhere? She would create an entire food commercial street. To this, she had only one thing to say. "Don't ask, just know I spoil you all. I do as I please." Chapter 1. It seems like she has time traveled. Roar, roar, roar. A gray white-eyed zombie chased after Shi, half of its face bitten off, exposing the flesh underneath, and its clothes barely covering its body. Damn, why are there more and more of them? As Shi looked at the increasing number of zombies, her stamina gradually waned. She picked up a rough branch from the ground and attacked the zombies at their weakest point, their heads. Inadvertently, she got bitten on the arm by a zombie. The pain made she clutch her arm, and the smell of blood drove the zombies even crazier. The zombies seemed to have gained some intelligence and gradually formed a surrounding circle. She spotted a dilapidated house not far away, quickly dealt with the few zombies around her, and rushed inside, shutting the door at lightning speed. Roar, roar, roar. The zombies began to ram against the house, their growls growing louder. "I haven't done anything heinous. Why is this happening to me? Oh heavens!" She felt her body gradually stiffening. She knew this was a precursor to becoming a zombie. Unable to accept the thought of becoming a zombie, with no soul lingering after death, she decided to end her life. The knife in the kitchen caught her eye. Although it was a bit rusty, it should still be usable. The door had already been broken open, and with determination, she cut her throat. Damn, it hurt so much. She clutched her neck and fell to the ground. The dramas always portrayed it as so easy. She thought it wouldn't hurt. Dramas are harmful. Everyone, please do not learn from them. She felt her life gradually slipping away, her consciousness becoming blurred, as if she could see her deceased grandmother. The tea hurts so much. Hadn't she died? Why did it still hurt? She opened her eyes to see a strange room. This wasn't the shabby little house where she had cut her throat. What was going on? Although this room was small, it was filled with a sense of technology. All the furniture was fully automated and even had voice functions. Could it be that heaven heard her cursing? Was this paradise? Woo woo woo. "Sister, you're finally awake." A chubby boy ran to Shi's bedside upon hearing the noise, tears streaming down his face as if they were free. Shi looked at the worried expression of the little boy and couldn't help but curve her lips. "I'm fine. Don't cry." After saying this, Shi coughed, which worried the little boy even more, and he quickly fetched a cup of water. "Sister, drink some water." The little boy held the cup up to Shi's lips. Seeing the little guy's hopeful expression, she took a few sips from the cup. Suddenly, Shi felt a sharp pain in her head, and scenes of memories that didn't belong to her flooded her mind. She realized she was in the interstellar era 3,000 years later. To adapt to the rapid development, interstellar people were all drinking convenient and quick nutritional supplements, with only a few still cooking. As a food blogger from the 21st century, how could she fall to the level of drinking nutritional supplements? She decided to bring food into every household. "Thank you. Chin-chun, I'm feeling much better." She reached out to rub the little boy's head. This little guy seemed quite pitiful. He was picked up by the original owner from a garbage dump when he was crying from hunger. The original owner, unable to support herself, still brought the little guy home, leaving her nutritional supplements for him to eat. The little guy had grown chubby and looked very cute. She had just received her paycheck and planned to treat the little guy to better food when she was struck down by an interstellar spaceship. But the little guy firmly believed Shi would be fine, guarding her and not allowing anyone to approach. She didn't know why she, from the 21st century, had time traveled here, but since she was here, Yanxi decided to help the original owner raise this little guy. Opening her star brain, according to the memories, she looked at the mere 1,500 star coins left in the account and fell into distress. She didn't expect to worry about money. The little boy was already 5 years old, and according to Interstellar regulations, he could attend kindergarten. But unfortunately, the original owner had no money, which was a pity. Seeing that Me Too Live was recruiting food bloggers, Yanxi registered an account and chose the food blogger category, naming herself Cat Loves Fish. She glanced at the Interstellar online store where a regular nutritional supplement cost 100 star coins, a significant expense. Scrolling down to the ingredients section, the prices were incredibly cheap. Yanxi decided to do it herself to save a lot of money. She bought some potatoes and flour, along with a few seasonings, spending only 150 star coins, leaving her with 13 50-star coins. Sister will make you something delicious today. Yanxi got up and washed up briefly, with the little boy following closely behind her like a little tail. The little boy smiled at Yanxi and kept asking, Sister, does it hurt? Are you okay now? You won't leave Chun behind, right? Yanxi pinched the little boy's face, which felt very soft. Sister will never leave Chun. It doesn't hurt anymore. I'm all good. For some reason, since Yanxi woke up, she had not felt any pain in her body. It seemed she had fully recovered. How strange. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Yanxi opened the door to find a delivery robot from the Interstellar network, its round white head looking quite cute. She carried the ingredients into the kitchen. The original owner also liked to tinker with these, so she had modified the kitchen. Although it only had basic supplies, it was enough for now. This house was a villa given to her by the grandmother of the orphanage. Though it was remote, it was quite large. The original owner had added some furniture, so there was nothing lacking for the time being. The little boy stuck close to Yanxi, knowing she might not feel well, so she let him be. Yanxi simply handled the ingredients and marinated the chicken, adding cooking wine, green onions, and ginger to remove the fishy smell. The chicken was likely called goo-goo chicken because it made a goo-goo sound, and the chickens in the Interstellar era were quite large, enough for them to eat for 2 or 3 days. Once she was done preparing, Yanxi was ready to start live streaming, titled Delicious Food You Haven't Tried. The live streaming ball emerged from the light brain on Yanxi's wrist, enlarging her body several times. After setting the angle, she began the live stream. Hello everyone, today we are making a simple yet delicious chicken soup, along with a stir-fried potato dish. Yanxi introduced the content of the live stream, just like she used to. Not to mention anything else, the host is really beautiful. Calling her my wife. Never tried this delicious food before, looks like a clickbait title, but I still came. I want to see what delicious food this is. If it's not good, I'll report it. Just because she looks good doesn't mean she can cook, okay? Yanxi glanced at the bullet comments, starting to make the chicken soup, feeling a bit puzzled. When she changed clothes, she noticed that the original owner looked exactly like her from the 21st century. Her face was small, only the size of a palm, with a pointed chin, a standard goose egg face. When she smiled, her eyes curved, looking innocent and pure. She had tied her hair up to cook, exposing her fair neck, making her appear bright and lively. Yanxi placed the marinated chicken into the pot, added ginger slices and cooking wine, and boiled it over medium heat to extract the blood before washing the chicken clean and continuing to stew it. What the heck? After boiling it so much, can it still be eaten? Exactly. If you can't cook, then don't waste the ingredients. And she turned up the heat to bring the pot to a boil, skimmed off the foam, then turned it down to a simmer. In the meantime, she quickly shredded a potato, her hands moving so fast they almost left a blur. Wow, regardless of whether it tastes good or not, the host's knife skills are amazing. How did it become shredded? I didn't even get a good look before it was done. I'm so confused. No matter how good the knife skills are, if it doesn't taste good, it's useless. Sister, you're amazing, it smells so good. Yanxi looked at Yanxi with starry eyes, unable to help but praise her. Yanxi freed up a hand to pat Yanxi's face. Good boy. At this moment, the aroma of the chicken soup wafted out, making one's appetite soar. Yanxi lifted the pot lid and tossed in red dates, mushrooms, goji berries, and various fungi to continue cooking. The bullet comments exploded again. What is this? Can adding all this make it taste good? Be careful of food poisoning. Quick, turn on the taste sharing feature. I want to smell what it's like. 1. Taste sharing feature activated. Jean's sequence number. Yanxi looked at the screen full of requests to turn on taste sharing and searched for the option to activate it. The bullet comments suddenly disappeared, then exploded again. Chapter 2. On the first day of the broadcast, she seemed to have become popular. The bullet comments were all praises. What kind of divine flavor is this? I'm in love. I can't wait to try it. I brought my fastest light brain from home. I was wrong to say the host was bad. The kid loves to eat. The host is beautiful and can cook. Leave some for the kids. It's not ready yet, don't rush. She couldn't help but speak up when she saw the eager crowd in the comments. Ichin nodded seriously. Sister said we can't eat yet. His serious expression paired with his little milk voice made him particularly adorable. Yanxi chuckled lightly. Morning is right. Ichin proudly raised his head at the affirmation, and Yanxi couldn't help but laugh. Her brother was just too cute. While waiting for the chicken soup to finish simmering, Yanxi poured oil into the pot, added scallions, and began to stir-fry. After releasing the aroma, she added the shredded potatoes, seasoning with salt just before they were fully cooked, then plated them. The potato shreds were very light without any other flavors, suitable for children and those recovering from illness. Some people had already started sending gifts. Lollipops 12, I snatched this from another live stream. Please don't dislike it, host. With the first person, gifts flooded the screen. It was continuous. A man's long fingers casually tapped the screen, not even moving his eyebrows, feeling his mental energy calm down significantly in her live stream, his lips unconsciously curling. Oh, Starship 99. The bullet comments exploded instantly. This was a starship. This is a big shot, and everyone was dying of envy. Big shot ahead. A starship cost 19,999 star coins, and he just sent 99 of them, roughly calculated to be about 2 million star coins. Big shot, look at me. Even Yanxi, a food blogger in her past life, was surprised. This was indeed a big spender. General Pooh, it's time. A man in military uniform pushed open the door to report. Pooh Scien's voice was very magnetic, somehow reassuring, and he nodded slightly. Got it. He stood up, closed the light brain, and followed the man into the conference room. In the background, a fan named Sui Sui Nien sent a private message, but the person didn't reply, appearing quite aloof. Fine, that's a personality. How is it done? It looks simple, and it smells quite fragrant. I've already ordered potatoes and scallions. I'm going to, no ethics. Wait for me upstairs. I'm different. I'm immersed in my wife's beauty and can't extricate myself. The Interstellar sellers were in deep thought as they watched order after order for potatoes and scallions come in. Why were so many people suddenly buying? And she smelled the fragrance in the air, a blend of mushroom and chicken aroma that opened up one's appetite, wanting to hug the pot and start drinking. The number of viewers in the live stream surged from 200 to 1,637 and was still climbing, as some are sharing the live stream to bring in more people. Thank you all for sharing. If you like the host, please click to follow. There will be more delicious food in the future. As soon as Yanxi said this, the number of shares in the live stream skyrocketed, and a few even praised Yanxi's voice as very pleasant. Looking at the number of followers displayed in the background, Yanxi smiled with her eyes squinted. This was all hidden money. She opened the pot lid to see the milky white soup, the chicken tender and well-cooked, quite successful. Yanxi ladled the chicken soup out and placed the shredded potatoes on the dining table outside. The live stream ball also flew out, and Yin ran out with chopsticks, a bowl, and a spoon, sitting obediently at the table waiting for Yin to say it was time to eat. Quick, activate the tasting feature. I can't wait. Please activate. 1. The screen was filled with requests to activate the tasting feature, and Yanxi activated it. It's so delicious. The potato shreds, though light, are strangely addictive. I can't stop eating one after another, but I think it's more enjoyable to eat chicken and drink chicken soup. The chicken has no fishy taste. It falls off the bone with just a slight tug. So fragrant. Adding this to my favorite food list. Although it's delicious, it's ultimately virtual. The more I eat, the hungrier I get. I've already downed 3 nutrient drinks and still feel hungry. I feel the same. Host, why not do a lottery? How about drawing a few portions? Lottery, 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 that Yanxi thought for a moment. There were still plenty of potatoes, and this chicken was huge, over 5 pounds. There was no way the two of them could finish it. Since it was just the start of the live stream, a draw would be nice. Okay, I'll draw 3 people to give away. The host didn't make much today, so I can only draw 3. Type cats love fish, and I will randomly take a screenshot of the first 3 to win today's shredded potatoes and chicken soup. As soon as Yanxi finished speaking, the screen was flooded with cats love fish. After about 10 seconds, Yanxi took a screenshot and posted it in her home dynamic to avoid unnecessary trouble. Alright, congratulations to Songbao, Sticky Little Bunny, and the leader of the Cat Support Association. Please send me your addresses in private messages, and I'll send out shortly. Yanxi announced the results, and then closed the live stream directly. The speed of closing was so fast that the viewers couldn't react. Other streamers didn't want to end their broadcasts, but she finished so quickly. Viewers who couldn't eat the hot meal were crying. They had just taken 2 bites before it was over, and next time they decided to eat faster. With the live stream closed, those who hadn't followed clicked to follow, and Yanxi's followers rose from 0 to 1,590, with a high conversion rate that made her very satisfied. Yanxi ladled a bowl of chicken soup for Yanixin and placed it in front of the little guy. There were still steamed buns left at home from the original owner, so she heated one up and handed it to Yanixin. Eat. After making sure Yanixin was settled, she turned back to the kitchen to fry 5 portions of shredded potatoes. Just as she finished, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. It was a delivery robot from a Me2 platform, arriving quite quickly. Yanxi was worried about what box to use, but it turned out the platform had prepared takeout boxes. She quickly divided the meals into 3 portions and placed them in the delivery robot's compartment, which had a good insulation function. Sorry, I was busy earlier. Here's my address. Pusayan finished the meeting and saw the message on his light brain, replying back to Yanxi. He found it quite nice smelling, but was curious about the texture. He felt a bit excited. With a clink, Yanxi opened her light brain and saw that this wealthy big shot had replied to her. Seeing the address, she froze for a moment. Wasn't this a military base? Forget it. This had nothing to do with her. Considering the big shot's gift-giving, she decided to share the chicken leg she originally planned to eat herself, along with the tenderest chicken meat and 2 portions of shredded potatoes. After placing the dishes neatly, the delivery robot began to deliver the meals. After working hard for half a day, Yanxi was already hungry. She returned to the dining table to find the little guy hadn't eaten a single bite. Why aren't you eating, Shinshun? Is it because you don't like it? Yanxi asked Yan Ichun. Yan Ichun shook his head. I want to wait for my sister to eat together. Yanxi felt a warmth in her heart. The little guy was quite thoughtful. Then let's dig in and try my cooking. Yanxi picked up a chopstick full of shredded potatoes and placed it in Yan Ichun's bowl, smiling gently. Yan Ichun had long been so hungry from the delicious smell wafting through the air that he gulped it down in one big bite, giving a thumbs up and saying it was really good. With his impressive eating skills, both siblings finished all the food. Yanxi took the dishes to the kitchen, and just as she placed them in the dishwasher, her light brain started ringing incessantly. Yanxi opened the light brain to see messages from the Me2 platform, discovering that many people were tagging her. It seemed like she had gained some popularity on the first day of her broadcast. Chapter 3. The Attributes of Being a Beloved. Yanxi looked at the amount of tips pouring in from the back end, smiling with squinted eyes. We've struck gold. Chin, we won't have to go hungry anymore. Looking at the 1.836 million in her live account, Me2 platform was quite generous with a 70-30 split, after deducting the 99 interstellar warships gifted by the big shot Sway Sway. Yin, she still had 136,000 left. It seemed she was quite suited for the food blogger role. Yay, so we won't go hungry anymore. Yanixin showed his little tiger teeth and smiled, obediently following Yanxi to sit on the sofa. Seeing the obedient and understanding Yanixin, Yanxi made up her mind not to let the little guy go hungry anymore. She thought about the original owner's part-time job of 1,500 star coins a month, which was simply not enough for both of them. They had to split everything in half. Even a 100 star coin nutritional supplement had to be shared. The original owner always worked extra shifts, saving up money to buy clothes and necessities for Yanixin, even if it meant she wouldn't eat to ensure the little guy was full. At 17, Yanxi would turn 18 in the first year of the Interstellar era, but underage interstellar individuals were rarely hired, forcing her to find work in remote places. While others earned 6,000 star coins a month, she could only make 500 to Yanixin was very understanding and well-behaved, more so than most children. He knew his sister was intentionally saying she was full to leave food for him. The original owner understood Yan Ichin's little thoughts, but didn't reveal it. Yanxi, who generally didn't like children, found her perspective change because of Yan Ichin. Perhaps that was the effect of love. Feeling relaxed, Yanxi opened the official website's comment section. Came here from the tags, didn't believe it at first, but now it's really good. Definitely subscribed. The food made by the cat is too delicious. All this praise, but I think it's just average. Nothing beats my Wei Wei's cooking. The person above is clearly a brain-dead fan of Wei Wei, thinks everything she makes is good. You should go check your taste buds. You might have a problem. How can you talk like that? My Wei Wei is just a better cook, 100 times better than what this cat makes. The cat's food is delicious. Wei Wei's food is delicious. Cat, Wei Wei. Yanxi really couldn't stand it anymore. It was like a scene from a primary school argument. Watching the comments pile up, she decided to respond. I've seen everyone's comments. Everyone has their own strengths, and there's no need for comparisons. I hope to avoid discussions about other streamers in my comments section, just as I won't comment on others. Let's not stir up conflict. As long as you enjoy my cooking, that's enough. I just want to bring you all delicious food. After commenting, she pinned it. Keep pretending. The person above is just pretending. Your Wei Wei is the one pretending. Everyone can check my profile. I've opened taste sharing and tasting functions. The food made by the streamer is indeed delicious. I'm a fan, and I won't change my name or surname Song Bao. Sure enough, someone clicked on Song Bao's profile. Those in the live broadcast knew that he was the lucky one drawn by the streamer, and Song Bao recorded the entire process from receiving the food to finishing it in detail. Yanxi clicked in to watch. The footage looked great and made her feel hungry, so she liked that video. Just after liking it, Song Bao private messaged Yanxi, "Your cooking is really delicious, and from today on, I'm your biggest fan." Yanxi smiled with satisfaction, not expecting to gain a fan on the first day. It felt pretty good. Thank you for your support. You filmed it very well. Song Bao was holding his phone, ecstatic. The streamer replied to him and even liked his post. Excited, Song Bao shouted. Seeing his reflection in the mirror, he quickly sat up straight and adjusted his clothes. As a fan of the cat, he couldn't embarrass himself. Just like his name, Song Bao was an interstellar person with leopard attributes, fast and fond of meat. His family was well off, often visiting various food places, but he could never find meat that suited his taste. Today, Yanxi's chicken amazed him. He didn't expect it to be so tender and without any fishy taste, completely captured by the food. Bai Shui looked at the comments cursing Yanxi with red eyes. She had tasted Yanxi's cooking, and it was really fragrant and delicious. Even her brother and parents praised it, so how could these people say such things without trying it? Bai Shui's eyes were red, and her bunny ears were out in frustration. Her round, soft face combined with an angry expression was just too cute. The whole family was slaying in the comment section, using every curse word they could think of. Bai Shui was like a clingy little bunny. Cat9 was a hacker and also the owner of the cat support group account. Today, passing by Yanxi's live stream, he was in a bad mood and wanted some good food. After clicking in and seeing Yanxi's unique cooking style, he felt this streamer was quite interesting. The longer he stayed, the stranger it felt, and he decided to hack Yanxi's account. He hacked her network, making it impossible for her to go online again, just like before. Later, he caught a whiff of something fresh and fragrant that he had never smelled before. Unexpectedly, after winning the draw and finishing Yanxi's meal, he comfortably squinted his eyes, just about to praise her on the live platform when he saw a wave of curses in the comments section. Cat9 widened his eyes and used his hacking skills to take down all the cursing accounts. Are the test results out? Gu Ziyong paced back and forth anxiously, his expression extremely excited. Pu Xinyin felt dizzy from his pacing. Sit down. The results are out. The mental strength has calmed down a lot. What did you do, General? The doctor looked at Pu Xinyin excitedly. A turbulent mental state was the beginning of death, and the general's SSS-level mental strength had already predicted he wouldn't live past 30 when he was 18. Now, at 23, just 7 years away from 30, his mental strength had actually calmed down. How could he not be excited? This meant the general might live past 30. It was a huge event for the interstellar world. Xinyin just. Gu Ziyong was about to blurt out, but was shot a glare by Pu Xinyin, swallowing his words and daring not to speak. It's nothing. I'm just in a good mood today, Pu Xinyin said calmly. The doctor hurriedly ran to Pu Xinyin's side to check again, flipping through the light brain for information. Indeed, maintaining a good mood can calm mental strength. I'll take my leave now. Okay. Pu Xinyin nodded, watching the doctor leave before looking seriously at Gu Ziyong. Some things shouldn't be revealed too early. Just you and I should know about this. Don't let it spread. Gu Ziyong looked at Pu Xinyin's serious demeanor and quickly nodded. indicating he understood, like a sycophant, asking, should we secretly send someone to protect? Sure, you can arrange it. Pu Xinyan thought for a moment about the feasibility. Ji Ziyang's mouth fell open. No way, he had just said that casually, and now it was taken seriously. He felt like he was looking for trouble for himself, standing there in a daze. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Pu Xinyan stared at Gu Ziyang in no problem. I'll go right away. Gu Ziyang took off running, frantically slapping his chest. After being brothers for so many years, he still feared Pu Xinyan's gaze, which was so cold it was frightening, as if all his secrets were laid bare and pierced through by him. Pu Xinyan thought of Yan Shi and unexpectedly smiled. The little girl was quite interesting. Chapter 4. Let's have a barbecue while it's hot. Yan Shi saw that the live streaming platform's popularity had reached the top spot, and that's all money. No matter what these people's motivations were, as long as she could make money, that was enough for her. The follower count was skyrocketing, now at 12,000. Cats love fish explosion, new star in the food industry rising, beautiful host who cooks delicious food. Pu Xinyan had just finished his work and saw the trending list on the Me Too platform. His eyes narrowed, and he felt a bit smug. Seeing the insults below, he furrowed his brows for a moment before relaxing. The little girl had quite the way with words. Yan Shi was already preparing dinner. With money in hand, she wanted to eat something good. She withdrew the rewards from the Me Too platform, thinking that the little milk dumpling probably hadn't had barbecue before. So why not have an outdoor barbecue? Hearing that she received one, 836 million, Yan Shi happily spun around twice. Finally, she didn't have to worry about going hungry. Seeing the sour fruit advertised on the Interstellar official website, with its golden skin, it looked just like a giant lemon, right? Barbecue with lemonade. Just thinking about it made her mouth water. Yan Shi bought Moo Moo beast meat, Mimi beast meat, and Kong Kong beast meat. After some research, she discovered that they were modern-day beef, lamb, and pork. Interstellar people liked to name beast meat based on their sounds. She also added enough chili powder and cumin powder. And to her surprise, there were people selling them, but the sales were zero. Yan Shi deeply understood that after tonight, these two seasonings would sell very well. So she quickly added a few more to her shopping cart. Looking at the vegetable and fruit section, she picked out lettuce and apples. It wasn't that she didn't want to buy others. They just looked so shriveled and were so expensive, with one apple costing 500 star coins. Yan Shi only got 2. She also added some miscellaneous vegetables and meats, checked out, and felt a pang of pain seeing the total amount. 3, 857 star coins. But thinking about it being for the little milk dumpling to nourish his body, she quickly felt relieved. Looking at the deduction information on her light brain, and then, at her balance, she felt much more at ease. She still had money. Nobody should suffer, especially not herself. She still had to eat. 5 minutes after placing her order, the items were delivered, and the familiar doorbell rang. Ding dong. Yan Shi opened the door to let them in, with Yan Yichun helping her carry things. The two placed the items next to the fridge, and Yan Yichun cutely said, "Let us organize them well." 2 mechanical arms extended from beside the fridge, quickly and accurately placing the items in order, saving a lot of effort. Yan Shi looked around the kitchen and saw that there were barbecue tools, although they were just a simplified version, but they would suffice. "Why did you buy so much food, sister?" Yan Yichun obediently followed Yan Shi, not crying or making a fuss. "Can we have barbecue tonight?" Yan Shi looked at Yan Yichun and smiled gently. Thinking of barbecue made Yan Yichun's mouth water. The last time they had barbecue was a year ago, and he had been craving it for a long time, showing a little greedy cat expression and nodding eagerly. Yan Shi laughed out loud. Her little brother was just too adorable. She had to spoil him. "Then I'll marinate the meat first, and we can have barbecue tonight." Yan Yichun ran to the fridge, thinking for a moment, and had the mechanical arm take out the meat they had just bought, carrying it to the kitchen. Yan Shi quickly caught it, fearing the little guy would get squished and not grow tall. She bought 5 pounds each of beef, lamb, and pork, which should be enough for more than 50 people, including the grilled vegetables and lemonade, besides just her and Shin-Shun. Glancing at the clock, it was 1:30 in the afternoon. If she handled the ingredients and let them marinate now, she could take a break and then go live. "Sister, I'll help." Yan Yichun stood by the sink, pouring the meat out to wash it clean, his little hands scrubbing very seriously. Yan Shi watched him and smiled. It seemed nice to have him around. Forgetting to lament, she joined in the task of washing the meat. It took the two of them about half an hour to finish. Chun Chun, you go play in the living room for a bit. The knife is dangerous. Wait until you grow up to help your sister, okay? Yanxi wiped her hands clean and bent down to speak softly to Yanni-chan. Yan Yi-chen nodded. He knew he was still little. He had heard on TV that eating more would help him grow taller and faster, and he wanted to eat more to protect his sister. Yanxi opened the fridge and found the apples, looking at the shriveled ones and pulling a face. These guys cost 500 star coins each. In the 21st century, no one would buy them at a supermarket, and even at a clearance price, no one would want them. But it's okay. I have plant abilities that can make them moist again and remove impurities to make them sweet and delicious. In the apocalypse, relying on this ability, she at least didn't go hungry. She could pick up apple seed from the ground and sprout them, although it consumed a lot of mental energy. Using her powers to restore fruit, didn't use much mental energy, though. A green light lit up, circling the shriveled apple. Suddenly, it gradually turned red and emitted an enticing apple fragrance. When cut open, it was found to be plump and juicy, smelling sweet. Yanxi cut the apple into small pieces, drizzled yogurt over them, and brought it to the living room for Yanni-chan. The little milk dumpling had been so good, he deserved a reward. Chun-chun, eat some fruit. Yan-i-chan smelled the special fruity aroma, looked at the apples on the plate, and the combination of fruit and yogurt fragrance made his appetite soar. Wow, thank you, sister. Yan-i-chan insisted on feeding Yanxi. Unable to resist the little guy, Yanxi took the first bite and returned to the kitchen. This was her battlefield, and it was time to start. She skillfully prepared the various meats, cutting them into strips and then into chunks, placing them in a bowl for later use. Yanxi rubbed her sore arms. Handling 15 pounds of meat at once was really no small feat. She was exhausted. Seeing that the wall clock had already reached 3 o'clock, she couldn't care less about her tiredness. She needed to make money. She needed a live stream, and she also needed to send Yan-i-chan to school. This little amount of money was not enough. Lowering her head to continue processing the meat. Another 20 minutes passed, and she finally finished. Yanxi smiled in relief. She had finally completed her tasks. Glancing at the clock, it was nearly 3:30. All right, I should wash the vegetables too. As soon as Yanxi walked over to the fridge, she saw Yan-i-chan staring at her, having obediently turned off the TV. Do you want to wash something else? I'll help. The little guy looked full of energy, carrying the ingredients into the kitchen and starting to wash the vegetables on his own. Yanxi watched the obedient and sensible Yan-i-chan, feeling a wave of warmth in her heart. The little guy was really easy to take care of. It turned out she didn't dislike kids. She just didn't like kids who misbehaved. If she had two more like Yan-i-chan, she wouldn't mind at all. The two of them finished washing the vegetables and placed them on a plate, organizing them. Yanxi handled mushrooms, eggplants, potatoes, peppers, and corn. Luckily, they had plenty of barbecue skewers at home. Otherwise, they wouldn't have enough. Vegetables were relatively easy to handle. Washing and skewering took about half an hour. Yanxi washed her hands clean and prepared to play some games with the little guy. Sister will play with you for a while. Yan-i-chan's eyes sparkled as he looked at Yanxi. Really? Sister had always been busy with part-time jobs and didn't have time to play with him. He was very good, never crying or making a fuss. Only in this way would sister be at ease. Although he really wanted to play with her, he understood she was busy and couldn't accompany him. Yanxi noticed Yan-i-chan's emotions and nodded. Really? The two opened the TV in the living room and chose a video game. The TV was a smart, high-tech model that not only allowed for watching TV, but also for interactive gaming. If they liked, they could even practice yoga and fitness. This was just the basic model. The upgraded version was something the original owner couldn't afford. Yan-i-chan's eyes lit up as he looked at the racing game. Yanxi decisively clicked it, and the two began to race. The whole room was filled with laughter and joy, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Chapter 5. If it's delicious. I'll stand on my head and poop. The familiar sound of the alarm clock rang out, and Yanxi looked up at the time. It was already 6 o'clock. Happy times are always so short. Yanxi went to the kitchen to start skewering the meat. Looking at the 3 large bowls of marinated meat, she took a deep breath and got to work, quickly skewering one after another. With 5 pounds of meat, she planned to make half-size skewers, aiming for 100 skewers. The 3 large bowls would yield 300 skewers. She immersed herself in the task, repeatedly taking meat and skewering it, her arms aching painfully. But thinking about the tips she would receive during the live stream instantly filled her with energy. Yenny-chun was also very well behaved, staying in the kitchen without causing any trouble, just accompanying Yen-shi. At just 5 years old, he couldn't touch the sharp barbecue skewers. If he got hurt, his sister would be heartbroken. From dawn until it was completely dark, Yen-shi rubbed her sore hands and looked at the 3 large bowls of skewers she had prepared. It was definitely enough. Now, no one could say there was a shortage. She found a large transparent glass jar for soaking the liquor, which had a built-in faucet that could be opened and closed. Yen-shi weighed out 520 grams of lemons, and seeing that he could help, Yen-chan quickly ran outside to take on the task of washing the lemons. After washing, Yen-shi used a slicer to cut the lemons into slices and place them in the glass jar for soaking. She found a clean rolling pin and started to pound the lemons vigorously until the juice was released. The unique lemon scent in the air made Yen-shi's mouth water. Yenny-chun, on the other hand, was leaning next to the jar, sniffing continuously, saying, "Sister, this smells so good." Chin-chin likes it. Yen-shi felt that these lemons might have evolved. They were even more sour than modern ones. According to the ratio, each cup needed 5 grams of rock sugar, so 260 grams would be enough. Next, she put the rock sugar in a pot with hot water to dissolve, then chilled it in the refrigerator, creating a simple syrup. Following the 1:2 ratio of lemon to water, Yen-shi poured in purified water, stirred it well, and sealed it. Looking at the full jar, she was glad she had a mechanical arm. The mechanical arms extended out effortlessly, placing the jar in the refrigerator. Lemon water is best served cold. Unknowingly, they had been busy until 7:35. Yen-shi decided to promote the live stream for the day, opening the Me Too platform to post an update. Tonight, at 8 p.m., join me for a barbecue. She closed her phone and decided to lounge on the sofa for a bit. After a busy afternoon, she was truly exhausted. Looking at the obedient and sensible Yenny-chun, her hand unconsciously reached to pat the little guy's head, his hair soft and pleasant to touch, just like him. Yen-chun, knowing his sister was tired, obediently leaned his head over for Yen-shi to pet him, staying by her side and resting together. Yen-shi felt she hadn't even sat for long before needing to get up again. She had only rested for about 10 minutes. She stood up to move the barbecue grill to the yard, planning to barbecue outdoors. This villa was a gift from the headmaster's grandmother to the original owner. The headmaster's grandmother had been quite authoritative, nurturing many talents. This villa was jointly purchased as a gift for her, but unexpectedly, it ended up benefiting the original owner. At that time, most of the children in the orphanage had been adopted, leaving the original owner unclaimed. The original owner was happy and comfortable, not liking unfamiliar environments. So she stayed with the headmaster's grandmother. As the grandmother aged and had no one to care for her when she passed away, all that was left was this villa and a meager income, which she entrusted entirely to the original owner. After the grandmother's death and burial, the only person who had treated the original owner well was gone, leaving her alone. The orphanage, lacking children and funds, fell into decline and closed down. When the original owner was feeling disheartened and thinking she couldn't do anything right, she heard a baby crying by the dumpster. Picking up the baby and asking around, no one claimed him, so the original owner decided to keep the baby. The child was very well behaved and never cried, sometimes even making the original owner laugh. This baby was Yen-chun, since he was found in the morning, hoping he would have a comfortable and easy life. He took the surname Yen from the original owner. The two relied on each other, and with Yen-chun's presence, the original owner regained her confidence in life. Yen-shi smiled unconsciously at the well-behaved Yen-chun, who was moving the stools. The little guy was very obedient now. They ran back and forth many times to move everything to the yard. The yard was quite spacious. The headmaster's grandmother had a hobby of gardening, and the yard was well maintained. Surprisingly, the air in the Interstellar era was much fresher. Looking at the twinkling stars in the sky, it felt like her mind and body were calmed down a lot. It had been a long time since she used charcoal to start a fire, and after a while, she finally got it going. Seeing Yen-chun, who looked like a little kitten, made her laugh as she reached out to wipe his face clean. "Little kitten, your face is all black." Yen-chun mischievously laughed. "Sister, just clean me up." Seeing the time, Yen-shi realized it was almost time. She opened the livestream platform, and sounds of messages began to come in. She had previously muted it, as the constant notifications would be distracting, but couldn't help but check. What is barbecue? I know, it's a kind of food from ancient Earth, and some people still eat it now, but it's rare. So that means the host will make food from 3,000 years ago on ancient Earth. Impressive. Is this just a gimmick? Last time I saw a food blogger do barbecue, it was terrible. Her fans kept praising it as delicious, which is ridiculous. Are you talking about that certain way? Sure. Be careful, her fans might come and yell at us. My little heart can't take it. Waiting. At 8 o'clock, she started the live stream on time. The stars in the sky, paired with the flowers in the yard, created a unique atmosphere. Hello everyone, I'm Cat who loves to eat fish. Tonight, we're going to do barbecue. So let's get started. She waved her hand enthusiastically, flashing her signature smile, and deftly placed the meat on the grill. What is this? This barbecue grill looks so simple. Are you here to eat barbecue or the grill? Just eat. If it's delicious, that's all that matters. Looking at this old barbecue grill, I feel it 1T tastes good. If it's good, I'll stand on my head and poop, I swear. LOL, standing on my head and pooping. What the heck? Am I not watching a food live stream? She raised her eyes and saw the fiery red little fox. Everyone, bear witness. Don't go back on your word. Yin smiled, finding the girl quite interesting. Looking at her confident demeanor, he thought that the skewers must be delicious. Remembering the lunch from earlier, his mouth began to water, feeling a bit hungry. He downed some nutrient solution, but ended up feeling even hungrier. Nothing tasted as good as what Shi made, and one meal had spoiled his palate. The host saw it. All right, I'll stay right here. We all bear witness. A wave of ha flooded the barrage, teasing the fiery red little fox for her bold statement. The fiery red little fox was called out and immediately sent a message. I'm not leaving. I'll stay right here. Too was a definite meat lover. But unfortunately, food live streams were often exaggerated. Looking at Shi's live stream, with so much on display, she figured it was just another flashy host. She couldn't help but frown, certain it would taste terrible. She had nothing to lose by betting on it. She worked with both hands simultaneously, managing the heat as the skewers began to change color. She brushed sauce on both sides, and the sizzling sounds emerged as the meat and sauce blended together, releasing an enticing aroma. The little milk bun couldn't help but swallow, staring intently at the skewers next to Shi. Shi rarely saw this childish side of Yi-chun, and her gaze softened a little, seeing that they were almost done. She sprinkled cumin on one half and a mixture of cumin and chili powder on the other half, flipping them to grill a bit more. This time, Shi had learned to be smart and turned on the taste-sharing feature in advance. The aroma of the grilled meat was so enticing that she was almost going crazy, let alone the interstellar people who hadn't experienced real barbecue. Thus, Shi's live stream erupted once more. Shi watched as the number of viewers in the live stream room rose from the initial 10,000 to 50,000, and it was still increasing. Seizing this wave of popularity, she directly opened the tasting segment. Wow, it's so fragrant, really delicious. Is this really me? How come there's no fishy taste at all? I'm equally shocked. I've wasted 28 years eating meat. Finally understand why ancient earthlings love food so much. It's so delicious. I love it too. If I can eat gourmet food every day, I can skip the nutritional supplements. Miju. What? She looked at the screen, filled with positive comments, and felt her efforts were worth it. She had grilled the meat first, and it seemed that meat could awaken the culinary spirit of barbecue. Without Shi's reminder, the comments were already flooding in with fiery red little fox emojis. If you say it doesn't taste good, you're just lying. Why is the little fox silent? Don't run away, haha. I checked the backhand. People are still here. Why the silence? Don't you dare default. Who didn't notice the changes in the comments? Completely immersed in the grilled skewers. Compared to those seasoned only with cumin, she preferred those with both chili and cumin. The spicy flavor made her enjoy the skewers immensely, and the numbing spiciness was simply irresistible. Raising her eyes to see the comments, her temples throbbed. I admit the host cooks well. I was too careless just now, sorry. She conveniently sent 10 interstellar battleships. She didn't plan to hold a grudge. Who's words made the live stream more lively and increased the heat. She waved her hand, saying it was fine, and with her sincere smile, she decided not to hold it against her. Hu looked at Shi's bright smile. Her heart raced, covering her chest, wondering how someone could be more charming than her, a fox-like interstellar person. Another big shot. I'm jealous. There are so many rich people. What does it matter if there's one more? I worked from dawn to dusk for a month and only earned 6,000 star coins, while big shots just swiped for 10 interstellar battleships, which is about half a year's salary for me. I'm not jealous at all. That last big shot should be here too. With 2 big shots gathered, who's jealous? Oh, it's me. Who sent 10 interstellar battleships, ranking second on the livestream fan list. Seeing the first place was Sui Swain Yin. She looked at the military uniform photo as the avatar. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, this long, fair hand looked handsome even without seeing the face. This wave of reversal gained many fans, and the backhand notification popped up continuously. She couldn't help but show a little money-loving expression. This was all money, and with more fans, people would seek her for promotions. The fans in the live stream saw Shi's smiling face, and her money-loving expression made them laugh. They had never seen a host as open about it as Shi. Yin also noticed Shi's expression, lightly tapping the screen, sending out 99 interstellar battleships, spending 2 million without even blinking. Shi's smile deepened, her eyes sparkling with joy as she gratefully thanked Yin. Thank you for the 99 interstellar battleships. Sui Swain Yin. You've really spent a lot. I'll contact you later to send you my barbecue package. Spending 4 million in a day, I wouldn't even dare to think about it. This isn't just a big shot. This is a giant. Worship the giant. Is the giant interested in our cat? Although our cat has a good figure and great temperament, and cooks deliciously, she definitely won Bao the money. Yin saw the comments and replied with a wicked sense of humor. Oh, really? Oh my. Don't tell me he really likes the host. I was just joking. Don't fight us for our cat. If you marry this giant, our cat definitely won't stream cooking anymore, and we won't even get to taste it. Yin saw the comments about marrying her and making her only cook for him, and surprisingly, he didn't reject the idea. Strange. That is not acceptable. If I can't eat the delicious food cooked by our cat for a day, I want to feel good. Let us go, everyone. Although we don't have that much money, we can still gather some. Yes. We need to show our sincerity to our cat. The screen was filled with gifts, with a few interstellar battleships mixed in, and the small gifts kept coming. She heard the sound of gift effects and looked up. What is going on? The gifts started flooding in? This is good. She liked it. It seemed everyone loved barbecue. She had prepared enough food for 50 servings tonight, so she could invite more people. She had been cleaning up all afternoon. Look at my hands. Yin frowned. How did this girl get her hands like this? Her fair palms were slightly pink, with several puncture wounds that looked alarming. He couldn't understand how she endured it. If it were any other girl, she would have been crying from the pain. Be careful, your hands are injured. That looks so painful. Shi chuckled. I'm just teasing you guys. It doesn't hurt much. I just accidentally pricked myself while threading the skewers. Yin looked at Shi, who was pretending to be strong, and unexpectedly felt a desire to care for her. This feeling was not good, like a warrior in armor suddenly having a soft spot, but he didn't mind it. Imagining the future moments with Shi, he couldn't help but smile. Gu Ziyong walked in and saw this scene. Yin looking at Shi grilling, actually smiling. He could go buy a lottery ticket today. He was sure he would win. Seeing the tasting meat skewers on the table and smelling the unique aroma of barbecue, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva, rushing over to grab a skewer, taking a few bites, and the more he chewed, the more delicious it became. The crispy on the outside and tender on the inside texture made him want more. Gu Ziyong was still immersed in the skewers, comfortably squinting his eyes and making eye contact with Yin, his eyes full of a warning that said, "If you dare to touch my skewers." Suddenly, the air felt much colder, and he awkwardly shrank his neck. This skewer was really delicious, perfectly grilled. Yin withdrew his gaze, lightly responding with a hum, not wanting to argue. Gu Ziyong stood there in a daze. That's it? Nothing else? In the past, he would have run 5 laps around the military base. Just thinking about it made his legs weak. Looking at Shi in the live stream, What kind of woman was she to make his good brother feel this way? Not simple. Chapter 6, Online Drawing. Yin Shi grilled while live streaming. Picking out a few non-spicy skewers to hand to Yin I-chun, who was already starving. Go ahead and eat. Yin I-chun quickly took them and cheerfully held the skewers up to Yin Shi's mouth, knowing that his sister had been grilling and hadn't eaten a bite. Sister, you eat first. This brother really understands. So cute. His little face looks great to pinch. Envious of the fairy brother. Unlike my brother who annoys me, we just had a fight. Same. Just scolded him, and now he's grown up, can't beat him. Am I the only one envious of the brother? He can really eat skewers, while we can only taste the texture and flavor, and the nutrient solution just makes us hungrier. Does Cat need a brother? The kind that is 200 months old, laughing to death. Yin Shi took a small bite. You eat. Sister isn't hungry yet. Let's grill a bit more and eat together later. Looking at the understanding Yin I-chun, her tone softened unconsciously. Pusin Yin watched this scene in the live stream. It seemed Yin Shi really liked this brother, and their interaction was very loving. As Yin Shi rubbed her sore arms, she thought grilling continuously wasn't a feasible solution. There was still so much left, and grilling until midnight might not finish it all. Are there any fans nearby who can come help me? I prepared too many ingredients today. We can eat enough skewers. As soon as Yin Shi's words fell, the live stream was flooded with "I can help." She noticed someone in the live stream back in messaging her. 3 lucky fans from yesterday's stream, and a female hero who claimed she would do a handstand and poop today. Yin Shi leaned in to reply to the back-end messages, her stunning beauty staring directly at the camera, leaving the viewers stunned into silence, struck speechless by her beauty. So beautiful, gasp. This is my wife. I'm the earliest fan. Don't fight over her. Mine, you can't even think about it. Is the domineering CEO speaking? I wanna. Kids are a bit rebellious. Ha ha ha. Yin Shi sent the address to the 4 people, replying in the live stream that she had found the 4 lucky fans from yesterday's draw, plus the fiery little fox. No martial ethics. How's it so fast? They messaged me in the back end, saying they could come over quickly. Yin Shi explained. Pusin Yin felt a strange sensation as he saw the screen filled with wife, as if something precious had been taken away from him. Hearing that help was being sought, he instinctively wanted to go over, but hesitated, fearing Yin Shi might feel uncomfortable or restrained due to his identity. After a moment of hesitation, he realized there were enough people already and felt a bit frustrated, his expression revealing a hint of coldness. Finding helpers made Yin Shi feel instantly relieved. She decided to hold the lottery first. Next, after removing the skewers for the 4 people, there were still 45 more to draw. The evening lottery was different from noon. The top 20 fans in the live stream directly sent their addresses in the back end. The remaining 25 fans in the live stream could still spam Cat Loves Fish, randomly screenshotting and posting in their dynamics. Those who won could contact her in the back end, and now it was time to start. Yin Shi said a lot and felt thirsty, thinking that having rules in place would make things easier in the future, avoiding the need to constantly explain how to draw. The messages about Cat Loves Fish flew quickly in the live stream, and the speed of the comments was astonishing. Yin Shi casually took screenshots, pausing slightly before continuing, taking 5 people as screenshots at once and posting them in her dynamics after 5 rounds. All right, everyone can check my dynamics now. The number of viewers in the live stream suddenly halved, all going to see if they had one. A minute later, the viewer count returned to normal, even exceeding the previous number, reaching 100,000. Even Yin Shi was surprised. Just grilling lamb skewers had such an impact. Thinking that there might be even more people in the live stream later and more gifts being sent, her greedy expression couldn't be hidden. Who doesn't like money? Yin Shi directly grilled and ate while watching the comments and interacting with fans in the live stream. Without me, I just know. I don't even expect to win. I've already planned to use my funds to eat the barbecues made by Cat. Spam it. Who knows if it might be me? Envious of those 4. Helping means they can eat barbecue. I have no money or luck. Sob. That is too miserable. Don't say that. You might win next time. Yin Shi laughed at this comment. It was very interesting. And although she hadn't won either, she still wanted to encourage others. Suddenly, she thought of something and opened the back end to message Swain Yin. Big shot. What do you want to eat? A bit of everything? Pusin Yin's phone chimed, and upon seeing it was a message from Yin Shi, He unconsciously smiled, not even realizing it. Just do what you think is best. I'm not picky. Yanxi nodded. If he wasn't too picky, then that was easy. She would give him a bit of everything. After all, the big shot was her benefactor, so she had to give him more. 2 flavors would be a safe bet. After chatting for about 20 minutes, someone knocked on the door. Hearing the doorbell, Yanxi went to open the door and decided to replace the lock with a smart one in the future, so she wouldn't have to run back and forth. The previous original owner's grandmother had requested the most basic lock since she was older and enjoyed the feeling of opening the door without anyone around. When Yanxi opened the door, she saw a cute girl about 155 centimeters tall, with red eyes looking adorable, standing next to a tall, dark-skinned guy around 185 centimeters who looked fierce. His strong features and dark skin made him look imposing as he stood straight and stared at the door. The two had quite a contrast, creating a strange atmosphere. Hello, I'm Song Bao, that is my real name. Song Bao smoothly extended his hand for a self-introduction, his flushed earlobes revealing him to be a pure-hearted boy. She politely shook his hand. Hello, I'm Yanxi. I'm Bai Shui. Nice to meet you. Bai Shui timidly spoke, appearing startled, yet her tone was soft and gentle. Yanxi walked over to Bai Shui, kindly extending her hand. I'm Yanxi. Let us go inside first. She pulled Bai Shui in, gently patting her hand to ease her nerves. Bai Shui looked at their joined hands and felt the warmth. Yanxi gave her a very gentle feeling, and she liked Yanxi a lot. Yan Yi-chun ran over to greet the guests. Pouting, sister. How can you open the door while I was in the bathroom? The guests will think Chun-chun is impolite. Yanxi bent down and pinched his face. It's all right. Everyone likes you. This time it was sister's mistake. I'll definitely call you to open the door next time. Okay? Yan Yi-chun extended his hand. Let us make a pinky promise. Yanxi watched the childish scene with Yan Yi-chun and made the promise with him. It was easy to coax children, and just like that, she had soothed him. Hello, I'm Yan Yi-chun, sister's brother. Yan Yi-chun introduced himself seriously, like a little adult. Song Bao and Bai Shui smiled politely, instantly captivated by the little guy. This brother was so cute. I'll teach you how to grill skewers. The method is the same and easy to master. Yanxi led the two to the yard where the barbecue grill was set up, her demeanor casual yet exuding warmth. Chapter 7 First Fan Gathering. Yanxi first let the two sit down, bringing over the grilled lamb skewers. You guys eat first. You need to be full before you can work. Don't be shy. As Song Bao walked in, he smelled the aroma of the meat, which was much richer than in the live broadcast room. Good food should be enjoyed on site. Without hesitation, he picked up a lamb skewer and started eating, his eyes shining with delight. It was so delicious, even better than the chicken soup from noon. Song Bao was a person with a strong taste, preferring the fresh and spicy grilled skewers over the rich chicken soup. Bai Shui smelled the cumin and chili in the air and couldn't help but sneeze. Turning her head quietly, she saw Yanxi grilling the meat while Song Bao was lost in the world of skewers, completely oblivious to her. Relieved, she picked up a lamb skewer and took a bite. It was so good that her ears perked up. Delicious. Yanxi was focused on grilling and didn't notice the comments in the live broadcast room. From the moment they walked into the yard, the live stream captured everything. The little brother is so cute, both obedient and adorable. Can I trade my brother for him? The rabbit ears are so cute. It looks like this one is the clingy little rabbit. So clingy, but also so adorable, sticking close to the cat since they entered. Did you see that sneeze just now? So cute, I like it. You guys, I still prefer my wife, the cat. No one can compare. I think this guy is handsome too, just a bit cold. But when he's eating skewers, he's so silly. Such a contrast. I'm dead. I'm admiring my wife's stunning beauty. Even the skewers look pleasing to the eye. The doorbell rang again. Song Bao Bai Shui and Yan Yi-chun went to open the door, while Yanxi stayed behind since her hands were dirty. Seeing two more people behind the three, Yanxi recognized the little fox in a red dress right away. She wore a red slit dress, an alluring figure, and captivating eyes that assessed Yanxi, smiling seductively. Yanxi was already drooling inside. Who wouldn't love a beautiful woman with a great figure and good demeanor? She fell for her first. Hello, I'm Yan Yidinashche. She greeted quietly, not wanting her real name to be revealed. Hutu seemed to sense Yanxi's concern and walked over. Hello, I'm Hu Tuesday. Yanxi thought she had misheard. Why would someone be named Confused? That only made things more confusing. But putting that aside, Hutu's voice was genuinely pleasant, perfectly fitting the mature woman vibe. Mao Jiao, dressed in all black, looked at Yin Shi coldly and politely introduced himself. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Mao Jiao. Yin Shi smiled. I'm very happy to meet you. I'm Yin Shi. She looked at the aloof Mao Jiao, who had a classic cat-like appearance. His face was small, about the size of a palm, and he had long, straight legs that complemented his height of 188 centimeters perfectly, likely to capture the hearts of many young girls. Yin Shi greeted the two in a voice they could hear, noticing that none of them sat down after saying hello. Why aren't you sitting? I grilled a lot earlier. There's corn, green peppers, potatoes, mushrooms, and some beef, lamb, and pork. I made 2 big plates. 5 people might not even finish them. The 4 exchanged glances, and Hutu was the first to sit down. The courtyard had a stone table that could seat 8, adorned with flowers. And the stone table was perfectly placed under a small pavilion, giving it a rustic vibe. Yin Shi watched as the 4 took their seats and instructed Yin Chen to take good care of the guests, promising to return quickly. She turned and dashed off, opening the fridge and filling cups with lemon water. After tasting it, she found it just right and filled 2 large glass jars, running back outside with them. Yin Shi looked at the 5 sitting stiffly, wondering why they weren't eating. Did they not find it tasty? Was her cooking not up to par? Yin Chen saw Yin Shi carrying 2 glass jars and was about to get up to help. But Mao Jiao had already taken them and placed them on the stone table. Didn't you just tell her to take care of the guests? What's going on? Why isn't anyone eating? Yin Chen shook his head immediately. I asked them to eat, but no one moved, saying they wanted to wait for sister to join us. Don't blame Yin Chen. We wanted to wait for you to eat together. The cold Mao Jiao unexpectedly defended Yin Chen, surprising Yin Shi. The other 3 were also about to speak up, but were a step too late, only able to agree. Hearing the little dumpling's words, Yin Shi first apologized and then took her seat. All right, here are disposable cups. This is the lemon water I made. You can give it a try. It pairs well with the barbecue. Eat well so you can work hard. Finally, they started eating. Yin Shi watched them elegantly enjoying the skewers. If these people were in the 21st century, they would definitely be top-tier stars, each with their own unique charm. The moment the barbecue entered their mouths, the distinctive, smoky flavor spread, combined with the cumin aroma that made it incredibly enticing. The crispy exterior burst with oil, making them crave more. It was impossible to stop. While eating, no one spoke. On the surface, everything seemed calm, but inside, they were all thinking of how to eat a few more skewers. As the skewers gradually diminished, the atmosphere began to get a bit out of control. I got it first. Hutu tightly grasped the last beef skewer, refusing to let go. Song Bao and Hutu exchanged glances, their eyes inadvertently drifting to her chest. Turning his head away, he finally said, Fine, you can have it. Seeing Song Bao's reaction, Hutu thought, could this guy be shy? Whatever, as long as there's meat, she was happy. Mao Jiao happened to turn and saw Bai Shui cutely munching on corn, her cheeks puffed up, looking quite adorable. And she noticed they were all eating, but no one was drinking the lemon water. Did they not find it good? You guys should drink. It's really good. She urged, and to prove it, she directly drank a cup. The lemon water washed away the taste in her mouth, fresh and sweet. Bai Shui stared at Yin Shi. Isn't it sour? Yin Shi shook her head. It's really good. You can tell from me drinking a cup. It's a sweet and sour flavor, very refreshing. Song Bao made a face as if he was about to die, gulping down some lemon water. The other 3 watched his expression in shock. Amazed that this ordinary lemon water was so good, the 3 exchanged glances, and, since someone had tried it, they started drinking too, savoring it from small sips to big gulps, enjoying the barbecue while drinking the lemon water, feeling quite content, making the fans in the live broadcast room envious. How come a cat can do everything? This sweet and sour drink is so well made. Watching them eat makes me hungry. The handsome guys and beautiful girls gather together. Even if they don't eat, it's a feast for the eyes. The cat wouldn't forget about us, right? No way. They should be getting ready for us after they finish eating, don't worry. Waiting for the delicious food. Did you all draw lots? I'm so jealous. Someone drag them out. Yes, the servant is here. Chapter 8. They're the source of our food and clothing, so don't overthink it. After a few people had eaten and drunk their fill, Yinshi got up to clean up. Her fighting spirit was truly impressive. They had finished off such large plates of food and drink, which was shocking. Song Bao and Cat 9 carried the glass jars and roasting trays to the kitchen, while Bai Shui was responsible for wiping the table clean and tidying up the floor. Hu Tu was in charge of washing and organizing the used utensils. Yinchi took the transparent 500 milliliters cups that the original owner had bought for packing drinks, which were just right and came with leak-proof paper and straws. Once everything was tidied up, Yinchi began assigning tasks. Cat 9, you and Song Bao are in charge of the barbecue. I'll teach you later. Bai Shui, you will pack the lemonade, seal it up, and put in the straws. Hu Tu, you can help me with packing. There are too many people, and I can't manage alone. All right, let's get to work. What about me? Yin Yichin also wanted to help. Yinchi patted Yin Yichin's head and said, Can you help Sister Bai Shui with packing? Just check that the straws are not forgotten. Okay, I promise to complete the task. Yin Yichin looked serious as he stood up straight. The others were amused by Yin Yichin, and their relationship became closer. Yinchi first sent the backstage information to Hu Tu to confirm if there were any errors in the list, then went to teach Bai Shui how to pack the lemonade. Watching the little girl pack with such seriousness softened her gaze. She really loved cute girls. Next came the main event, how to roast skewers. Cat 9 and Song Bao closely followed Yinchi, afraid of missing a step that would ruin the flavor. Don't be nervous, it's very simple. Just put them on like this and flip them back and forth. As long as they don't burn, it's fine. Roasting skewers is easy. The principle is the same. Watch me operate for a bit. Yinchi started demonstrating how to operate. Since charcoal had already been added earlier, the fire was very strong. She placed the meat on the grill, flipping it back and forth. When it changed color, she brushed both sides with the sauce she had prepared, then sprinkled on cumin powder and chili powder, giving it a slight roast to bring out the flavor. She also demonstrated how to roast corn and potatoes, explaining that it was very simple and just required repeating that step. With her exclusive barbecue sauce, it was impossible to go wrong. Perhaps no one in the Star Realm was live-streaming the packing process or having a gathering meal. Yinchi's live-stream audience surged to 320,000. The aroma made people reluctant to leave. They even shared it in the Guangxin circle of friends, and the numbers continued to grow. Yinchi watched the two operate and nodded with satisfaction. They were teachable and roasting quite well. Suddenly, the maintenance staff of Me Too's live-stream room received many reports, mostly from fans of Bai Wei, claiming that the new streamer Cat Loves to Eat Fish who started today had bought traffic and requested a thorough investigation. Putting away their casual expressions, the management searched for Cat Loves to Eat Fish and found that it was indeed a new streamer registered today. In just one day, the follower count had already surpassed 290,000, and the live stream audience had skyrocketed to 360,000, with numbers still increasing, raising suspicions and prompting a system check. The more they investigated, the more shocking it became. The numbers were all real, meaning this new streamer had indeed gained 280,000 followers in just one day, making them an impressive figure. The maintenance staff exchanged glances and decided to give Yinchi the prime recommendation slot for that night, eager to see what other surprises she would bring. The maintenance staff immediately contacted the boss, who wholeheartedly agreed and arranged for Yinchi, wanting her to feel Me Too's sincerity. Such talent was rare, and they wanted to keep her at Me Too. Yinchi was still busy with her tasks, verifying the list and contacting the delivery robot to come over, noting to send 2 more robots since there was quite a bit of food. One delivery robot could handle the amount for 20 people, so 3 would be enough. The livestream audience numbers shot up as if they were free, directly soaring to 680,000 and still climbing. With the increase in numbers, malicious comments also came flooding in. What is this? It's the Star era, and they still do it manually. It looks unappetizing. I don't even need to taste it. It's all just show. Still calling it barbecue? Do you know what ancient Earth food is? Malicious comments flooded the screen, but Yinchi was completely unaware. Her fans directly fought back. Who are you? Oh, you're nothing. What's wrong with doing it manually? If you can, don't use your hands. Your 5-fingered lady must be suffering with you. If you don't have a nose, go to the hospital and get one. Stop blabbering. Is it only you who gets to speak? Just donate it if you don't use it. You know everything. Why don't you just fly up to the sky? Aren't you so awesome? Yinchi's fans had strong fighting spirit, silencing the malicious commenters who were afraid to speak up, fearing Yinchi would check the comments. And they began showering gifts instead. Newcomers entering the stream were left confused, wondering why the comments were empty while the gift effects never stopped. After spending over half an hour, they finally finished packing at 9:10. The lemonade was packed and just waiting for the delivery robot to arrive. Placing the items in the packing box would mean it was truly over. The 5 adults and 1 little one were all exhausted, standing in place to rest, but feeling quite fulfilled. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. The delivery robot had arrived. Opening the delivery robot's compartment, they began packing, placing half spicy and half non-spicy in each box, with a mix of meat and vegetables, along with a cup of tangy and sweet lemonade. The entire packing process was recorded live, and the speed was quick. The 5 of them, with Yen Chin passing lemonade, finished right on time at 9:30, placing all the items to be delivered next to the robot, which then packed them safely inside its compartment. Yinchi had prepared a larger portion and also included 2 cups of lemonade, carefully placing it on the table. Seeing the delivery robot pack everything inside properly, she let out a sigh of relief, forgetting that they were still live streaming, completely unaware of the camera. The large portion of barbecue was particularly eye-catching, and the gifts in the live stream stopped, with everyone sending broken heart emojis. Does my wife have someone she likes? Such a large portion. I'm jealous. Who stole my wife? Has the wife-stealing war begun? Cat can only be mine. Yinchi turned her head to see the 4 people looking at her with strange expressions, as if saying to come clean. Feeling embarrassed, she turned back and saw that the live stream was still ongoing, meaning everything had just been recorded. Quickly checking the live stream, her terrified expression had no time to change, and she was praying they hadn't seen. But upon seeing the comments, it was over. It had been captured. Yinchi's eyes darted around. Then she had an idea. She could say this. They're the source of our food and clothing, so don't overthink it. That wasn't wrong. Weren't the big shots her source of food and clothing? Without the big shots rewards, how could she be so relaxed? It wasn't excessive. She wasn't lying. Yinchi quickly comforted herself. Oh, so they're like parents. That is fine, as long as they aren't wild men. I think so too. I thought my newly favored wife had someone, and it scared me. Pu Sinian had just finished and returned to the live stream room, coincidentally seeing Yinchi's clever expression, saying that they were the source of her food and clothing. The little girl was quite sharp. Chapter 9, signing the contract for the fully automatic barbecue machine, Yin Shishin nervously explained a bit and hurriedly ended the live stream. That's it for today, everyone. Get some rest and see you tomorrow. Without any reluctance, she directly closed the live stream room, leaving the fans staring at the dark reminder interface after the broadcast ended. The 4 helpers finished tidying up and didn't linger, leaving on their own. After sending off the 4, Yin Shishin slumped onto the sofa, wondering if she had been discovered for feeling nervous. She had hidden it quite well. In fact, they had suspected something was off for a while. But before they could say anything, Yin Shishin's sudden end of the live stream left them bewildered, and they hurriedly finished cleaning up and left. Yin Shishin's phone chimed. Someone in the backhand had sent her a message, particularly persistent and verified as a Big V account. Upon opening it, she found the profile picture was of a little old man, and the words were quite sincere. Hello, I am Professor Su Dingwa from the Science Research Institute. I would like to discuss the follow-up on the fully automatic barbecue rack with you. I wonder if you have time? Yin Shishin was puzzled. What fully automatic barbecue rack? She wasn't involved in scientific research. Could the professor have the wrong person? Still, she politely replied, Hello, I do have time, but I am not familiar with scientific research. Su Dingwa paced back and forth in the Research Institute, wondering why he hadn't received a reply yet. This was a money-making project. Hearing the notification sound, he immediately responded, No, it's a machine that has been developed. I want you to help promote it. Would a spokesperson fee of 500,000 be acceptable? Yin Shishin looked at the old man's reply. As long as it wasn't for scientific research, she was fine. She was quite scared of blowing up the place. Seeing the spokesperson fee of 500,000, she was instantly tempted. Promoting it could bring in 500,000, which was quite good. But I need. Before Yin Shishin could finish typing, the old man sent another message. Seeing that she had been typing for a while without replying, Su Dingwa gritted his teeth and replied, The spokesperson fee is 1 million. Yin Shishin saw the spokesperson fee jump from 500,000 to 1 million and immediately agreed. But she had a request. Okay. Su Dingwa was anxious and scratched his head. She wouldn't refuse, would she? When he saw Yin Xixin's reply, he couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. This girl had the ability to gain followers. Promoting it would definitely go viral. But I have one more request. The quality must be good. Don't let my fans down. Su Dingwa was taken aback, thinking what was this about? It was such a small matter. He readily agreed and sent the prepared contract directly to Yin Xixin. No problem. Let's sign the contract first. Seeing Su Dingwa's anxious appearance, Yin Xixin couldn't help but ask, "Is there any problem with the contract? Why the rush?" Su Dingwa was momentarily stunned by the message, then turned to his disciples and asked, "Do I look very anxious?" "Yes," came the unanimous confirmation from his students. Su Dingwa quickly sent over all the awards he had received from the Research Institute, sincerely giving Yin Xixin some advice. "Take a look at these are all the awards I've received. You can find them all online." Yin Xixin decisively opened the certificates and searched on Xinguang. After a quick search, she found that this old professor was truly capable. A whole bunch of information popped up, revealing him to be a well-known research professor who created the first interstellar spaceship and dedicated his life to researching interstellar transportation. From massive battleships to home ovens, he had participated in it all, which was quite impressive. After searching the certificates and determining their authenticity through careful comparison, she quickly replied respectfully, "No problem. I'll sign it right away." After signing the contract, Yin Xixin sent the documents back and said, "Sorry." After all, she was just getting started. She couldn't afford to lose more money because of this 1 million. If she got scammed, it wouldn't matter much to her. But she had to think about that little guy, Yin Chen. She couldn't let him suffer. She had to eliminate all potential risks. Su Dingwa was ready with his persuasive words, and, seeing the signed contract come through, shouted excitedly, completely ignoring the disciples still in the research room. He turned and pretended to cough to regain his composure. It was settled. They needed to complete the production of the fully automatic barbecue rack as soon as possible so they could discuss the next steps. His eldest disciple, Chi Feng, was already used to this and nodded, saying it would be done quickly. Such basic equipment could be designed in a day, and with a patent application report, it could be wrapped up in 2 days. Chi Feng directly instructed the others in the Research Institute to finish their work. In scientific research, the working hours were often irregular. When there was a sudden demand, they had to rush to produce it, and it was rare for them to finish work on time. Yet many still wanted to squeeze into the Research Institute, partly due to the decent salary, and partly because it sounded good to say they worked there. Su Dingwa was so happy that he forgot to reply to Yin Xixin and hurried to do so. "Then I wish us a pleasant cooperation." "Pleasant cooperation," Yin Xixin replied. Su Dingwa turned around and saw that everyone in the research room was still standing still, puzzled by their lack of urgency to leave. Normally, they would be eager to clock out. Why weren't they now? Chi Feng had an I understand expression on his face. The group had seen the chat interface where Su Dingwa won the prize and provided the address, and they were probably waiting to taste the barbecue when it arrived. "Wait, I'll clean this place up." Right, the professor taught well. Things should be placed neatly. The others nodded in agreement. At this moment, Su Dingwa was still unaware of their intentions and didn't realize he had already revealed too much. He looked at the group of students with satisfaction. The doorbell rang, and everyone rushed to the door, their excited expressions unmasked. Su Dingwa looked at this group of students, wondering why they had forgotten to crowd around the entrance. The delivery robot, unconcerned with their crowding, announced in a creamy mechanical voice, "Mr. Su Dingwa, your delivery has arrived." Su Dingwa finally realized that these guys were actually after his barbecue. He hadn't mentioned it at all, and now he was curious as to how they had found out. Watching them stare at the delivery like starving wolves, Su Dingwa, with a playful intent, leisurely walked over. But the students couldn't take it anymore and quickly lifted him 2 steps forward to the delivery robot. "He's Su Dingwa," the male student immediately replied, and the robot successfully recognized his face and retrieved the barbecue from its compartment. The enticing aroma instantly filled the entire research room, with the overpowering sense of cumin and chili hooks, making everyone swallow hard. Given Su Dingwa's position as a professor, they didn't dare to act rashly. Surrounding the barbecue tightly, Su Dingwa felt a bit uneasy as he was encircled by a group of drooling students, their eyes fixed on him without blinking. He opened the packaging and picked up a skewer of lamb. Before it even reached his mouth, he couldn't withstand their gazes any longer and sighed. All right, there's plenty, so everyone can take 2 skewers. Before he could finish his sentence, the students pounced on the skewers like starving wolves, and in an instant, most of the skewers disappeared. Su Dingwa looked at the remaining 10 skewers of barbecue and lemonade on the table, realizing how impolite these people were. He saw Chi Feng standing beside him, neither competing nor taking any, while everyone else was stuffing their mouths. He shook his head and picked up 4 skewers, handing them to Chi Feng. They all have some. You, as the big brother, should have a bit too. You've worked hard with them. Chi Feng was being intentional. He knew that if he wanted to take them, he would only get 2 skewers. By not being proactive, he would receive compensation. He had figured out Su Dingwa's temperament, and the professor spoiled him. Upon hearing 4 skewers, the students looked at Chi Feng with envy, then at the skewers in their hands. Having some was good enough. Others wouldn't even get to eat, so they couldn't be greedy. Instantly relieved, they began to munch on the skewers in their hands. Chapter 10 Natural Food Can Soothe the Mind. Gu Ziong followed the delivery robot, looking for Pu Xinyan to sign for the delivery. This guy always said that eating was a waste of time. How come he suddenly changed his mind and ordered takeout? When he walked into the conference room and saw the cold expression on Pu Xinyan's face, it felt chilly even through the wall. He couldn't understand why so many girls liked him. Shouldn't a sunny, lively, and handsome type like Pu Xinyan be more popular? When Pu Xinyan saw Gu Ziong at the door, with a white delivery robot reaching his waist behind him, he knew his barbecue gift pack had arrived. He coldly said, "Meeting adjourned." The people in the conference room quickly dispersed, feeling alive again once they were out. It was really terrifying in there, not just normally fierce. The delivery robot scanned Pu Xinyan's face, retrieved his takeout, politely placed it on the table, and turned to leave. Gu Ziong knew exactly what this was. It was the same as what a livestream host had. He had already noticed Pu Xinyan watching food streamers, and just the taste sharing from the trial tasting had instantly conquered his taste buds. Unlike Pu Xinyan, who could casually spend 200,000, Gu Ziong wasn't that lucky. So he planned to mooch off the food and drinks. This takeout was packed like it was for 2 people, and since Pu Xinyan probably couldn't finish it, it would be a waste to throw it away. He was just helping out. Yes, Gu Ziong quickly convinced himself. When Pu Xinyan opened the barbecue packaging, the aroma wafted out, and Gu Ziong, who usually had no appetite for food, suddenly wanted a feast. As Pu Xinyan was opening the packaging, Gu Ziong reached out and grabbed a cup of lemonade, opened it, and took a sip. Delicious. Pu Xinyan seemed used to it, pulled out a chair, and started eating on his own. Even while skewering meat, he couldn't hide his noble demeanor, making one feel like he was eating some rare delicacy. Gu Ziong, who would usually tease him, was completely captivated by the barbecue this time, and surprisingly didn't bother him. With his eyes shining, he kept shoving one skewer after another into his mouth, unable to stop. The cooking skills of a streamer were really impressive. The barbecue was delicious, and he had never thought natural food could taste this good. Hearing someone mention the name, Pu Xinyan looked at Gu Ziong coldly, clearly annoyed that eating didn't stop his mouth. He pretended to take away the barbecue, and Gu Ziong quickly grabbed Pu Xinyan's hand. Wrong. I won't say anything. For the sake of the barbecue, he could lower his head. It was just not talking, which allowed him to eat a few more skewers. Pu Xinyan looked at Gu Ziong and didn't hold it against him. His appetite had been spoiled, and the nutrient supplements were a bit hard to swallow. After the 2 finished eating and drinking, having polished off 2 large servings of barbecue, Pu Xinyan's hand-wiping action exuded elegance, while Gu Ziong, sitting opposite him, rubbed his belly after eating too much. Do you feel it? Pu Xinyan looked at Gu Ziong seriously. Gu Ziong, shaking off his lazy demeanor, nodded. He had felt it this time. Unlike last time, there was a real difference. Don't worry about arranging more people to guard afterward. Yes, keep this matter low-key. If it turns out to be true, it can help more people. The priority is to ensure Yinchi's safety. Everything else is secondary. Pu Xinyan felt his mental strength calming down, almost reaching the critical point. If eating natural food had a soothing effect on mental strength, it should definitely be widely promoted. But first, they needed to ensure the safety of Yinchi and her brother. Pu Xinyan rarely spoke so much, and Gu Ziong realized Yinchi must be the real name of the streamer. Good. He had already done his homework. You still don't know me? Leave it to me. Although Gu Xiong usually acted carefree, he completely transformed into another person when something serious happened. Hu Xingyin felt very assured handing the matter over to him. Yanxi's back end kept buzzing, and she couldn't help but check. It turned out her fans had received her barbecue and were praising her cooking skills. Her followers had increased to 688,000, with numerous private messages flooding in. Yanxi couldn't keep up and simply stopped reading. Catching sight of a profile picture, she couldn't stand, silently criticizing the poor taste. After Songbao took the lead in filming a video. Almost all of Yanxi's fans recorded videos this time, tagging her and praising her to the skies. She couldn't look at such comments too much. If she did, she'd easily start dreaming. After washing up with the little one, Yin Yichun was very obedient, washing up by himself and lying in bed. Yanxi only returned once she saw the little one asleep. Looking at the sleeping face of the little one, he looked even cuter in sleep. She gently closed the door and lay on her bed. This was truly her time. Yanxi wanted to check how much she had earned, opened the platform wallet, and almost cried out. She had been too rushed when she ended the stream and hadn't noticed how much she had received in tips. Silently counting in her mind, she realized her net income was 3,749 million, earning over 5 million today. She pinched her arm hard. It hurt, and then happily laid down to sleep. Before long, Yanxi really fell asleep, her breathing steady. She was truly exhausted. Yanxi slept soundly, but someone else couldn't. Bai Wei was still live streaming, crying in the stream at 10:30 p.m., her affected voice making listeners want to vomit, yet her fans love that. I just sent a private message to Mao Mao and saw she was online but didn't reply to me. Does she not like me? Woo woo. The barrage of insults in the live stream was calling for Bai Wei to get her revenge. Don't worry, Wei Wei. Only your cooking is delicious. We only like you. Is she the streamer recommended on the homepage today? With that title, it probably won't taste good. Stop crying, Wei Wei. How dare that streamer make us Wei Wei cry? She's done for. Bai Wei saw the #1 fan replying, rubbing her eyes as she looked at the screen. Don't let me hurt our relationship. I believe Mao Mao isn't doing it on purpose. She might just be busy and can't reply. Bai Wei sneakily watched the bullet comments. As long as she achieved her goal, it was fine. Seeing her fans so furious, she estimated that she would know just how miserable her fate would be tomorrow. Suppressing her laughter while feigning sadness, she ended the stream. In the moment the screen turned off, her previously tearful expression turned vicious. How dare she not take me seriously after streaming for just a day? Some people even compare her to me. That Mao Mao is not worthy to be mentioned in the same breath as me. I am Bai Wei. Thinking of the #1 fan's methods, Bai Wei smiled as she fell asleep. Since she offended me, let her suffer a bit first. When had she ever been discussed like this? Saying her cooking wasn't as good as hers was simply laughable. Yanxi slept until she naturally woke up, seeing Yin Yichen, who had been waiting for her to wake up. Sorry, I woke up late. I'm sorry, Chunchen. It's okay. It's just that Chunchen woke up too early. Sister, you were very busy and tired making money from the live stream. I know that. I don't blame you. Yin Yichen shook his head, showing his big white teeth at Yanxi, who could tell the little one was in a good mood. Hearing the little one's response, Yanxi felt that all her hardships were worth it. She quickly got up to prepare breakfast for him. Skipping breakfast was unacceptable. Not eating breakfast for a long time was like committing slow suicide, and she had to consider Yin Yichen's health. Seeing that the wall clock showed it was already 9 a.m., she had slept quite long. Standing in front of the refrigerator and looking at the display list, she thought about what would be suitable and nutritious for breakfast. Seeing the ingredients on the list, Yanxi had an idea and decided to make this. Chapter 11 Breakfast. A simple bowl of egg noodles. Yanxi decided to knead some dough to make a bowl of light egg noodles, paired with crispy little greens. Just thinking about that flavor made her mouth water. Yanxi wasn't going to pass up a chance to make money. Interstellar folks had definitely never seen how to knead dough into noodles, so she started a live stream. Good morning, everyone. This morning, I'm making egg noodles. Yanxi brought out a large ceramic bowl from the kitchen, added flour, and poured in warm water, starting to mix it into a fluffy texture. She quickly kneaded it into a smooth dough. The fans in the live stream hadn't even realized what was happening before she had finished kneading the dough. While the dough was resting, she prepared some side dishes. Wow, how to turn a dough? I didn't even understand how it became a ball so fast. So amazing. Cat can do everything. Even making noodles has to be done by hand. I see that Interstellar restaurants use machines for kneading. But Interstellar restaurant food is expensive and tastes bad. LOL, the person above is too honest. I thought it was just me who felt that way. Yanxi quickly washed the greens, which in the Interstellar world were called big head vegetables. She had ordered a large bag yesterday. Maybe they thought she bought too much. They were perfect for mixing into the noodles and made a great side dish for the egg noodles. Yanxi directly added oil to the frying pan and cracked eggs into it. She could fry 10 eggs at once, and with the limited preparation, she could only make about 20 bowls. After setting aside 2 bowls for the little one and herself, she would have 18 bowls left, which was still pretty good. Maybe it was the difference in Interstellar flour, but the greens were cleaned and the eggs were fried just as the dough was about ready to rest. Yanxi directly shaped the dough into long strips, cut it into small pieces, and used the rolling pin she had used to crush lemons last night to roll them into thin sheets. Then she sprinkled flour on them, stacked them together, and cut them into thin strips. Yanxi's movements were quick, and the noodles she cut were thin and even. After cutting, she shook them out and sprinkled some flour on top. Help! How did it turn into noodles again? I think I'm blind. I can't understand what is happening. These are cut better than what the restaurant robots do. I bet they taste great. Of course. Is there anything Cat makes that doesn't taste good? Yanxi quickly rolled out the remaining dough, sprinkled flour, stacked it, and then cut it into pieces, shaking them out and sprinkling more flour. Next came the simple assembly stage. The fried eggs didn't need to be removed from the pan. She directly added water to boil them. This way, the broth would turn milky white, not too oily but very fragrant. When the water boiled, she added the noodles, watching them change color and nearly cook through. A simple seasoning made them delicious. And she only added a little salt, chicken essence, and oyster sauce. After cooking for a bit, when the noodles were fully cooked, she added the greens to blanch them and directly serve them up, arranging them a bit on the plate. The fried egg lay on top of the noodles, with 3 pieces of Shanghai greens beside it. Yanxi sprinkled some chopped green onions on top, and the broth turned milky white, paired perfectly with the fried egg and greens, making one's appetite surge. Is that it? I just came after seeing all the hype on the official website yesterday, and it's not that impressive. Cat, turn on taste sharing. I don't care if you think it tastes good or not. It looks delicious to me. My wife makes everything taste good, no arguments allowed. Yanxi noticed the comments and realized she hadn't turned on taste sharing, so she activated it and opened it for tasting. Sorry, I forgot to turn it on in advance today. Everyone, please have a taste. Yanxi smiled shyly, her cheeks reddening from busyness, making her look very appetizing and kissable. She had casually thrown on some home clothes, but on Yanxi, it looked like high fashion, captivating the fans' attention. If Yanxi's cooking skills were second, her beauty would definitely take the first place. Yanxi's features were grand and had a sense of beauty that suggested peace and prosperity. With changes in her clothing and expressions, she could embody various forms of beauty. Her beauty was never defined and was one of kind. Delicious, so fragrant. Quietly asking how my wife makes such simple noodles taste so good, she didn't even add much earlier. Yeah, I just tried making some myself, and it was so hard. I couldn't even make the dough, barely managed to fry an egg, though it got burnt, but it still tasted okay. Just a bit salty. Lol, I thought I was the only one who struggled. Turns out everyone is the same. Yanxi looked at the questions from everyone and picked a few that were asked the most, speaking softly and unhurriedly. Egg noodles are very simple. If you can't knead the dough, you can skip it and buy pre-made noodles, but the texture might not be as good. The difference isn't huge. If you want to knead the dough, please use warm water, add water slowly, and knead it a bit longer until it becomes a smooth dough. For seasoning, just add salt, chicken essence, and a little oyster sauce. The key to egg noodles is the freshness. If you have any questions, just ask me. That's it. My wife explained everything in detail. The host just gave us the recipe. Sob. You don't find such generosity in other streams. They're all afraid of leaking their recipes. Yeah, they all keep it under wraps. Yanxi smiled. Making egg noodles wasn't difficult. I don't need to tell you the recipe. I believe the fans will always find a way to figure it out. Plus, it doesn't even require a recipe. My wife praised us for being smart. I'm so happy. No matter what, our cat is still generous. Exactly. All right, next is the lottery segment. There are only 16 bowls of noodles, So let us split it between the fan leaderboard and the comments, just like yesterday. As soon as She finished speaking, the comments were flooded with people saying Cat loves fish, and new fans coming in didn't know what was going on, but joined in, thinking it must be right to follow the crowd. The usual rules were posted in the dynamics. Everyone could check it out. She took a screenshot and posted it in the dynamics, then directly carried the 2 bowls of noodles she made into the dining room. Seeing Chen already sitting obediently with utensils in hand, the little one was so well-behaved. Here, eat carefully, it's hot. Chen smelled the aroma of the noodles, and it was so fragrant that he almost drooled. He tried to hold back, but in his eagerness, he accidentally burned himself. His smile instantly turned red, but he was reluctant to spit it out. It was too delicious, and it was made by his sister herself, so he couldn't bear to waste it. Seeing the little dumpling burn himself, she quickly got a cup of water and placed it in front of Chen. Eat slowly, blow on it. The livestream audience watched the 2 siblings eat, already drooling with envy. If the brother and sister didn't do food streaming, they could definitely switch to eating broadcasts. Their fan count would probably be substantial too. The fans in the live stream were also drinking nutritional supplements, finding them a bit more delicious, and they envied Chen, thinking how great it would be to have such a sister. Remembering they didn't win the lottery earlier made them even more depressed. I want to be Cat's younger brother, soul switch with the brother, and steal Cat away. Chapter 12. The dependence of a younger brother on his sister. Chen stared at the comment on the screen, tears welling up in his eyes as he spoke with a pitiful tone. No, this is my sister. You can't take her away. She looked at the little one's aggrieved expression. Her heart softened significantly. Growing up together with the original owner, the only person he was closest to was his sister, which made any mention of taking her away feel frightening and unfair. He only had his sister. She quickly went over to hug the little one and comforted him for a long time. Okay, don't cry. They're just joking with you. Your sister is only Chen's sister, and no one could take her away, She said, using a tissue to wipe away Chen's tears. The little guy's shoulders trembled with his suppressed sobs, looking extremely wronged. She quickly changed the subject. If Chen doesn't eat soon, the noodles will get mushy, and then we can't eat them. This statement worked like a charm. The little one wiped his tears, sniffling as he began to eat the noodles. We can't waste food. I have to eat it all. She looked at the little guy, returning to normal, then seriously addressed the camera. Everyone can say what they want, but don't make jokes like that. Since childhood, it has just been me and Chen relying on each other. We only have each other. He is still small and can't handle such words. The comments flooded in instantly. Your brother is too precious. He can't even say anything. It was just a joke. Why so serious? The little guy has quite the temper. Exactly. If it were my kid, he would have gotten a beating by now. Kids shouldn't be overly pampered. This isn't good. Now I understand. No wonder the other family members didn't appear on camera. Don't worry, Mao. We definitely won't say that again. Got it, sorry brother. I was just joking earlier. Don't cry. Sister will give you a gift and buy you candy. He looks so pitiful when he cries. I want to hug him. The comments began to flood in with gifts, people frantically sending them, fearing that she would stop the live stream because of her brother's distress. She looked at the various responses on the screen, remembering Chen's aggrieved expression, and patiently explained, I raised Chen. He only has me and can only revolve around me. He usually behaves very well and helps me with many things. It's normal for little kids to lack a sense of security. As for the comments on the screen, I can only say that every family has different ways of raising children. In my case, my brother is more important. If anyone is unhappy, you can choose not to watch my live stream. Chen looked up at his sister, his eyes filled with emotion. It turned out his sister thought he was so important. When he grew up, he wanted to treat her very well. Sister, did I cause you trouble? I didn't mean it. I was just afraid they would take you away. She ruffled Chen's hair, which felt soft and nice, just like him. It's okay. Your sister can give up anything, as long as I have Chen. Chen directly threw himself into Yen's arms, suppressing his tears and hugging her tightly. She noticed something was off with Chen and gently patted his back, again and again, until he finally calmed down and shyly smiled, sitting up again and happily eating his noodles. Seeing that the noodles were getting a bit mushy, and she sat down to eat as well. Relieved that they were handmade and not too mushy yet. She finished the noodles quickly, even drinking a few sips of soup. Just as she finished, the delivery robot arrived as scheduled, and she went to open the door. Please wait a moment. The 16 bowls of noodles will be ready soon, and it won't take long to pack them. Chen obediently sat and ate his noodles, and after finishing, he put his bowl and chopsticks in the kitchen's dishwasher. Seeing his sister busy and not wanting to disturb her, he quietly went outside. While cooking, she didn't look at the comments, immersed in the world of food. However, the livestream chat exploded with various comments. Why was my account banned? I just changed my account to come back in. Me too. I just said a couple of things about the brother and I got banned. This is my husband's account. What's going on? It seems like the accounts that spoke badly earlier have all been banned. How strange. Could Mao Mao have some big shot behind her? I think it's possible. Mao Mao was just cooking noodles and didn't do anything, but it seems she has some backup. Now we don't have to worry about Mao Mao getting scolded. Come on, say whatever you want. If you want to hit the brother, I see your face is quite big. Why don't you slap yourself a few times? With a big face, you won't miss. Laughing my ass off, the person above is so good with words. I love it. Husain had just finished the morning meeting and received a notification from the back end that Mao Mao was starting a live stream. He subconsciously clicked in and saw she kneading dough, frying eggs, and washing vegetables, then explaining how to make noodles. After that, because of a joke, she began to seriously explain to the fans. Some people spoke excessively, but she pretended not to see it. However, the moment someone mentioned Chen, she instantly flared up. She even said she could give up anything for Chen. In that moment, Husain felt that she had transformed in her heart from a girl who cooks delicious food into a big sister who would do anything to protect her little brother. Watching the comments on the screen, since she was busy cooking and didn't see them, he took matters into his own hands and directly banned their accounts. He hoped this would make Yen-Shi a little happier, his fingers moving quickly as he operated the controls, banning one account after another. Soon, Yen-Shi's livestream chat was free of accusations and insults, leaving only compliments about how the food looked and tasted good. Yen-Shi quickly packed the noodles into the delivery robot's compartment, looking at the comments on the screen, wondering why no one was continuing to speak. She thought she might need some special measures, but it seemed that wouldn't be necessary. Because of Yen-Chen's earlier outburst, she was preparing to say goodbye and end the stream. Suddenly, the live stream was flooded with gifts, as everyone noticed something was off with Yen-Shi, hoping that these gifts would comfort her. Some people, unable to spend money, used their family members' holographic accounts to send free gifts, doing their best to help. Yen-Shi looked at the screen filled with gifts, puzzled about what was happening. They were sending gifts without speaking, which felt a bit strange. All right, no need to send anymore. I'm not angry. As soon as Yen-Shi's words fell, the gift effects decreased significantly, and people started commenting again. Mao Mao, don't leave them. If I had a sister like you, I would cry if someone tried to take her away. Don't laugh at me. I'm 25 years old, and I still cry. Mao Mao would laugh at you, but I will, haha. Now all the fans in the live stream know you're 25 and still crying. If my brother were as obedient and well-behaved as that, I'd despoil him too. Besides, Mao Mao explained it. It's normal for a brother who grew up with her to be dependent, right? But they've all been banned now. So satisfying. I wonder where that big shot came from. I'm in awe. Yen-Shi looked at the comments and saw that many accounts had been banned, wondering about the mysterious big shot. It was strange. She didn't know any powerful figures. Perhaps it was just that fate was on her side. Banning them was great. Chapter 13, did you see that? That's my sister. Yen-Shi finally smiled and was about to end her live stream to spend some time with her brother. Just as she was about to say, she was signing off. The top supporter, who goes by the name of Sway Sway Nyen Nyen, sent 99 Ferris wheels. And the surroundings were dark except for the dazzling special effects that lit up the space, with fireworks going off continuously for about 10 minutes before it finally ended. The special effects faded away, leaving a message. Don't worry, take a good rest. OMG, isn't this a hidden gift? As expected of a big shot, even this has it. Is this very expensive? It's normal for some people not to know. This is a hidden version created by me too. Very few people own it. It's the same price as the Interstellar battleship. And because it's so expensive, it hasn't been shown much. but the special effects are amazing. It's like the Ferris wheel is right in front of me. I feel like I'm sitting in the Ferris wheel watching the fireworks. Of course, hidden versions are extremely expensive. How could they not look good? She felt warm inside, sensing that someone noticed her emotions. An indescribable feeling washed over her, as if she was being valued. However, the top supporter really was a big shot with a lot of money. Fortunately, she had just sent 2 big bowls as a gift, and she learned her lesson this time, secretly acting without anyone in the live stream noticing anything unusual. She waved goodbye to the live stream, saying, "That's it for today. I'm signing off," and then directly closed the stream, feeling quite good, her steps becoming lighter. Pu Xin smiled as he saw She upturned mouth while signing off, still a little money obsessed, feeling that he was smiling too. His emotions inexplicably influenced by She wanted to care for her, which felt nice. She looked at Yi-chun, who was sitting obediently on the sofa, and mysteriously walked over to him, asking, "Do you want to go out and play with your sister?" Yi-chun jumped up excitedly, "Yes." "Where are we going, sister?" She pretended to be mysterious, looking at the eager expression on the little guy's face, not wanting to keep him in suspense for too long. "We're going to the amusement park." "Yay, we can finally go to the amusement park." Yi-chun jumped up and down, laughing happily. She took the little guy out, directly renting an Interstellar private car, thinking that money is meant to be spent. Since she hadn't gotten her Interstellar driver's license yet, she paid 1,000 star coins for the driver to take them back and forth, and with the rental service, it cost a total of 3,000 star coins. She didn't like Interstellar buses, which were overcrowded and quite cramped. So since they were going out to have fun, she wanted to enjoy it thoroughly. "Wow, so this is what the amusement park looks like." Yi-chun exclaimed as they got out of the car and saw the entrance of the amusement park, which looked full of childlike joy, with various staff members dressed in animal costumes, enthusiastically processing customer entries. She looked at the amusement park, which was quite similar to her past life, just with a bit more of a technological flair, realizing that the visitors were now interstellar people, and for a moment, she felt as if she had returned to Earth. "Sister, hurry up." Yi-chun couldn't wait any longer, pulling She towards the ticket booth. She looked at the impatient little guy and, resigned, decided to let loose today. "Hello, adult ticket is 1,680 star coins. Children's ticket is 680 star coins. I'll scan your light brain here." The staff recognized She, and Yi-chun immediately and enthusiastically introduced the tickets. She thought it would be particularly expensive, but it turned out to be within her budget. After scanning their tickets, they entered the amusement park, and Yi-chun was excitedly looking around, his eyes sparkling, exploring everything. The nature of a child instantly revealed. She followed him and noticed that he didn't get many chances to be childlike, especially since he had felt wrong today. She needed to accompany him well. Yi-chun, being only 5 years old, didn't have many options to play with. Apart from the children's area and the carousel, the little guy didn't feel tired at all, running around with a smile on his face. She was also infected by his happiness, laughing joyfully. When noon arrived, She planned to let the little guy eat something casual in the park. As isn't that every child's dream? To eat and drink freely in an amusement park. However, after circling the entire park, the little guy surprisingly said there was nothing good to eat, saying it wasn't as delicious as what his sister made, nor did it smell as good. She was a bit dizzy from the sweet words of Yi-chun. Just a few meals had spoiled the little guy's taste. What did she do? Of course, she indulged him, go to the food vendors to see if she could use their space, paying the usual fee. "Hello, can I use your stall for a bit?" "I'll pay the usual fee. Charge me however you want." She saw a barbecue stall with only a few scattered customers, run by a couple who looked only a few years older than her. Gathering her courage, she approached them. The girl looked up and nodded upon hearing Shi's request. Who would refuse to make money without doing any work? "Sure, feel free to use it." Shi received permission and cut enough meat for 2, noticing that the stall had a variety of seasonings, so she didn't worry about how to cook it, although there were no pots, so they could only grill it. Shi skillfully sliced the meat, using the seasonings from the stall to marinate it. Just touching it made the meat turn a caramel color, looking much more appetizing. Her swift movements and the colors and aromas of the sauces caught the attention of a young couple, who slowly moved closer, watching Shi's next move. It was clear that she was an experienced cook. Her slicing technique wasn't something learned in a short time, as the cuts were deep but not all the way through, evenly spaced, and she handled the seasonings decisively without hesitation. Yenny-chan seemed to notice the couple's gaze and proudly puffed out his chest, saying, "That's my sister. She's amazing." She couldn't help but laugh at the little guy's expression and actions. Her brother was quite the promoter. After marinating for a while, she placed the meat on the grill. This was a high-tech grill that could rotate automatically and input the exact amount of seasoning accurate to the milligram. She focused on the grilling process, watching the color change to decide whether to continue brushing on sauce, noticing what looked like honey on the table. "Can I use a bit of this?" The girl, already captivated by Yen's cooking skills, nodded without thinking, of course. She took a little, diluted it with hot water, and began brushing it onto the meat. The moment she brushed it on, a sweet honey aroma wafted through the air. Gradually, a crowd gathered in front of the stall, with some people pulling out their light brains to start filming. As time passed, the aroma became more and more overwhelming, wafting into the noses of the crowd, and the sound of swallowing grew louder. She was so engrossed in her grilling that she hadn't noticed before. Now, hearing the swallowing sounds, she looked up and thought, "Oh my, when did so many people gather?" Yenny-chan stood proudly, saying, "That's my sister." The children looked at him enviously, saying, "You're so lucky. Your sister cooks so deliciously. It smells so good." She found it a bit funny to see Yen-chan and the envious expressions of the children. The little guy probably didn't realize that boasting too much could get him into trouble. Today was a rare happy day, so she let him be. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, and the crowd erupted into excitement. She covered her head, wondering how she could still be recognized here. Chapter 14. Barbecuing in the amusement park. Yenshi watched as the crowd's eyes grew increasingly fiery. Being too popular didn't seem like a good thing. Today, the cat who loves fish has exploded in popularity, and the food is incredibly delicious. I seem to know why. My social media feeds have been filled with links to streamers praising how good it is. Doesn't that mean we have good fortune? What a coincidence. Finally seeing the real person. She's really beautiful. A girl came over, excitedly grabbing her arm, exclaiming, "I really like you. Yesterday's barbecue was so good. I thought I recognized you, but didn't realize you were the cat. Use whatever ingredients you want. I won't charge you." Yenshi noticed the girl's boyfriend looking bewildered, equally excited as he gazed at Yenshi. "It's fine. We still have to pay for food. We can't just eat for free. I can't let my brother develop bad habits." Yenny-chan quickly nodded at this, agreeing with his sister. "Sister is right. We should pay for food. I'm a good kid." Lin Xian looked at Yenny-chan with increasing fondness, smiling as she reached out. "Hello, little brother. I'm Lin Xian. Nice to meet you. You're really well behaved." Hearing the compliment, Yenny-chan proudly lifted his head, shook hands with Lin Xian, and replied, "Hello, I'm also very happy to meet you. It's all thanks to my sister's good teaching." Yenshi found their polite demeanor amusing. Yenny-chan looked just like a little adult, pretending to shake hands. "Hello, I'm Luo Fei. Nice to meet you." Luo Fei followed Lin Xian over to get familiar. Yenny-chan skillfully shook hands in gratitude and took the opportunity to praise Yenshi for her good teaching. The onlookers were laughing so hard they couldn't stand up. The little guy was too entertaining. Yenshi couldn't spare time to chat with others. She had to keep an eye on the meat, fearing it would burn if she looked away for a moment. She was still brushing on the sauce, watching the pork turn crispy on the outside. Mixed with the aroma of honey, it was making people drool. The crowd at the amusement park surrounded the stall tightly. Yet the smell of grilled meat wafted far away, enticing more people. Soon, most of the people in the courtyard gathered around. Yenshi looked at the dense heads and suddenly felt a bit claustrophobic. "What's going on?" The park manager, noticing the crowd from the surveillance cameras, hurried out to check the situation. As he got closer, the aroma became more pronounced, bringing a comforting feeling, even calming his nerves. Almost everyone was gathered here, and there were no customers waiting at the equipment. They were all at the little stall. Yenshi's meat was ready, and she carefully took it off the grill, placing on the cutting board, quickly slicing it into small pieces. With the chili powder and cumin she had, she noticed there was even some lettuce at the stall, making it perfect for a crispy pork belly version. Wrapping it with the dipping sauce, adding cumin and a piece of lettuce, she presented it to Yenny-chan. "Try it and see how it tastes." Yenny Chin felt his tongue tingling with flavor. The sweetness from the honey mixed with the meat aroma created a layered taste that slowly filled his mouth. So delicious. It's sweet and salty, so fragrant. The sound of people swallowing saliva around them was constant. And when the manager arrived, he saw the child eating, surrounded by a group of people also swallowing. Clearing his throat, the manager asked, "What is going on here? Why are so many people gathered?" The crowd recognized the manager and quickly parted, creating a path. As the manager got closer, he caught a whiff of the meat's aroma, exclaiming, "This smells amazing. I've never smelled anything like this before. No wonder everyone is drooling." Yinchi looked up at the formally dressed man, asking, "Is there something you need?" The manager shook his head. "How did you make this meat? It smells so good." Yinchi noticed the manager was eyeing the grilled meat, clearly craving it. Realizing he was the park manager, she felt a bit apologetic for drawing so many people here. So she awkwardly offered him a few pieces. "You should try a little. I didn't grill much, just taste it." The manager couldn't resist such deliciousness and took it, following Yinchi's instructions, putting it in his mouth to chew. There were 3 flavors, one plain, tasting the meat's original flavor, and the other 2 were spicy and non-spicy. As he chewed, his eyes lit up. This was truly delicious, the best barbecue he had ever tasted. "This is really good." The crowd erupted in excitement. Not only was Yin Ichin eating, but even the manager got some bites. "Can you make more?" "I can pay." "Yes, I'll pay too. My kid is drooling." "I'll pay double. Make mine first." "Why should the highest bidder get it first?" "I'll offer triple. I'll pay 5 times. I must have the barbecue." The crowd began to shout prices, continuously raising their bids. Yinchi saw how much everyone liked it and sighed. She had hoped for a more relaxed outing, but ended up having to cook. "Everyone, stop shouting. Go buy the ingredients for the pork and what you need. I won't charge much here, and everyone pays for their own materials, limited to 2 portions per person." As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd erupted. No one was short of money to buy meat. Most people who came here to play were not lacking in funds, and regular families wouldn't hesitate to spend half of their budget. "Although first, I'll definitely be back first." "That's unfair. Wait for me. Mom, let us run faster." I'm clever. I bought it directly online, and the delivery robot will bring it soon. No need to squeeze with you all. Why didn't I think of that? I'll buy it too. I want to have to run back and forth. On the online platform, orders for the pork were being placed one after another, all directed to the amusement park. What's going on? Is the amusement park turning into a meat market? There was no time to think more. She had to get to work, busy and unable to stop, but a smile was on her face. With so many orders, she was about to make a fortune. Seizing the opportunity, while everyone went to buy ingredients, Yinchi finally sat down to eat barbecue, quickly filling up and taking a break. Yin Ichin sat obediently, not making a fuss, thinking that his sister would have to grill meat later and didn't want to tire her out. Yinchi opened the Me Too platform and started messaging a few people who had helped her. "Are you free?" Gathering at the amusement park for barbecue. Unlimited flavors to choose from. Same old rules. As soon as she sent the message, several replies came in. "Cat 9, I'm really close. I'll be there soon. Bye Shue. I have nothing to do. I'm heading out now." "Who too? Ever since I had barbecue, drinking nutrient liquid at home feels like poison. I'm on my way." Song Bao, I feel the same. I ordered from the Interstellar restaurant, and it was terrible. Yinchi help. Yinchi looked at the enthusiastic responses, unable to help but laugh, replying, "Buy a few barbecue grills on your way here. It's a bit crowded, and one grill might take until dark to finish." Cat 9 was already on the spaceship. Seeing the message, quickly heading to the electronics city, aiming for the target. "Cat 9, photo, already bought. Hurry up. Yinchi, fast. I'll grill it for you first, and share more with you." The other 3 regretted not flying faster. Chapter 15 today is the sporty and energetic girl, just half an hour later. All 4 of them arrived. The 2 boys were each carrying 2 barbecue grills, looking both cool and amusing. However, there were not many people left in the park, so they were not worried about embarrassing themselves. They headed straight to the stall where Yinchi was, set up the barbecue grills, and sat down to rest. They met again, and Mao Mao Bai Shui was dressed in light pink, carrying a fluffy backpack with a bunny tail, looking soft, cute, and adorable. Yinchi unconsciously walked over and pulled on Bai Shui's arm. The little girl was just too cute with her chubby cheeks. "You're here so quickly. Bai Shue's face turned slightly red as she caught a whiff of the pleasant fragrance coming from Yanqi. It smelled so good. Indeed, beautiful sisters always smell nice. Seeing that most people had arrived and there wasn't much time to rest, Yanqi called over the couple and began dividing up the tasks. When the ingredients arrive, 2 people will be responsible for washing, 2 for cutting meat. I will prepare the sauce and marinate. Chun will wash the lettuce, and 2 will be in charge of grilling. You all discuss how to allocate the tasks. Once I'm done with the sauce and the marination, I'll come over to help grill the meat. After the meat is washed, 1 person will grill, and 1 will help Chun wash the lettuce. Is everyone okay with this? Everyone shook their heads, indicating they had no problems. They started discussing their respective stations, with Hu Tu and Bai Shue choosing to wash, Mao Jiao and Song Bao grilling, and Luo Fei and Lin Xian responsible for cutting meat. Since the 2 had watched Mao Mao's livestream, they had more experience and were afraid the grilled meat wouldn't taste good, and they were used to cutting meat, so this position suited them well. Just after they had assigned the tasks, someone came back holding meat, moving remarkably fast. We're back. 2 adults and 1 child bought enough pork and necessary ingredients for 5 people. The family of 3 ran back, panting heavily, quickly handing the pork to Yanqi and the others. Yanqi was feeling anxious, thinking that there might be even more people later, which could lead to confusion over the order of serving. The manager noticed Yanqi's concern and asked, "Are there any hand tags in the park? Hurry and get them." Yanqi looked at the manager, who quickly thought of a solution, resolving the issue. The staff hurried to the warehouse to find the hand tags and opened a whole new set numbered 1 to 500, hurriedly pushing them towards the stall. However, by the time they made a round trip, many people had already gathered in front of the stall, eagerly eyeing Yanqi and the others. Some of the people gathered in front of the stall had purchased tickets online from the Star Network, stretching their necks as they waited at the amusement park entrance. The grilled meat would be served to them first, and then the 5 would start grilling simultaneously, which would be faster. Everyone had to wait a little while. Yanqi patiently explained, fearing that some might think they were eating first and feel unfair, causing unrest. No one opposed. They all felt they were getting a great deal, as such delicious-smelling grilled meat could only be enjoyed after a little wait. In the Interstellar restaurant, it would cost thousands of star coins per serving, and no one urged them. The hand tags were distributed according to the initial record, and they all found seats near the stall. Surprisingly, no one was playing in the park anymore. Yanqi's stall had become the center of attraction. With the meat at the stall, Yanqi started preparing the grilled meat for everyone, quickly cutting and applying the sauce for marination, and then placing on the grill. Using the newly bought barbecue grill, they could choose high-temperature grilling, greatly reducing the cooking time, allowing the high heat to penetrate from the outside in, eliminating worries about undercooked meat. Do you prefer sweet or spicy? Yanqi decided to ask. After all, they needed to be well-fed to have the energy to work. Whatever works, Mao Mao said, looking at the grilling. It must be delicious. Song Bao answered first, eyeing the grilled meat in Yanqi's hand. The others nodded in agreement. Some of the crowd echoed, "We're not picky. Anything is fine." Yanqi quickly finished grilling and hurriedly distributed the grilled meat to everyone, while she prepared some sauce for later so that when Mao Jiao and Song Bao started grilling, they wouldn't be flustered. Come over quickly to eat. 2 types of sauce. Dip what you like, or enjoy both together for a better flavor. Those who like sweet can eat it directly. As soon as Yanqi spoke, the 4 of them eagerly grabbed the cut grilled meat and devoured it, drawing the curious eyes of the little ones. The kids were very orderly, not rushing up for grilled meat, as their parents had told them that only when the older brothers and sisters were full could they grill better meat, and they just had to wait a little longer. The 4 of them were enjoying the greasy grilled meat, feeling the aroma of crispy pork belly filling their mouths, with the crispy skin paired with tender meat and dipping sauce being simply irresistible. If they continued eating, the little ones might not be able to hold back any longer. All right, take a sip of water and let's get started. Song Bao finished his last bite of crispy pork belly, patting his round belly, letting out a satisfied burp that seemed to carry the flavor of the pork belly. One after another, the other 3 finished as well. Mao Jiao stood up calmly, wiping his mouth leisurely. Despite his demeanor, he was very quick at snatching meat. Finally, I've tasted the food made by Mao Mao. Now that's real food, Hu Tu said while wiping his mouth, looking as if he was reminiscing about the flavor of the crispy pork belly. At first, He thought Yinshi was a cold and aloof goddess, but who knew she was just a foodie who transformed when there was good food. Bai Shui slowly finished her last bite, wiped her mouth, took a sip of water, and saw everyone looking at her, feeling a bit shy. The couple had finished eating and tidied up the area, just waiting for Yinshi and the others to start. All right, let's get started according to the previous arrangement. Yinshi commanded, and everyone returned to their positions. Yinshi decided not to hide anything and immediately started the live stream again. It was now 2 o'clock in the afternoon, past mealtime, but the live stream room suddenly surged with 530,000 viewers. After Yinshi's morning live stream, she had gained 1,003,000 fans. In this interstellar population, 1 million fans was nothing. Popular streamers usually had tens of millions of fans. However, Yinshi was an exception. No one had ever gained 1 million fans in just 2 days. Why is my wife live streaming at this time? Who cares as long as I can watch? I won't tell you I'm watching while working, show? I know. Be careful I report you. Ha ha ha. 1. Also sneaking a peek at work. No choice. Who can resist Mao Mao's delicious cooking? Laughing to death. You guys sneak around behind your boss, while our boss brings us to sneak around. We can't help but watch Mao Mao's live stream. Our boss is a fan. Indeed. No comparison means no harm. Yinshi looked at the lively live stream room, waved to greet everyone. Today, to enjoy the amusement park comfortably, she wore a relatively comfortable white sports outfit, paired with a bun that exuded energy. Hello everyone. Today is a special situation, and I'm starting the live stream now. I'm currently at the amusement park on H-Star, here to grill crispy pork belly for my fans. Suddenly, a comment popped up, as if afraid others wouldn't see it. Spending 500 star coins to post an announcement on the screen with golden text that was very eye-catching, hard to miss. Chapter 16. So sleepy someone sent a pillow. The fans' first reaction was disbelief. Many people had eaten the food without any issues, yet he ended up in the hospital. Don't shirk responsibility. My child didn't eat anything. He won a prize at your place yesterday, and after eating it, he started convulsing, foaming at the mouth, and was in a daze. You need to explain this. The fans quickly clicked into that person's profile and saw the post in the background, which indeed included several hospital test reports and photos of the son in the hospital, looking dazed and weak on the hospital bed. This caused some people to switch sides. Believing the truth was revealed. Yinshi had poisoned and killed their son. Suddenly, there were all sorts of comments. See, I said there was no reason for her to become famous. Now the retribution has come. How can you treat a boy like this? Don't you feel guilty? Mom has no choice but to complain in the live stream and seek an explanation. Heartless streamer, hurry up and die. The person above is being too extreme. Why should we believe just their side of the story? I say they're slandering Cat. Exactly. No one can say anything without accurate information. But who can say for sure in situations like this? I don't care. I believe Cat wouldn't do that. And she looked at her supportive fans, her eyes slightly red. It had been a long time since she felt the warmth of being protected and trusted. In her previous life, she had never experienced parental love. Her family only knew how to give her money, and they barely saw each other twice a year. Familial affection seemed non-existent. Receiving comfort and affirmation made her voice much stronger because this incident had nothing to do with her. Since the matter had arisen, it needed to be investigated thoroughly. I have never poisoned food. I streamed the entire cooking process live. Only after the delivery robot left did I end the stream. The fans in a live room are my witnesses. If anyone wants to slander me, feel free. We can go through legal procedures. Exactly. I was there the whole time, from cleaning to packaging. I didn't have time to poison anything. This person might have seen Cat become popular and felt threatened. I think they could be someone in the industry. I think you might be onto something. Has Cat offended anyone? She shook her head. I just started live streaming and haven't interacted with other streamers at all. Then someone must be jealous of you. Cat, you became famous too quickly, and they're afraid you'll overshadow them. That could be true. Has anyone heard other streamers bad-mouthing Cat in their live streams? I couldn't sleep last night and went to Bai Wei's live stream. She was crying, saying Cat ignored her and didn't reply to her messages. It annoyed me, so I left. Could it be Bai Wei causing trouble? Is there a fan who recorded it? Hurry up and share it. I want to see what she said. Cat9 saw that Yinshi's eyes were red with anger, so he directly used a spatial button to pull out a more advanced light brain. His fingers quickly tapped, and in less than 5 minutes, he found the video and conveniently posted it in the updates, deliberately sending a message in the live room. I recorded it. It's in the updates. The viewers in the live room clicked into Cat 9's stream to watch the video, and they were left speechless by Wei's actions. However, this didn't change much and couldn't rescue Yin Shi, who was in deep trouble. Pu Xinyin finally had a moment to rest, seeing the trending topic on the Me Too platform. He quickly clicked into Yin Shi's live stream and saw her red eyes, which were obviously strained. He felt a bit angry and, after reading the comments on the bullet screen, more or less understood what had happened and began to take action. Usually, Yin Shi was full of energy and smiles, but now her red eyes made people feel more heartbroken. Unfortunately, Pu Xinyin didn't know that these weren't tears of frustration, but tears of gratitude. Gu Ziong originally had something to report. He walked to the door and entered without knocking, only to see his brother coldly tapping on the screen. Pu Xinyin glanced at Gu Ziong, shivered a bit, and instinctively ran out without saying a word. The matter was simple enough that he could handle it without a report, but he didn't dare approach Gu Ziong, whose eyes seemed as if they could devour him. He didn't know who was foolish enough to provoke this person. They must be tired of living. Bai Wei felt her eyelids twitching, sensing that something bad was about to happen. Could it be that she had failed? Seeing the trending topic and realizing it had succeeded, she still felt uneasy and decided to ask the number one big brother. Brother, don't make things difficult for Cat because of me. She shouldn't have done it on purpose. The number one big brother understood her intentions. Wei Wei was still too kind, and he was growing fonder of her. It's fine. If someone makes our Wei Wei unhappy, they will have to pay the price. Just wait patiently. Bai Wei took a deep breath, thinking she might have overreacted. In the past, the number one big brother had helped her handle many people without any issues. That Cat should be the same. Aside from her food smelling a bit better, she wasn't any different from the previous people. So she decided not to care anymore. Lying on her bed to take a nap, Pu Xinyin blacked out the hospital's account and traced it to find the doctor's personal information. Using the personal information, he located the light brain number, directly hacked into the light brain password, and logged in. He coldly stared at the chat records. A habitual offender. He copied everything and sent it to his own light brain, erasing all browsing traces and making it seem like nothing had happened. Following the account transfer, he traced it back to Bai Wei's number one big brother. This big brother indeed had some background, and his light brain had multiple layers of protection, making it difficult to operate. Unfortunately, he was up against Pu Xinyin. In 10 minutes, he broke through all defenses and transferred the data to his own light brain. Looking at the chat records between him and Bai Wei, he scrolled through a section and was utterly disgusted. Bai Wei had sent extremely explicit and vulgar photos and videos to gain the number one big brother's help, nearly making him sick. Based on the transfer records from the number one big brother, he successfully found the information of the person in the hospital, and the truth was finally revealed. Pu Xinyin organized the evidence and sent it to Yin Shi from the back end, unable to help but smile. This little girl would surely be happy now. Here is the evidence I compiled, along with some photos and videos. You can handle it as you see fit. Yin Shi was troubled about where to start, but unexpectedly, someone sent her evidence, and it was neatly organized. It was indeed a case of someone sending a pillow when she was sleepy. She opened it and blushed quickly, prompting questions in the live room. Pu Xinyin noticed Yin Shi's reaction and realized the little girl was easily embarrassed, which made him smile in good humor. What is Cat looking at? Your face is so red. Don't think you can just look at it. I want to see too. Even if you're red-faced, it doesn't matter. Their son is still lying in the hospital. Hurry up and say how you're going to handle this. Yeah, why keep changing the topic? Yin Shi organized her emotions, looking calmly at the screen. Are you all sure you want the evidence? I'm afraid some people won't be able to handle it. Glancing at the number of people in front of the small stall, there were more than half fewer than before. It seemed people were hesitating to eat the food she made. No wonder they didn't want money. It turned out they had ill intentions. Chapter 17. Me Too President Online Versailles. And she directly brought up the topic, saying that since someone wanted to cause her trouble, she wasn't afraid of it. She also knew who the troublemaker was and initially didn't want to make things too ugly. The bullet comments were all discussing who framed Yin Shi, and everyone was guessing. The number one brother felt uneasy and thought something was off, feeling a bit anxious. When he saw someone mention Bai Wei in the comments, The corner of his eye started twitching. Where's the evidence? I want to see it. I love gossip. 1. I want to see who wants to harm my cat. Hurry up and throw out the evidence. We're waiting here. Yanxi didn't hesitate and directly revealed the evidence that Pu Xinyan had organized, now that the matter had escalated. Clarifying it solely on Me Too's live stream wouldn't be very effective. Yanxi registered a new Xinghua account and verified it as a Me Too streamer, then promptly posted the evidence there. Alright, just go search for Cat Loves Fish on Xinghua. The verified Me Too streamer is me. Go to check it out. Soon, the number of viewers in the live stream dropped to less than 100,000. There was a lot of evidence and multiple timelines, and those quick to check back returned after 15 minutes with the first batch of comments. Wow, how shameless. Bai Wei is really disgusting. I always felt something was off about her relationship with the number one brother. Turns out there was this layer of connection. She said she had nothing to do with the number one brother. Now she's slapped in the face. It hurts just to watch. Still wanted to frame my cat. She flipped the script. I said before, when a somewhat famous streamer suddenly becomes popular and then disappears. Turns out she got banned due to being framed. Bai Wei has hidden it well. Her tone and chat records are completely unpresentable. I just came back. These two are quite the same type. I'm going to Bai Wei's live stream to demand an explanation. Me too. If the truth isn't uncovered by the cat, wouldn't she get banned too? Right, there won't be any good food left after this. Indeed, as soon as delicious food was mentioned, the crowd's anger escalated again, and they all headed to Bai Wei's live stream. Bai Wei was trying to grill barbecue, and, seeing so many people flood into the live stream, smiled too happily. Hello everyone, I'm making barbecue now. Although I'm not as good as Sister Cat, I will learn well. After saying this, she smiled friendly, completely unaware that her actions had already been exposed. Hey, who are you calling sister? My cat is only 17. So disgusting, her speech is irritating. Hurry up and end the stream. Take my advice, otherwise the big group is coming, afraid you'll cry from the scolding. You two must have slept together many times. You've done this kind of thing a lot, right? Learning how to grill from Cat while trying to frame her. Be careful of ghosts visiting you at midnight. Bai Wei was completely stunned by the insults, feeling extremely flustered but still forcing herself to remain calm in front of the camera. She had been so careful. How could she possibly be discovered? Even if she was found out, she couldn't be accused of being the one in charge. The money and the people were all arranged by the number one brother. It had nothing to do with her. How could they say that about me? I didn't know anything. How could they say I framed Cat? I'm so wronged. Wah wah wah. Bai Wei's fans still didn't know what was going on. They only saw Yanxi's fans rushing in and starting to insult her. Seeing Bai Wei's feigned grievance and starting to send bullet comments back, Bai Wei secretly smiled while wiping her tears. Still have the nerve to cry. So disgusting. Hurry up and check Xinghua. Everyone is already done with you. Still protecting Bai Wei. It's also pitiful, sold out, and still counting money for Bai Wei. Bai Wei thinks everyone is a fool, unable to see the twists and turns with the number one brother. As these few comments appeared, some of Bai Wei's fans ran to Xinghua to see what done with meant. The remaining fans still defended Bai Wei, which could be considered true die-hard fans. Hurry up and get out. Is this how your fans are? Coming in just to insult. Such low quality. If you don't want to watch, just leave. I believe Wei Wei. You made Wei Wei cry. Hurry up and get out. Bai Wei saw that there were still people defending her, even helping to explain, and she became more confident. My fans can't stand it anymore. You guys are too much. So many people are saying this about me. Is Cat allowing it? Even if Cat doesn't like me, I'm still a senior in the food channel. Isn't this too rude to me? I demand Cat apologize to me. I clearly did nothing. Exactly, what does it mean to come in and insult? Is it your streamer who instigated this? We came on our own. It has nothing to do with Cat. What kind of face do you have, asking Cat to apologize? Puffed. So disgusting. What are you pretending for? Just get lost. I almost got Cat banned because of you. If I can't eat Cat's food in the future, I'll beat you up when I see you. You should thank Cat's account wasn't banned. Otherwise, we all would have gone to beat you up. Yanxi's fans had too strong a fighting spirit. Every time Bai Wei's fans said something, countless replies would come back. And soon the comments were dominated by Yanxi's fans. If someone who wasn't watching the live stream only read the comments, they would think it was Yanxi's live stream. At this point, some of Bai Wei's fans had returned after checking, and most chose to unfollow. They all said it's over. It's a pity I followed her for so many years. My youth can't come back. Hurry up and end the stream. Don't stay here. Be careful you get forced in it soon. How could you even think of using poison to kill someone and then slander Cat for poisoning the food? If the truth can't be resolved, getting banned is a small matter. Usually, people become blacklisted and sent to a desolate planet for life. Truly the most venomous woman as heart. Her reputation has collapsed. It's a pity to have liked her for so many years. Sorry, I didn't know the situation at first and insulted you all. This incident continued to ferment and simultaneously took the top spot on both MeToo livestream and Xinhua hot search lists. MeToo Company was urgently holding a meeting to see how to handle this matter, as the impact was too significant. However, Bai Wei was one of the early food streamers, and there were still some die-hard fans, fearing that banning her would alienate users. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. Suddenly, the president received a phone call, his face filled with respect and seriousness as he went out, nodding and bowing repeatedly, saying good, good, good. This made everyone in the office curious, constantly peeking inside. When the president suddenly came back, smiling and completely devoid of the seriousness from the earlier meeting, he directly announced that Bai Wei's account would be banned, and a public announcement would be made on the official blog about the termination of the contract with Bai Wei, effective immediately. In the office, everyone looked at each other, puzzled about how a phone call could change things so dramatically. The president looked at everyone who was confused and explained a bit, saying it was nothing. It was just that General Pu personally called to just handle the ban, and he would take care of the rest. He also granted me one wish, which is to treat Cat well. In my opinion, their relationship isn't shallow. Everyone was even more confused. How did General Pu get involved? This streamer has some background. They can't offend her and must take care in the future. Who is General Pu? A person who led 50,000 soldiers, fought for half a month, and repelled a 1,000,000-strong insect army. That's the insect race. Even without the insect race, as long as there is war on this planet, when General Pu goes out to battle, he is never lost. The Interstellar people affectionately call Pu Si Nian the god of war. Chapter 18. The top supporter admits mistakes online at this moment, and she was still unaware that the case had been solved. She was about to get busy. Because of what had just happened, the crowd had thinned out by half, or at least it didn't seem so chaotic anymore. She didn't dare to let Yanni Chen know what was going on, so she had Bai Shui take the little guy to buy things first. If he found out, he would definitely cry, thinking his sister had been wronged. I have always trusted Mao inexplicably. His cooking is so delicious that I wouldn't run away. Now it's good. There are not many people left in front of me, and I'll be next in line soon. I also thought the same. If they all hurried up and left, I wouldn't have to wait. We were all thinking the same thing. Ha ha ha. Fox 2 was ready to use her connections to investigate, but didn't expect that the act would directly reveal the evidence, without needing her at all. Silent Pass gave Yanxi a reassuring pat on the shoulder, speaking gently. It's okay. We are here for you. We trust you unconditionally. Yanxi felt her eyes welling up inexplicably. Is this what it feels like to have friends? Song Bao was ready to rush over and beat up the top supporter. But Mao Jiu stopped him, which delayed his time on the blacklist. Just as he calmed down, he heard Yanxi say there was evidence. Having evidence was good. Yanxi must not suffer because she is especially good to her friends and doesn't hold back with her fans, making interactions comfortable and reassuring. Song Bao and Mao Jiu, not being very good at comforting others, walked over to look at Yanxi. Although this group of friends had just met, they felt like they had known each other for a long time and genuinely cared for her, so she couldn't cry. All right, you guys want me to cry with emotion? Huh? Time to get to work. Yanxi joked with them, patting their backs, and finally started to get busy. The guests in the amusement park saw Yanxi recovering and breathed a sigh of relief. If they couldn't have barbecue because of Bai Wei and her top supporter, they might get angry enough to hit someone. The group that left at the beginning regretted it deeply when they saw the evidence Yanxi had posted. They were all regretting not staying. It began, just as they were wondering when Bai Shui would come back. They saw the little girl bringing over a milk bun, while Yanni Chen held the seasonings they had bought. Sister, I'm back. I'm here to help. Yanni Chen put down the things, rolled up his sleeves, and began to take out the vegetables from the bag, washing them carefully. Good. Make sure to wash them well. Yanxi looked at Chen-Chen's happy expression and couldn't help but smile. With a group of friends and a well-behaved little brother, life felt complete. Everyone unanimously avoided mentioning what had just happened. Seeing Yanxi intentionally avoiding the little guy, the adults reminded the children at home not to say anything, or else there would be no barbecue. Bai Shui mischievously winked and leaned close to Yanxi, whispering, "I'm clever, you know. I saw you post the evidence and waited a bit before bringing Chen back. Yes, you're the smartest." Yanxi looked at Bai Shui gratefully. The little girl was very clever. They began to work like a well-oiled machine. Once busy, Yanxi completely forgot the troubling matters. All she could see was the meat, applying the sauce generously and massaging it in. Before long, the aroma of crispy pork belly wafted through the air. Everyone was swallowing their saliva, staring at the pork belly on the grill, counting how many people were still ahead of them. While it was calm here for Yanxi, focused solely on live streaming the barbecue, things were completely chaotic for Bai Wei. Bai Wei's live stream was forcibly shut down and her account was banned. Yanxi's fans were angrily cursing in Bai Wei's live stream, thinking it was because Bai Wei felt too ashamed to continue streaming. When they sent private messages to curse her, it turned out to show that the broadcaster had been banned. But this made Yanxi's fans extremely happy. Now they wouldn't be angry anymore. They were previously worried that Yanxi might quit streaming because of what Bai Wei did. After all, there had been people who had quit before. Yanxi's fans took screenshots and posted updates showing the account ban interface along with the phrase, "Evil will eventually be punished." Many people couldn't help but click in to see, and after watching, they were clueless about what was happening. There were people in the comments section explaining, and soon they went back to look at Yanxi's updates. At this point, the evidence posted by Yanxi had received over 6 million likes, more than 45 million shares, and over 1 billion views, and it was still growing. Now, Bai Wei and her top supporter were completely in the spotlight. Bai Wei was hiding at home, smashing things, furious at the official Me Too for directly banning her account. Unable to access Xing Wei to ask her top supporter for help, she sent, "Brother, my account has been banned. That bitch somehow got her hands on evidence and posted it. What should I do?" The top supporter, Zhang Liang, was traveling on another planet and hadn't seen the uproar on Xing Bo. Hearing Bai Wei's voice and reading her message, he felt something was off. "I'll go check what is going on. It shouldn't be a big deal. Don't worry." After calming Bai Wei down, he quickly opened Xing Bo to see what was happening. When he saw the trending topic was the post by Yanxi, he clicked in to check. Initially thinking it was fake, he was shocked to find his chat history with Bai Wei, along with the collusion of doctors at the hospital and the sudden influx of money into an elderly person's account. It even uncovered incidents from long ago where streamers were forced to close their accounts, laying everything out clearly, complete with a timeline. Zhang Liang, who suddenly struck gold by discovering a metal mine on a remote planet, had gone from being a broke young man to a big boss. He fell in love with Bai Wei the first time he watched her live stream. Whatever she wanted, he would handle it for her. In this world, as long as you have money, anything is possible. He had always dealt with things this way, but didn't he expect to stumble this time? He was now panicking. His neural interface showed no signs of being hacked or stolen, which meant this was a big player who was protecting Yanxi. It felt like he had hit a wall, and he was scratching his head, losing interest in the hot spring. Running away wasn't an option. Interstellar beings have only one genetic sequence number in their lifetime. Even if he changed his appearance, he would be found unless he hid from everyone for life. Zhang Liang thought of a way to shift all the blame on Bai Wei, clearing himself of any involvement. After all, he was rich, and he had already tasted what it was like to be with Bai Wei. He couldn't waste his later years because of her. He still had things to do. Bai Wei had no idea her top supporter was planning to kick her out and was already thinking about the next steps. Zhang Liang, being a businessman, quickly gathered everything Bai Wei had said to him, compiling a collection of her instigating words. While the topic was still hot, he quickly posted it on Xing Bo, tagging Yanxi and saying he was very sorry for what he did to Yanxi. He had just been misled by Bai Wei and hoped for forgiveness. Yanxi was completely unaware of this matter, and the people at the amusement park were too busy to watch, immersed in eating meat and working, lost in the embrace of crispy pork belly. Bai Wei was waiting for Zhang Liang's reply, but received none. When she sent a message to ask about it, she found it had been deleted. Just as she was about to ask what was going on, She saw the trending topic on Xingbo with a bright red explosive word followed by a row of letters. After reading it carefully several times, she dared to confirm. Furious, Bai Wei shouted and smashed everything she could in the room, her hands trembling with anger. How dare he delete her? Since it had come to this, she no longer needed to give him any face. Chapter 19. Overindulged in gossip, the people on Starblog were still happily gossiping. Upon seeing the chat interface posted by Zhang Liang, they felt an overwhelming urge to jump through the internet and strangle Bai Wei. It turned out that many streamers who suddenly disappeared and stopped broadcasting were actually manipulated by Bai Wei and her accomplices. With this incident, the heat continued to rise, and gradually those mentioned in the chat records began to appear and started to blame them. They claimed that it was they who ruined their lives, forcing them not to stream and threatening them with their family members' lives. Some girls thought it was a prank and didn't care, casually reporting it, who knew that their family members would be killed and photos and videos would be sent to them. By the time they learned the truth, it was too late. They could only agree to stop broadcasting forever. A few orphans recorded videos with altered voices and hidden faces expressing their grievances, saying they were orphans who were kidnapped on their way home from work, knocked unconscious, and photographed naked, threatened that if they didn't behave, the photos would be released. Yet, even after complying, they couldn't avoid the threats. They were coerced with the photos, and if they didn't serve well, the photos would be sent out. Everyone harbored thoughts of certain death, believing that scum like them shouldn't live in this world, and that one day they would be exposed. Little did they expect that day had finally come. The people in the Star community were cursing Zhang Liang and Bai Wei to death, and those with violent tempers had already gone to confront them. On the other side, Bai Wei, filled with rage, organized her evidence and posted it on Starblog, tearing the facade apart. Even if she had to go down, she would drag Zhang Liang down with her. Go check it out. Bai Wei posted an update. Wow, this is exciting. A major gossip scene. TSK, TSK, TSK. Who would have thought these two once in love would end up like this? This has become my topic of conversation this year. There's so much to discuss. But these victims are too tragic. How can we save them? Bai Wei, stop bickering with each other. Just die together. Death is too light. They should be punished with 1,000 cuts according to ancient Earth customs. Support. Zhang Liang looked at the updates being posted, and although most were cursing him, a small number expressed sympathy, which was fine. There was still a chance for a comeback. However, he completely forgot that while he had evidence, so did Bai Wei. Mutual destruction would benefit neither of them. Seeing the trending updates, he clicked in and found that Bai Wei had also posted, claiming she never said those things and that it was all Zhang Liang's doing, insisting she had no involvement. However, she admitted to complaining about others behind their backs. This move is worthy of a streamer who has a place in Me Too Live. Really good at deflecting blame. You clearly guided Zhang Liang to make mistakes, yet you say you did nothing. This tactic is impressive. Your words are getting clearer. Hurry up and go to jail. You're disgusting me. I've had enough gossip. I'm about to throw up. Zhang Liang immediately used the Star blog messaging function to send Bai Wei a private message. Hurry up and delete it. I spent a lot of money on you. Even if it went through me, it was all your guidance. Bai Wei, seeing Zhang Liang's message, clenched her fingers tightly until they turned white. You sold me out first. The fault is yours. I never asked you for money. It was all your initiative. You can't pin this on me, so give up. Zhang Liang, furious, swept everything off the table and yelled, bitch. Just die. This was all you're doing. Zhang Liang spent a lot of money hiring mercenaries to take Bai Wei's life. Knowing Zhang Liang's ruthless nature, Bai Wei quickly packed her bags and left, covering herself well. Luckily, she had purchased a starship. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to escape. Indeed, after flying for a while, she saw a group of people dressed in black watching her house. She quickly accelerated to leave, but unfortunately, she was still spotted. The mercenaries had high reconnaissance skills and keen insight, seeing the expressions of those around them who wanted to say something but didn't dare. They followed and spotted the ship that had not gone far. The few of them exchanged glances and quickly pursued her in their ship. Bai Wei, noticing she was being chased, pushed her ship to maximum power and performed a space jump, targeting a desolate planet. Right now, the most important thing was to survive, no matter where she ended up. The mercenary leader had sharp eyes and noticed that Bai Wei's jump was toward the desolate planet. At least he had some brains. What a pity. The younger brothers rarely heard their leader praise a woman, and for a moment, they were a bit dumbfounded. Bai Wei landed on the desolate planet, which looked like a junkyard, covering her nose in disgust as she looked around. She patted her chest, glanced back, and sighed with relief as she sat down on the ground. She was safe. It was surprising that there were still people flying ships here. Residents of the desolate planet passed by and curiously stared at Bai Wei's attire. Bai Wei's disdainful gaze was unhidden as she stared back. Behind you, a resident kindly reminded her, but Bai Wei showed no gratitude and directly retorted to shut him up. Get away. I don't want to be associated with you. Stay away from me. Bai Wei looked at him disdainfully, completely missing the panic in the resident's tone. The resident glanced at the vicious mercenaries behind her and turned to run. Forget it. This person has such malicious intent. It's better to protect myself. I don't want to get involved in her mess. Bai Wei thought the resident was embarrassed and turned to leave. But suddenly, a group of shadows appeared behind her. In panic, she turned to see several people sneaking around her house. She didn't even care about her ship anymore and ran away. The mercenary leader waved his hand, and the younger brothers quickly surrounded Bai Wei, who was still trying to escape, feeling angry. She should have been drinking and eating right now. Let me go. I have money. I'll give it all to you. Bai Wei was already terrified, frantically scanning the group and spotting a gun not far from her. Her legs couldn't help but tremble. The mercenary leader pretended to be very interested. Oh? How much money? Bai Wei thought she was about to be spared. It was easy to talk about money. I'll give you everything I've earned over the years. Please don't kill me. She quickly opened her light brain to show the mercenary leader her balance. The younger brothers leaned in to take a look, gasping in surprise. There was indeed a lot. There was still one. 8 billion. This woman is really rich. Not a bad, unexpected gain. The mercenary leader turned and signaled, and his younger brothers instantly understood. They approached to negotiate, saying they would transfer the money to this account in exchange for her life. Bai Wei, not seeing the mercenary leader's expression, truly believed that as long as she transferred the money, she would survive. She quickly transferred all the money from her account. Now she understood that money was just an external matter. Living was the most important thing. She didn't need to investigate. Bai Wei knew Zhang Liang too well. Only he could have done this. I've transferred it all. You said you would let me live. You can't go back on your word. The younger brothers directly smashed Bai Wei's ship, saying that they promised to let her live, but how she lived was up to them. No, how can I leave if you smash my ship? Bai Wei shouted anxiously, but before she could get close to her ship, her right leg was broken. In pain, she fell to the ground, and before she could recover, her head was struck hard. She passed out immediately, lying on the ground, her consciousness fading, blood seeping from her head, looking terrifying. The mercenary leader took a photo and sent it to Zhang Liang, randomly cleaning up all traces of their contact. Looking at Bai Wei lying on the ground, he didn't spare her another glance and directly left in the ship. Since they promised, they would certainly leave her alive. Destroying her ship was to prevent Bai Wei from escaping the desolate planet and being discovered. Breaking her legs was to prevent her from being physically intact and finding another way to earn money to return. The blow to her head was just to give Zhang Liang an explanation. Zhang Liang saw the photo that was sent over. Blood was everywhere, and it looked like he was definitely dead. That's what he deserves for going against me. Chapter 20. Achieving cooperation. She and her team worked together happily, and by 7 o'clock, they had finished grilling everything. Seeing them munching on the crispy pork belly with such delight, she suddenly felt that the busy work was worth it. After all, those who cook hope their skills are recognized. It really smells so good. Don't move, that piece is mine, it's the last bite. No way. You just ate so much. This is the best grilled meat I've ever had. I might not need to drink nutrient supplements anymore. I feel like my mental state has calmed down after eating the grilled meat. It's so comfortable. You feel that way too? I thought I was the only one who felt it. Does eating natural food really calm the mind? If so, wouldn't it greatly reduce the mortality rate caused by mental instability? I think I won't drink nutrient supplements anymore. I'll switch to natural food. Me too. Cat 9 noticed the serious expressions on their faces as they discussed Yenshi's cooking calming their mental state. If this gets exposed, it could have significant impacts on their lives. She hoped nothing would happen. Fox 2 quickly changed the subject. This issue could not continue to ferment. especially given the current situation where she hadn't disclosed her abilities yet. If someone wanted to research the connection between mental calmness and it would likely disrupt their peace. How could it be so magical? I think everyone just feels satisfied after eating well. Songbao, seeing Fox 2 gesture, quickly continued, research on agents that calm mental states has been ongoing for years. If eating natural food could soothe it, wouldn't it have been discovered long ago? That's true. Maybe it's just that feeling good physically calms the mind. Exactly. If Cat could do that, we might never get to eat such food again. She'd be taken away to cook for the big families. Let us not talk about this anymore. We should be careful not to attract trouble for Cat. We understand. We won't say anything. After a while, as the crowd discussed, Yanxi noticed how they were trying to protect her, and she felt grateful to have friends. Don't worry, Cat. Everyone promised not to spread anything. Bai Shui comforted Yanxi, patting her hand for encouragement. Yanxi looked at Bai Shui, appreciating how the little girl could comfort others. It's great to have you all. Don't get too sentimental. Just remember to call us when you make delicious food, Songbao bluntly remarked, imagining what delicious food they might get next time. Right? We want to be polite when it comes to good food. Cat 9, breaking her aloof demeanor, chimed in. Fox 2 added, if there's good food, you can't leave me out. I don't have many hobbies, just eating and dressing well. All right, I won't forget you guys. No wonder we get along so well. We're all food lovers, and she joked, sharing a smile with them. Luo Fei watched their cheerful atmosphere, feeling envious but too shy to join in, fearing he might disrupt their vibe. Lin Xin noticed Luo Fei's envy, subtly intertwining her fingers with his, gazing at him gently. The two of them were surrounded by a pink bubble, making others envious. She walked over to Lin Xin and Luo Fei. I want to give you this recipe. You can use it to continue selling crispy pork belly. Get it to me? No way. Such a valuable recipe, I can't accept. Lin Xin refused outright, not wanting to take advantage of her idol. Seeing his girlfriend's pleading eyes, Luo Fei also tried to persuade Yanxi. How can we accept the recipe? Please listen to me first. I'm giving you this recipe because I think this grilled meat suits you. I observed your stall today. Your business isn't very good. I also overheard your conversation. You need money right now. I'm not giving this to you for free. I want 30% of the profits every month, Yanxi explained slowly. She felt sorry after hearing their conversation. The two were already engaged, and due to circumstances at the girl's home, her father suddenly fell seriously ill and needed money urgently. They rented this stall after seeing Yanxi's livestream. And although they made some money in the park due to novelty, it still wasn't enough to cover the high medical expenses. Upon hearing Yanxi's words, Lin Xin looked into her sincere eyes and the expression of concern for them, fighting back tears. Thank you, but we can split it 50-50. We can't take 70%. Luo Fei quickly agreed, knowing he had already exposed himself, so he didn't decline further. 30% is really too little. Let us do 50-50. After some discussion, Yanxi finally settled on a 60-40 split. She really couldn't refuse these two. All right, let us add each other's contact info for convenience. You can ask me any questions later, she said. Lin Xin smiled as she scanned Yanxi's contact details. Thank you so much. I don't know how to express my gratitude. Just work hard to earn more money. The more you earn, the better your thank you will be when I get my share. Yanxi reassured them, showcasing her financial savvy. No problem. Luo Fei agreed with a smile. Seeing Yanxi's open demeanor, Yanxi then taught the two how to cut, coat, and marinate the meat, directly sending the sauce recipe to Lin Xin's device. I've also sent you other flavor recipes, sweet and spicy, savory, garlic-flavored, and soy sauce flavors, along with the base taste. I usually make a lot, so my hand is like a scale. You need to measure precisely in grams. Otherwise, the flavor will change significantly. Do it well. With so many flavors, our stall will definitely be a hit. Lin Xin shouted excitedly, quickly covering the recipe to prevent it from being exposed. Luo Fei also beamed with joy. This resolved their problem, and they wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. The two knew Yanxi was helping them. She was a streamer, and setting up a stall would attract more customers. With such good skills, it would be hard not to make money. However, since Yanxi gave them the opportunity, they had to work hard and earn well to not disappoint her trust. If I had known, I would have rented a stall here too. I might have gotten the recipe for myself. I'm so envious. It's fine. Even if you got it, you wouldn't learn it. It's better to eat the ready-made stuff. Just come here to buy it. That's true. I'll just come here to eat. With so many flavors. I want to try them all. In the live stream, viewers were getting excited hearing Yin Shi's words. This was a recipe from Cat, and it must be delicious. I'm going to eat it tomorrow. Me too. Let us form a group. Seeing how delicious they're eating, I'm starving. I ordered from the Interstellar restaurant, and it was terrible. I've been spoiled by Cat. Me too. I can't drink nutrient supplements anymore. Due to the sudden turn of events, it was already past 6 o'clock. All right, that's it for today. See you next time. Yin Shi turned off the live stream and helped them tidy up, leaving the grill that Cat 9 bought for them. She directly transferred $1 million to Cat 9's account. The grill wasn't considered high-end kitchen equipment, and most worth $200,000 each, and the rest was considered a running fee. Consider an investment. Keep it well. It definitely won't have enough manpower, so hire more people early. Otherwise, these grills won't be enough. Lin Xin didn't refuse, as they were just short grills. Then I won't be polite. We'll definitely work hard and hire suitable people as soon as we see them. The manager had long wanted to come over, and now was a good opportunity, smiling broadly as he approached. Hey, don't hire anyone. There are plenty of staff in the park. Just transfer a few over. The wages will still be covered by the park. You just need to let us eat your grilled meat, which is like providing meals. What do you think? This isn't a losing deal. You won't even have to pay for your entrance tickets when you come to visit. Yin Shi heard the manager's words and thought he was quite a cunning old fox. After a moment of consideration, she turned to Lin Xin and asked, "What do you think?" Lin Xin replied, "I think it's fine. I've been getting along well in the park lately, and a few people are quite capable. Then it's settled." "But manager, don't come asking for wages later," Yin Shi joked, agreeing to the plan. "Don't worry, I definitely won't default on payment. As long as there's food, I'm good." The manager laughed so hard he couldn't close his mouth. Thinking about the barbecue made his mouth water. Yin Shi found it quite amusing, even though the manager said this. It was actually the amusement park that benefited. With the barbecue, even if they had to pay those few people's wages, everyone coming to the park to eat barbecue would have to buy tickets, which indirectly advertised the park. Earlier, she was just doing him a favor. Saving money is great. They wouldn't have to pay employee wages and could still make a profit. What a delight. Pu Xin Yin couldn't help but laugh at Yin Shi's money-loving demeanor. Chapter 21. Overzealous fans can't handle it. Yin Shi quickly said goodbye to everyone and decided to head home early since it was still not yet 7. She grabbed Yin Yichun and made her way to the entrance of the amusement park. The little guy was really well behaved. In the Interstellar world, there were no amusement parks, just elementary, middle, high schools, and universities. Children could start elementary school at 7, but she was worried that Yin Yichun might fall behind. In their Interstellar home, they would enroll their children in preschool education to get a head start on their learning. They hadn't been able to afford it before, but now that they could, she was ready to arrange it for the little guy. Fox 2 and the others followed closely behind Yin Shi, clearly exhausted, all wearing tired expressions. The manager and Lin Xin insisted on coming out to see them off. Yin Shi couldn't refuse, so she let them accompany her. The rented spaceship saw the siblings coming out and zoomed over with a beaming smile. "I thought you looked familiar. It turns out you're the one who makes delicious food. I really like you." The older brother was quite excited, sitting in the car waiting for people to arrive. He had seen the commotion on Starnet and recognized a familiar face, so how could he not be thrilled? Yin Shi was startled by the older brother's excessive enthusiasm and didn't know which leg to step forward with. It's me." Yin Yichun, on the other hand, was quite sociable, jumping onto the spaceship and chatting animatedly with the older brother. "Right? I also think my sister's cooking is delicious." The older brother handed Yin Yichun some snacks he had bought. "Here, eat this. I saw a lot of people buying it, so it should be quite tasty." "Thank you, uncle." Yin Yichun hugged the snacks and began chatting happily with the older brother. It was surprising to see a 30-year-old man so easily conversing with a 5-year-old child. The manager watched Yin Yichun and couldn't help but praise him. What a talkative little guy. Who would have thought he wouldn't be shy? Bai Shui saw Yin Yichun chatting away like a little adult and couldn't help teasing. "Does Chun Chun not like Sister Bai Shui anymore? We were getting along so well this afternoon. Boo-hoo. How could that be? I like Sister Bai Shui the most." Don't cry, I misspoke. Yin Ichun immediately jumped down to apologize, shaking Bai Shue's arm back and forth. Bai Shue moved her hand away from her face and laughed. Gotcha. I wasn't crying at all. Hee hee. Seeing that he had been tricked, Yin Ichun quickly ran after her, shouting, so bad, tricking kids. Hey, you can't catch me. The onlookers watched the two chase each other, feeling relaxed, and the fatigue dissipated significantly. All right, Chun, it's time for us to go home. She noticed Yin Ichun was panting heavily, and the sky was getting darker. They needed to hurry home. Yin Ichun obediently came over and took Yin Shi's hand to board the spaceship. Let's go. Text when you get home and be safe. Yin Shi waved goodbye after giving her instructions. Got it. Drive slowly. Bye-bye. The group watched Yin Shi's spaceship leave until it disappeared from sight. Lin Xin and Luo Fei turned back into the amusement park, trying to experiment with their roasting methods, and they planned to buy some necessary ingredients based on the recipe, wanted to try out more dishes and not let Yin Shi down. The manager followed them into the park, thinking that maybe they could snag a few bites of roasted meat for free, which would be quite delicious. Mao Jiao Bai Shui, Hu Tu, and Song Bao parted ways at the park entrance and boarded their respective spaceships. They could still taste the crispy pork belly in their mouths. This trip was truly worth it. Each spaceship was filled with large portions of roasted meat. Because of the events in the afternoon, some people didn't bother to count the small amount of meat they left in the park. Yin Shi had prepared it all for them to take home and let their families have a taste, with such sincerity towards them. How could they not treat Yin Shi well? Although they had not spent much time together, Yin Shi was worth it. On the spaceship, Yin Ichun and the older brother were still chatting excitedly. Yin Shi was exhausted, sprawled out on the spaceship, and fell asleep with her eyes closed. Chill. Sister is asleep. Let's keep our voices down, Yin Ichun reminded softly. The older brother looked at Yin Ichun's thoughtful demeanor and couldn't help but compare it to his own child at home. The contrast was stark. While he was on vacation at home, it was always noisy, with drums and firecrackers going off, and there was never a moment of peace. The two talked very quietly, and the driver adjusted the temperature in the spaceship, gently reclining the seat back and trying to drive smoothly. Yin Shi felt the comfortable temperature. Her face relaxed as she found a cozy position and fell into deep sleep. Despite driving slowly, they arrived at the front door in half an hour. Sister, we're home. Wake up. Yin Ichun gently pushed Yin Shi's shoulder, softly providing a wake-up service. Yin Shi opened her eyes and saw they had arrived at the door. Sorry, I fell asleep. It's fine. I know you're tired. It's okay to rest a bit more. Yin Ichun understood Yin Shi's exhaustion and didn't blame her. Instead, he looked at her with concern. Sister, can I give this roast meat to Uncle? I was drooling when I saw it on the way. We've eaten today, and we can eat it next time, Yin Ichun said honestly to the driver. The older brother thought he hadn't been noticed, but little did he know the little guy had sensed it all along, and he felt quite embarrassed. I usually don't crave food this much. It was just too fragrant, and I couldn't control myself, the older brother explained, blushing and scratching his head. Yin Shi rarely saw a boy blush. Her heart warmed, seeing the older brother accompanying Yin Ichun. Otherwise, the little guy would have had a dull journey. It was just a piece of roast meat, after all. Chen Chun can decide. This is for you, a reward for helping today. Yin Ichun handed the roast meat to the older brother. Here, you can have it. My sister and I have eaten today. Thank you for chatting with me. Hearing Yin Ichun's words, the older brother felt grateful, but rationality told him not to take food from a child. Yet the fragrance kept wafting into his nose, and it smelled so good. Seeing the older brother's expression, Yin Ichun couldn't help but laugh and directly stuffed the roast meat into his arms. Don't be polite, uncle. Take it. You have to share with your family. Yin Shi pulled Yin Ichun off the spaceship, saying, Thank you, drive slowly. The older brother, looking at the siblings, introduced himself. I'm Kongwu. Just message me directly next time you need a spaceship, and I'll come right away. Thank you for the roast meat. Okay. Yin Ichun readily agreed, waving goodbye. After watching the spaceship disappear, the two finally opened the door and entered the yard. Indeed, home was the most comfortable place. Yin Shi sighed, changed into her slippers, and collapsed onto the sofa, not wanting to move at all. Yin Ichun went over to give Yin Shi a leg massage, applying just the right amount of pressure. Sister, you worked hard. Do you want to go to school? Chin Chun? Yin, she asked to check the little guy's wishes. If he didn't want to, they could wait another 2 years. Yin Chun immediately agreed, excited and happy. I want to go. Shin Chan wants to study hard. When I grow up, I'll take care of sister, and she can go out and travel and won't have to work so hard anymore. Hearing the little guy's words, Yin she couldn't help but feel teary. She had initially thought he would say he wanted to go to school to play with friends, but instead, he wanted to stay home with her. Unexpectedly, Yin Chun thought of her future and wanted to protect her. Before, she thought she needed to treat the little guy well because she occupied his body. Now, she genuinely wanted to be good to Yin Chun. He truly deserved it and brought her warmth. Then I'll rely on you in the future, Chun Chun. Yin, she said, stroking Yin Chun's head, her eyes reddening. All right, I will protect sister in the future, Yin Chun promised confidently, his eyes sparkling as he envisioned their future together. Chapter 22. Han Yiji's return just as dawn was breaking. Zhang Liang woke up, or rather, he hadn't really slept at all. He was at home, staring at his dark circles while editing messages, trying to find many public relations contacts. But no one was taking his orders, so he had to take matters into his own hands. Just as he was about to finish editing, he suddenly heard sneaky footsteps outside the door. He quickly perked up and leaned closer to the door to look outside. But there was no one there, which was strange. Zhang Liang opened the door and only saw a shadow flash by. A sharp pain shot through his arm, making him yelp in agony. Who dares to touch me? The man who restrained Zhang Liang sneered, his tone as cold as ice. You dare to call yourself my lord? Zhang Liang turned around and saw a familiar face, his expression turning to one of terror. Why had the king of hell come to catch him personally? The curse he muttered just now could mean his end? This was none other than Han Yiji, the cold-faced young master of the Han family, known for his ruthless methods. He was the second person in the galaxy that one could never offend. There was a case where someone tried to scam Han Yiji and ended up having both of his legs broken on the spot, sweating coldly in pain. Due to his handsome appearance, many girls wanted to marry this young master, but unfortunately, Han Yiji had never taken a liking to any of them. If a girl approached him, he would directly kick her away, causing her to vomit blood. Later, anyone who offended Han Yiji would mysteriously disappear. Regardless of whether they were male or female, no one dared to have any designs on this young master anymore. But why was he here? Zhang Liang thought hard and realized he hadn't provoked him at all. He had always kept his distance whenever he heard Han Yiji was around. Yet, after the mental power rampage 5 years ago, this young master had disappeared, so why was he suddenly here now? And no, you are my lord. I didn't know young Master Han would come here. Zhang Liang suppressed the pain and tried to flatter Han Yiji, his expression overly rich, making him seem greasy and disgusting. Han Yiji directly pushed Zhang Liang away, tossing him to his brothers, disgustedly wiping his hands. Why would I need to report to you where I'm going? I thought you were something important, but someone like you isn't even worth my effort. Han Yiji waved his hand, and his brothers quickly covered Zhang Liang's mouth, giving him a good beating before dragging him away. Hey, don't thank me. I caught him for you. Now tell me how you plan to thank me? Han Yiji dialed a phone number, having been gone for so long. He wondered if this guy was still angry. Come back quickly. We'll prepare a welcome for you. Pu Siyuan's tone was calm, with no fluctuations, but when he saw the incoming call interface, he double-checked it multiple times. Han Yiji could hear the urgency in Pu Siyuan's voice and didn't beat around the bush. Are you interested in that little girl? I checked. You are 5 years older than her. How do you plan to be an old cow eating young grass? Pu Siyuan was caught off guard for 2 seconds. The little girl isn't even of age yet. She doesn't even know I exist. Han Yiji was shocked. Was this a roundabout admission? There was no explanation given. This woman must be interesting. She could pique Pu Siyuan's interest. I'm actually interested in Yanxi. I want to see how she managed to attract our aloof General Pu. Pu Siyuan felt Han Yiji was teasing him. All right, hurry back. Stop being chatty. Fine, I'll be there soon. Prepare good food and wine to welcome me. Han Yiji hung up the phone, the corners of his mouth lifting as he turned and boarded the starship. His subordinate came over to report, Boss, the person is already unconscious and won't wake up. Should we set off now? Han Yiji nodded, returned to the main star. Yes. His subordinate couldn't hide his excitement and turned to report. Han Yiji thought about seeing Pu Siyuan soon and felt a bit excited. It had been a long time. He wondered how that guy was doing. The starship took off towards the main star. Pu Siyun hung up the phone, hearing Han Yiji's words. This guy should be arriving soon. They had previously fought together against the insect race, and during a mental power rampage, they were lucky to stabilize. However, it left an indelible mark on Han Yiji. Everyone thought he wouldn't recover, but he returned to his usual demeanor, though he spoke less and was even colder. Then he suddenly disappeared, and no one could contact him. The last news he heard about Han Yiji was from a distant planet, where he was helping to eliminate the insect race. Pu Siyun didn't recall Han Yiji, nor did he dissuade him. He knew this guy's temper was foul, unless he came to terms with things himself. He wouldn't come back. It had been 5 years since the last mental power rampage. They had agreed that after finishing off the insect race, they would celebrate the arrival of his 18th birthday. Unfortunately, they didn't have time to celebrate and were forced apart for 5 years. This time, he hoped he had really come to terms with everything. Pu Siyun quickly contacted Gu Ziong, asking him to prepare well. Han Yiji will be back soon. Let us have a good gathering. It took 5 minutes for a response, which was a barrage of messages. Really? He is coming back soon? General Pu, you're not joking with me, are you? Is he really coming back? Replied me. Seeing the text bombardment, Pu Siyun realized this guy had waited long enough and wasn't teasing him like before. Yes, really. I just contacted him. Gu Ziong shouted excitedly, calming down after a moment to confirm that Han Yiji was indeed coming back. He suppressed his excitement and quickly tidied up. He had originally taken a day off to rest, but now it was perfect timing for a good gathering. That guy really left without a word. Today he would get him drunk. Han Yiji headed straight for the military base, eager to meet the two of them. At that time, he had said little before leaving, feeling a bit guilty towards them. At the military base, the guards saw a starship flying toward them and stared at it seriously, quickly issuing orders to force the ship to land. Please land immediately. This is a military base. Otherwise, we will take necessary measures. Please cooperate. Han Yiji knew the rules of the military base and ordered his subordinate to stop and land directly at the entrance. Stop. Yes. His subordinate quickly parked the starship, and several people disembarked, with Han Yiji leading. The guards were shocked, their mouths agape as they stared at Han Yiji. General Han is back. The guards shouted excitedly, and someone had already gone to notify Pu Siyun and the others. It had been years since they had seen Han Yiji. Back then, Gu Ziong, Pu Siyun, and Han Yiji were known as the three prodigies of the galaxy, having fought through the stars since they were 16. And the legends of their victories were still circulating. General Pu, hurry, General Han is back. Right at the entrance. The soldier delivering the message was out of breath. The joy in his words was unmistakable. Pu Siyun was surprised for a moment, but quickly returned to his cool demeanor, quickening his pace. Yes. Han Yiji stood at the entrance of the military base, nervously peering inside. Why hadn't that guy come out yet? It had been so long. He wondered if he was still upset about his sudden departure. General Pu, hearing someone greeting him inside, Han Yiji steadied his emotions and saw a familiar face. That guy was still as handsome as ever. Seeing him made him feel less nervous, the familiarity washing over him. Chapter 23. I agree with his sister-in-law. Pu Siyun noticed that Han Yiji didn't seem as lively as before. After that incident, there would inevitably be some changes. Long time no see. Han Yiji walked over and directly hugged Pu Siyun, patting his back vigorously twice. You look pretty good. Doing well, huh? Pu Siyun pulled him inside. Come on, let's sit down for a bit. They turned heads everywhere they went, and people were whispering about them. For the newcomers to the military base, some were enthusiastically explaining things. The younger children didn't know much, but they had certainly heard about a few of their exploits. The military base was bustling, with quiet discussions happening all around. The guard who had just stopped Han Yiji at the warship was now nervously asking his partner, do you think General Han will hold a grudge? If I had known, I wouldn't have stopped him. No, it's just the rules. General Han will understand. Don't worry about it. That's good. He sighed in relief, finally feeling at ease. Han Yiji and Pu Siyun were silent along the way, and the atmosphere between them was not awkward at all. When they reached Pu Siyun's place, both of them drank tea, awkwardly looking at each other, unsure of how to start conversation. After a dozen minutes of awkwardness, Han Yiji was about to speak when he was interrupted by a hurried voice. Han Yiji, you actually know how to come back. I've been waiting for you for so long. You heartless person, not even sending a message. You made me worry sick. Gu Ziong rushed in, shouting before he even got through the door. Seeing this guy running, Han Yiji felt like he was back 5 years ago, remembering the three of them full of vigor. Still so loud after all these years. As expected, when Gu Ziong saw Pu Xinyan's poker face, he immediately toned it down, with a big grin on his face. Gu Ziong pulled Han Yiji into a hug, his voice choked with emotion. It's good that you're back. You can't leave again this time. Pu Xinyan watched the two embrace, his eyes slightly red. All right, why are you two hugging for so long? I wonder who was always talking about Han Yiji before. Gu Ziong ruthlessly exposed him, revealing that his brother was notoriously sentimental. After he caught him talking about Han Yiji, he had given him the cold shoulder for many days. Pu Xinyan shot Gu Ziong a glare, signaling him to shut up. Han Yiji looked at Pu Xinyan and said, I'm back. I want to leave again. Pu Xinyan turned his head awkwardly, still somewhat caring. Gu Ziong couldn't help but feel emotional seeing the two of them like this. They were finally reunited. The mechanical notification sound suddenly chimed in. Feeling out of place, Pu Xinyan's face turned cold with embarrassment. Why is the notification sound so loud? Gu Ziang's eyes lit up when he heard Cat loves fish and began to recommend it to Han Yiji. This cat cooks really well. It's absolutely delicious. Yiji, you definitely have to try it. Is that so? Then I must give a good taste. Han Yiji understood from Gu Ziang's words. This guy never cared about food, so this woman must be something special. Pu Xinyan watched the two and shook his head. These two were at it again. Open it quickly. Let me see too. Han Yiji urged. Gu Ziong, reveling in the excitement, echoed, yeah. Hurry up. Pu Xinyan shot him another glare, warning him to sit up straight. When they opened the live stream, seeing the familiar face immediately brightened their moods. Yin, she was wearing a floral dress today, her hair tied in a side braid, smiling brilliantly. Good morning, everyone. Today we're making millet pumpkin porridge and smashed cucumbers. Wife is online. Have you seen the latest news on Star Network? Zhang Liang was caught by General Han and has been escorted back to the military base. Great. If you dare to wrong our cat, you better be prepared. Every day I'm amazed by my wife. She looks so good today. Looking forward to today's meals. Yin Yichun hadn't woken up yet, probably exhausted from yesterday. So Yin, she didn't wake him. She washed some millet until the water was clear and set it aside, cut the pumpkin into pieces, and cleaned them, saving the seeds. These seeds are edible. Just dry them in the sun. The cat knows so much. If she says it's edible, it is. I've already ordered pumpkin millet and cucumbers. Wait for me. I want to try making it myself. I bought everything a long time ago. Watching the orders for cucumbers, pumpkins, and millet pouring on the Star Network, they were overjoyed. They were going to make money again and hurriedly packed and delivered orders. This cat loves fish was truly their cash cow. Vegetables that used to go bad were now in high demand. Next, she put the pumpkin and millet into the pot, added water to cover the ingredients, and said, now we'll make smashed cucumbers. It's very simple. If you have the ingredients at home, you can join in. Use a knife to smash the cucumbers, then cut them into small pieces and put them in a bowl. Then add soy sauce, vinegar, sugar, minced garlic, small chili peppers, and more garlic. If you like it spicy, you can add some chili oil. I made it myself. It's really spicy. So I'll just put a little since Chun-chan will eat it too. Mix it well, and it's ready to eat. ISNT, it's simple. Yanxu was puzzled as to why so many vegetables and fruits in the star realm had earth names, while only the names of the meats had changed. It was strange. It really looks simple. I want to try it. I've already made it. It's easy and delicious. My parents praised my cooking skills. You guys are buying so fast. When I went, everything was sold out. I didn't get any either. Yanxi stirred the millet pumpkin porridge with a spoon, smelling that it was almost done, and decided to wake Chun-chan up to wash up. I'll open the taste sharing and try eating options. Only the smashed cucumbers can be tried now. The porridge isn't ready yet. I'll go wake Chun-chan up. You guys wait a moment. Go ahead, cat. I promise I won't sneak a drink. Ha ha. You just exposed yourself, silly. So delicious, crunchy, and tangy. I can't stop after one bite. I finished a sample. It's really good, and the porridge smells so fragrant. I want to take a sip. Yanxi carefully pushed open the bedroom door and walked to the bed, seeing the little guy sleeping soundly. She felt a bit reluctant to wake him, but knew he couldn't skip breakfast. Gently pushing Yin Yi-chun's arm, she softly called, Chun-chun. Time to get up and wash up. I've made breakfast, and it'll be ready right after you wash up. Good morning, sister. I overslept today, sorry. Yin Yi-chun opened his eyes and looked at Yin Shi with a shy smile. He had actually slept in. Do you want me to help you get dressed? Yin Shi asked. Yin Yi-chun shook his head. I can do it. You can wait for me in the dining room. Okay, see you in a bit. Yin Shi gently closed the door. Yin Yi-chun was really easygoing, washing up, eating, and dressing himself without crying or making a fuss like a little kid. Han Yi also tasted the smashed cucumbers made by Yin Shi and couldn't help but praise. So delicious. I agree with his sister-in-law. Pu seeing Yin's body jolted. How did he figure out? Wasn't he subtle enough? I agree too. I'm going to have a good time from now on. Gu Ziong chimed in, sharing a knowing smile with Han Yi. Chapter 24. Can I come to you? Pu Sion turned to look at the two, his expression cold and intimidating. The two laughed and turned away. How about we let this host cook us a nice meal for lunch? Let's have a good feast, Gu Ziong suggested. The Interstellar restaurant has only a few dishes, and they're already tired of them. Han Yi nodded, agreeing that the Interstellar restaurant really isn't good. It's not that he is picky, but the meat dishes always have a strange taste. Pu Sion shook his head at the two and said, I'll ask her, but I don't know if she is willing. Who would refuse our General Pu? Gu Ziong teased. Exactly. Han Yi echoed. Great, these two are at it again. Pu Sion sent a message to Yin Shi in the background. Hello, do you have time for lunch? I'd like to invite you to cook a meal, and you can name your price. True to his title as General Pu, he is generous with the offer. Gu Ziong sneakily approached Pu Sion from behind and glanced at him, teasingly saying, You really are something. Han Yi didn't respond. He dared not continue, knowing that Pu Sion would get angry at such times. Go out and run 5 laps around the base and come back. Pu Sion said in a tone that brooked no refusal. No way, I just came back on my day off, and now I have to run laps? Gu Ziong lowered his head, feeling dejected at the thought of running. Pu Sion stared at Gu Ziong, tilting his chin toward the door, urging him to hurry. Gu Ziong looked to Han Yi for help, his eyes pleading. Han Yi understood the look, but shook his head, indicating that he couldn't help. Gu Ziong resignedly went out to run, lamenting his bad luck, as it always seemed to be him who got hurt. Han Yi chuckled. This guy never knows when to hold back. When he gets cocky, he can't stop, and now he's provoking Pu Sion, which means more running. Yin Shi walked into the kitchen and smelled the sweet aroma in the air. Lifting the lid of the pot, she saw golden porridge that looked delicious. She picked up a spoon to stir. The pumpkin flesh had broken down and blended into the porridge with the millet. As Yin Shi stirred, the sweet fragrance filled the entire kitchen, lingering in the air. All right, the millet pumpkin porridge is ready. Yin Shi turned off the heat, scooped the porridge into bowls, and brought 2 bowls to the dining table. Then she returned to the kitchen to bring out the smashed cucumber. Yin Yi-chun walked into the kitchen after washing his face, sniffing the air. Sister, it smells so good. The air is sweet. All right, come and sit. Yin Shi called Yin Yi-chun over. He sat down, and she handed him chopsticks. Eat more. Okay, I'll eat a lot. Yin Yi-chun picked up a cucumber strip and put it in his mouth. It was sour, spicy, and crunchy, and the little guy couldn't stop eating. Whenever he felt the heat, he would take a sip of the millet pumpkin porridge to cool it down. Yin Shi and Yin Yi-chun enjoyed the smashed cucumber and the millet pumpkin porridge, and a lovely morning passed by just like that. Fans in the live broadcast room watched the eating show of the 2 siblings and were drooling. I want to eat too. Tasting is just a bunch of data. It doesn't fill my stomach at all, and I'm even hungrier. Watching the meat looks so delicious, I'm drooling. Drank 2 bottles of nutrient solution. Finally not so hungry. Is there a lottery today, meow meow? Yin Shi saw the barrage and smiled awkwardly, realizing she had forgotten about her fans. Sorry, I forgot to make something for everyone today. We won't have a lottery. The recipe is very simple. I'll save the live broadcast replay so you can follow along. It's easy, and we're having hearty dishes for lunch. Hearty dishes? Is it meat? I'm looking forward to it. If it gets popular, you want to do a lottery and send meals. Your fans can see your true colors now. Why is your mouth so foul? Did you forget to brush your teeth? Just shut up. We haven't said anything yet. Even if Meow Meow doesn't do a lottery, I still like her. After that, a wave of donations flooded the live broadcast room. Yin Shi's live broadcast room maintained around 15 million viewers, and her fan count had risen to 1. 463 million, with at least 2 million in donations per live session. After promoting the dishes for lunch, she ended the broadcast and saved the replay, which was displayed in her updates. Many clicked to watch and learn, and after a few tries, they learned how to make millet pumpkin porridge and smashed cucumber. Fans who made them couldn't help but post updates to show off, prompting others to buy ingredients on StarNet. When they inquired, there was no stock available. It might take 3 days or even a week to restock. Everyone silently noted to buy the ingredients the next time they saw Yanxi cooking. Yanxi felt a sense of security with over 7 million star coins in her live broadcast account, realizing that having money gives one confidence. Indeed, having money is the best. She noticed messages from Sui Sui Nian Nian in the back end, as well as from the old professor. After thinking for a moment, she clicked into the chat with Sui Sui Nian Nian. Seeing the generous offer made her mouth water. This is the confidence of the wealthy. However, she had already received a lot of donations herself, so even if she didn't pay her, it was only right to cook a meal as a thank you. Sure, I'll cook meat dishes for lunch and probably make a little extra. Han Yiji, hearing the notification, stretched his neck to see. Pu Saiyan noticed Han Yiji trying to sneak a look and turned to read the message Yanxi sent. It's all good. Just do what you think is best. There are 3 of us. Thank you. Yanxi felt Pu Saiyan's politeness and her favorability towards him increased a bit. She thought wealthy people would be hard to please. No problem. I should thank you too. Thanks to your donation, my brother and I would have probably gone hungry otherwise. Only then did Yanxi open the message from Professor Su Dinghua. It turned out that the fully automatic barbecue machine was finished, and he asked if she could do a live promotion today. Professor, I didn't see your message earlier. I've already promised my friends to cook for them today, so it might not be possible. Su Dinghua paced back and forth, wondering why she hadn't replied. The sound of a notification pulled all his attention back, and he saw Yanxi's message. Could I discuss with you if we can add barbecue for my friends? If not, don't force it. Tomorrow is fine too. Seeing the professor's pleading tone, Yanxi thought it would be good to consult the big boss. Are you there? I signed a contract for the automatic barbecue rack a few days ago, and it's ready today. The professor wants me to promote it today during lunch because the traffic is higher then. I wanted to discuss it with you. If not, we can move it to tomorrow. I'm really sorry. Pu Saiyan smiled when he saw Yanxi's message. She had actually received a promotion. I have no problem. Can you come to my place for lunch? Although sending it over won't affect the taste much, it's still better to eat it fresh. Yanxi readily agreed to Pu Saiyan's request, as she didn't have anything else to do at noon. It was just a change of scenery for the live broadcast. She quickly messaged Professor Su Dinghua, sure, but could you please deliver it to this address at noon? Su Dinghua repeatedly said okay when he saw Yanxi's agreement and was surprised to find out that her address was a military base, indicating that she had a solid background. He must not offend her and needed to treat her well. He hurriedly instructed his top disciple, Chi Feng, to handle the matter. Yanxi sat in the living room watching TV, but her mind was occupied with finding a suitable early education class for Yanni Chen. After all, early childhood education is vital as it lays the foundation for future studies. Yanni Chen felt Yanxi's gaze and his ears turned red. Why was his sister staring at him? Chapter 25 Shopping Spree really hurts the wallet. Yanxi looked at Yin Yi-chun and walked over to the little guy. Sister is taking you out to cook today, okay? Yanni Chen's eyes lit up at the mention of going out, and he blinked back. Okay, then let's go to the supermarket now, buy some ingredients, and head straight to our destination. Yay, going to the supermarket. After packing up, the two set off. Since the journey was quite far, they called Kongwood along, as they needed quite a few ingredients. Yin Yi-chun was still a child, and Yanxi could barely manage to carry everything herself. Little buddy, let's go. Kongwood smiled broadly upon seeing Yin Yi-chun, clearly very happy. Remembering that night when his son and wife enjoyed the delicious meal Yanxi made, he found it hard to swallow the nutritional supplement they had after the meal. Uncle, we meet again. Yin Yi-chun jumped onto the spaceship, waving for Yanxi to hurry up. Thank you for the trouble, Yanxi said politely. Kong would wave his hand. No problem. No one is using the spaceship today. Let's go. Yin Yi-chun and Kong would chatted enthusiastically, leaving Yanxi unable to interject. This must be a topic for men. They headed towards the largest supermarket, which could also be called a shopping mall, with 20 floors and a variety of items for sale. Seeing the fresh produce section on the sign, The three of them stepped onto the transparent elevator, which looked like it was floating in mid-air from a distance. Those afraid of heights would feel weak in the knees. Yin Ichun was in an excited state, looking around and obediently holding Yin Shi's hand. Yin Shi was surprised to find that they even sold fish. They were quite large and very lively. Thinking about the lottery, she waved her hand and directly asked to take them all. Put them all in a bag for me. I want them all. The staff opened their mouth in shock. All of them? Yin Shi nodded. There are many of us. However, since these fish were known to have bones and a stronger fishy smell, the employee advised, ma'am, perhaps you should reconsider. Yin Shi looked at the employee, who had good character and wasn't eager to sell just because no one was buying. I want them all. Watching as the fish filled several large bags, Yin Shi's mouth watered at the thought of roasted fish, sweet and sour fish, squirrel fish, and fried fish chunks. Everything sounded delicious, especially since she loved fish. Yin Shi moved to the vegetable section and bought a large quantity of potatoes, eggplants, corn, and other vegetables suitable for grilling, totaling 60 pounds. Then she went to the meat section and purchased 20 pounds each of lamb, pork, and beef. Altogether, the vegetables and meat amounted to 120 pounds, which should be enough even if she shared some with the military base personnel. Kong would watch Yin Shi buy in such large quantities and couldn't help but speak up. Isn't this a bit too much? Not at all. There are many people at the military base. We need to share some. I'm actually worried it won't be enough, Yin Shi replied, looking at the two full shopping carts. The accompanying salesperson couldn't keep their eyes open from joy. This was likely a big commission. Yin Ichun unconditionally supported Yin Shi, thinking everything she did was right. Buying so much will definitely be enough. Yin Shi ruffled Yin Ichun's hair, and from this angle, she thought his chubby cheeks looked great to pinch. So she gently pinched them, finding them smooth and tender. Ma'am, do you need anything else? The salesperson asked, rubbing their hands together, eyeing the big order from the wealthy customer, hoping to earn their bonus this month. Yin Shi suddenly realized that just food and drinks wouldn't do. They needed beverages too. Let's make 2 types of drinks, lemonade and fruit tea. They are low cost and taste great. Take me to the fruit section to have a look, she said. The salesperson happily agreed. Sure. Oh, if I buy more fruits, my bonus will double. I must serve this money god well. Kong Wood's eyes lit up as he followed Yin Shi to the fruit section. Apples cost 500 star coins each, and other fruits like watermelons were even more expensive. Whatever the price, it was high. Yin Shi looked at the fruit section, where only a dozen or 20 of each fruit were neatly arranged. Is there more fruit? This isn't enough. The salesperson beamed and quickly called for help. Yes. Xiao Mei, come help. Xiao Mei ran over upon hearing her colleague call her. Hello, what fruits do you need? 5 watermelons, 30 dragon fruits, 30 oranges, 30 apples, 30 tangerines. And do you have honey? 2 bottles of honey as well. Yin Shi began to list her requirements. Kong Wood, the salesperson, and Xiao Mei were all stunned by the quantity she requested and exclaimed simultaneously, so much. Yin Shi questioned herself, is it too much? Yin Ichun shook his head. Not too much. Yin Shi smiled at the little guy's supportive expression and said to the salesperson and Xiao Mei, now, please prepare everything for me. Oh, and also prepare 1,000 skewers for barbecue and 500 milliliters cups for drinks. Xiao Mei and the salesperson couldn't stop smiling, exchanging glances and rushing to gather the fruits. These items, while seeming excessive, took a good half hour to gather completely, mainly due to the honey, drink cups, and barbecue skewers, which are rarely requested and took some time. Yin Shi walked to the seasoning section, selecting plenty of chili powder, cumin powder, and other spices. The salesperson and Xiao Mei each brought a large foam box over, walking quickly and steadily, placing the boxes into the shopping cart, which instantly filled up again. Okay, we're all set. We can set off now. Yin Shi looked at the 3 full carts and suddenly thought of crispy roasted pig and grilled lamb chops. The 3 brothers should gather to feast on meat. After all, he was her #1 supporter. She had to prepare something special. Do you have a whole pig? About 30 pounds will do, something smaller, and also a whole rack of lamb. The salesperson nodded eagerly. Yes, we have. Xiao Mei tugged at the salesperson's arm and ran off. Hurry up. Kong would gaze at the 3 overflowing shopping carts, imagining the delicious food prepared by Yin Shi, and he could almost taste it, salivating in anticipation. In 10 minutes, The two came back holding the lamb and pig, grinning widely. Ma'am, since you bought so much, the mall is giving you 2 thermoses that can adjust hot and cold. They hold 50,000 ml and are very practical. The salesperson introduced the complimentary thermoses to Yen Shi. After finishing the introduction, 2 young men pushed a small cart over. Yen Shi looked at the stainless steel-like thermoses, which had a small tap at the bottom and buttons to control the temperature. Simple, yet elegant. Free stuff was always the best. Thank you. I'll definitely come back if I need anything else. Being polite, she and her companions pushed several shopping carts towards the checkout area, while people in the mall kept sneaking glances. Due to the extravagant manner of purchasing, a passerby snapped a photo of Yen Shi and posted it online with the title, "Such an extravagant shopping style. This is proof of a wealthy person." Yen Shi was unaware of this, deeply immersed in the sadness of the checkout process. It's really expensive. Her account balance dropped by 11,600. After a moment of thought, realizing it was a treat for her top supporter, she quickly felt better about it. The mall's service was indeed excellent. Seeing that Yen Shi and her group couldn't carry all the items, they called several employees to help load everything on a Kongwood spaceship. They watched as the group prepared to launch until Yen Shi and the others disappeared before returning to the mall. Yen Shi first contacted Pu Xinyan. "I've got everything, and we're on our way. I can't leave my brother alone at home, and there's a driver with us. We have quite a bit of stuff. Could you come to the entrance to pick us up?" Yen Shi looked at the corner of the spaceship filled to the brim. If the boss didn't see her and it didn't come to pick her up, they would have to make so many trips to move all this stuff. She started to feel worried again, Sai. Chapter 26. Jealousy. Right from the first meeting, Pu Xian looked at the message sent by Yen Shi, the corners of his lips slightly raised, looking in good spirits. "Okay, I'll arrange for someone to pick you up at the entrance." Han Yiji, seeing Pu Xian's love-struck expression, couldn't help but tease, "You weren't this enthusiastic when I came back. It took you half a day to show up." Pu Xian shot Han Yiji a glare and disdainfully replied, "You don't deserve it. You dog thief. Forgetting friends for the sake of beauty." Han Yiji retorted, unwilling to back down. Seeing that Pu Xian was not angry at all and even had a smile on his face, Han Yiji shook his head helplessly. His brother might have been enchanted. Who forgets friends for beauty? Who? Gu Ziong rushed in, panting, and curiously asked, "What is going on?" Han Yiji gave Gu Ziong a look and nodded his chin in Pu Xian's direction. "Oh, General Pu." Pu Xian immediately turned his head, and Gu Ziong quickly covered his mouth, initially closing it tightly. Han Yiji laughed heartily from the side, as if nothing had changed. The atmosphere among the three lightened, and they started chatting freely. Pu Xian checked the time and urged the two to go with him to pick up Yen Shi, saying they should be polite for their first official meeting. "Hurry up, it's her first time coming. We can't be late." Seeing the two moving slowly, Pu Xian felt a surge of irritation. Han Yiji quickened his pace, but didn't let up on the teasing. "When did our General Pu become so polite?" "Yeah, I wonder who made her wait so long last time." Only to say, "I don't even know you to solve the problem," Gu Ziong chimed in, recalling the girl who had cried over Pu Xian last time and feeling a bit regretful. Pu Xian stopped in his tracks and turned, silently glaring at the two, his aura chilling the atmosphere. "Ha ha, I just like to walk fast," Gu Ziong said, supporting his sore legs, and quickly walked to Pu Xian's side. This guy's cold face was genuinely intimidating. Following him in the scorching summer felt like walking behind an air conditioner that no one could refuse. Han Yiji followed suit. "Oh dear, I also have to walk faster." Pu Xian looked at the two and lifted his foot to catch up. Forget it, he thought. He shouldn't bicker too much with these two guys. If he had been concerned about every little thing over the years, he would have been driven mad long ago. The guard at the entrance saw the three appear simultaneously and excitedly shook their partners' hands. "Finally, we see them together again." Yeah, it's not easy for the 3 stars of the interstellar world to unite. The crowd dared only to whisper as they waited for Pu Xian and the others to walk in, feeling too nervous to speak. Their eyes were glued to the trio, filled with admiration. Yen Shi looked at the military base getting closer and felt a bit excited. She had never met such a top figure before and wondered if he would be easy to get along with. Yen Chen, her older sister, was nervous and walked over to pat Yen Shi's hand, saying, "Don't be nervous." Yen Shi felt touched and amused. "I'm fine, I'm not nervous." I just haven't met him before and don't know if I can recognize him. We're landing. We can't just fly straight in. That's the military base's rule. Wuda looked at the imposing gates of the military base, where soldiers stood in a line wearing uniforms, feeling a sense of respect. However, didn't they say that someone would warn them as they got closer to the military base? Why was there no warning? Luckily, they had landed on their own. The soldiers' gazes seemed to converge in one place, all staring at the three individuals in the center. Why do they look so familiar? The more I look, the more familiar they seem, but I just can't recall. She quickly messaged Sui Nyen. We've arrived and landed, but why hasn't anyone notified us? Isn't the military base very strict? Xian heard the message tone and saw the spaceship had landed not far away. Combining that with Shi's message, he noticed the surrounding soldiers were all staring at them. Focus on your duties. With a command, everyone snapped back to attention, not daring to look at Xian and the others, having forgotten his methods in their fascination. Fortunately, General Pu didn't say anything. Otherwise, they would have had to run laps around the military base. As Shi stepped off the spaceship, she saw the three approaching and was momentarily dazed. The wind seemed to favor them, gently blowing their hair, with each strand perfectly positioned. Sunlight fell on them, and while their faces were not clearly visible, their tall and upright figures walked towards her confidently. As they got closer, she could almost hear the sound of their shoes hitting the ground. Shi longed to see their faces, and as they approached, her heart raced wildly. It was as if the mist in her dreams suddenly dissipated, and the faces of the three appeared all at once. Shi felt as if she had been struck by a bolt of lightning. The leading man's features and height perfectly matched her ideal type. She didn't even react when they reached her side. Chen shook Shi's arm. Sister? Shi came back to her senses, feeling embarrassed. How could she be so mesmerized? You probably didn't notice, right? Hello, I am Xian, also known as Sui Nyen. It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. Xian introduced himself with a good mood, extending his hand with a smile. Shi couldn't help but swoon internally. How could a man be so perfect? His voice was pleasant and magnetic. His height was perfect, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. And his handsome features were simply flawless. Hello, I'm Shi. It's a pleasure to meet you. The two shook hands, and it felt as if their hearts were drawing closer together, both pounding wildly. Han Yi's stern face gradually cracked. This was indeed a rare sight, an active handshake. Gu Xiong was also stunned. This guy was actually smiling, and he looked so enamored. Could it be that he was possessed? Kong Wuda's mouth dropped open, finally realizing why he found them familiar. This was General Pu. Everyone in the Interstellar community knew him, and he hadn't recognized him just now. What a crime. Looking at the two who followed him, one was a lively youth, probably Gu Zong, who was also a legendary figure. Despite not appearing aggressive and being easy to get along with, he was a smiling tiger. His words were hard to refuse. And he was a different person on the battlefield compared to daily life. Standing next to him was Han Yi, known for his sternness and strong leadership. He always came up with excellent solutions, remaining calm while possessing high intelligence. As for Xian, there was no need for much introduction. He was a versatile talent with no skills he lacked. Even his mental prowess was at the SSS level. His only flaw was a lack of interest in women. But now it seemed the rumors were wrong. This bright smile and proactive demeanor didn't look aloof at all. Kong Wuda quickly walked in to familiarize himself, rubbing his hands together and extending one. Hello, I'm Kong Wuda. I greatly admire General Pu. Hello. Xian reluctantly let go of his hand after a polite response. If it weren't for not wanting to leave a bad impression on Shi, a simple nod would have sufficed. Han Yi and Gu Xiong reacted and began to introduce themselves. Hello, I'm Han Yi. Hello, I'm Gu Xiong. It's a pleasure to meet you. Shi looked at the enthusiastic two, preparing to shake hands when a large hand suddenly grabbed hers. The few of them looked at him in a daze. What was this guy doing? Could it be that he was jealous over a handshake? Chapter 27. Xian takes the initiative to make amends. Shi looked at the hand gripping her arm, puzzled, and stared at Xian. Let's go in first and prepare the ingredients, Xian said, noticing Shi's confused expression and releasing her hand, while still savoring the soft feel of her palm. Shi nodded, realizing he was worried about time. Let's go. We have quite a lot of stuff, We might not be able to carry it all. How much did you buy? Pu Xian asked, thinking that a few of them wouldn't need much food. The men should be able to handle it all. Following Yin Shi inside, he took a look and realized they indeed had too much, filling up a corner of the spaceship. Pu Xian exchanged glances with Han Yiji, who immediately understood and waved over a group of soldiers. General Han, at your command. A row of 10 soldiers came over, their voices strong and clear. Please help move the ingredient from the spaceship to General Pu's yard, Han Yiji instructed. A few of them complied, surprised by the amount of food in the spaceship. Quickly, they divided the tasks and proceeded in an orderly manner. Yin Shi held onto Yin Yichen's little hand, with Kongwood following closely behind her. Pu Xian and the other 2 men also accompanied them, and Yin Shi felt as if she were being scrutinized. The gaze of these people was fixed on her. Just when she felt she could not endure it any longer, they finally arrived at Pu Xian's yard. There was nothing particularly special about it, just a bit larger. It seemed this general did not indulge in special treatment. As Yin Shi walked, she could not fathom how Sui Yin Yin was actually Pu Xian. According to the original owner's memories, Pu Xian was a taciturn and ruthless general who always kept his distance from women. Yet, the handshake and the smile he had just displayed made her curious about the rumors. It seemed that the rumors were simply unfounded. As Yin Shi and the others arrived, the helpers also began to arrive one after another, with the 2 leaders carrying shiny and bright thermal containers in their arms. Unable to help herself, Yin Shi laughed at their appearance. The containers were so large that they completely covered their heads, forcing them to look sideways to see the path. Thank you. Just put them down here. Do you have other matters to attend to? Since there's so much, why not stay and eat together? Yin Shi politely offered, moving to help with some lighter items. However, the soldiers were in a dilemma, as these were 3 girls who had personally come to greet them at the door. How could they let her do the work? They exchanged glances, signaling each other to come to the rescue, and hastily put down what they were carrying to assist her, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Feeling a chill behind him moments ago, he had been freezing, but the feeling disappeared the moment his partners helped him. It was good to be alive. I heard this one loves fish, one of the soldiers exclaimed, referring to Yin Shi, a very popular food blogger known for her delicious cooking. I want to stay and have a taste. General Pu, let us stay. We'll work in exchange for food. A few of the bolder ones spoke up, thinking that if they were to die, at least they could die after tasting Yin Shi's cooking. The remaining soldiers thought Pu Xian would be angry, but upon seeing his relaxed expression, they quickly exchanged glances, understanding the situation. Indeed, since Cat cooks so well, we want to observe how it's done up close, another added. Such delicious food. How can we not want to stay for a few bites? Last time I watched the live stream, I was drooling. It's no wonder General Pu could invite her over. They looked at each other, realizing that the 2 seemed quite well matched. The others turned to glare at a seemingly foolish-looking boy, worried he might get them kicked out. Just when they felt disheartened, Pu Xian spoke up, stay. You can handle the logistics. Yes. They hurriedly agreed, rushing towards the vegetables and meat, each grabbing a bit to wash. Yin Shi was still recovering from the earlier comment about them being a good match when she turned to see Pu Xian's face turning towards her. Their eyes met, and it felt as if everyone else had disappeared, leaving just the 2 of them. Pu Xian was really handsome. She could not help but feel her face heat up. Yin Yichen noticed his sister's flushed cheeks. Sister, are you sick? Your face is so red. We should go to the hospital. Yin Shi shook her head and touched her face. I'm fine. I just walked too long. It's a bit hot. As long as you're okay. I don't want to be sick, Yin Yichen said, relieved, and suggested she bend down so he could check her forehead. You're not burning up. Yin Shi pinched Yin Yichen's face. See? I told you I'm fine. Looking down at the remaining fruits on the ground, she realized they probably didn't know how to handle them, so she would have to do it herself. This is a bit heavy, Yin Shi said, trying to lift the 2 large boxes but failing to budge them. Let me do it. Pu Xian walked over to her side, gently bending down to lift the boxes. Yin Shi looked at him with starry eyes, admiring the muscles in his arms. He was so manly and charming. You 2 come help. Pu Xian ordered Gu Xiang and Han Yiji, who were still in shock that their brother had actively helped the girl. They quickly snapped back to reality and followed him inside, carrying the boxes. Yin Shi entered the clean and tidy kitchen, putting on an apron. She quickly cut the watermelons and evenly placed them into 2 large containers, deciding to make fruit tea first, as it was slightly more complicated, while lemon water would be easier to prepare later. Gu Ziong and Han Yiji joined in washing the fruits, occasionally stealing glances at Yin Shi, curious about what made her so different that it had captivated their brother, who was usually indifferent to women. After washing, they handed the fruits directly to Yin Shi. Taking advantage of their distraction, she secretly upgraded the fruits to make them sweeter and devoid of any odd taste, which would enhance the fruit tea's flavor. Yin Shi swiftly chopped the apples and dragon fruits into even pieces and tossed them into the thermal containers. Pu Xian, Gu Ziong, and Han Yiji began to peel the oranges, carefully removing the white pith, all three focused and serious, their slender fingers moving skillfully. Yin Shi quickly sliced the washed oranges. But after a while, her hands felt slightly sore from the acidity, so she took a short break before continuing. Finally, she finished cutting and placed them into the 2 containers. The 3 of them worked quickly, and the oranges were nearly done being peeled and tossed into the buckets. Yin Shi found a rolling pin in the kitchen and used it to extract the juice, filling the air with a fruity aroma. She took out the green tea brew she had prepared earlier and poured it directly into the 2 containers, the refreshing scent of green tea mixing with the fruit aroma, tempting anyone nearby to take a sip. The honey bottle had measurement lines to avoid the hassle of weighing, so she squeezed it in along with some water. Selecting the chilled option for the thermal containers, she stirred everything well and covered the lids. It smelled delicious. Gu Ziong, never one to hold back on compliments, remarked on the faint fruit scent in the air. Han Yiji nodded along, wondering where Yin Shi had bought such sweet fruits. Yin Shi awkwardly laughed, realizing she had forgotten that the aroma would intensify with the upgrades. How could she explain that the fruits she bought before were different from now? Wouldn't that mean admitting there was something wrong with her? Just as she was at a loss for words, Pu Xian directly countered, "Isn't it enough that it tastes good? You wouldn't know how to make it even if you bought it." Yin Shi looked at Pu Xian gratefully, silently thanking him. Gu Xiang nodded, right? You wouldn't know how to do it. Han Yiji looked at the 2 brothers, feeling frustrated as they kept undermining him. I can learn how to do it if I try. As soon as he said that, both men looked at him in alarm, their expressions revealing a mix of disbelief and fear. Chapter 28, Beauty Misleads, Stay Away from Men. Han Yiji stared at the 2. Is my cooking not good? Yin Shi looked at the expressions of Gu Ziong and Pu Xinyan and couldn't help but chuckle. And no, it's extremely delicious. Gu Ziong thought of the dark cuisine and swallowed hard. He didn't want to go back to the hospital. Well, not bad. Pu Xinyan echoed, thinking that Han Yiji was the kind of clueless kitchen novice who always thought his dishes were delicious, claiming he couldn't bear to eat his own cooking, which ended up in their stomachs instead. They couldn't tell the truth. Saying so would result in 3 days of dark cuisine from Han Yiji, which was truly difficult to endure. Then I'll prepare a feast today to celebrate our reunion. Han Yiji smiled, contemplating what dishes to make, while the 2 beside him looked quite terrified. Yin Shi burst out laughing, realizing that even the rumored aloof and expressionless Major Pu would feel scared. All right, I'll take care of it. I have prepared a lot today. Major Han's cooking is so good, it shouldn't be easy to let him cook. Pu Xinyan looked at Yin Shi with a grateful expression, silently saying thank you. Gu Ziong quickly nodded. Yes, that's right. Makes sense. Han Yiji thought for a moment and nodded, feeling he shouldn't casually cook in the future. Gu Ziong felt relieved upon hearing this. He didn't know where his confidence came from. When the food channel had just started, Han Yiji saw someone live streaming and casually claimed he could cook after watching the beginning. Initially, he didn't want to discourage him, but later, telling the truth would lead to being beaten, and then he would face 3 consecutive days of dark cuisine revenge. Life was indeed tough. As they chatted, it was already past 10 in the morning, and the outside was bustling with activity. Many soldiers were crowding around a man coming toward them, and the closer Yin Shi looked, the more familiar he appeared. Ah, finally see the real person. Hello, I'm Su Dinghua. Su Dinghua saw Yin Shi jogging over, extending his hand with a smile that creased his face. Yin Shi finally recognized him. Hello, Professor Su. I'm Yin Shi. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yin Shi politely extended her hand for a handshake, feeling that someone's gaze was very intense. As soon as she let go, it disappeared. Beautiful and can cook. The culinary world has a successor. Su Dinghua praised Yin Shi, waving his hand as student from the lab pushed out a fully automatic barbecue machine. This is Cat, even prettier in person. Cooking is good too. I wonder how cheap that boy will be in the future. Definitely won't be you, huh? Don't say that. It's heartbreaking. Quiet. Su Ding was shouted, and everyone fell silent. He waved, and a boy appeared behind him. This is my top disciple, Chi Feng. This fully automated barbecue machine is largely thanks to his efforts. Yanxi looked up at Chi Feng, who wore silver-rimmed glasses, was very fair-skinned, and looked scholarly. He stood about 183 centimeters tall, and when he smiled, he had a bit of a rogue charm. The contrast was striking. How could men in the Interstellar era be so handsome? If they formed a boy band, who knows how many fans they would attract? Hello, I'm Chi Feng. Nice to meet you, Miss Yan. Chi Feng spoke gently, perfectly matching his scholarly appearance, making the interaction feel very comfortable. Hello, I'm also very happy to meet you, Mr. Chi. Yanxi extended her hand for a handshake, smiling. When this man wore glasses and smiled, he had a charming scholarly rogue vibe. The contrast was incredible. Pu Xingyan noticed Yanxi's sparkling expression and suddenly found Chi Feng displeasing. Professor Su, why don't we conduct an experiment first? It's almost noon. We don't want to interfere with Miss Yan's live broadcast. Oh, right, let's test it out first. Su Dingwer reacted and instructed the students to move everything into the courtyard, placing the barbecue machine on the ground. It didn't seem much different from other barbecue machines. Gu Xiong spoke up. It doesn't look different on the surface. The only difference might be that it's a bit larger. We'll find out once we try it. Chi Feng adjusted his glasses and said, as Yanxi took out a piece of meat and was about to cut it, Chi Feng stopped her. Just put it in directly, it will cut itself. If it needs marinating, just add the seasoning directly and set the weight. Yanxi was surprised. Is it that smart? Chi Feng walked over to Yanxi and taught her how to set it up, standing very close to her. He could smell the pleasant fragrance coming from Yanxi, which felt comforting. After setting it up, Yanxi poured the seasoning into the seasoning compartment, placed the skewers in the designated slot, and put the meat in the adjacent groove. The machine then started moving. Two thick mechanical arms emerged from the side, transforming into knives that quickly chopped, then changed into hands to massage the sauce and seasoning. It then quickly picked up the skewers and skewered them, placing them in the grilling area, while the arms automatically retracted. The grilling area was filled with 3 full rows of skewers, rotating by itself. The heat was adjusted automatically, truly achieving full automation. Before long, the aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, and the little team working hard in the room emerged. Watching the skewers on the barbecue machine made everyone salivate, ready for Yanxi's command. When the barbecue machine automatically stopped, they picked up a skewer to taste, and it was basically indistinguishable from what she grilled. This contract was definitely worth it. It's ready to eat. Everyone try it, and see if any adjustments are needed. At the command, everyone rushed toward the skewers, each holding a skewer. So delicious. So hot, it smells so good. How can it taste this good? I've decided to buy one to have barbecues at home anytime. I want one too, Professor Su. I'll reserve one first. I want one too, me too. For a moment, the scene was a bit uncontrollable. Pu Xingyan cleared his throat, and instantly there was silence. Everyone noticed that Major Pu's hand was empty, and they panicked, realizing they had forgotten to leave some for the Major. It's all the barbecue's fault for being too delicious and dominating. Seeing Pu Xingyan's expression, Yanxi thought he was upset about not getting a skewer and handed over the one she had only tasted a bit of. I didn't touch this skewer. You can have it. Pu Xingyan turned to stare at Yanxi, his gaze fixed on her. Yanxi felt a bit anxious. She really hadn't touched it. If he didn't want it, forget it. She could. Who said I wouldn't eat it? Pu Xingyan took the skewer from Yanxi's hand, the warmth belonging to her still lingering on it. He smirked, not bad. Everyone was shocked, staring at Pu Xingyan and Yanxi. Didn't they say Major Pu has a cleanliness obsession? Did I just imagine that? Oh my, Major Pu wouldn't actually like cat, would he? Everyone looked at the one who said this. Young man, don't talk nonsense, or you'll be punished with laps. Pu Xingyan heard this too, but just enjoyed the skewer in his hand, making no comments and not running laps. Now everyone was anxious. Could it be that Major Pu really liked Yanxi? Yanxi looked at Pu Xingyan eating the skewer, his movements elegant, as if he were savoring a rare delicacy. How could someone look so good even while eating? Pu Xingyan noticed someone was watching him, turned his head, and locked eyes with Yanxi. The sunlight fell on them, casting long shadows that seemed to fit perfectly together. Their hearts raced wildly, as if something was about to burst out. She silently thought, beauty misleads. Stay away from men. Chapter 29. Live streaming sales. Chen pulled a small face over and directly hugged Shi's leg. Sister can only look at me. All right, I'll just look at you, little guy. Still getting jealous. Shi was taken aback when she saw Chen. The little one had disappeared earlier to play somewhere and just returned now. Okay, since the skewers issue is settled, it's almost 11 o'clock. I'm going to start the live stream now. If you have any concerns or don't want to be on camera, just tell me, and I'll adjust the camera. Shi opened her light brain and clicked on Me to Live. No, Cat can do whatever she wants. It's fine. No one will remember my face. Who is watching you? Everyone's here to see Cat. Sounds like someone actually cares about you. Come on, keep hurting each other. Professor Sue, I'll leave the barbecue grill to you in a bit. It's fully automatic, so just make sure there are no seasonings added. I'll prepare some main dishes. Shi moved in front of Su Dinghua to explain the upcoming tasks. Seeing that everything was almost ready, she directly started the live stream. Hello everyone, good noon. We have a lot of different dishes today, so I won't go into too much detail. Let's watch together. Cat's wife, it's noon again. I'm here for the delicious food. Why did my wife change locations? This looks like a military base. It is a military base. My brother is here. What is going on, Cat? It's a military base. We changed locations today. My number one big brother is here, and I'm here to help arrange a sumptuous lunch. She smiled as she introduced, smoothly pushing out the fully automatic barbecue machine. And this, don't you all love barbecues? I've collaborated with Professor Sue to launch this fully automatic barbecue machine. It's very convenient. It truly frees your hands. Even clumsy ones can easily grill meat at home. I need this. How much? I want to buy it. First, give me one. I need it so badly. The last barbecue made me crave it. Ever since the amusement park had Cat's crispy pork belly, I go there to eat every day. It's really delicious. I envy you. I'm too far from your planet to taste it. Hurry and explain how to use it. Cat, quickly. She noticed the fans in the live stream were getting impatient, so she walked over to Professor Sue, smiling politely. Next, I'd like to invite Professor Su Dinghua to demonstrate. Professor Su Dinghua. I'm impressed. I didn't think it was Professor Sue. Just thought it was someone with the same surname. As expected of my Cat, just amazing. First collaboration with such a qualified professor. I'm holding on to Cat's big leg, and one T let go. Professor Sue, I haven't seen you in so long. Let me see you a bit more. Professor Sue felt the enthusiasm from everyone and greeted them. Hello everyone, I'm Professor Sue. Together with Cat, we launched this fully automatic barbecue machine. Now, I'll demonstrate how to use it. Feng handed over the washed lamb, beef, and pork to Su Dinghua, who placed them in the meat slots, and the machine started operating. The live stream audience watched the robotic arm move back and forth in an orderly manner, and it wasn't until the aroma of grilled meat wafted through that they reacted. I want to buy it. Isn't this idiot-proof operation? With this, no one can say, I can't barbecue anymore. I can do it. Give me the link. I want to buy it. Hurry up. Seeing the live stream filled with requests for the link, Su Dinghua laughed, his face wrinkled with smiles. It was indeed a win-win collaboration with Shi. Since everyone likes it so much, I've decided to give away the seasoning recipe for the barbecue. If you buy this fully automatic barbecue machine, it means you'll have the same style of grilled meat. What are you waiting for? Hurry and place your order. Shi was also inspired by the passion in the live stream. Since everyone liked it so much, she would directly give away the recipe, which would make the collaboration with Professor Sue a win-win. Those who had researched barbecue seasoning would figure it out, and publicly announcing it wouldn't be a loss. It would instead drive fans to order passionately. I want to buy. So you're saying, if I buy this barbecue grill, I can eat Cat's grilled meat every day? This is worth it. Hurry and get the link. I've opened the fastest light brain at home. I will definitely get it. My light brain is lagging. Please save one for me. I beg you. Su Dinghua looked at Shi gratefully, not expecting her to make such a big concession. He immediately smiled. There aren't many, only 50 units. First come, first served. She didn't know how to post the link and took a while to figure it out. The original price of the fully automatic barbecue grill was $100. star coins, but now in my live stream, it's not 99,000, nor 88,000. Listen closely, it's 69,900. Link up. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately posted the link, and the barbecue grills in the live stream were instantly sold out. Pu-Sion looked at Shi, unable to help but smile. He had just heard Shi's conversation with Professor Su. The barbecue grill was originally planned to be sold for 69,900, but very few people would buy it at 66,000. This clever girl decided to list 50 units first and said it was the first batch, with the second batch needing to wait half a month. Once people caught the scent of grilled skewers in the live stream, how could they resist? Shi called this method hunger marketing. As expected, she is a clever girl who piques his interest. Shi turned her head and playfully winked at Su Dinghua. Professor Su, the 50 units are sold out. So fast. Was it just 30 seconds since it was listed? Su Dinghua gasped, this little girl really has a way. There are none left. This is the first batch. The next batch will probably be in about half a month. Shi explained according to what she had discussed with Su Dinghua. Half a month? No way, I can't wait. Please have some mercy on the kids. Ha! I got it, I got it too, it's really great. The one upstairs is so smug, stealing it through the internet line. Didn't he get it? Sigh. Just wait obediently for half a month. There's nothing we can do. All right, I know everyone has intentions. Here, SA deposit link. First come, first served for shipping. The deposit can reduce 500 star coins. Shi randomly posted the deposit link for the fully automatic barbecue grill, and within this time, it had already sold for 10,000. It was still continuing to grow, and Su Dinghua was truly amazed. What had just been a discussion was now genuine admiration. He was deeply impressed by Shi's idea. With Su Dinghua's participation, Shi's live stream had grown to 1.3 million viewers, and now, due to the barbecue grill being listed, the number surged to 1.87 million. It was still on the rise, and even Shi was a bit surprised. Everyone's purchasing desire seemed to have been ignited. Ultimately, the deposit for the barbecue grill stopped surging at 878,000 and was slowly increasing. The students in the research institute couldn't help but whisper in the back. Their bonuses were definitely going to double now. Shi began to get to the main topic. She hadn't forgotten the purpose of today. All right, let's start preparing the crispy roasted pig, roasted lamb chops, and grilled fish. Chapter 30. The whole fish feast. Shi politely asked who could help move the washed pig and lamb chops out. With a single command, everyone became enthusiastic. I'll do it. I'm strong. I'll carry it. In the time it took to argue, I had already moved everything out. I'll go first. Laughing to death. Is this really a strictly regulated military base? This group of soldiers seems silly. Fighting to do the work is quite something. If I were there, I would fight to do it too, as long as I could get a bite to eat. A bunch of scheming boys. Those three people at the back look so familiar. They seem to be General Pu and his team. Impossible. Those three can't gather anymore. It's a pity about General Han back then. I really miss General Han. He was so handsome, with that cold and absent face, that voice. I want to hear it again. Pu-Yin wanted to help, but couldn't find a way in, always arriving a step too late. Looking at the crowd, squeezing into the kitchen, there was no sign of maturity or composure. Now that it's moved over, what do we do? You said we just needed to come. Two boys quickly ran over to Shi, asking what the next step was. Go dig some soil and find some bricks. We're going to make roasted suckling pig and roasted lamb chops in the ancient Earth style today. Shi thought for a moment. 2 should be enough. The roasted fish can be cooked using the barbecue machine after finishing the skewers. Soil and bricks? I'm on it. No matter what Cat says, I believe her. If she says the soil is edible, I believe it. A crowd of people nodded and hurried off to find soil and bricks. Shi marinated the lamb chops and pig, then turned to the kitchen to marinate the fish as well, while also frying some fish pieces. The crowd followed, and soon the kitchen was getting crowded. There are too many people. It might splatter oil later. Let's make some space. Shi saw everyone so close and thought they would scream if oil splattered on them. As soon as she spoke, they instinctively took a few steps back, and they were surprisingly obedient. I'll teach you. This is very simple. You can fry a bit at home during the new year. The fish had its internal organs and scales removed. If someone at home can't handle it well, they can ask the staff at the market for help. And you must remember to wash it clean. I'm planning to keep 15 fish for roasting and the rest will be fried into fish pieces. She had already added cooking wine to remove the fishy smell, and now she added scallions, ginger, garlic, and dark soy sauce for marinating. Now, let's prepare the seasonings. And add starch and 5 eggs, which you call the gugu chicken eggs, although I habitually call them chicken eggs. Adding them in will make the meat more tender. The starch coating will make it crispier. Then, take out the scallions, ginger, and garlic. Chop the fish into pieces, and mix the prepared seasoning into the fish pieces thoroughly. Then she picked up a knife and quickly chopped the fish. Her speed was impressive. The fish in the bowl was processed quickly, and she mixed the seasoning with the fish pieces evenly. Pour 2/3 of the oil into the pot, and wait for it to heat up. Grr, with so much oil. How oily will this be? Su Dinghua, who had been watching quietly, couldn't hold back anymore. Yeah, well, I think Cat's speed is fast and neat. If it turns out badly with this much oil, it would be a waste. I trust Cat. It will definitely taste great. I believe too, even though it does look a bit oily right now. I'm always ready for a taste test. It won't be. It'll be controlled after frying. All right, Professor Su. You can taste it first. She knew that the Interstellar people had never eaten fried fish pieces, so she took the opportunity to educate them. Okay, I'll wait. Su Dinghua replied, keeping his eyes on the pot. She felt that the oil temperature was about right and started dropping the fish pieces into the pot, the sizzling sound filling the air as oil splattered out. The people in the kitchen quickly stepped back, and soon the splattering reduced, the unique scent of fried fish wafting through the air. A crowd of people kept peeking into the pot, watching the fish pieces gradually turn golden, making them drool. When she saw was nearly done, she found a bowl to scoop them out, drained some oil, and waited for the oil to heat up again. Can't eat yet. They need to be double fried. It will be ready soon. Just wait a bit. Gu Ziong quietly withdrew his hand that was ready to taste, deciding to wait a bit longer. Everyone patiently waited for the temperature to rise again. She watched as the oil reached the right temperature and tossed the fish pieces back into the pot, casually stirring them. About 5 minutes later, she scooped the fish pieces out again. After draining the oil, she couldn't help but pinch a piece to taste, and it was just right. How long had it been since she had fried fish in the apocalypse? She never expected to eat it here. All right, you can eat now, but be careful with the bones. With that command, surprisingly, no one moved, which was a bit unexpected. Everyone was staring at General Pooh and his team. Shi immediately understood what was going on and directly scooped out a large plate, placing it in front of General Pooh and his team. Professor Su, generals, you eat first. Seeing that Shi had already taken the portion meant for the generals, others began to move to grab the fried fish pieces. The few people who had gone to find soil and stones returned, smelling the delicious meat aroma in the air, hurriedly washed their hands, disregarding the dirt on them, and rushed into the kitchen, finally managing to grab a piece. One person nearly cried out of excitement upon tasting it. It's so good. It's delicious. Watch out for the bones while eating, Shi specially reminded them, as they had come in late and were worried about choking. Just now, I heard Cat say generals. Did I hear that right? No, I heard it too. Could it be that General Han Yiji has returned? The figures of these people look very similar, but we can't see their faces. The angle and height are set based on Cat, so we can't see their faces. Are you implying something about Cat's height? Get out. Haha, laughing death. It would be great if they really came back. It's been 5 years. She saw that the fried fish pieces were quickly snatched up, so she hurriedly freed her hands to fry the rest in the bowl. A group of big eyes surrounded Shi, constantly peeking into the pot. Shi shook her head helplessly. They were all gluttons. She fried everything again, controlling the oil, and poured everything into 2 large bowls of fried fish pieces, making everyone's mouth water with oil. Pu Xinyan also managed to eat a few more bites, clearly enjoying it. Han Yiji remained silent the entire time, continuously eating. Gu Ziong was directly eating with both hands, thoroughly enjoying himself. She put her hand to her forehead, wondering what would happen if they got too full. There were still other delicious dishes to make. Whoever finishes eating, come out with me. We're going to build a barbecue grill for ancient Earth. Hearing there was more delicious food, everyone quickly finished their fried fish pieces, washed their hands, and followed her out. She taught them the method, insisting that she wouldn't do it herself. True to their military training, they quickly set up the barbecue grill. They quickly dried the grill, knowing it was done when the color of the soil turned lighter. They found some iron wire and 6 iron rods. She secured the marinated pork and lamb chops onto the grill to test its stability. It was well done and very sturdy. Come, 4 people work together. 2 will turn the meat and 2 will brush the sauce, and it must keep turning without stopping. She had to go make other dishes and couldn't keep watching. So she found 4 reliable-looking boys, explained the precautions, and went back into the kitchen. Looking at the remaining 15 fish, she decided to make a fish medley, trying out all the cooking methods. Chapter 31. The general's image is starting to collapse. She quickly got the hang of things and made steamed fish, sweet and sour fish, braised fish, and squirrel fish, leaving 5 fish to prepare for grilled fish. If it weren't for the lack of pickled vegetables, she would have made sour fish. Just thinking about it made her appetite increase. She glanced around and noticed that, aside from the substantial dishes, there was no soup. Earlier, she saw that there were eggs from the goo-goo chicken in the fridge, so she decided to make a salted egg soup. After soaking the wood ear mushrooms and washing some side dishes, she went outside to check on how the roast suckling pig and lamb chops were doing. They needed to be cooked a little longer. They weren't fully done yet. She gently tapped them with the back of her knife and could tell from the sound of the skin that they weren't ready. The fully automatic grill was still operating, and the vegetables had been cleaned and peeled, ready to be placed on the grill. The aroma of barbecue filled the military base. Aside from the necessary gatekeepers and patrolling personnel, almost everyone gathered in Pu Xinyan's courtyard. Watching the grilled food made their mouths water. Without Pu Xinyan's orders, they didn't dare to touch anything, so they could only watch Su Dingwa and the others eat quietly, secretly wiping their drool. Seeing the roast suckling pig and lamb chops, with their golden, crispy skins sizzling in oil, they couldn't move away. Some were gathered in front of the grill, while others surrounded the roast pig and lamb chops, and some kept sniffing around the fried fish. Everyone knew that she was called in by General Pu to showcase her skills, so they only dared to sample a bit and didn't want to eat too much. They especially couldn't talk too much with Shi. Getting too close would draw General Pu's cold gaze. As long as they kept their distance from Shi, Pu Xinyan's expression returned to normal. His mood changed so quickly that by the time Shi turned her head and sensed something was off, he had already masked his expression. After about 15 minutes, Shi checked on the lamb chops and roast suckling pig. They were ready. The lamb chops were sprinkled with plenty of cumin, instantly filling everyone's nostrils with a delicious aroma, making them reluctant to leave the grill. All right, these are ready to eat. If you want them spicy, add this seasoning. I'll cut the lamb chops in a moment. Shi signaled that the lamb chops were done, and the boy responsible for grilling and basting moved the lamb chops to the table. He stood proudly beside the lamb chops, as if to say, "Look, I grilled this. Isn't it fragrant?" Shi couldn't help but find it amusing. After all, he was just a child, completely forgetting that she was also a 17-year-old girl. "I'll take over. You go do something else." Pu Xinyan felt a twinge of pity for Shi, having her help for so long. He regretted asking her to come over. The crowd was staring at Pu Xinyan. If it weren't for him being the general, they might have already started asking questions. Pu Xinyan ignored their gazes, calmly took the lamb chops from Shi, and began cutting them leisurely. "Thank you. I'll go grill the fish now and make a soup later." Shi expressed her gratitude to Pu Xinyan and turned to head back to the kitchen. "I'll help you take them out. Don't run off." Chi Feng approached Shi with a plate, looking at the remaining 5 fish. "Thank you. Just give them to me," Shi smiled. Chi Feng waved his hand and placed the plate in front of the grill, knowing that grilled fish would taste better with a charcoal flavor. As soon as Shi threaded the fish on his skewers, a group of soldiers rushed over. "Let me do it. I know how to grill. I understood it earlier. Let's work together. Leave this to us. Right? You go to your thing. Okay, just be careful." Shi watched as the 5 fish were quickly grabbed for grilling. And since everyone was making guarantees, she let them be. She turned and went into the kitchen to start making the salted egg soup. She wasn't sure if everyone would be okay with the salty flavor, so she planned to add a sweet version as well. Sweet egg soup versus salty egg soup. She wondered which one would be better. Seeing the interaction between Chi Feng and Shi, Pu Xinyan felt a pang of jealousy and inadvertently cut the lamb chops a little harder, startling those nearby to step back. "Oh, feeling jealous, are we?" Han Yiji, who knew Pu Xinyan well, observed his expressionless face, knowing he was extremely jealous of Qi Feng. Gu Xiang nodded along, saying, if I don't work harder, I think my chance at Yin Shi will be gone. That Qi Feng is quite good-looking and a gentleman. If it were me, I'd choose Qi Feng. After saying that, he saw Pu Xinian glaring at him and instinctively hid behind Han Yiji. Pu Xinian retracted his gaze, raised the knife high, and with a swift motion, he severed the lamb chops with a loud thud. Su Dingwa looked at his prized apprentice and smiled in satisfaction, finally seeing some effort. He stepped into the kitchen, noticing Qi Feng was helping Yin Shi. Fortunately, there were still plenty of gugu chicken eggs. Otherwise, they wouldn't have enough to drink. Yin Shi directed Qi Feng effortlessly. Feeling completely comfortable, their teamwork was excellent. Qi Feng's long, fair fingers made it pleasing to watch him work. His movements while cracking the eggs were clean and quick, and he stirred them with such skill, it was as if he had done it 1,000 times. Yin Shi nodded in satisfaction. He had a talent for cooking. She fished out the wood ear mushrooms and side dishes, cutting them up and preparing the ingredients for the salted egg soup. She poured boiling water into the pot to save time, added the harder vegetables while it was boiling, then added the wood ear mushrooms. When it boiled again, she poured in the egg mixture and stirred it to create egg flowers. Following that, she added the prepared sauce, stirring again, and when it boiled once more, she added cilantro. After a quick stir and a few drops of sesame oil, the salted egg soup was ready. Yin Shi poured out the chili powder, adding sesame salt, MSG, and spices, then heated the oil in the pot. When it started bubbling, she poured the oil directly into the bowl of chili powder. The pungent chili smell making her sneeze several times. Yin Shi didn't care about that. She quickly grabbed a spoon and stirred. Soon, the sharp smell dissipated, replaced by a fragrant spiciness. This was Yin Shi's exclusive chili oil recipe. When she couldn't eat, it was her savior, making even the most unpalatable dishes delicious. Setting the chili oil aside, Yin Shi started using another pot to boil water. When the water boiled, she poured it directly into the egg mixture. When it boiled again, she added the prepared dough mixture, stirring it evenly. Since there was no sugar, she decided to be a little extravagant and used honey instead. After adding the honey and stirring, the sweet aroma mixed with the fragrance of the eggs, making those who liked sweet flavors unable to resist. They eagerly watched the egg soup in the pot, already debating whether the sweet or salty version was better before they even started drinking. Yin Shi stepped outside and saw that the roast suckling pig was ready as well, signaling the two boys to place it on the table. Pu Xinian had already finished cutting it and was awkwardly watching Qi Feng beside Yin Shi, his eyes showing a hint of anger. Qi Feng, however, seemed completely unconcerned, enjoying himself around Yin Shi. General, can I trouble you to help with this as well? Yin Shi called out to Pu Xinian, noticing that he had done a great job with the lamb chops, and decided to entrust him with the task of cutting the roast suckling pig. Hearing Yin Shi's call, Pu Xinian's expression visibly softened, and he pretended to be reluctant as he took over the task of dividing the roast suckling pig. He instinctively glanced at Qi Feng as if to say, see, it's still me. Qi Feng casually glanced at Pu Xinian before turning away. Han Yiji and Gu Xiang exchanged bewildered looks. This was not the Pu Xinian they knew. The people in the base were also watching Pu Xinian, wondering what was going on today. It seemed that as long as Yin Shi said a word, the general would immediately comply. Chapter 32. The three-person dinner forced to become a group dinner. Yin Shi looked at the few people holding the grilled fish, their faces full of anticipation for compliments, and couldn't help but smile. Looks good, very nice. Arrange it on the plates. Okay. The few responded, clearly excited, and rushed into the kitchen to find plates. The others who were helping out were no exception, all wearing proud expressions. The dishes Yin Shi had prepared were all placed on the table, with 10 large tables pieced together and completely filled. It looks so sumptuous, I want to eat. Is there still a lottery today? I really want to eat. It smells so good. I won't eat today. The soldiers are protecting us. Let them have the food. What the person upstairs said really touched me. I won't eat today either. Then let's not have a lottery. Just watching them eat is enough for me. Yin Shi looked at the comments in the live stream and couldn't help but feel touched. My fans are so kind. I'm really moved. People of higher status gathered around the table, staring at the large spread of food in front of them, inhaling the aroma. Pu Xinian looked at his subordinates and felt a bit embarrassed. They looked as if they had never eaten before. The originally planned three-person dinner had to be transformed into a group dinner due to Yin Shi's delicious cooking. Fortunately, half of the military base was out on patrol. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough to go around. By the way, I made fruit tea with disposable cups and straws, thinking it would be nice to have something to drink if it got spicy. Drinks are self-service since there are too many people. Yin Shi remembered the 2 buckets of fruit tea that had been forgotten in the kitchen. Pu Xinyin only glanced at Yin Shi and understood what was happening. With a wave of his hand, his subordinates brought out the fruit tea. The subordinates exchanged glances and each handed a cup to everyone at the table. Looking at the colorful fruit tea that smelled fragrant, almost everyone leaned forward to take a sip at the same time. They squinted their eyes in comfort. Delicious. Yin Yichan sat obediently beside Yin Shi, praising, "Sister's cooking is so good." Kong Wuda tried to minimize his presence, but couldn't help but praise, "So good. It's sweet and refreshing. It also has a hint of tea aroma. It's well blended." Yeah, I didn't expect that. Not only is Cat good at cooking, but also at making fruit tea. Pu Xinyin listened to everyone's compliments and seemed to be in a good mood, as if the praise was for him rather than Yin Shi. The taste is good. Just that one sentence left everyone staring at Pu Xinyin in shock. Pu's superior had picky tastes and rarely praised anything. Looking at Yin Shi with a sense of respect, Yin Shi felt a bit awkward as the gazes shifted from Pu Xinyin to her, and she awkwardly sipped her fruit tea to cover up her embarrassment. "All right, everyone, let us dig in." Pu Xinyin spoke, and everyone began to eat. They targeted their favorite dishes and started to attack, all with greasy mouths. "This is so delicious. The meat skewers are amazing. I still think the veggie skewers are better, especially this grilled potato. What about the lamb chops? I saw the whole process, but just can't learn how to make it. I also went over to watch. If we could just watch and learn, we wouldn't be clumsy." "That's true. Let us eat quickly." Yin Shi looked at Yin Yichan, who was focused on the skewers and thoughtfully placed various grilled skewers beside him. "Chen Chun, eat more. You need to grow up quickly." Yin Yichan nodded. "I will. When I grow up, I will protect sister." "Chen Chun is really amazing." Professor Su praised Yin Yichan. "This little guy seems very resilient, a good seedling." "Professor Su is amazing too." Yin Yichan put down the skewers and gave 2 thumbs up, making everyone smile at the little guy's demeanor. Such a sensible and obedient child. Who wouldn't like him? Su Dinghua laughed heartily, repeatedly praising Yin Yichan as a good child. "Professor Su, do you know any teachers in early childhood education? Chen Chun is almost of school age, and I want to find him preschool." Yin Shi suddenly remembered the issue of Yin Yichan's schooling had not been resolved and asked Su Dinghua. Su Dinghua reluctantly put down his chopsticks. "Yes, I'll help you contact her later. Teacher Wang Minhua from Angel Preschool is very good. She has been in this field for a long time. However, she doesn't easily teach anyone. She needs to see the child's comprehension ability. I'll make a connection for you, but whether it works depends on Chen himself." "That's fine. Thank you, Professor Su," Yin Shi politely said and placed a large piece of roasted pig meat in his Su Dinghua's bowl. "Professor Su, eat more. Don't be polite." Okay. Su Dinghua's eyes lit up at the sight of the meat. A stark contrast to the aloof image of the old professor rumored to be hard to approach. Qi Feng noticed that Yin Shi liked fish and silently moved the fish closer to her. Yin Shi gratefully glanced at Qi Feng, thinking he was quite thoughtful. Pu Xinyin shot a discontented glare at Qi Feng, angrily biting into the lamb chop to vent his frustration. "You might bite through that lamb chop." Han Yiji commented on his brother's behavior. Gu Ziong was too busy eating, using both hands and not stopping. "So good. Everything is so delicious. Eat. That is all you know." Pu Xinyin cursed as he watched Gu Ziong, realizing that while other brothers know how to assist, his own brother was just there to enjoy the show and eat. He still had to rely on himself. Yin Shi saw that the lamb chops on the table were already empty and thought it was because Pu Xinyin had enough to eat, which is why he cursed Gu Ziong. She walked over with a plate to Pu Xinyin, and the camera followed her. "This is for you, General Pu." Yin Shi gave all the lamb chops on the plate to Pu Xinyin, thinking that if it weren't for Pu Xinyin's generous rewards, things wouldn't have been so easy. Soon, Yin Yichan's schooling issue would be resolved, and that would be a relief. Pusin Yin smiled at the lamb chops on the plate, in a good mood. Thank you, Miss Cat Cat. Hearing Pusin Yin's title for her, Yin, she felt a bit flustered and hurriedly returned to her seat. Gu Ziong noticed that Pusin Yin wasn't eating, but just staring at the lamb chops on the plate. If you're not going to eat, just give them to me. I barely got 2 or 3 pieces before they were gone. Pusin Yin shot Gu Ziong a glare, protecting the lamb chops on the plate as if they were his own. No way, they're all mine. Yin, she saw Pusin Yin's words and actions and truly thought he was upset for not getting enough lamb chops earlier. How stingy. If you're not going to eat, then don't. Gu Ziong complained and began to attack other delicious dishes on the table. For a moment, no one spoke. The only sounds were the clinking of chopsticks picking up food and chewing. Occasionally, praises of deliciousness would break out. Everyone was afraid that they wouldn't get enough to eat, so they mostly ate what was in their hands while keeping an eye on the pot. Soon, more than half of the food on the table was gone, and it was time for soup. Due to the large number of people, Yin, she had prepared many bowls, and even Pusin Yin's family's bowls were barely enough for them. There aren't enough bowls here. If you want soup, go back and bring your own bowl, Yin, she announced, and everyone hurriedly dispersed, not caring about their full stomachs. They were afraid that if they came late, they wouldn't even get a drop of broth. As Yin, she passed by the kitchen, the camera followed and captured Han Yiji, Gu Ziong, and Pusin Yin. The comments exploded, the live stream was instantly overwhelmed, and the number of viewers surged, causing the stream to go black. Unfortunately, Yin, she didn't notice and was focused on going to the kitchen. This caused a headache for the Me Too maintenance staff, who hurriedly scrambled to fix the issues. While frantically repairing, they also had to answer calls with everyone asking when it would be fixed, and their voices sounded anxious. This round of urging left the Me Too maintenance staff sweating profusely. Chapter 33. The subconscious maintenance of Pusin finally, under continuous urging. Me Too's live broadcast returned to normal. People were constantly running to the kitchen with their bowls, all wearing smiles and showing no signs of fatigue. Perhaps due to habits formed in the military base, there was no pushing or cutting in line. Everyone was quickly queuing to get soup and then moving on. Yin, she couldn't help but admire how well the rules and regulations were implemented. Yin, she prepared 2 small pots of salty egg soup and sweet egg soup and placed them on the table in front of Pusin and the others. The live broadcast room erupted with excitement as they saw the 3 of them together. Finally, we see the 3 of them in the same frame again. Help. I've waited so long for this. I thought General Han wouldn't come back. But it seems like the cat is quite familiar with General Pu. I want to allow it. Although the cat cooks well, she is not worthy of our general. I just arrived and saw the live broadcast screenshot on the official website. I thought it was fake. Almost started cursing. Who is that woman? Stay away from the generals. You're just a cook. Have a little self-awareness, okay? The influx of viewers was overwhelming. Most of them came for Pusin and the others. Without understanding the truth of the situation, they had already started hurling insults. The increasingly harsh comments flooded in, threatening to make Yin she unable to continue and to get her out of the live broadcast world. Pusin glanced at the comment and personally stepped in to clarify, stating that it had nothing to do with the host. He personally invited her to welcome them back. Yin, she was a bit surprised. She didn't have much thought about these comments and felt that as long as she did her own thing, it was enough. After all, there are many internet trolls, and it's impossible to manage everyone, but they could insult her, not her family or those she cared about. Han Yiji said, in surprise. This is the first time we clarified something. Before, it didn't matter who said what. Yeah, Gu Ziong, with his mouth full, could only nod in agreement. Pusin shot them a glance, and the 2 pretended not to see it, continuing to sip their soup. Meanwhile, the comments exploded again. General Pu personally clarified, doesn't that mean anything? Opening fire without knowing anything. You should leave and not ruin the atmosphere of our Cat live broadcast. Exactly. If you don't like our host, why stick around? I didn't want to come. I don't even want to see your host. If it weren't for the generals, who would care? General Pu just called you to make a meal, and you think you're close? Stay away. Don't get any ideas about our generals. Yenichin didn't notice what was happening over here. But Kong Wuda saw that things were getting out of hand and took the little guy into the yard. Yin, she sighed, relieved that Yenichin wasn't around. Otherwise, He would feel that his sister was wronged and would start crying. Don't speak carelessly, or you might get banned. Chi Feng, usually gentle and mild-mannered, also felt a bit angry seeing the nasty comments. These people didn't understand the truth at all and were saying that Yanxi was targeting Pu Xian. Well, he could see that it was actually General Pu who was sticking close to Yanxi. Yanxi looked gratefully at Chi Feng, thanking him. Isn't the Professor Su's top disciple, Chi Feng? Yes, it's him. Chi Feng has stepped in to explain. It shows there's really nothing to it. You forced Chi Feng to come out and explain. Are you satisfied now? The usually gentle and calm top disciple of the Research Institute. Why does he change when it comes to our Yanxi? He wouldn't have feelings for our cat, would he? If someone with a bit of capability is interested in your cat, how does that explain anything? Exactly. Why doesn't General Pu have feelings for your host too? Ridiculous. Yanxi saw that comment and thought about Pu Xian's strange tone and actions today. Did he have feelings for me? She shook her head quickly, dismissing the thought. How could that be? Pu Xian noticed the comment and frowned, drinking the egg soup in large gulps. Then he saw a comment right next to it that eased his expression a bit. At least someone noticed the truth. He turned his head to see Chi Feng smiling as he sat next to Yanxi, his aura cold and intimidating. He needed to think of a way to keep Chi Feng away from Yanxi, the farther the better. Su Dinghua came over with sweet egg soup and sat down opposite Yanxi, looking satisfied as he watched his disciple take a sip of soup. You're already at the age for university. Why are you still at home? Yanxi sighed and explained that she had no choice. She was an orphan and also had to take care of her younger brother. Feeding and living were already a problem, so she didn't have the energy to go to school. Fortunately, you have the skill of cooking. Why not choose the culinary arts major at university? Aside from the difficulty of getting a diploma, there's nothing else to worry about. Su Dinghua looked at Yanxi with a hint of pity and affection, as if he had already envisioned a scene of a teenage girl taking care of a little baby. Yanxi's eyes lit up at the mention of the culinary arts major. She hadn't expected there to be such a major in the interstellar world and thought about Yanni-chan, sighing. I think I want to go. I'm very content now. If I go to school, who will take care of Chin-chan? Su Dinghua sighed helplessly, but suddenly his eyes brightened. That's right. You can go to Yuanling Academy. It's south, very close to your brother's training institution. You can apply for accommodation and take your brother to live in school. Is that possible? You can bring your brother to school? Yanxi felt an overwhelming sense of joy. She longed for campus life, which she hadn't experienced well before due to the apocalypse, and now had a younger brother beside her. Of course, I know that old man, and he already likes you. Just give him a call, and it'll be settled. He'd be more than happy for you to go. Su Dinghua said, opening his light brain and finding Wang Pian's number to dial directly. Hello, old man. How is your health? Don't think I don't know. I'm in a live broadcast room, and you're revealing my secrets, so leave me some face. Wang Pian's voice was strong and accusatory as he retorted Su Dinghua. Just say whether you'll accept her or not. Su Dinghua wasn't angry, as if they had always interacted this way. Accept. How could I possibly turn down such a good student? I'll prepare that 2-story villa closest to the Angel Training Institution right away, dividing it into a separate space for the cat, and put up a sign that no one is allowed in. Wang Pian immediately agreed, his tone cheerful as he was already imagining how it would be when Yanxi came over. All right, arrange it well. If the girl complains to me about hardship, this old man, will have to run over to reason with you. Su Dinghua concluded the call after discussing everything, reminding Yanxi multiple times. Yanxi felt the kindness from Su Dinghua, a warmth of family affection she had never experienced before, and her eyes turned red. Although Su Dinghua initially approached her with a purpose, he had truly treated her well, always caring for her and making her feel warm. Thank you, Professor Su. Pu Xian noticed that Yanxi's emotions were off. He leaned sideways to block the camera, not wanting the fans in the live broadcast room to see her expression. Yanxi looked up and smiled. Thank you too, General Pu. Pu Xian's throat rolled, and seeing the little girl's eyes slightly red, resembling a frightened little rabbit on the verge of tears, was truly heart-wrenching. Chapter 34. The feeling of being supported is great. Yanxi adjusted her mood, and Pu Xinyan sat back down in his seat. Han Yiji glanced over and shook his head. Su Dinghua glared at Chi Feng and muttered under his breath, useless. Chi Feng, hearing this, expressionless, lowered his head to drink his soup, seemingly lost in thought. Pu Xin unconsciously turned to stare at Chi Feng, and at the moment their eyes met, he slightly raised his chin, resembling an elementary school student showing off. Chi Feng ignored Pu Xin as if he hadn't seen him. Did you see that? It was your General Pu who took the initiative to get close to our cat. Nonsense. She must have done something. General Pu wouldn't be that proactive. Your cat is just a vixen. What's wrong with being a vixen? She's prettier, has a better figure, and has a cleaner mouth than you. As soon as Utu entered the live broadcast room, she saw someone cursing at the vixen. As a woman from the Fox clan, she absolutely couldn't back down, so she immediately fired back. The person quickly exited the live room upon realizing it was Utu, not daring to say anything further. Who would dare provoke her? She had a fiery temper and would start a fight at the slightest disagreement. Many people feared Utu's day. Mao Jiao didn't have time to get entangled with these people. Whenever she saw someone insulting or making unpleasant comments, she would go over and block their account. Bai Shui and Song Bao teamed up to retaliate against the comments on the bullet screen. No one could bully their cat. She felt silently moved by the support from the four. Next time, she must invite them to her home for a meal. Yes. A meal where they don't have to work, just eat to their heart's content. She noticed that everyone had almost finished eating, and before she knew it, it was already past 2 in the afternoon, resembling the lunchtime during a wedding. All right, that's it for today's live broadcast. See you next time. After finishing her closing remarks, she ended the stream without a hint of reluctance. She said goodbye to Pu Xin and the others. Holding Yin Yichun with her right hand and walking alongside Kongwu, they exited the military base gates. Pu Xin and the others followed behind. Seeing Yin Shi off at the entrance of the military base, Han Yiji shook his head at Pu Xin, unsure if he should follow and see them off, glancing around as if to ask what for. By the time they spoke, Chi Feng had already walked up to Yin Shi. Be careful on the road. Yin Shi nodded with a smile. I will, and you and Professor Su too. Su Dingguo waved with a smile, watching Yin Shi leave, and patted his apprentice's shoulder. At least you're still of some use. Chi Feng didn't share Su Dingguo's perspective. He had seen this kind of scene countless times. Although Professor Su seemed very strict in the eyes of outsiders, he was actually just a big kid at heart. Yin Shi watched as the military base grew farther away, then turned to look at Yin Yichun. The little guy hadn't been clingy to her today, and still didn't know he was going to school. Chun. I asked Professor Su about the Angel Academy's education institution. It's quite good. How about I take you to check it out tomorrow? Yin Yichun excitedly nodded. Okay, thank you, sister. And one more thing. Sister is also going to school. Will we be happy living together? Yin Shi eagerly shared this news with the little guy, since he was her only family now. Yay, I could go to school with sister. I'm so happy. Yin Yichun jumped up from his seat, his face beaming with joy, looking extremely happy. We're moving out from here to live in the dormitory assigned to sister at school. It's similar to home, also a small villa. Yin Shi explained, thinking the little guy might protest, but to her surprise, he readily agreed, making it very easy for her. Kongwu-da's voice was also excited as he expressed his regret over Yin Shi's situation, but he felt relieved that she still had the chance to return to school. Great. Once you get back, let me know if you need anything. I'll come pick you up. Thank you, uncle. I don't need anything for now, but I'll let you know if I do. Yin Shi replied with a smile, knowing she would have to trouble Uncle Wuda a lot. You can't find me annoying. Of course not. The barbecued meat I brought back last time, your aunt loved it so much. She even said that such delicious barbecued meat was worth sharing so much of it, insisting that I take you home as a guest. Kongwu remembered his wife's expression that night and smiled happily. His wife was also a foodie, but unfortunately, there weren't many foods that suited her taste. Seeing her enjoy her meal was like he had eaten it himself. He didn't mind eating a little more since she was too thin now. No problem. In a couple of days, once Chun's matters are arranged, I'll personally come over and cook a few good dishes. Yin Shi waved her hand and readily agreed. Kongwu was genuinely kind and warm, resembling a very close relative, treating Yin Yichun gently and not wanting to take advantage of her. Because of the barbecued meat incident last time, he insisted on not accepting any money this time and wanted to give her and Yin Yichun a free ride. Yin Shi purposely set aside some of the dishes she prepared, filling a big box to the brim. Soon, they arrived at Yin Shi's home, and she dragged her weary body off the spaceship. Yin Shi deliberately placed the big box of dishes in the back seat. As she got off the spaceship and turned her head, she could see it, knowing on.The would definitely think she was giving him a huge advantage. Yin-Chan made a shushing gesture and, after saying goodbye to on.The, pulled Yin Shi's hand into their yard. Sister, I didn't say it earlier, but am I very smart? We siblings are in sync. Yin Shi patted Yin-Chan's head. Yes, Chin-Chin is very smart. So the interview exam tomorrow will definitely be successful. Even if it's not, sister will help you find another educational institution, and we can live together elsewhere. I can definitely do it. Sister has already helped me a lot. From now on, it's up to me. Yin-Chan cheered himself on, puffing out his cheeks, looking adorably fierce. Yin Shi couldn't help but laugh out loud, seeing the little guy's serious expression quickly suppressing her laughter. You can definitely do it. Hearing Yin Shi's encouragement, the little guy finally stopped being upset and stepped into the house. Yin Shi threw herself onto the bed, letting out a long sigh. She was really tired. Yin-Chan was very focused, turning on the TV to watch the questions that preschool education teachers might ask, his eyes fixated on the screen. Yin Shi entered the room and lay down for a while without seeing the little guy. He usually clung to her. When she went out to check, she found him studying seriously. He was so well-behaved. While cutting fruits, Yin Shi secretly saved some seeds, using her mental power to stimulate them to sprout. He was so well-behaved that he deserved a reward. Before long, oranges, dragon fruits, and apples appeared in Yin Shi's hands, looking completely different from the one she had cut at noon. Indeed, the top-grade ones tasted the sweetest. Yin Shi quietly walked into the kitchen, arranged the fruits neatly on a plate, and placed it in front of Yin-Chan. Since you've been so good, this is just a reward for you. Sister won't disturb you. Take your time watching and come find me if you need anything. Okay, thank you, sister. Yin-Chan nodded obediently, gently hugging Yin Shi to express his gratitude. Yin Shi glanced back at Yin-Chan a few times, reluctantly walking into the house. She saw a video pushed on the official website, and the person looked very familiar. Upon closer inspection, wasn't he that Zhang Liang? How did he end up in the military base? Pu Xin and the others hadn't mentioned this at all. Yin Shi opened the video on the official website, and Zhang Liang sincerely apologized to Yin Shi. However, his face looked quite bad. It was grayish, and the corners of his eyes were bleeding, giving him a somewhat frightening appearance. He trembled as he recounted the entire incident, his eyes subconsciously darting to the side and even through the screen. One could feel the fear radiating from his entire body, his body shaking continuously. Chapter 35. The scum and the bitch get there just desserts. Zhang Liang trembled as he begged for mercy. His clothes already in tatters from being dragged around by Han Yizhi, barely covering his body. I've already said it. What more do you want? I was really wrong. I shouldn't have set my sights on Yin Shi. It was all that by Wei's fault. Yes, she seduced me. I didn't want to do it. Please, let me go. Pu Xingyan looked at Zhang Liang as he kept apologizing and shifting the blame, his face stern as he approached Zhang Liang. His lips parted slightly. Why should I let you go? You just said that if I revealed the truth about everything, you would let me go. I've done that. You can't go back on your word. Zhang Liang shouted in accusation. He had lost everything, even the pride he took in his star that Pu Xingyan had managed to acquire and sell off at a low price. Why wouldn't they let him go? He was already in such a miserable state. Pu Xingyan lowered his head, looking at Zhang Liang with contempt. It's your own fault for messing with the wrong person. You should learn your lesson in your next life. Please, I was really wrong. I'll do anything. Just don't exile me to the Wasteland Star. I really made a mistake, General Pu. Zhang Liang crawled on his knees towards Pu Xingyan, preparing to cling to his thigh for mercy, but was kicked away before he could get close. Pu Xingyan's eyes were cold. You think you can get close to me? You already crossed the line when you laid hands on Yin Shi. You don't deserve forgiveness. There were many girls who had died at your hands. Exiling you to a Wasteland Star is too light a punishment. Suddenly, Pu Xingyan thought of something amusing, a good item he had obtained from the insect tribe, which was just perfect for him. He opened a space portal and took out a black orb. Inside the black sphere was a black larva. Although he didn't know how the larva got in or how it survived, it didn't affect its effectiveness. Every night, It would cause abdominal pain as it gnawed on the host's internal organs, becoming increasingly painful but not lethal. After 81 days of torment, the host's internal organs would be completely devoured, and their life would come to an end, along with the larva. Unfortunately, the quantity was limited, and there was no antidote. It was most suitable for people like him. Han Iji saw the black orb in Pu Xinyan's hand and thought of the brothers who had fallen beside them that day. Feeling a wave of panic, Gu Ziang quickly took a few steps back. Why do you still carry such a cursed thing? Get rid of it. Zhang Liang saw the expressions on Han Yiji and Gu Ziang's faces and realized that this was not a good thing. Both of them looked scared. He had to escape. Dragging his broken body towards the door, Pu Xinyan just watched him run. When he got close to the door, Pu Xinyan kicked it back. How does it feel now to empathize with those girls? Zhang Liang heard Pu Xinyan's words and thought of the girls he had casually manipulated in the past. Filled with regret and hatred, but what did this have to do with Pu Xinyan? Why was he interfering? But he kept begging, please let me go. I have nothing left. I just want to live. Don't worry. How could I bear to let you die? You must live well. Pu Xinyan pinched Zhang Liang's chin and pushed the black orb into his mouth. As it neared, the black worm broke through the orb and quickly slithered down his throat, then disappeared. He took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped his hands, indeed feeling dirty. You still remember to wipe your hands at a time like this. You really are a severe germaphobe, Gu Ziang commented. Han Yiji nodded in agreement, silently moving a bit further away from Pu Xinyan. This guy really carried everything with him. It was quite dangerous. Zhang Liang felt something crawling inside his body, clutching his throat and gagging, his eyes swollen and red, fear magnified by the unknown creature. You're a madman. If Yanxi knew how cold-hearted you are, she wouldn't choose you. Pu Xinyan's expression turned fierce. Hearing Zhang Liang's words, he kicked him hard against the wall. Poof! Zhang Liang felt a sharp pain in his chest and spat out blood. The light in his eyes fading as he kept murmuring, "You're a madman." Han Yiji shook his head. Looks like we've gone crazy again. My brother's methods are getting more refined. Gu Ziang resignedly dragged Zhang Liang out, quickly shouting to his subordinates to send him to the Wasteland Star. Hurry up and take him away. Yes. Two subordinates saluted and dragged Zhang Liang onto the spaceship. This incident had already become widely known online. The subordinates understood what was happening, and their gazes towards Zhang Liang were filled with anger. They dragged him roughly, directly tossing him into the spaceship without caring. Bah! Scum doesn't deserve to live. Being thrown on the Wasteland Star is still too good for you. Just throw him down there and don't bother with him. I don't want to arrange anything. Who cares about him? The two looked at Zhang Liang with disdain, cursing him all the way, their eyes filled with a murderous intent that could have killed him 100 times over. Upon reaching the space jump station, they instantly arrived at the Wasteland Star. They yanked Zhang Liang down and tossed him hard, then turned and left. Watching Zhang Liang lie on the ground motionless, only his mouth still wriggling, mumbling something, the two felt a bit of sympathy for Zhang Liang. After all, falling into General Pu's hands often led to mental instability. Behind a stone on the Wasteland Star, a woman with a patched-up body and a limp emerged as she saw the spaceship leave. The moment she saw Zhang Liang being tossed aside, her eyes flashed with anger. He fell right in my hands. She readied a sharp stone knife she had sharpened and limped over to Zhang Liang. Watching the mumbling, deranged Zhang Liang, a tear slipped from her eye. She forcefully stabbed into Zhang Liang's chest, blood splattering all over Bai Wei, her eyes glimmering with excitement. In his final moments, Zhang Liang seemed to awaken, looking deeply at Bai Wei, a wicked smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Bai Wei felt an inexplicable sense of panic. What was he smiling about? She quickly brushed it off, simply cleaning up the blood and disappearing with her limp. The black worm crawled out of Zhang Liang's mouth, sniffing the direction Bai Wei had gone, quickly making its way over. Climbing up Bai Wei's leg, it burrowed into her wrist. Bai Wei felt a sharp pain in her wrist, a small red dot appearing, but she didn't pay it any mind. As night fell, beneath the dilapidated bridge on the Wasteland Star, Bai Wei felt pain in her internal organs, rolling on the ground and screaming in agony. Shut up. What are you shouting for? If you don't sleep, I still want to sleep. A fierce-looking man walked up to Bai Wei and kicked her hard. Unexpectedly, Bai Wei didn't respond at all, and he panicked. Although they were on the Wasteland Star, there were still laws, and he couldn't hurt people at will. I didn't use much strength. I just kicked you lightly. Don't frame me. Get up. The man was clearly flustered, trembling as he reached to check Bai Wei's breathing, frightened to the ground, unable to get up. There's no breath. It's haunted. There's a ghost. The man fled in a panic, and from Bai Wei's wrist emerged a small black worm, its body growing shinier and blacker, soon turning to powder and disappearing. Everything was as if nothing had happened. It turned out that when the host was killed or died suddenly, the black worm would enter a frenzy of hunger, and on the first night, it would gnaw at all the internal organs before burrowing out of the host and disappearing. Chapter 36. The wealthy and generous Pu Siyuan due to Zhang Liang's confession video. Yin Shi was pushed into the position of a victim. Many kind-hearted people were comforting Yin Shi, and for a time, she was trending again because of this incident. Yin Shi saw the official announcement regarding Zhang Liang's punishment. He was exiled to a desolate star for eternity. People who had heard about the desolate star said it was terrifying and survival was a problem there. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. As her fan base had grown to 37 million, with half of them suggesting that Yin Shi should do more live streams with Pu Siyuan and the others. Meeting once was already quite difficult. Yin Shi specially posted a dynamic on Starblog, tagging Professor Su Dinghua and Chi Feng. I'm very happy to have dinner with everyone today, especially thanks to Professor Su and Brother Chi's fully automatic barbecue machine. Otherwise, I would have been exhausted today, but I'm really happy. Replies soon came in. Chi Feng, are you home? Rest well, I'm also very happy. Su Dinghua, the dishes made by the girl are really delicious. I wonder when I can eat them again. Yin Shi quickly replied to their messages. Professor Su, just let me know when you want to eat, and I'll prepare them for you. I'm home. Thank you, Brother Chi, for your concern. After replying, Yin Shi didn't look at the comments below and directly closed her light brain, rubbing her temples and closing her eyes. In her dreams, Yin Shi was completely unaware that someone was feeling jealous about this matter. Military base. How to register on Starblog. Pu Siyuan asked Han Yiji, and surprisingly, it had become so popular that it was recommended to him, where people were shipping Chi Feng and Yin Shi as a couple. He wouldn't allow it. Han Yiji laughed loudly, not expecting to see General Pu feeling jealous and troubled. It was quite an interesting sight. All right, I'll help you. Gu Ziong watched the two, who were struggling to register like old bureaucrats, shaking his head helplessly. Why hadn't they registered yet? He snatched Pu Siyuan's light brain and quickly registered for him. Half a minute later, he shoved it back into Pu Siyuan's arms. You two are so slow at registering on Starblog. Squinting at the screen, looks like you're two old bureaucrats. Pu Siyuan saw the certification information and completed the verification for a verified account, then started receiving a flood of notifications. It turned out that many comments were popping up under the registration success message. After verifying as a verified account, the people still eating popcorn on Starblog saw Pu Siyuan's general certification information and directly jumped to his homepage. Wow, I actually get to see General Pu register on Starblog in my lifetime. Didn't he say before that such trivial things weren't necessary to register for? Exactly. I still remember when General Pu subtly mocked General Gu in a video. It's hard to find now since it's been so long. I have it. Here's the link. Video. But I'm really curious why General Pu suddenly wants to register on Starblog. Could it be true what netizens are saying, that General Pu is jealous? Pu Siyuan only glanced at the comment section and didn't care about this information. I don't know how to follow others. Gu Ziong and Han Yiji quickly leaned over and asked simultaneously, who do you want to follow? I know it's Miss Yin, right? Gu Ziong realized, tugging at Pu Siyuan's arm. Come on, it's simple. I'll teach you. Han Yiji looked at Pu Siyuan, who was learning earnestly, and his worldview collapsed. He had never seen Pu Siyuan like this before. Gu Ziong taught him once and gave a brief overview, and Pu Siyuan understood. He turned his back to prevent Gu Ziong from seeing, coldly turned to search for the nickname Cat Loves Fish. Gu Ziong sighed, teaching a disciple only for them to turn their back on their master. I feel abandoned. Han Yiji rolled his eyes at Gu Ziong, figuring it out himself. Pu Siyuan found Yin Shi's homepage and clicked to follow directly. Seeing the comments that were prominently pushed to the top, his expression darkened. That guy Chi Feng was actually openly concerned about Yin Shi in front of everyone. ISNT, that exactly what someone would want to ship them as a couple? Pussy Ewan randomly commented, "The food is delicious. I really like the welcoming banquet. The money has already been transferred to your account. Please check it." He directly closed Starblog and stopped looking. After commenting, Pussy Ewan seemed to be in a much better mood, with a relaxed expression. Starblog exploded. "Okay, what did you comment?" Gu Ziong wanted to check what Pussy Ewan had commented on Starblog, but before he could enter, the site crashed. He thought it was lagging, but when he clicked in again, it showed that Starblog was down. "It's nothing, just stating facts." Pussy Ewan closed his eyes, swinging his legs in a good mood. Han Iji shook his head. "I roughly guessed it. He really is an old fox. What's going on? What are you two talking about in riddles?" Gu Ziong desperately wanted to know, but both of them closed their eyes and pretended to doze off, leaving him feeling like a lost kid in the field. Sighing, he decided not to think about it anymore. He would just take a nap too. Sunlight streamed through the glass into the room, and the three on the sofa slightly turned their heads to lie down. The sunlight felt like a blanket covering them, and their hair was glowing as well. She rubbed her eyes awake and saw that the clock on the wall read 6:54. It seemed she was really exhausted today. She quickly got up to check on Chen in the living room. The little guy was asleep against the sofa, with the TV still playing. She gently picked up Chen and placed him on the sofa, then went to the bedroom to get a blanket. She covered Chen up and patted him gently a few times, seeing his face relax before getting up to leave. Having eaten too much rich food these past 2 days, she wanted something lighter. She had to think about what to make for dinner tonight. How about making tomato, scrambled eggs, steamed egg custard, and a purple sweet potato rice porridge? She opened the refrigerator and saw the few ingredients left. She directly purchased them online. She bought 500 eggs, 10 kilograms of rice, and a whole bag of purple sweet potatoes, which were on sale for about 50 pounds. Scrolling down, she saw tomatoes selling for 15 star coins each, all sold individually. She directly messaged the store owner, asking for 20 pounds of tomatoes. "You sell them individually, and the weight is different. Just give me 20 pounds, and after weighing, you can tell me the price, and I'll transfer the money to you directly." 20 pounds? Do you really want 20 pounds? "Yes, I need them urgently. Please hurry." Okay. The woman quickly closed the online shop and shouted to her husband for help. When they were weighing, they smiled, thinking they might lose some money, but unexpectedly received a big order today. There were 43 tomatoes in 20 pounds, and after checking, the couple quickly replied to Yen Shi. "Hello, there are 46 tomatoes in 20 pounds, so we'll give you the extra 6. Just transfer me 600 star coins." Yen Shi saw the photo and message they sent. This store owner wasn't the type to take advantage, so she decided not to let them lose out and transferred 690 star coins. "All right, I understand that planting ISNT easy. It should be worth what it's worth. Thank you. We'll get it to you as soon as possible." The couple exchanged glances at the message, feeling grateful to have encountered a kind-hearted person. She calculated that she spent a total of 5,690 star coins, which was quite a bargain. She now felt that spending 5,690 star coins was very little. Indeed, having money gave one confidence. After closing the online shop, she saw a payment had been received and silently counted the zeros behind it, hardly believing her eyes. Seeing that the remitter was Pussy Ewan, she wondered how he had transferred so much money. Chapter 37. Caught red-handed on the scene. Feeling guilty, she didn't have Pussy Yen's personal account, so she could only open Me Too to check the situation. To her surprise, it was in a black screen state, showing that the system was busy. Perhaps there were too many people logging in at this time, and she didn't pay much attention to it. Looking at the extra 10 million in her account, she sighed, wishing it were hers. Suddenly remembering that the recent live broadcast earnings on Me Too hadn't been withdrawn, she figured it should be at least 8 million. Since it's not hers, she decided that if she could log in, she would immediately transfer it back to Pussy Yen. The staff at Me Too were almost in a panic, unable to count how many times they had conducted emergency maintenance. However, this time they weren't alone. The maintenance staff from Xingbo were there too. Both platforms' maintenance teams were sweating profusely, all because of Pussy Yen's comments. Finally, at 7:30, the repairs were completed. The Me Too maintenance staff added a precaution by increasing the number of users that could log in simultaneously, hoping that the system wouldn't crash again. Emergency maintenance was truly exhausting. Xingbo was also repaired shortly after, and the boss in the maintenance room inquired about the situation. What happened? It suddenly crashed. Can't we have 1 billion users log in at the same time? The boss questioned the maintenance staff, noting that this was the first time such a situation had occurred since Xingbo started, and it needed serious attention. The boss had just checked and found that Pu Shangjiang had registered on Xingbo and followed a recent blogger who registered for Xing coins. The same one involved in the recent Me Too incident. Pu Shangjiang commented on this female streamer, causing a massive influx of users that led to the crash. The maintenance staff wiped their sweat and patiently explained. All right, I understand. Strengthen the maintenance. You worked hard. The boss acknowledged, cats love fish. If Pu Shangjiang pays attention and comments, we need to take good care of this. With Me Too and Xingbo back to normal. A series of alert sounds followed. Startled, Yanxi quickly turned off the sound and glanced at Yanni Chun, relieved that he hadn't woken up. Yanxi opened the more numerous messages on Xingbo and saw 99 comments, follows, and shares. What happened? Did she suddenly go viral? She clicked on it and found that almost every comment was questioning her relationship with Pu Xinyan, urging her to keep her distance from him. She directly used a small broom to clear the comments, preferring not to see them and ignoring what they said. Some said that Pu Xinyan registered a Xingbo account and followed back. The chaos of the world had nothing to do with her. She just wanted to follow back her benefactors. She quickly replied to Pu Xinyan's comment. Thank you, Pu Shangjiang, for your support, but you give too much. I don't have your personal account. Please message me if you see this, and I'll transfer it back to you. Yanxi immediately closed Xingbo, not wanting to see comments or anything else. Her primary task now was to prepare dinner. She opened the Me Too platform and saw that she had cleared all notifications, adjusted the camera angle, and was ready to go live at any time. Ding dong. Yanxi rushed out of the room. It was the delivery robot. There were quite a few items, and the delivery robot followed Yanxi upstairs and left the items in the kitchen. As expected from the Interstellar service, it was very considerate. Yanxi brought everything to the kitchen table and took out a large bowl. Once everything was set up, she took a photo for the live stream cover and noticed her wrinkled clothes. She changed into a new outfit. Yanxi wore a little black dress above her knees, half her hair tied up, and was ready to start the live stream. Hello everyone, I'm Cat Loves Fish. Tonight, we will make tomato, scrambled eggs, steamed egg custard, and purple sweet potato rice porridge. The bullet comments were all sorts of things, but only Yanxi's loyal fans were focused on what she was cooking that night. I say the streamer is too good at riding on others' coattails, even running to ask Pu Shangjiang for his account. He wouldn't care about you. Exactly. Giving you so much must mean he's afraid of being entangled. Shameless. Keep your distance from Pu Shangjiang. Seeing the flurry of comments, Yanxi laughed. I won't turn off the comments. It's your right. She continued, I happen to be a bit bored while cooking, so I'll treat this as a show. Your analyses are quite on point. If one didn't know better, they'd think it was the real deal. Ha ha ha. Cat isn't even angry, just firing back. No need to get angry. If I got angry over everything, I'd have died from anger long ago. She calmly chatted with the bullet comments while beating the eggs. Her expression unbothered. I think it's all an act. They say they won't care, but I see they care a lot. Beating so many eggs is such a waste. It won't taste good anyway. Stop wasting food. Hurry up and end the stream. Oh no, I'm not ending it. If you don't want to watch, just leave. You're not the ones eating. Yanxi replied with a fake smile. LOL, nothing works against them. Now they're questioning Cat's cooking skills. Slap in the face, Cat. I'm already drooling before she even starts cooking. Can already imagine how fragrant it will be. Tonight, I'll start a lottery. I'll cook a bit more tonight, and we'll draw separately so you have a better chance. She moved quickly, explaining the new rules to her fans in the live stream. Great. This way, there are many more chances. I've never won. I like this new rule. Hope I can win this time. Cut it out. You just want to make more money, right? Sounds so nice, but you're just waiting to fleece your fans. We're happy to participate. You're not the one eating anyway, so stop whining. Before long, she finished beating the eggs and started washing the rice. She kept rubbing and rinsing until the water was no longer cloudy, pouring the rice into the pot. She began peeling the purple sweet potatoes, the knife dancing in her hands. The trash can was quickly filling with sweet potato peels, and soon it was half full. She took the knife and started cutting the sweet potatoes into chunks. The sweet potato pieces plopped into the pot, gradually covering the rice. Seeing it was about right, she stopped and turned up the heat to cook. While waiting for the porridge to boil, she poured the tomatoes into the sink and quickly washed them. As she washed, she turned her back to the camera, secretly removing impurities. She poured the clean tomatoes into a bowl and started chopping them next to the cutting board. One by one, the round tomatoes were sliced open and placed into a small bowl beside them. The juice from the tomatoes flowed all over the cutting board, and Yinshi cleaned it thoroughly before setting it aside. Suddenly, she remembered she hadn't bought scallions, but recalled there were a few in the fridge. Just a bit of scallion flavor would be enough. Yinshi washed the scallions and cut them into small pieces, then started pouring oil into the pot. While waiting for the oil to heat, she stirred the egg mixture, and just as it was mixed well, the oil was ready. Just in time, the porridge also started bubbling. Yinshi opened the lid and stirred it with a spoon, then turned down the heat and covered it again. What kind of porridge is this? Why is it black-purple? It can't be poison, right? The bullet comments went silent, and no one replied. Seeing the quietness in the comments, Yinshi laughed, reassuring herself that it wasn't poisonous. Seeing Yin chuckled. The little fox was clever and could deceive people, but he found himself liking her more and more. Yinshi noticed the top commenter flashing. When did they arrive? She had been busy preparing and didn't see or hear anything, feeling a bit guilty. Chapter 38. Yinshi educated the audience to laughter. Yinshi poured the egg mixture into the pan, and the sound of sizzling filled the air as the liquid gradually turned light yellow and began to solidify. The aroma of eggs wafted through the air, and as she flipped it, both sides started to turn golden, looking very appetizing. Yinshi cooked the egg mixture in batches and set them aside. It smells so good, and it looks delicious. How can Cat do everything? I'm envious of the little brother. He gets to eat delicious food every day. I'm envious too. I wonder if Cat wants me as her little brother. Cat says she doesn't need one. Seeing the comments on the screen, Yinshi chuckled and ignored them. She looked up to see Cyan's sparkling avatar border. She was still adjusting to the fact that Cyan was indeed Cyan. Luckily, the fans in the live chat were unaware. If they knew, it would have probably exploded. With Xinghua paralyzed and the Me Too platform showing a busy server, she had already witnessed the power of Cyan's fans. Yinshi continued cooking, patiently explaining her process. Next, she poured a little oil into the pan, this time not too much, heated it and add some chopped green onions until fragrant. Then, she carefully added the tomatoes into the pan, watching out for splashes. After stir-frying the tomatoes until they softened, she added the eggs to the pan. She liked her tomato scrambled eggs with a bit of sauce, so she added hot water once it was nearly done. Finally, she seasoned it with salt and chicken essence, adding a bit of sugar for sweetness. Yinshi plated the finished tomato scrambled eggs and sprinkled some green onions on top for a nice presentation before showing it to the fans in the live chat. Wow, the color combination is amazing. It smells so good. I really want to eat it. Can you all let me have a turn? I've never won anything. I've never won anything either. It's all about skill. Whoa, I feel so pitiful. I'm ready to spend money. After saying that, gifts started pouring into the live chat, filling the screen with flying ships and battleships. Yinshi's eyes were dazzled, but she didn't feel tired at all because it was all money. For someone who loved money, that was the most important thing. Thank you all for the gifts. Since there's only one person, the portions definitely aren't enough to share with everyone. I have intentions of opening a restaurant, but right now I don't have enough time or money. When I do, everyone is welcome to come and taste my food, and my fans will get a 10% discount. When are you opening? I can help fund it. Waiting for Cat to open the restaurant. While Cat was live, I heard Professor Su calling to say he wants to introduce Cat to the culinary program at on.The Academy. I happen to be at on.The Academy, so I'll have the chance to taste Cat's cooking. Upstairs, I advise you not to be too arrogant. Do you believe I'll transfer there right now? Come on, I'll welcome you with open arms. Just wait. I'll definitely be in front of you when school starts next week. Yinshi quickly spoke up to stop them. No need for that. I know my fans are great, but now isn't the right time to open a restaurant. I have a little brother to take care of, and I need to support myself too. There is no need for everyone to help me raise funds. I appreciate the sentiment, and it really touches me. I got it. Cat. If you need anything, you have to let us know. Cat must be under a lot of pressure to open a restaurant now. So let us not keep bringing it up. Was it your streamer who brought it up herself? Cat is just worried that many of us didn't get a chance, and is afraid we'll be disappointed. Shut up. Yinchi felt warm inside as she saw the supportive comments. Sai noticed some comments being too pushy and didn't want Yinchi to see them. So he began to flood the chat with gifts. He sent 10 sets of 99 Ferris wheels, and the entire live chat was filled with dazzling fireworks, flickering non-stop. Yinchi saw the crazy flickering fireworks, and her first reaction was that it was beautiful, and her second reaction was that it was a lot of money. But she already knew that the top donor was Cyan and felt something was off. Could it really be as the fan said? That Cyan had a crush on her? No way. That's too exaggerated. Just because they had a few meals together, that wouldn't happen. It must be that the fans were talking too much, and she was subconsciously influenced. That's all. The pot was bubbling, and the sweet aroma of purple sweet potato filled the air, mixed with the fragrance of rice, making one want to take a sip. Yinchi lifted the lid, and the aroma became even more pronounced. She stirred a bit and turned off the heat. She scooped a spoonful into a small bowl, took a bite with her spoon, and it was so sweet and sticky. Try tasting it. Cat, hurry, I can't hold back anymore. Yinchi smiled and opened it up. In an instant, the chat became quiet as everyone indulged in the delicious food. After a while, the comments resumed, praising the taste. Yinchi mixed the remaining egg mixture again, added an appropriate amount of water, stirred it well, and put it in the steamer. Taking advantage of the time, she planned to wake up Chen, who knew that when she turned around, she saw the little guy drooling, eagerly looking through the glass door of the kitchen. When did he wake up? Yinchi opened the door and squatted down, laughing as she combed his tousled hair. Chen smiled, showing his teeth, and said, "Just now, I woke up because of the delicious food made by my sister." "Then why didn't you come in?" Yinchi hugged Chen. The little guy had been eating so well these days, feeling soft and chubby to hold. "I was afraid of disturbing my sister," Chen replied seriously. "Our Chun is so considerate." Yinchi stroked the little guy's face. "All right, you go wash your hands and get ready to eat." Chen immediately stood up and saluted. "Yes." He shouted loudly and turned to run away. Yinchi was completely captured by Chen's appearance. She loved the little chubby one. She also scooped out the purple sweet potato rice porridge for herself and Chen, bringing the tomato scrambled eggs to the dining table. She tidied up the restaurant a bit, and by the time she was done, the egg custard was also ready. Carefully taking it out and placing it on the table, she ran back. Chen smiled and gave her a thumbs up, saying, "Sister runs so fast. Awesome. Haha, hurry up and eat." Yinchi felt a bit embarrassed. Being complimented for a small thing made her feel warm inside. Cat runs really fast. Awesome. Haha, the little brother is too cute. Let us keep complimenting Cat like this. Did you see Cat's embarrassed expression? The dazed look is so adorable. Both siblings are little cuties. Yinchi felt like she wanted to hide under the dining table from the embarrassment as she buried her head lower and lower. "Sister, you can't eat your hair." Chen seriously educated Yinchi and demonstrated the correct eating posture. The chat was in stitches, and the screenshots were being circulated. Even Cyan burst out laughing. The sibling dynamic was truly wonderful. Chapter 39. Yinchi's selling power at full capacity. Yinchi awkwardly rubbed her forehead and explained stiffly. "Sister didn't want to eat hair. Sister is so smart. She knows hair can't be eaten." Chen earnestly praised Yinchi, satisfied to see his sister sitting up straight. Yinchi laughed awkwardly, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment that seemed to spill out of the screen. "I'm dying of laughter. This is the first time I've seen a cat with this expression." The identities of the brother and the cat seem to have swapped. It's a serious education. The milk-sweet look combined with a serious expression is so cute. Seeing the comments on the screen praising Chen, the brother and sister's emotions were not in sync. With no choice, she picked at the rice in her bowl, quickly finishing her meal to escape the live stream. Yen watched as she devoured her food, a smile creeping onto his lips. It turned out she was not just a little money-obsessed, but also a little food lover. She quickly finished her last sip of soup and, not even swallowing it, waved her hand and directly ended the live stream. Looking at the already black screen of the live room, she let out a long sigh of relief. She had finally escaped. Watching the little one eat slowly and steadily was truly adorable. He didn't even need to be fed. She suddenly remembered the giveaway and felt embarrassed. She hurriedly posted an update, mentioning the most memorable fan, hoping they hadn't noticed her hurried exit. The comments section was filled with laughter, but no one pointed it out directly. Someone turned the scene of she being educated by her brother into a meme, with the image saying, "Yes, yes, you're right. I was wrong and will change immediately." She found it quite interesting and saved it. Seeing the address for the delivery robot sent from the back end, she noted that the items had arrived, and she only needed to pack them later. After Ichan finished his meal, he put his bowl and chopsticks in the kitchen and saw she washing the dishes. "Thank you, sister, for washing my bowl. No need to thank me. Go play in the living room," she said with a smile as she took the bowl and started scrubbing. Just as she finished tidying up, she heard the familiar doorbell ring. She was about to open the door when she found Ichan rushing out like a little cannonball, looking proud with the delivery robot following behind. She patted Ichan's head, thanking him for the help. She quickly packed the items into the robot's belly, preparing 3 portions for Yin and the others. Thinking of Song Bao and the other support, as well as Kong Wuda's help, she set aside a few more portions. Once everything was in order, she went to the living room to play with Ichan. Ichan didn't have many toys, so she planned to take the little one to visit the Angel Education Institute tomorrow, and then go to the toy store to get him some new toys. Hearing the notification sound, she found it was a message from Yin and the others. "Song Bao, I'm so happy. I didn't expect there would be some for me. Who too? Received it. It smells great. Bai Shui. Thank you. Shishi baby, it's really delicious. Mao Jiao. Thank you." She replied directly in the group. "No need to thank me. Enjoy your dinner." Seeing Yin's message, she rubbed her forehead, wondering if this was the charm of wealthy people. "No need to return it. Just prepare 3 portions for us for breakfast, lunch, and dinner from now on. Consider it meal money." Thinking about the rewards from the live stream, with 10 sets of 99 Ferris wheels plus the transferred 10 million, it totaled 30 million. This was a huge sum. Holding it made her uneasy since she would normally just receive 1 meal's worth from the leaderboard. After repeatedly declining, Yin still didn't give her his card number, making it impossible to transfer back. Forget it, she thought. She might as well keep it for now and not spend it. She would return it when she met him in person. Yin smirked. Thinking they would now be in contact every day, money was not important, as there was no use for it at the military base. Han Yiji took a spoonful of egg custard, exclaiming how good it was, impressed by her cooking skills. "I can't drink nutritional supplements anymore. I can only eat the meals she makes." Gu Ziong took a sip of porridge and sighed, marveling at how simple food became incredibly delicious when it was in Shi's hands. Yin looked at the two of them devouring their food with a disdainful expression, thinking they only knew how to eat and were unreliable. She lay down, tossing and turning, feeling increasingly uneasy. She hadn't given Yin her card number, so how did he transfer the money? Did he investigate her just to send her money? She didn't understand the world of the wealthy. Forget it, she thought. Tomorrow she needed to wake up early to take Ichan to the Angel Education Institute. Early the next morning, she woke up very early. It was only 6 o'clock, and the academy wouldn't open until 8. She got up, washed up, did light makeup, wore a white shirt and blue jeans with white shoes, and tied her hair up into a ponytail. She decided to eat something simple for breakfast, making a sandwich with a cup of milk. She opened the fridge, took out the bread the original owner had stocked up, found lettuce, eggs, and tomatoes, and took out the milk. She entered the living room and started the live stream. "Hello everyone, I'm Cat who loves to eat fish, and today we're making sandwiches." She took out a frying pan and toasted the bread until golden brown, setting it aside. She cracked 2 eggs into the pan, frying them until cooked on both sides. After washing the lettuce and tomatoes, she sliced the tomatoes on the cutting board. Then came the assembly stage: 1 slice of bread, 1 slice of egg, 2 slices of tomato, and lettuce, finished off with a squeeze of salad dressing. And there you have it. This white sauce is called salad dressing, and you can buy it on the official website. It's simple. So simple. That's it. I learned it. Just so happens I have everything at home. I've perfectly replicated it and am eating it now. Help, what is your speed? It's already sold out. It's okay, I'm not jealous at all, because my barbecue machine arrived. I'm having the same grilled meat as Cat for lunch. Be careful sleeping upstairs. I don't follow the usual path. And she poured the milk into the pan, heated it up, added some sugar, stirred it, and poured it out. Isn't that simple? A cup of milk every day is good for your health. It compensates for your daily protein intake. Really? Then I'll listen and have a cup of milk every day. Wow, the milk is sold out too. Where you guys? I didn't get any. Sigh. Seeing the comments, she sighed in relief. Thankfully, the original owner had stocked up on a lot of milk. Usually, she didn't like to add sugar to her milk, but Interstellar milk without sugar had no sweetness at all and had a bit of a fishy taste. So adding some sugar could mask that. She walked to the door of Yin I-chan's room and gently knocked. Has Chin gotten up? I'm up. Sister, come in. Yin I-chan's little voice came from inside. She opened the door to see Yin I-chan standing in front of the wardrobe, troubled about what to wear, looking worried like a little adult. What is wrong, Chin? Don't know what to wear. Yin I-chan nodded, afraid that what he wore would be too casual and the teacher wouldn't like him. She patted Yin I-chan's head, reassuring him, no worries. She found a similar outfit for herself and placed it on Yin I-chan's little bed. How about this? Do you like it? Yin I-chan looked at the clothes on the bed and then at Yin, nodding in satisfaction. I like it. She heard the notification sound and saw it was a message from Professor Su. I've made the arrangements. Just take Chin over directly. Seeing the message, she felt happy and hummed a tune as she walked to the dining room. The comments on the screen were all congratulating Yin, as if Yin I-chan had already been accepted. Chapter 40, with Yin I-chan's academic arrangements in place, Yin had not yet urged him. But Yin I-chan was already dressed and seated at the dining table. Today we're having sandwiches, sister. Yin I-chan took a big bite of the sandwich, his eyes sparkling with praise. So delicious. I'm glad you like it, but eat slowly, Yin said, watching Yin I-chan's expression soften. After the siblings finished eating and tidied up, Yin first closed the live stream. All right, that's it for this morning. Later, we need to go for an in-person interview at the preschool education institution for Chin. I'm afraid we might run out of time. So there won't be a lottery today. Okay, once Chin starts school, it will be easier for everyone. Be careful on the road. Yin turned off the live stream and walked into the kitchen to prepare breakfast for 3. Since she had accepted the money, she still had to fulfill her responsibilities. She quickly booked the fastest delivery robot to send out the breakfast. It was already 7:10. She checked her outfit. Everything seemed fine. Just as she was about to head out, she saw a message from Uncle Wood saying he was waiting at the front door. She quickly grabbed the prepared sandwiches and milk. Uncle Wood never accepted money, so she decided to use the meal money instead. Let us go, Chin. Uncle Wood is already at the door. Okay, let us go. Yin I-chan checked himself in the mirror, turned around in his little tie, and smiled in satisfaction as he took Yin-shi's hand and headed out. Uncle Wood couldn't help but laugh when he saw the siblings. He didn't expect Yin-shi to remember him, and he was happy to find that there was food for him yesterday. Let's go. We need to get there early. It will take about 40 minutes. Uncle, this is breakfast prepared by my sister for you. Yin I-chan handed the milk and sandwich to Uncle Wood. Uncle Wood took them with both hands, smelling the delicious aroma and smiling. Thank you, Chin, and thank you to your sister. Uncle Wood, you should eat it now. If it gets cold, it won't taste as good. It's only 7:10, and they won't open the door yet. We have plenty of time. Yin-shi saw Uncle Wood put the breakfast away and felt warm inside, probably worried about arriving late. It's fine. We can eat on the spaceship later. I'll activate the autopilot. Uncle Wood waved his hand with a smile, signaling the siblings to get in the car. Yin-shi didn't hold back and pulled Yin I-chan into the vehicle. The autopilot feature of the interstellar spaceship was quite impressive, although it wasn't as fast as manual driving. Yin I-chan was incredibly excited, leaning out the window to look at the scenery. Uncle Wood quickly finished the sandwich and gulped down the milk, then switched to manual driving, speeding toward the Angel Education Institution. When they arrived at their destination, Yin-shi marveled at how Uncle Wood was truly an experienced driver. They had made it in just 30 minutes. It was now past 7:40. Arriving at the entrance of the Angel Education Institution, they found the gate tightly closed and not yet open. Yin-shi decided not to get off the spaceship and waited quietly inside. Yen-Chen, however, was bouncing with excitement, glancing frequently at the entrance. Just as the little guy seemed unable to wait any longer, the school gate finally opened. Soon after, teachers and children began to get off their spaceships and head toward the school gate, and Yin Shi and the others followed suit. They saw a female teacher stop at the gate, and upon seeing her face, Yin Shi recognized her as Teacher Wang Minhua, introduced by Professor Su Dinghua. Yin Shi hurriedly quickened her pace and pulled Yin Chen over, quietly instructing him, "Chun Chun, remember to greet the teacher." "I know," the little guy nodded eagerly. "Hello, I'm here on the recommendation of Professor Su Dinghua. My name is Yin Shi, and this is my younger brother." After introducing herself, Yin Shi quickly pushed the little guy forward a step. Yin Chen was completely unfazed. "Hello, teacher. My name is Yin Chen, but you can call me Chun Chun. You should already know my name. No need to be so polite." "Come in," Teacher Wang Minhua said without much self-introduction, but spoke very kindly. Knowing she was introduced by Professor Su, Yin Shi followed Yin Chen into the academic office and stopped at Wang Minhua's workstation. "No need to be so formal. You can sit down. Please wait here for a moment while I take Chun Chun for a simple test." Wang Minhua pulled out a chair and poured a glass of water for Yin Shi. "Okay," Yin Shi said, looking at Yin Chen, "be good and listen to the teacher." "I know, sister." Yin Chen nodded and followed Wang Minhua into a small room. Yin Shi watched their figures disappear and felt at ease sitting in her seat, sipping tea. She wasn't tea worried at all. The little guy was very clever and had done a lot of preparation. The only thing she felt was a bit unaccustomed to was that Yin Chen was suddenly not by her side. In the testing room, Wang Minhua looked at the serious Yin Chen with an increasingly gentle expression. "No need to be nervous. Would you like to play with some toys?" "Yes," Yin Chen replied with a smile, looking at Wang Minhua cheerfully. Wang Minhua played games with Yin Chen while observing him. His initiative and quick reactions were impressive. Yin Chen was having a great time and was fully engaged, completely unaware he was being observed. "Would you like to watch an episode of an animated show with the teacher? It's really good." Wang Minhua started guiding Yin Chen to watch the animation while continuing to observe him. "Okay," Yin Chen nodded obediently. However, when he saw the children in the animation crying because they had no parents due to the war, he couldn't help but sniffle a little. "Teacher, those children are so pitiful. When I grow up, I must help them. I'm just like them. I don't have a dad or mom, but I'm very lucky because I have a sister." Wang Minhua was increasingly pleased and found Yin Chen more and more likable. She decided to accept this student. Many children performed well initially, but when it came to the animation, they spoke about the plot with indifference. It was rare to find a child like Yin Chen with such empathy and kindness, and he was very talented. She was very satisfied with the child sent by Professor Su. "Let us go find your sister. She is probably waiting anxiously for us." Wang Minhua turned off the TV and took Yin Chen's small hand as they exited. Yin Chen nodded, eager to see his sister, his little legs moving quickly. She heard footsteps and guessed that the test was over. She saw Yin Chen stretch out his arms. Yin Chen let go of Wang Minhua's hand and ran into Yin Shi's embrace. Before she could even ask, the little guy explained everything clearly. "The teacher played games with me, and we watched an animated show, and now we're back to find you." She looked at Wang Minhua with a puzzled expression. "Is the test over?" "Yes, I really like Chun Chun. He is very talented. Since today is Friday, why don't we have him come to school directly next Monday? After completing the procedures on Monday, he can start classes right away," Wang Minhua said with a gentle smile. She couldn't help but feel excited. The little guy's education was settled. "No problem. Thank you, Teacher Wang, for taking care of him." Yin Chen was jumping with excitement. "Chun Chun is going to start school. Be careful while jumping." Wang Minhua instinctively cared for Yin Chen. "Thank you, Teacher Wang, for caring about Chun Chun." Yin Chen immediately stopped jumping and bowed to Wang Minhua, making both Yin Shi and Wang Minhua laugh continuously. How can anyone not like a polite child? Yin Shi chatted a bit with Wang Minhua before taking Yin Chen out of the academic office. Seeing Uncle Wood waiting on a bench, she felt a bit embarrassed. Uncle Wood saw the excited expressions on Yin Shi and Yin Chen's faces and immediately guessed that they had succeeded. "Let us go. Let us not talk too much. We must celebrate today. I was thinking the same. Let us bring my sister home with me today." Yin Shi nodded with a smile, picked up Yin Chen, and couldn't he help but kiss the little guy's cheek. Yin Ichin blushed and burrowed into Yin Shi's arms, thinking that since his sister kissed him, she must think he's great. Chapter 41, Unexpected Guess. Yin Shi pulled Yin Ichin onto the spaceship. Chinchin was amazing today. I'm going to buy you a toy at Toy City as a reward. Really? That's great. Yin Ichin shouted excitedly. Kongwood chimed in, we should definitely buy a gift. Let Chinchin pick one out later. It can be a present from Uncle. Uncle, no need. You brought us here without charging. How can we let you buy us gifts? Yin Shi quickly declined, feeling quite embarrassed. If you say that, how can I take your aunt to your home? It would make me feel embarrassed, Kongwood replied, making it clear he wouldn't feel right about not buying something. Yin Shi no longer insisted, thinking she would just make some good food later on. Okay, then thank you, Uncle Wood. Thank you, Uncle. Yin Ichin said obediently, sitting still. The destination was Toy City. Yin Shi quickly shared her joy in the me-rabbit dynamic, informing everyone of the good news. Chinchin's educational arrangements have been settled, solving a big problem. She hurriedly messaged Su Dinghua to express her gratitude. Professor Su, the issue is resolved. Come over for lunch today. I'll invite a few friends for a gathering. Su Dinghua was busy with shipping, but upon hearing the notification from his smart brain, he immediately set aside his work. Seeing it was from Yin, she made him genuinely happy for her. Great. I'll be there on time at noon. Congratulations. Yin Shi sent the same message in the 7-person group chat, inviting a few people over. The group quickly became lively. Cat 9. I'll be there on time. Fox 2. I can eat delicious food again. Wait for me. Bai Shui. Okay. I'll definitely be the first to arrive. Song Bao. All right. See you at noon. Luo Fei. Okay. My girlfriend and I will arrive on time. Seeing the replies in the group, Yin Shi guessed that they were probably still busy at the amusement park. Ever since she shared the recipe for crispy roasted meat with them, they had been consistently trending on Starbo, which brought in a significant amount of extra income for the amusement park. She figured Luo Fei and Lin Xin must be swamped, and today would be a good opportunity for them to take a break. At this moment, they arrived at Toy City. Stepping off the interstellar spaceship, they saw a tall silver building with quite a few people promoting various things. This was Yin Shi's first time seeing such a scene, with all kinds of interstellar beings with ears and tails bustling about in Toy City. Watching their outfits made her feel like she was in an animal kingdom. The interstellar population was divided into 3 types: animal attribute half-beasts, who couldn't retract their ears and tails. There were many of them, those like Pu Sinian, Han Yiji, and Gu Ziang, who had strong mental powers and could control their ears and tails. And finally, the ordinary people like Kongwood. Yin Ichin nervously held onto Yin Shi's hand, but his eyes sparkled as he stared at the toys, occasionally glancing at passing pedestrians. Yin Shi was quickly immersed in the animal world, unable to pull herself away from the fluffy ears and tails, which she, as a plush toy lover, simply couldn't resist. She tried hard to control herself from rushing over to touch them, fearing she might be mistaken for a pervert. Yin Ichin was captivated by various toys, but stopped in front of the toy guns. Sister, can I have this? Seeing the light in Yin Ichin's eyes as he looked at the gun, Yin Shi knew the little guy genuinely liked it. Of course. You could buy whatever you like. Thank you, sister, Yin Ichin exclaimed, hugging the gun tightly, his little face filled with joy. Yin Shi saw how much the little guy liked it and decisively went to pay, even though the toy was a bit pricey. But since the little guy liked it, it was worth it. Kongwood immediately bought accessories for the gun, putting them in a small bag along with Yin Ichin's gun. The little one was very satisfied and refused to buy anything else. Yin Shi smiled with relief and quickly pulled Kongwood and Yin Ichin to the mall for shopping. On the way, Yin Ichin was engrossed in studying the toy gun, overjoyed. Finally, they arrived at the mall, and from a distance they saw Xiao Mei, who had served them last time, along with a sales assistant. With a warm smile, she hurried over to greet the 3 of them. Oh, I didn't recognize you last time, Cat. Were you here to buy today? The sales assistant was even more enthusiastic than last time. Xiao Mei quickly led them into the mall, eagerly promoting fresh ingredients that had just arrived. Yin Shi saw a lot of fresh meat, 10 pounds of beef, 10 pounds of lamb, and then a bit of pork belly and ribs, along with 10 pounds of lean meat. The sales assistant and Xiao Mei were overly enthusiastic, giving Yin Shi a lot of big bones for free. Oh, you must accept these. They're not worth much. Yin Shi found it hard to refuse, so she accepted, thinking she would buy more things later to boost their sales. She walked to the vegetable section and picked up some big-headed greens and lettuce. And seeing some nice bok choy, she decided to grab some of that too. When she reached the fruit section, she decisively bought some to put in the shopping cart. Thinking about the many dishes she planned to make today, she realized her home spices might not be enough. She walked into the spice section and bought a lot of star anise and dried chili peppers. Today, she planned to make several spicy dishes, including one called Finding Meat in Chili. Having bought almost everything and seeing that it was almost 11 o'clock and she didn't have time to browse anymore, she hurried to the checkout and rushed home. The sales assistant and Xiao Mei watched Yin Shi and the others leave, knowing they wouldn't be back before returning to their duties. When Yin Shi arrived at her doorstep, she saw that most of the guests had already arrived. Why is everyone so eager today? Seeing everyone carrying things, they were all being overly polite. Why is everyone here so early? I thought I was fast enough. And she quickly got off the spaceship and opened the door. The boys, including Song Bao, went over to help carry the groceries. I came early to help. Bai Shui habitually tugged at Yenshi's arm. So did we. Otherwise, how long would it take for you to prepare food for so many people? Fox 2 explained, heading straight for the kitchen to wash his hands. Kongwood and the others set down the items, and Kongwood quickly went home to pick up his wife. And she didn't even need to assign tasks. Everyone found their suitable place and started helping. Fortunately, the kitchen was large enough, and everyone was busy and excited, looking forward to the delicious food of the day. While washing the fruits, Yanshi quietly purified the impurities, making the fruits sweet and tasty. Seeing the clean big bones, she took out the pressure cooker and tossed them all in, suddenly remembering she forgot to start the live stream. She felt a bit guilty towards her fans and quickly opened it. Hello, everyone. Today, I have quite a few dishes to make, so I won't introduce them all now. I'll explain them in detail while cooking. So many people. Cat's kitchen is almost full. So nice. I feel so happy to see Cat with more friends. I feel the same way. She added ginger slices and cooking wine to the pot, boiling it over high heat until it reached a boil and skimmed off the foam. In another pot, she added oil and the appropriate amount of rock sugar, melting the sugar over high heat before adding boiling water. Next, she poured the big bones and the boiled water into the pressure cooker. She added scallions, ginger, Sichuan peppercorn, bay leaves, cinnamon, and star anise, along with the right amount of light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, and doubanjiang, choosing the meat cooking button and closing it, leaving it unattended. Just as she finished stewing the sauce bones, she heard a knock on the door and quickly wiped her hands to open it. Opening the door, she saw the guests and asked, "What is going on? Did everyone come together? But hadn't she invited these few? Why did she feel embarrassed?" She didn't have time to think too much and quickly opened the door with a smile, saying, "Come in, welcome." Chapter 42, Let Go of My Sister. Han Yiji and Gu Zong were carrying things, following behind Pu Sinian. Pu Sinian, with empty hands, smiled at Yanshi. Yanshi gestured for them to go ahead. The people in the kitchen stopped what they were doing, excitedly watching them. Is that really General Pu? It seems to be true. He appeared for a moment during the last live broadcast, and during that time, Xinghua and me too exploded with comments. You all know that, right? Yes. The screen went black for a long time. Come, sit down. You must be tired from coming over, right? But how does General Pu know my Yanshi? Bai Shui asked with a tilted head, her eyes full of admiration. Everyone wanted to know the answer, all staring at the few of them. Han Yiji felt uncomfortable under the gaze and took a sip of water. Gu Ziong nudged Pu Sinian with his elbow, signaling him to explain quickly. I'm a #1 supporter. Pu Sinian calmly uttered this sentence under everyone's gaze, quietly glancing at Yin Shi across the water. Oh my God, you're the #1 supporter? No. General Pu is the #1 supporter. Year after year, it's actually Pu Sinian? This world is too fantastical. Yin Shi couldn't help but speak as she watched everyone crowding around the three and pressing for answers. All right, do we still want to eat? Eat. Back to work immediately. General Pu, you all sit down. We'll go get busy first. A group of people immediately dispersed and rushed into the kitchen, clearly more interested in food than in the few of them. Han Yiji let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it was over. It felt like he was alive again. Gu Ziong nodded in agreement. Sinian took a sip of water and calmly said, "Not necessarily. We still have to eat together later." Ah. Guziong looked down, feeling disappointed. "No way." Han Iji visibly sulked, thinking of food and feeling energized again. She poured 3 cups of freshly squeezed juice and handed them to them. "You guys drink some juice first. I'll go to the kitchen." "Thank you." Sinian took it and had a sip. The taste was good. Guziong waved his hand. "Don't mind us, you go ahead." Han Iji also agreed. She looked back several times, but still went into the kitchen. The livestream saw Sinian and the others in the living room and clamored for Yin. She'd have broadcast them. "I want to see General Pooh." "Quickly switch the screen." "Exactly. Who wants to watch your live stream? Eating is more important than the generals. If you don't want to watch, get out. This is a food channel." She saw fans were already taking action in the comments. So she didn't say anything. She took out the clean pork belly, deciding to make braised pork first. She put the whole piece into boiling water for 30 seconds. Rinsed the meat under the tap until it was cool. Cut it into thick pieces and blanched them in boiling water. She took it out again. Rinsed it under the tap until it was cool, put it back in boiling water to blanch again, and drained the water. In the blanching pot, she added oil, put in cinnamon, bay leaves, and star anise in cold oil, and sauteed them on low heat to release the fragrance. She added the pork belly and stir-fried it to let the fat flow out and reduce the greasiness. She stir-fried the pork belly until both sides were slightly yellow. Added rock sugar or brown sugar, dark soy sauce, light soy sauce, and salt, and mixed the seasonings evenly to color each piece of meat. She added hot water to cover all the ingredients, without covering the pot, boiled it on high heat, and skimmed off the foam. After adding ginger slices and dates, she boiled it on high heat until it boiled again, then turned to low heat to simmer for 40 minutes to an hour, reducing the juice over high heat while stirring. She reduced the juice until it was thick, ensuring each piece of pork belly was coated in sauce. Then she scooped out the pork belly and placed it on a plate. The group around her smelled the aroma of the meat and came over like a pack of hungry wolves. "All right, there's more. Wait until you're all stuffed to leave." Seeing the crowd almost drooling, she quickly took the braised pork out and placed it on the dining table. Guziong immediately stood up and leaned over. "What is this? It smells so good and looks delicious. Look at you, so unrefined." Han Iji commented as he walked over. "Don't smell it. Pinch your nose shut." Guziong retorted, eyeing Han Iji. "Mind your own business." Han Iji shot back, continuing to smell. Although Sinian could smell the aroma and wanted to come over, he was afraid of appearing like those too, so he stayed put. "Wait. There is still a lot of delicious food. Don't rush." She left that remark and went back into the kitchen. She prepared the necessary ingredients, cleaned and washed the lean meat, draining the water. She chopped it into evenly sized small pieces, added salt, cooking wine, white pepper, green onion segments, ginger slices, and soy sauce, mixed it by hand, and marinated for 15 minutes. Then she added starch and mixed well, marinating the chicken pieces with the seasonings. This can eliminate the fishy smell of the meat. After the marinating time, she picked out the green onion segments and ginger slices, adding starch, which can make the fried meat crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. This is one of the little tricks to making this dish well. In her previous life, she had tried making spicy chicken cubes with chicken thigh meat, but later, because she didn't have chicken thigh meat, she used lean meat once, and the texture was unexpectedly good. Since then, the meat in her version of spicy chicken cubes had become lean meat. She cut the green onion into small sections, minced the ginger, sliced the garlic, chopped the cilantro, and used scissors to cut the dried chili into rings. She boiled water in a pot and blanched the dried chili rings, then took them out and drained them. The dried chili segments are quite dry and can easily scorch during frying, which would make them bitter and unappealing. So adding this blanching step makes the fried dried chili segments less likely to burn and enhances the flavor. This is a little trick to fry spicy chili that is crispy and not burnt. She heated oil in a pot, added the meat cubes, and fried them over high heat, spreading them out to prevent sticking together until the meat cubes were golden, then took them out for later use. She raised the oil temperature, put the meat cubes back in for double frying until they were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, then drained the oil for later use. Double frying the meat cubes achieves the crispy texture outside and tender inside, if they are fried continuously in the oil. The moisture in the meat will be dried out, making it tough and dry to eat. She poured out the oil from the fried meat cubes, leaving some base oil, added Sichuan pepper and dried chili rings, frying them on low heat to release their spicy aroma. Then she added ginger shreds and garlic slices to saute until fragrant. The fragrance of the chili is overpowering, instantly filling the kitchen. She added the meat cubes, then added white sugar, and quickly stir-fried on high heat until evenly mixed. Finally, she added cilantro segments, stir-fried evenly on high heat, turned off the heat, and plated it. The amount of dried chili can be adjusted according to personal taste. Those who can eat spicy can add more, and those who can't should add less. Everyone has different tolerances for chili and Sichuan pepper, so just make it to suit your own taste. She poured the finished spicy chicken cubes into a plate, avoiding everyone's gaze as she carried out. She saw Gu Ziong and Han Yiji already waiting at the dining table, and as the spicy chicken cubes were brought out, the aroma filled the living room, and both of their eyes were eager. She was busy and sweating lightly, wiping her forehead with a tissue. Pu Xinyan stood up, casually grabbed 2 tissues, walked in front of Yin Shi, and began wiping his hands, his eyes showing warmth. Yin Shi was startled by Pu Xinyan's sudden action, frozen in place. Feeling the warmth from her forehead, her face gradually turning red. Yin Yichen saw someone getting close to his sister and quickly ran out. "Let go of my sister." With that shout, everyone turned to look at Yin Shi and Pu Xinyan. They were all surprised, mouths agape, staring at the intimate scene. What's going on? Why are they so close? Chapter 43. Yin Shi Science Time. Yin Shi heard Yin Yichen's voice and turned around in a panic. How did Chun Chin come out? I'm here to wipe my sister's sweat. No need for General Pu to help. I saw it on TV. Men and women shouldn't have physical contact. Yin Yichen pulled Yin Shi away and had her sit on the sofa, seriously wiping her forehead. Pu Xian chuckled. The little guy has a high sense of vigilance. Oh, our General Pu is being rejected, Gu Ziong said, elongating his tone. Han Yiji looked at Yin Yichen and gave him a thumbs up. Well done. Pu Xian glared at them, but didn't get angry as he sat down on the sofa. Yin Shi felt a heated gaze directed at her. Pu Xian was openly staring at her, causing her to hurriedly avert her eyes. All right, sister has to go inside to be busy now. Chun, be good and stay in the living room. Okay, I'll be good. Yin Yichen nodded and ran to the living room to play with his toys. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Yin Yichen dashed out like a little cannonball to open the door. Hello, Grandpa. Hello, brother. Hello, uncle and aunt. Yin Yichen greeted each one with a smile and obedience. Good. Chun is so good. Su Dingwa ruffled Yin Yichen's hair. Kong Wuda's previously awkward expression vanished almost entirely because of Yin Yichen. Beside him was a gentle woman, her face radiating warmth. This is Chun, so well-behaved, she said. Yin Yichen, like a little adult, led everyone to the living room. Chi Feng entered and saw Pu Xian and the others, thinking how he seemed to be everywhere. Han Yiji looked at the newcomers to see who had arrived. Please sit, don't be formal. Pu Xian arranged for a few to take a seat, assuming the role of the host. No need for that. This is Yin Shi's home. We can be casual. Chi Feng replied with a smile, seemingly calm, but hiding turbulent waves beneath. Gu Ziong and Han Yiji exchanged glances, finding the food Yin Shi was preparing much more interesting than the current conversation. Kong Wuda and Lu Hui didn't know how to fit in, feeling overwhelmed by the presence of so many important figures. Uncle and aunt, don't be scared. Please sit here. Yin Yichen pulled them to take a seat and kindly poured juice for both of them. You go helping girl. I don't need you to accompany me. Su Dingwa ordered Chi Feng, noticing that others were taking the initiative to come over. He still needed to rely on him for support. This wooden lump was unreliable. Yin Shi heard the commotion outside and came out from the kitchen to greet them. Auntie, you're here. I've heard about you for a long time. Uncle Wuda talks about you every day. Not at all. I'm the one who hears Wuda talking about you every day, praising how good your cooking is, how beautiful you are, and how hardworking. Lu Hui replied with a smile, surprised that Yin Shi was so easy to get along with, which made her feel less restrained. Kong Wuda, hearing his wife speak, shyly scratched his head. Professor Su, please sit down first. We have enough hands in the kitchen. You can chat here for a bit. Yin Shi greeted Su Dingwa and Chi Feng. After finishing her greetings, Yanxi hurried back to the kitchen to continue her work, quickly preparing sweet and sour fish. She cleaned the fish, made deep cuts on both sides, mixed flour with water to create a batter, and evenly coated the fish with it. She heated enough oil in a pot until it was about 70 hot, held the fish by the tail, and used a spoon to drizzle hot oil over it to set its shape. Then she carefully slid the fish into the hot oil, pouring hot oil over it while frying until the skin turned crispy. She took out the fried carp and placed it on a plate, leaving some oil in the pot. She chopped scallions, ginger, and garlic until fragrant, then added ketchup and stir-fried it briefly. She poured in an appropriate amount of water, added the remaining salt, pepper, sugar, aged vinegar, and monosodium glutamate, bringing it to a boil over high heat. After drizzling in some cornstarch slurry and 1 tablespoon of cooked oil, she stirred until the sauce was bright and even, then poured it over the fried carp. Yanxi brought the finished fish to the dining table. Unlike the flavors of other dishes, a sweet and sour aroma filled the living room. The mixed scents of various dishes were hard to pinpoint, making one's appetite uncontrollably open up. Yanxi quickly prepared tomato, scrambled eggs, and shredded potatoes, but before she could bring them out, they were taken away by Cat 9 and Song Bao. "We've finished here, we'll take it out," Song Bao explained. "This little task is on us," Cat 9 said as he took the dishes out. Yanxi planned to make stir-fried garlic sprouts with meat and fish-flavored shredded pork. Although they might look similar, they were fundamentally different. She cut the garlic sprouts into sections and the lean meat into shreds, adding an appropriate amount of oil and a little salt to the pot. She added the garlic sprouts and quickly stir-fried until they turned green, then set them aside. In the pot, she poured in oil, added sugar, and stirred-fried the shredded meat until it turned white, then added soy sauce and mixed evenly. She then added the garlic sprouts, seasoning with chicken essence and a bit of salt, and stir-fried evenly before plating. Next, she prepared to make fish-flavored shredded pork, blanching the chopped ingredients for 30 seconds to remove any odd smells, then draining the water. She heated oil in the pot, added minced scallions, ginger, and garlic, and sauteed until fragrant, then added a suitable amount of chili sauce. After frying until the oil turned red, she added the ingredients and shredded meat, stir-frying for 30 seconds, and then poured in the prepared sauce. She turned up the heat to thicken the sauce, adding a little chili oil before mixing everything evenly and plating it. The live stream began to ask questions. These look pretty much the same. Aren't they similar? One smells sweet and sour, and the other just smells like normal food. The sauce does seem a bit different. Yanxi explained. The first dish is called stir-fried garlic sprouts with meat, and the second is fish-flavored shredded pork. Both are indeed fragrant, but the stir-fried garlic sprouts with meat is a bit more chewy, while the fish-flavored shredded pork has a slight spiciness combined with a sweet and sour taste, making for a rich flavor. You'll be able to taste the difference when you eat it later. Oh, got it. But isn't that lean meat? Why is it called fish-flavored shredded pork? Right, it's like the wife cake from ancient Earth. There's no wife inside. Ha. I'm learning something new. Seeing the barrage of comments heating up, Yanxi quickly got back to work. She swiftly made stir-fried seasonal vegetables and steamed fish. Bai Shui and the others finished up and started taking dishes out, leaving only Yanxi in the kitchen soon after. Yanxi looked at the beef she had bought and planned to make beef balls and crispy meat. And the crispy meat could even be used for a crispy meat hot pot. The pork could be used for boiled sliced pork, and the fish could be used for spicy fish chunks. Yanxi quickly got to work and started frying the fish chunks, instantly filling the air with a fragrant smell of fish. Those who had just eaten fish chunks a few days ago immediately recognized the scent of fried fish chunks. They pressed their faces against the kitchen door to peek inside, and as soon as Yanxi turned around, they quickly stood straight. Fortunately, Yanxi had learned her lesson a few days ago when Yenichin got scared and was not startled this time. However, the scene was quite comfortable and rare. They were all important figures, yet it seemed they were all missing something to eat. Even Pu Xian rarely got up, wandering near the kitchen door. Yanxi turned her head to ignore him, silently focusing on the dishes. Next, she decided to make human lamb, with time on her hands. She might as well make a lamb soup. Without hesitation, she took out the washed lamb and started cooking. "Let me help you. I can chop." A pair of hands calmly took the knife from Yanxi's hand, smiling gently. Chapter 44. A man who is too cold can't chase girls. Chi Feng smiled as he took the knife from Yan Shi's hand, saying, I can't cook, but I can help out. Su Dingwa looked at his apprentice with satisfaction, smiling with pride. Han Yiji noticed Pu Xinyan's cold expression and teased, someone's getting jealous. Cold and aloof won't win anyone over, Gu Ziong added. Pu Xinyan watched the perfect cooperation between the two in the kitchen, chatting and laughing. He turned his head away in annoyance, but his gaze couldn't help but return. Yan Shi handed the meat to Chi Feng to handle while she started preparing the cut lamb. Then I'll trouble you, she said. Not a trouble at all. The viewers in the live stream noticed their interaction and began shipping the couple. They match so well, don't they? Chi Feng, the legendary cold academic, is so gentle. There must be something going on between them. I feel it. So sweet. The sweetness is overflowing from the screen. I'm dead. Yan Shi placed thumb-sized pieces of lamb into a bowl, adding water to soak for half an hour to draw out the blood and reduce the gamey taste. She cut off both ends of the onion and placed them into a prepared large bowl, adding coriander roots, cutting the leaves separately for another plate. She chopped the green onion into sections and smashed the ginger, adding them to the bowl with a little water, then kneaded it with her hands for 2 minutes to extract the juices and let it soak for a few minutes. She diced the onion and cut the coriander stems into long sections, placing them on separate plates, while putting the coriander leaves aside. She toasted cumin and sesame seeds in a pan over low heat until fragrant, then set them aside. Next, she added chili powder and cumin powder to the pan, frying them until aromatic. After soaking, she rinsed the lamb several times to remove the blood, squeezing out the excess liquid and placing it in a bowl. She added half a teaspoon of salt, 1 tablespoon of soy sauce, 1 teaspoon of cumin powder, 1 tablespoon of pepper, and some green onion and ginger water, mixing it well to let the lamb absorb the flavors. After mixing, she cracked an egg into the lamb and mixed it again, followed by 2 tablespoons of cornstarch, and finally added a tablespoon of vegetable oil to lock in the moisture, marinating it for 10 minutes. In a hot pan with cold oil, she added about 2 tablespoons of oil and carefully placed the marinated lamb into the pan, frying it slowly over medium-low heat until golden brown. Once one side was golden, she flipped it over to cook the other side, stirring and mixing until the lamb was fully cooked. Leaving some oil in the pan, she added the diced onion and sautéed it over low heat until fragrant. Once the onion was aromatic, she added the lamb back into the pan, stirring it over high heat with the toasted cumin, sesame, chili powder, cumin powder, and a little salt. After mixing thoroughly, she added the coriander stems, turning off the heat and using the residual heat to combine everything before plating it beautifully. The flavors of cumin and lamb melded together, resulting in an excellent presentation. Just as Yan Shi finished plating, Pu Xinyan took the plate and said, I'll help out too. Okay, Chi Feng replied, continuing his work. Yan Shi was puzzled as to why Pu Xinyan needed to inform Chi Feng before helping. Seeing Chi Feng's indifferent demeanor, Pu Xinyan angrily carried the plate out. The viewers noticed Pu Xinyan's expression and began a new round of discussion. Could it be that General Pu likes our little cat? Was that just now a scene of chasing his wife? Did you see his resentful gaze? I saw it. I'm already shipping them. I mean, the undefeated cleanliness general versus the delicate little chef. How can this not be a ship? Get away. What are you talking about? General Pu just thinks the host's cooking is good. Yan Shi noticed the comments and thought back to Pu Xinyan's expression. It did seem like jealousy. She quickly shook her head, dismissing the idea. How could that be? He probably just thinks her cooking is good. Nothing to overthink. When she saw that the meat slices were ready, she refocused. Your knife skills are great. You've helped a lot. Yan Shi took the meat slices and began preparing boiled pork slices, thinking about the fragrant and spicy flavor that they would surely enjoy. As long as I can help you, she said. Chi Feng adjusted his glasses and glanced at Yan Shi before turning back to his work. Looking at the large amount of meat slices, Yan Shi decided to make 2 different flavors, fearing that some might not be able to handle the spice. She mixed the lean meat slices with egg whites, salt, and starch, letting it rest for 10 minutes. Chi Feng handed her the prepared green onions, ginger, garlic, red peppers, and peppercorns. Thank you. Yan Shi smiled as she took them. In a pot of boiling water, she blanched the bok choy, setting it aside once cooked. In another pan, she heated oil to fry the sauce until fragrant, adding the red peppers and stirring well. Once the water was boiling, she added the marinated meat slices, cooking until they turned white, then seasoning with salt and pouring the cooked meat over the bok choy. In another pot, she heated oil to fry the peppercorns until fragrant, then removed the peppercorns and drizzled the oil over the chopped onions and garlic. The spicy, boiled pork slices were done, and taking a deep breath of the unique aroma, she couldn't help but praise, "That's the flavor. It must be delicious." "I'll take this out first," Chi Fong said, instinctively carrying the boiled pork slices outside. Noticing Pu Xinyan's gaze, he pretended not to see and headed back into the kitchen. Pu Xinyan glared at Chi Feng's back, almost burning a hole through it. "Some people just don't know what they're looking at," Han Yiji teased while sipping juice. "What are you looking at?" "There's nothing interesting," Gu Ziong chimed in, watching cartoons with Yenny Chen, excitedly asking about the gossip. Pu Xinyan turned to glance at him. "If there's nothing, then there's nothing. No wonder nobody wants you," Gu Ziong muttered under his breath. Seeing Pu Xinyan stare at the kitchen, he decided not to argue. Realizing he was uncomfortable watching the girl he liked interact with another guy, She was completely unaware of what was happening outside the living room as she continued making tomato pork slices. She washed and peeled 2 tomatoes, cutting them into small pieces, and minced some ginger for later use. She marinated the lean meat slices with water, starch, and salt. In a pan, with a little oil, she added the tomato pieces and minced ginger, stirring them together. After adding broth and simmering for 5 minutes, she boiled the meat slices until cooked, seasoning with salt. After 2 minutes of simmering, she turned off the heat, garnishing with chopped green onions before plating. Unlike the boiled pork slices, this dish had a tomato red broth, complemented by the tender green onions, making it look exceptionally appetizing. Bai Shui and Hu Tu exchanged glances, their eyes revealing their feelings for Pu Xinyan. It seemed only Yin Shi, being oblivious, hadn't he noticed yet. Suddenly, Pu Xinyan turned his head, locking eyes with the three. Bai Shui and Hu Tu quickly turned to engage Cat 9 and Song Bao in conversation. When Pu Xinyan turned back, he sighed in relief, glad he hadn't been discovered. He stared intently at the kitchen, resembling a stone of longing from the Interstellar era. Han Yiji also went to join Gu Ziong in watching TV with Yenny Chen, feeling increasingly frustrated as he watched his brother's unrequited feelings. Su Ding was sipped on juice while watching Chi Fong and Yin Shi in the kitchen, silently cheering for them, hoping they would soon be together for a delicious future. Chapter 45, Let's Have a Toast. Yin Shi didn't have to worry about serving the food. Once it was ready, someone would take it out. First, she started to stew the lamb soup, and then made the meatballs and beef balls. She cut the fresh lamb into large pieces, washed them together with the lamb bones, and put them into a pot with cold water to blanch and remove the gamey smell. Fortunately, the salesperson had said to take some lamb bones, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to make the lamb soup. "Thank you." Once it boiled over high heat, a lot of foam would appear on the surface of the water. At this point, she skimmed off the foam with a spoon and continued to boil it for another 23 minutes before taking it out. If more foam appeared during the boiling process, it should be skimmed off in time to prevent the foam from being reabsorbed by the lamb and failing to remove the gamey taste. The lamb pieces were rinsed again with clean water. "I'll wash it." Chi Fong naturally took over the washing task and washed it on his own. "Then I'll leave it to you." Yin Shi quickly cut some yam, so the lamb soup would be thicker when cooked later. She added clean water to the pot, boiled it over high heat, and added the cleaned lamb and lamb bones, boiling on high heat for 20 minutes before reducing to medium heat for another 20 minutes. Boiling on high heat could make the lamb soup whiter. After about 40 minutes, the lamb could be easily pierced with chopsticks, indicating it was cooked. At this point, she took out the lamb and set it aside to cool, leaving the lamb bones in the pot to continue boiling on high heat for another half hour. If the soup level decreased in the meantime, more boiling water could be added to supplement. When making lamb soup at home, lamb bones don't need to be boiled for several hours, which is time-consuming and laborious. When the soup concentration seems right, it's sufficient to just season it. Since she had added some yam, she boiled it for another 10 minutes, then added salt, pepper, and chicken essence for seasoning. Yin Shi explained while sitting, fearing that the fans in the live stream wouldn't understand. She sliced the cooked lamb into pieces, thickness as desired. According to personal preference, some chili oil and chopped coriander could be added for better flavor. Those who like spicy food could add some chili oil for a richer taste. The lamb soup was ready, And the braised lamb bones should also be flavorful by now, so she fished them out first. Yanxi poured the lamb soup into a soup bowl and opened the pressure cooker for the braised lamb bones. Today's pressure cookers are high-tech products that don't require manual venting. Just pressing a button will release the steam automatically. When Yanxi saw that the steam had been released, she opened the lid. Instantly, the whole kitchen was filled with the aroma of the braised lamb bones. Everyone in the living room couldn't sit still and hurried in to take a look. Even Pu Si-Nyen followed in. It wasn't because he wanted to come in, but everyone else did, so he followed the crowd. It smells so good. It must be delicious. Song Bao, a meat lover, was the first to dash into the kitchen at the scent of the braised lamb bones. Seeing the color of the lamb bones, he could tell they were very tender and already imagined the taste in his mouth. Yanxi couldn't help but find it a little funny and handed him a smaller piece. Help me taste the flavor. Okay. Song Bao was ready to take it, but couldn't hold back anymore upon smelling it. He had been wanting a bite for a long time. Just before he could grab the lamb bones, someone intercepted him. Seeing the culprit savoring the taste, Song Bao was furious but couldn't get angry. He could only look at Yanxi with a pitiful expression, and she, feeling soft-hearted, handed him another piece. But once again it was intercepted, and she couldn't help but laugh. Seeing Yanxi's expression, Song Bao resigned himself. As long as Yanxi was happy, he could wait to eat later. Mainly, he couldn't offend either of these two. He silently walked back to the living room. Everyone saw Song Bao's expression and laughed. The fans in the live stream were also amused, flooding the screen with laughter. Song Bao looked longingly at the braised lamb bones in Pu Si-Nyen and Shi Feng's hands, silently swallowing his saliva, thinking, I'm not craving it. I don't want to eat. Pu Si-Nyen smirked, and Shi Feng was also unwilling to back down. The first bite had to be his. Yanxi looked at the two suddenly childlike in their competition and smiled brightly. Laughing to death, intercepted twice. So pitiful. Make sure to eat more later. I pity you for 3 seconds. Can't give you more. Ha 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 ha. The taste is good, very delicious. Pu Si-Nyen leisurely finished his last bite and shared his opinion. Especially delicious. Shi Feng chimed in, not wanting to be outdone in praise. Yanxi smiled happily. Those who didn't cook also liked to hear compliments about the food they made. That's great. I still have several dishes to make. Yanxi quickly began to get busy again, taking out the beef to prepare. Pu Si-Nyen finally entered the kitchen and had no plans to leave. He got annoyed seeing that guy's smug expression. I'll help. Then cut the beef into large pieces, please, Pu Shanjiang. Yanxi handed over the meat, assigning Pu Si-Nyen the task of cutting. What should I do? Shi Feng suddenly found himself free and felt a bit out of place. Then you can cut the meat into strips. Yanxi took out the lean meat strips and handed them to Shi Feng, starting to focus on her own tasks. She didn't notice that the competition between the two had already begun. Both were silently vying with each other to see who could cut better. Yanxi first prepared the ingredients and laid them out, seeing the serious expressions on the two as they cut the meat. No wonder the ancient said that a man who works seriously is the most handsome. There's a reason for that. It was a different kind of charm from usual, with a very serious quality. Yanxi saw that Pu Si-Nyen had already cut the meat into large pieces and took out the meat grinder, tossing the meat chunks inside. She chopped the green onions and ginger and mixed them into the ground meat, then put everything into the grinder to mix well. She added an egg, oyster sauce, salt, and white sugar. A spoonful of Sichuan pepper water was added, stirring vigorously in one direction, adding the pepper water in 3 batches. After mixing well and setting aside, she divided the mixture into even sizes and put the balls into the pot. She heated it on low, skimmed off the foam when it boiled, and after the balls were cooked through, added a small amount of chicken essence, oyster sauce, and salt for seasoning, garnishing with coriander. Delicious beef balls were completed. Next, they would make crispy fried meat, which was very tasty. Yanxi took out the strips of meat that Shi Feng had cut, wrapping them evenly in sauce, just like she did for the fish fillets last time, and filled the pot with oil. Once it heated up, she tossed in the meat strips, frying them until golden before taking them out and frying them again. She placed them directly onto a plate, with chili powder and the homemade tomato sauce from a few days ago in a small dish. Yanxi rubbed her hands. Making so much at once was really tiring, but thankfully it was almost over. She almost forgot about the sweet and sour ribs. The ribs were soaked and washed clean with cold water. Then put into the pot with cold water and ginger, boiling for 1 minute while skimming off the foam. After blanching, the ribs were taken out. If there was too much blood foam, they could be rinsed with warm water. In another pot, the ribs were added with enough hot water to cover them, along with ginger, Sichuan pepper, and green onion segments. After boiling on high heat, a suitable amount of cooking wine and a little sweet vinegar were added. Then reduced to medium-low heat and cover to cook for 20 to 30 minutes. When the soup reduced to half, the green onion segments were removed, and an appropriate amount of light soy sauce was added, tasting as it went, until it was slightly salty. The lid was removed to boil off the sauce. When the sauce reduced to 1/3, sweet vinegar was added, keeping the heat high and stirring continuously. When there was only a small amount of sauce left in the pot, a little more sweet vinegar or other fragrant vinegar could be added and sauteed slightly. The heat was turned off, and toasted sesame seeds were added and mixed well before plating. Yanxi thought of all the dishes she had made. It should be enough now. Making one more dish would definitely suffice. So she hurried to marinate the sliced pork belly and asked everyone in the living room to help peel garlic. Yanxi then moved the baking tray outside. Seeing the dishes on the table, the amount looked just about right for 10 people, and the portions were quite large. Probably not finishing it all. She washed the lettuce, prepared some dipping sauce, and brought out the remaining clean dishes. All right, that's about it. Let's start eating. Everyone don't be shy. Let's have a toast first. Cheers. Everyone gathered around the dining table. Luckily, this table can be extended, otherwise there wouldn't be enough seats. The sound of clinking glasses filled the air, and everyone was beaming with happy smiles. Chapter 46 Online Pairing CP. Thank you, sister. Yanni Chen raised his cup and looked at Yanxi. Yanxi raised her cup to clink it, tilting her head back to drink. You're welcome, Chen Chen. All right. This little guy is very polite. Su Ding smiled with satisfaction, increasingly pleased with Yanni Chen. This is a gift for you. Congratulations on passing the test. You can start school soon. Yanni Chen's eyes sparkled as he looked at the item in Su Ding's hand and took it. Thank you, Professor Su. I really like this toy car. Bai Shui handed over the chosen shoes, saying that he would definitely be running and jumping at school. And she had picked these shoes for a long time. Thank you, Sister Bai Shui. I really like them. Yanni Chen carefully took them and placed them down. Next, there was a round of gift giving. He received clothes, backpacks, and various toys. Hu Xian also prepared a light brain, and when he took it out, everyone looked over, wondering why they hadn't thought to give this. This guy got the jump on them. With this, you can contact your sister anytime. Remember to take good care of it. Hu Xian helped Yanni Chen register and log in, glancing at Chi Feng as if to say, you still have to rely on me. No, this is too valuable. We can't accept it. She quickly waved her hands, but she couldn't register as fast as Pu Xian, and once registered, it couldn't be returned. What to do now? It seemed she owed him much more. The light brain was already expensive, even if Pu Xian didn't give it. She had planned to settle things and take the little guy to buy one in a few days. Now that she had received it, it was indeed much more convenient, but she had to think of a way to repay him. This is a joint gift from the three of us, so it shouldn't feel so valuable. Pu Xian explained, seeing the expression on Yanxi's face. All right, then when your birthdays come, I'll buy gifts to return. Yanxi finally didn't refuse. Pu Xian let out a breath when no one was watching, thinking he would be rejected no matter what. This is what I prepared, a finely crafted toy gun. Chi Feng carefully took out the box, revealing a delicate black toy gun that looked just like a real one. Yanni Chen immediately bounced up and took it. I like it so much. This is my favorite gift. As long as you like it. Chi Feng ruffled the little guy's hair, feeling it was worth it to see him so happy. He shot a glance, slightly lifting his chin. Pu Xian snorted lightly and turned his head away. All right, let us eat first. Although the table has a warming function, it won't taste good if left too long. Yanxi saw everyone congratulating and couldn't help but glance at the dining table, jokingly saying, all right, I've been craving it for a long time. Let us eat. What is that plate for? This is a grilling plate. I marinated some pork belly, and once it's grilled, we can eat it directly with lettuce and dipping sauce. Yanxi explained. All right, I'm starting. It was unclear who picked up the first chopsticks, but instantly everyone started eating. If you were slow, you might not get any. Although there was plenty, Yanxi's cooking was too good, and no one was willing to let others have any. At the dining table, it seemed there was no hierarchy. Everyone was just focused on whether they could eat. So delicious. The sweet and sour ribs are amazing, so good. The spicy chicken is really delicious, crispy and spicy, just perfect. Stop arguing. I love the water-boiled meat slices the most. I think the crispy meat with chili powder is the best. Yanxi looked at the few people arguing at the dining table, shaking her head helplessly. She didn't expect that the issues of the 21st century would continue into the interstellar age. Everyone had different tastes and preferences. Disputes over flavors were very normal. There's also juice. Don't just focus on eating. Yanxi brought over the juice bucket, pouring a cup for everyone. Let them do it themselves. You've already cooked. Pu Xian watched Yanxi pour juice back and forth, only stopping when she finished pouring for him. Yanxi was taken aback for a moment as the bucket was taken from her hands. Let me do it. You sit down and eat. Qi Feng smiled as he took over, pouring juice for others. Su Dinghua stroked his beard, smiling. His eldest disciple was really doing well. Pu Xian looked at Qi Feng's behavior, preparing to take the bucket back, saying, I'll do it. You take a break. The way he said it was very heavy, and everyone heard it. Even Yin Shi, who usually was a bit oblivious to feelings, sensed that something was off with Pu Xian. Qi Feng held onto the handle of the bucket and Wen Ti let go, while Pu Xian also held on tightly, making the situation a bit hard to control. The two exchanged glances, seemingly waiting for the other to let go first. Yanxi didn't know whom to stop. It wouldn't be good to persuade either of them. I'll do it. Everyone is giving gifts to Qinshan. They are all elders. Yan Yichen carefully got down from his seat and took the juice bucket from the two. It's better if the little one is sensible. Gu Ziong glanced at the two and said to himself. Yanxi looked at Yan Yichen pouring juice obediently, feeling soft-hearted. After all, he was her little brother. Thank you. Qinshan, you are welcome. Finally, the juice was poured, and Yan Yichen sat down. Everyone forgot about the previous matter and ate happily. Due to the large number of people, Yanxi's cooking was so good that she had to fight for food to eat. Suddenly, a plate of food was pushed over, and Yanxi looked up and smiled. Thank you. Pu Xian lowered his eyes and smiled secretly. No need to thank me. Su Dinghua patted Qi Feng, who was acting uselessly, muttering softly, Can't you learn something? Qi Feng pushed his glasses and didn't get angry. It's nothing. Han Yiji silently gave a thumbs up. Well done. The live stream exploded. General Pu is leaving food for the anchor. I thought it was for himself. I'm really shipping them. General Pu's gaze is so doting. They match so well. While you all are pairing CP, I'm busy tasting food. This is amazing. It's really delicious. How did the cat make it so good? The food on the dining table quickly diminished, and in the end, it turned into a scramble, resembling a pack of wolves that had been hungry for a long time. Cat 9 and Song Bao specifically picked meat to eat, one bite after another. Gu Ziong and Hu Tu, being foodies, didn't let the other win. The remaining few were captured by Yin Shi's dishes, continuously grabbing food. Cat 9 and Song Bao had already started a self-service barbecue, placing the marinated pork belly on the grilling plate. Once it changed color and was cooked, they dipped in the sauce and stuffed it into their mouths with lettuce and garlic, swaying with satisfaction as they ate. Everyone watched them eat so deliciously, eagerly looking at the two. Unable to withstand the gazes of the crowd, Song Bao and Cat 9 began their work as barbecue masters, focusing intently on grilling the pork belly. Luckily, Yanxi had prepared enough pork belly. Yanxi had previously set aside 2 portions of dishes in boxes. The quantity wasn't much, but there were enough of them for everyone to try some. It was good to treat the teachers at school nicely. It would help with things later. The delivery robot Yanxi had scheduled arrived, and she quickly sent out the 2 portions of dishes. At this time, they would definitely be at school, so there was no need to think hard about the address. Su Dinghua smiled in satisfaction. Indeed, a good child, knowing to honor his teachers. The others saw this and didn't ask. They clearly understood. Qi Feng and Pu Xian's gazes were almost entirely focused on Yin Shi, never leaving her. Yin Shi turned her head and saw the two staring at her. What are you looking at? Eating, I can't eat. Yin Shi felt inexplicably shy, wondering what was going on today. Pu Xian looked at Yin Shi's flushed face, finding her even cuter and liking her more. Qi Feng turned his head calmly to drink juice, but his heart was pounding wildly. Her shy appearance made his heart race uncontrollably. Chapter 47. Pu Xian vs. Qi Feng. Who wins and who loses? Su Dingwa looked at Qi Feng's expression and understood everything, smiling without saying a word. Yanxi lowered her head and focused on eating. Kong Wuda kept serving food to Lu Hui. Eat more, dear, you're too thin. Okay. Lu Hui smiled sweetly, taking small bites. Yanxi watched the two with envy. After they finished eating, they began chatting while eating. Chen, having eaten enough, started exploring the game console he received, connecting it to the TV to play. The men were attracted to him, surrounding Chen to play games. Yes, go that way. Aim. Fire. Amazing, you hit it. Chen was laughing happily. Pu Xian and Qi Feng flanked Chen on either side. Move a bit that way, fire now. Pu Xian commanded. What are you talking about? If we go out now, we'll be spotted by the bugs. We can't fire. Qi Feng retorted, unwilling to back down. The few people behind were scared into silence. Chen didn't know whom to listen to anymore. Let's just have a competition, Kong Wuda suggested, mainly wanting to see how General Pu commands, since he had only heard about it before. Yan Shi and the others who were chatting together gathered in front of the TV upon hearing about the competition. Pu Xian originally wanted to refuse, but seeing Yan Shi also come over, he immediately changed his mind and agreed. All right, I'm fine with it. Qi Feng responded with a smile. It'll be great to see General Pu command. Bai Shui watched the TV excitedly. Chen, only 5 years old, didn't understand the significance of the competition and didn't know why they were suddenly competing. He only knew that his sister looked at him with encouraging eyes, and he wanted to receive praise from Yan Shi. Let's compete on the number of bugs killed. The side that takes less time with the same number wins. Han Yiji and Gu Ziong discussed and decided this was a suitable way to compete. I'll go first. Chen, let's go together. Okay. They logged into the game, and both sides entered their roles. The experience felt very real, as if the bugs were right in front of them. Chen felt a bit nauseous, seeing enlarged cockroaches and spiders with disgusting slime on their mouths, drooling madly at the two. Listen to my commands. Pu Xian quickly adapted to the game controller, giving orders in-game with a serious expression, as if he were truly on the battlefield. All right. Chen restrained his urge to vomit and obediently responded. Left position 37. 65. Fire. Southeast direction 14. 25. Fire. East-west direction 39. 18. Fire. As Pu Xian called out the positions, Chen followed and shot. The two coordinated seamlessly, showing incredible chemistry. Even Pu Xian was surprised. This little guy will be a talent if properly trained. The game ended, taking 10 minutes and 25 seconds. Killed 3,047 bugs. Wow, that's insane. You've broken a record. Gu Ziong exclaimed. He has great shooting talent. We should focus on developing this aspect in the future. Haniji looked at Chen with admiration, impressed by his level at just 5 years old. Su Dingwa stroked his beard, finally understanding why Wang Minhua took him in. She must have noticed this talent. Otherwise, why would she easily accept him? Little brother is amazing. Hu Tu praised, circling around Chen. No, it's my brother who's more amazing. Chen blushed and scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed with so many people praising him. You're great. Pu Xian smiled and nodded in praise. Qi Feng adjusted his glasses. You both coordinated very well. Wow, General Pu is still impressive. The two worked so well together, precise shooting paired with accurate position reporting. It's incredible. General Pu's commanding expression is so handsome. Little brother is so amazing. He's only 5. Next, it was Qi Feng and Chen's turn to continue. Gu Ziong already imagined the scene of Qi Feng's crushing defeat. Sure, Qi Feng nodded, indicating he was ready to continue. Chen nodded along. The two entered the game, and it began. The familiar visuals hit them, and this time everyone was prepared but still felt nauseous. Don't act rashly. Wait for my command. Qi Feng began shooting around the bugs, gathering them together as more and more bugs arrived. Wait for the right moment. Why aren't you moving? You'll be discovered soon. Gu Ziong was anxious, unable to understand Qi Feng's strategy. Pu Xian smirked. Qi Feng was no fool. If he weren't working at the research institute, he would be a good choice to pull in. Chen was also getting impatient. Seeing the bugs getting closer, he felt a bit queasy already. Finally, Qi Feng gave the command. 37, 14, 49, 21, 34, 63. Fire. Chi Feng attacked the other three positions, and Yin Ichin shot at the locations Chi Feng commanded. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted, and the bugs were blown away. Limbs and remains scattered everywhere. Black-green blood flowed everywhere. The game ended. Everyone was stunned, except for Pu Xian. Killed 36-45 bugs. Time taken 11 minutes and 01 seconds. Han Yiji was the first to react. Not bad. At first, I didn't understand what he was doing. But later I guessed he was planting landmines and explosives, and this method really tests timing. He seems very confident and doesn't think he'll make a mistake. Amazing. Kong Wuda excitedly patted Chi Feng on the shoulder, awkwardly glancing at his own hand after realizing. Chi Feng didn't mind. Thanks. You guessed it earlier, right? I could see you were very calm. Chi Feng asked Pu Xian, who was on Yin Ichin's other side. Wasn't it easy to guess? Pu Xian turned his head to the right. Everyone. How was it easy to guess? They didn't notice anything at all. What exactly happened just now? Gu Xiang asked humbly. Chi Feng patiently explained the sequence of events, and everyone nodded in understanding after listening. The two could not determine a winner, so they decided to call a tie. The fans in the live broadcast room also began to praise. Really good. I didn't expect the senior brother from the Research Institute to be so impressive. I think Chi Feng and Cat Cat are a good match too. Gentle and considerate, a perfect pair. I still prefer the way Cat Cat interacts with Pu Xian. They have a sense of belonging that's hard to express. I feel that way too. Bai Shui and Hu Tu were also excited, wanting to rush over and fight the bugs. Song Bao had already approached Pu Xian and Chi Feng for advice. Unexpectedly, he wasn't rejected, and several men gathered to discuss the situation and share their personal suggestions. Yin Shi saw them engrossed in discussion and took Bai Shui and a few others to the rooftop balcony. On the balcony, there were small tomatoes, cucumbers, and strawberries that Yin Shi casually grew, all thriving and exuding a fruity fragrance. With Yin Shi's ability nurturing them, they looked exceptionally delicious. Don't you feel like the mental energy in the air has calmed down a lot? Hu Tu inhaled the fruity aroma and felt his mental energy seem to settle. The others also focused on feeling it. It really does. Chapter 48. Simply unbearable. This is something I planted out of boredom, and I found it very effective for calming the mind. Yin Shi used small scissors to cut cucumbers and cherry tomatoes, placing them all into a small basket. Lu Hui watched as Yin Shi continuously harvested fruits and vegetables. Her farming instincts kicked in, and she walked up to Yin Shi. Can I give a try? Sure. You all can come and pick some to take home. There are quite a lot. Yin Shi took out several small baskets from the storage cabinet on the balcony to distribute. I wanted to give it a try earlier. I'll join too, Bai Shui said. But fruits and vegetables are so expensive. You can't find this quality in the market. We already feel bad for bringing gifts just to mooch a meal, and taking more home feels even worse. Bai Shui blushed and hesitated to accept, feeling that the gift she brought wasn't very expensive. Her family was of moderate means, and she couldn't afford anything too luxurious, so she chose something most suitable. Yin Shi noticed Bai Shui's embarrassment and reassured her, "It's okay. We're friends. Just take a little back to try. It helps to calm the mind." "All right, do you all dislike it?" Yin Shi asked as she saw them, still declining. "No, we like it very much. I just think the vegetables and fruits look great, even better than what you can buy in stores. If they were sold, they would definitely be expensive." Hu Tu quickly explained, thinking Yin Shi would get angry. Bai Shui shook her head. "I can't accept it. This is homegrown and not worth much. It's my heartfelt gesture." As soon as Yin Shi finished speaking, everyone finally stopped refusing. "Since you put it that way, I'll take a little." With laughter and chatter, they began to pick vegetables and fruits. "How did you grow these? They must be hard to manage, right?" Lu Hui asked as she swiftly harvested cucumbers, chatting with Yin Shi. "No, it's quite simple. Just pay attention to watering and weeding. My mom tried to grow some at home, but they died quickly. They just wouldn't grow. Aren't fruits and vegetables supposed to be picky about soil and water? Otherwise, why would there be nutrient solutions?" Hu Tu suddenly wondered and turned to Yin Shi. Yin Shi replied a bit sheepishly, "Maybe I'm just more patient in taking care of them. That must be it. My mom only waters when she remembers." Hu Tu finally dropped the topic. Relieved it was smoothed over, Yin Shi noticed a look of no suspicion on Hu Tu's face and finally let out a sigh of relief. Lu Hui was already immersed in the joy of picking, pulling by Shui along without noticing them. The fans in the live stream saw the vegetables and fruits Yanxi grew, which could sell for a lot of money given their quality. However, Yanxi seemed completely unconcerned, casually giving them away, showing her generosity towards friends. It smells so delicious. I want to taste just a bite. Has anyone noticed that after eating the food made by Cat, the mental state has calmed down instead of becoming violent? I noticed that too. It's been very calm lately, no violence at all. We shouldn't let those capitalists find out or Cat might get poached. And we won't be able to enjoy delicious food anymore. Right, as long as we know in our hearts. That's enough. Let's not spread the word. Am I the only one thinking about how to eat the fruits and vegetables grown by Cat? At that moment, a woman in front of the screen was staring fiercely at it, her fingers gripping tightly, her face contorting. The originally delicate face became quite terrifying, and upon seeing someone getting poached, her eyes lit up, and she smiled as she relaxed her grip. Since you seduced Brother Chi-Feng, don't blame me for being ruthless. I pursued him for so long. Why should you suddenly appear and attract all his attention? Just because you can cook? I can too. As long as Chi-Feng returns to me, I can learn. Yin Shui smiled eerily and dialed a phone number she hadn't contacted in a long time. Miss me? Song Si's voice came from the other end of the line, clearly unaware of Yin Shui's intentions. Brother Song Si, I heard your family business has been troubled lately. I know who's behind it. Yin Shui patiently explained, suppressing her discomfort, already imagining Song Si's expression upon learning the truth. Sure enough, as soon as Yin Shui finished speaking, the other side became anxious. Who is it? I will make her pay. Song Si was furious, recalling the insults from his father 2 days ago, but he didn't know who caused the trouble. Since Yin Shui knew what was going on, he might as well solve this matter and take Yin Shui down along the way. She is the daughter of the Yin family. If they could have a marriage alliance, the Song family could dominate in the star sector. It's that trending cat who loves fish. I've already found out her name is Yin Shi. She will start attending our school next week, majoring in culinary arts. Yin Shui explained softly, fearing Song Si would see through her intentions. Shui, are you mistaken? She's just a cooking streamer. She's good at cooking. But how could it be possible? Song Si didn't explode because he was on the phone with Yin Shui. If it were another girl, he would have already scolded her. But he couldn't do that with her. Yin Shui sensed Song Si's disbelief and pouted. If Brother Song Si doesn't believe me, then forget it. I happened to see what her fan said in her live stream, but if I didn't screenshot it, it'd be invisible now. If you don't believe me, you can investigate the winners of the lottery, and you'll know if it's true. Hearing Yin Shui's little sulk, Song Si quickly soothed her. I don't disbelieve you. How can I not believe you? I'll look into it. Shui, don't be angry. Thank you for considering your brother. Then I'll get busy. I have things to do this afternoon. See you next time, Brother Song Si. Okay, Shui, take care. After hanging up, the suspicion in Song Si's eyes grew more apparent. Yin Shui wouldn't casually call him to say these things. Shaoli, help me investigate something. You handle it yourself. Yes. Yin Shui smiled at her reflection in the mirror, with her palm-sized face paired with round almond-shaped eyes, full apple cheeks, and fluttering eyelashes. No wonder Song Si was so captivated by her. By the end of the call, Song Si's tone clearly indicated he believed most of it. Even if there were no issues, he was more than willing to help deal with Yin Shi. In a good mood, she changed into a white dress and small leather shoes, humming a tune and looking particularly cheerful. Yin Shi and the others had just harvested the ripe fruits and evenly distributed them. The boys in the living room were still chatting excitedly when they caught a whiff of the fruity aroma and snapped back to reality. The women came down the stairs with small baskets, chatting and laughing with their heads tilted. Their smiles couldn't be hidden, and seeing the men in the living room, they felt relaxed. Pu Xin Yin could only see Yin Shi, as if he were standing in a spotlight, with only her shining. The world had shrunk to just the two of them. Chi-Feng snapped back to reality, noticing Pu Xin Yin still staring intently, and coughed. Everyone turned to look, and Pu Xin Yin's gaze was practically glued to Yin Shi, utterly unbearable to witness. Despite having participated in many culinary shows and received various gazes, nothing compared to the fiery gaze from Pu Xin Yin. Chapter 49. The farming career is on the agenda. Su Dingwa jogged over. Girl, this is what you planted, right? How did Professor Su figure it out? Yin she couldn't help but feel curious, as no one had spoken up. I can tell. The quality of the products in the market is nowhere near this level. Besides, there's no other source but from you. Su Dingwa stroked his beard and explained leisurely. As expected of a professor. Yes, I planted them. Not much, but enough for us to share. Take some back and have a taste. Yin she handed over the sorted baskets. The baskets were filled with vibrant red and green colors, and the smell wafting from them was inviting. Su Dingwa couldn't resist trying a small tomato. The moment he tasted it, he was stunned. The flavor was indescribably good and completely devoid of the strange tastes typical of the Interstellar era. Chi Feng, seeing his master's shocked expression, immediately took a bite himself, and the juice from the small tomato burst in his mouth. This was the best tomato he had ever eaten. Can you teach me the planting techniques? I want to apply to the Emperor for a planet dedicated to farming. One day, everyone will be able to eat normal food. Yin she secretly chuckled to herself. Her goal had been achieved. Without the cover of a farming planet, her abilities couldn't be fully utilized, and she needed help to conceal them so she wouldn't be restricted. Sure, I'm willing, but I have to go to school, so I won't have much time to supervise. That's okay. You just need to tell me the techniques and any important points to consider. I'll hire someone to take care of it, and if there are any issues, they can ask you. Chi Feng adjusted his glasses to explain, reassuring Yinshi not to worry about this matter. Su Dingwa excitedly chimed in. Great. Now you can pursue a career you love even more. Go ahead and explore. Your master will support you. Chi Feng looked at Su Dingwa with gratitude. He had studied natural food a long time ago, but had never been able to make a breakthrough. No matter what, the strange flavors couldn't be eliminated. But now, the emergence of fruits and vegetables without any odd taste reignited his hope. Looking at Yin Shi, it wasn't just admiration anymore. It was mixed with gratitude and an inexplicable sense of trust, as if anything could be achieved as long as Yin Shi was involved. Han Yiji and Gu Ziong noticed the expressions of the master and disciple and took a bite of the small tomatoes, their shocked expressions frozen on their faces. They quickly tasted all the fruits and vegetables. The texture is really good. Gu Ziong munched on a cucumber, unable to speak. Pu Xinian couldn't stand the closeness between the two and wanted to interject. No need to apply to the Emperor. I was gifted several planets after winning the previous battle. Just pick one suitable for planting, and I'll send someone to clear out, he said, listing out a dozen planets. Yin Shi's eyes lit up as she looked at him. Wow, a wealthy person. While others struggled to buy a house, you could just hand over a planet. Pu Xinian restrained his laughter, seeing Yin Shi's money-hungry expression after a few days. Great. We can start the planting work sooner. It's better to use the space for planting than leaving it empty. Yin Shi immediately agreed. She planned to advertise her cooked vegetables and fruits later. There were bound to be many wealthy people at school, making it easy to earn a fortune. Chi Feng was about to say it wasn't necessary when he heard Yin Shi agree right away, so he didn't want to disappoint her. Then let's follow the procedures. We'll go through the formalities, and you definitely won't lose out on the planting, he said. Yin Shi nodded eagerly. I was thinking the same thing. If you had refused, it would have taken us more time. Okay, Pu Xinian agreed. He had initially wanted to give the planet directly to Yin Shi, but she wouldn't accept it. Although she loved money, she only cared for her own. Forcing it upon her would only drive them further apart. Yin Shi thought it would take some persuasion, but she didn't expect Pu Xinian to agree so easily. Thank you. Please help me with the procedures when the time comes, Chi Feng said seriously to Pu Xinian. No problem. Han Yiji noticed Pu Xinian's expression, grabbed his share, and went to eat. Gu Ziong followed him. Bai Shui and Hu Tu exchanged glances and then turned to see Lu Hui also looking at Yin Shi with a smile. The three understood why Pu Xinian wanted to intervene. It was because he was afraid Chi Feng and Yin Shi would be alone together, and if they couldn't compete, what would they do? Lu Hui pulled the two aside to sit. Yin Yichen ran out of the restroom. Sister, do everyone like the vegetables we planted? Everyone loves them. Thanks to Chun Shun for watering them. Yin Shi patted Yin Yichen's head. Usually, she handled buying vegetables and cooking, but Yin Yichen insisted on helping her with these small tasks, saying he could assist his sister too. She let Yin Yichen take the lead, and to her surprise, he did an excellent job taking care of them. Sister plans to cooperate with brother Chi Feng, and soon everyone will be able to eat delicious vegetables. Yay! Chin Chin knew sister was the best. Yin Ichin smiled happily, feeling that his sister was capable of anything. Yin Shi certainly knew that interstellar seeds couldn't produce vegetables without odd tastes. She could only rely on her abilities to purify the seeds. Once the first batch of fruits came in, keeping seeds would solve the future seed problem. She would just need to be careful and say that the orphanage's grandma bought a lot, so there was no need to buy others. For now, she would blend in and purify them secretly later. She couldn't just stop using her abilities. Otherwise, when would she be able to live a good life with Yeni-chan? The current amount of money was nowhere near enough. Thinking about Yeni-chan's future education, food, and various expenses, this matter was settled. That means everyone will be able to eat vegetables without strange tastes. Who will still drink nutritional supplements then? Vegetables without strange tastes are so delicious. Finally understand why ancient Earth loved food so much. Who wouldn't love something so tasty? Just found a treasure streamer upon arriving. Thinking about benefiting society while not affecting studies. At the same age of 17, why is my child only good at eating and sleeping? I was so angry that I chased after him and scolded him earlier, but now I feel much better. Upstairs, I feel sorry for your child for a second. Ha ha ha. Song Ci watched Yinshi's live stream. Her bright appearance and smile, making him feel like being with her wouldn't be so bad. He shook his head to dismiss the thought. Yinshi was just good-looking. She was of no use to him or his family. He should focus on pursuing Yin Shuer instead. But if Yinshi was willing to play small, he could consider letting her go. Her looks and figure were even better than Yin Shuer's. It was a waste for her to only cook comfortably in the live stream. How could she possibly affect their family business? Yinshi sneezed, puzzled, as it wasn't even cold. Song Ci's optical brain rang, and he immediately answered the call. His expression changed, and he glared fiercely at Yin Shi in the live stream. No matter how beautiful a woman was, as long as she stood in his way, he would not let her go. He hung up the phone, his expression still tense, staring intently at Yin Shi. Yin Shi suddenly felt a chill down her spine, as if someone was watching her. Chapter 50, They Are So Bitter Inside. Alright, today's live stream ends here. See you next time. Yin Shi smiled and waved as she closed the live broadcast. As it approached 5 in the afternoon, everyone prepared to leave. Take care. Yin Shi sent everyone off, and the villa instantly felt much emptier. A sudden sense of loneliness washed over her. Yin Ichin held Yin Shi's hand and said, "Sister, let us go back." Okay, our little morning is really good and amazing. Yin Shi held the little guy's hand, feeling its softness and warmth, finally finding a sense of belonging in this starry world. Yin Shi had already arranged things for the next couple of days, planning to buy some essentials along with clothes for both Yin Ichin and herself. She thought that 2 days should be enough, but she would be a bit busy with the live stream, so she decided to manage with what she had for now. Academics were definitely more important. Even though her live broadcast had been cut short, her fans were really nice and would surely not blame her. Hello everyone, I am Cat Loves Fish. As you all know, I will be returning to campus soon, and my little brother will also start his preschool education. He will begin regular classes next Monday, so I'd like to ask for 2 days off. I'm sorry, my fans. Yin Shi closed the Me Too platform and saw a message from Su Dinghua. It was from Principal Wang Pian. Everything had been arranged, and all she needed to do was go to sign and take photos when the time came. She felt a long-lost sense of paternal love from Su Dinghua. Everything was handled well, just waiting for her to show up. She quickly accepted Principal Wang Pian's friend request, apologizing awkwardly. Sorry, I was busy just now. Professor Su mentioned it, and I appreciate Principal Wang for your trouble. At that moment, Wang Pian was drinking tea. He saw that the live stream had ended and knew Yin Shi was busy. He was actually quite happy that Yin Shi hadn't quickly accepted his friend request because it meant she was occupied, which indicated that she was really good at cooking. As long as Yin Shi came to his school, she would definitely win against other schools in culinary competitions. Just as he took a sip of tea, savoring it, he heard a clatter and quickly set it down. Oh, it's fine, you're busy. Just come to the principal's office on Monday to sign. Thank you. Principal Wang, I hope today's dishes are to your taste. Haha, your cooking is really delicious. Not choosing a culinary major would be a disgrace. Wang Pian recalled the meal he received at noon, savoring it deeply. He thought Yin Shi had prepared 2 portions and assumed they were for someone else, not realizing they were for him. The aroma when he received it was heavenly, and the taste was simply exceptional. Yin Shi replied with a smile, "That's great. Principal Wang, you take care. All right, all right. Wang Pian comfortably crossed his legs, already celebrating Yin Shi's imminent arrival. Morning. Let us heat these dishes up for dinner, shall we? Yin Shi looked at the remaining food, certain it would be enough for the two of them. Although she had a bit of money now, she still wanted to save on such matters. Sure, I can eat anything, Yin Ichin obediently replied, turning to unwrap his gifts. Yin Shi watched as Yin Ichin happily opened his presents, realizing he was still just a child. It seemed they knew Yin Ichin's preferences well, as the gifts were all cars and guns. Hu Tu and Lin Xian had given clothes, and coincidentally, the shoes from Bai Shui matched perfectly. Lin Xian and her boyfriend arrived the latest, having been unable to leave the amusement park. Many people had gone to queue for crispy pork belly, and the two were busy rushing to finish selling before hurrying over. Dressed in all black, Yin Ichin looked really cool. It was just the ideal boyfriend outfit. Yin Shi sighed quietly, noticing the reflective light from his armband and muttering to herself, how am I getting more and more in debt to him? What if I can't pay him back? Pu Xin Yin didn't seem worried at all that she would run away. There were reasons for her eagerness to make money. She would definitely have to pay him back double, starting her farming career early to repay her debts. That night, around 7, Yin Shi and Yin Ichin heated up the food, ate casually, and then lay down. She planned to sleep early and go shopping the next day, since there were still many things they needed, which would be delivered directly to the school villa. At that moment, her light brain chimed, and Yin Shi saw a message sent to her, feeling a wonderful connection. Wang Pian had arranged for the villa to be cleaned, sending a panoramic photo along with the location and asking if Yin Shi needed anything. Yin Shi smiled as she replied, Thank you, Principal Wang. I'll go shopping for some things tomorrow. Please help me receive them. I'll come over later to organize. Just as she sent the message, Wang Pian replied immediately, No need to be so polite. It's no trouble for your senior brothers. They have nothing else to do anyway. The busy senior brothers nearby looked at Wang Pian's smile and inexplicably felt uneasy, wondering what he would ask them to do next. They hadn't finished this task yet, and couldn't have a peaceful few days. Last week, they were arranged to do weeding, claiming that students were busy with their studies. The week before that, they were made to clean the teaching building, saying they needed to experience the hardship of sweeping robot. The week before that was even worse. They were sent to attract bees, claiming that beekeepers could easily get stung and needed to understand their pain. There were many such incidents, and I won't list them all. The key point was that their principal was warm-hearted and eager to help, and it was always them who were used. They were bitter inside but dared not voice their grievances. Yin Shi looked at the incoming message and felt an increasing sense of belonging in the starry world. From having Yin Ichin, to earning her first income, to signing a contract for an automatic barbecue machine, then sharing profits with Lin Xian and others, and now preparing to start her farming career, her life was becoming more promising. Yin Shi smiled as she fell asleep, dreaming with a smile. Yin Ichin felt the same. From not having enough to eat to being well-fed at every meal, and now having new clothes and school to attend, it felt like a dream. He liked the current version of his sister much more. She was lively and herself, no longer wearing a frown all day, and she had friends. He liked his previous sister too, but he felt she was too burdened and didn't have time for him. Now that he could see her every day, he felt very content. If this was a dream, Yin Ichin never wanted to wake up. The next day, when Yin Shi opened her eyes, she saw Yin Ichin standing by her bed. Good morning, sister. Yin Ichin smiled and waved at Yin Shi. Yin Shi was a bit startled. After all, opening her eyes to a face was quite strange. After a moment, she smiled and waved back at Yin Ichin. Good morning. How come you woke up so early today? Because I'm very happy right now, so I woke up early. I made sandwiches and milk. Sister, come eat after you wash up. And she was a bit surprised. The little guy was so capable. She quickly checked Yin Ichin's hands, worried he might have hurt himself. Thankfully, there was nothing wrong. I used a smart induction cooker. There's no fire, Yin Ichin quickly explained, knowing Yin Shi was concerned about him. Yin Shi tidied herself up and went downstairs, seeing the sandwiches and milk neatly arranged on the dining table, feeling warm inside. The little guy had a look that seemed to say, Aren't you going to praise me? He was simply adorable. Chapter 51, A Stunning Red Dress. Yin Shi couldn't help herself and crazily rubbed Yin Ichin's face. The feel getting better and better. It seemed she had been taking good care of him lately. Yin Chen was also happy to let She rub his face. Sister, eat quickly. Looking at the little guy's bright, sparkling eyes and his eager expression, She took the first bite. Is it delicious? Yin Chen eagerly wanted to know the answer. She savored the taste and found it quite good. It seemed the little guy had a talent for cooking and could be nurtured. It's delicious. You eat quickly too. Yin Chen beamed with joy upon receiving affirmation and quickly stuffed the sandwich into his mouth. When he tasted it, his expression slightly stunned, obviously having never tried it before. She wasn't very hungry initially, but finished it out of consideration. The little guy's expression instantly turned very happy. As they stepped outside, they saw Kong Wood standing at the door, not knowing when he had arrived. Uncle Wood, why are you here? Yin Chen exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Kong Wood. As the two had clearly become familiar with each other. Aunt Lu Hui said you were about to start school and need to buy things, so she made me get up early. Thank you, Aunt and Uncle Wood, Yin Chen said as he tugged at Kong Wood's arm, swaying it a bit. She hadn't intended to call Kong Wood, thinking that they hadn't charged him last time they went out, and he wouldn't charge again. Unexpectedly, Lu Hui had already known this and had Kong Wood wait at the door early on. Thank you, Uncle Wood. Let's go to that shopping mall today. I want to buy some clothes, shoes, and daily necessities. Since we are here, let's make some delicious food to take back. The couple was too honest and simple. All right, let's go. Kong Wood indicated he had already eaten and was ready to head out. The three drove towards the mall. Along the way, Kong Wood continuously praised Yin Chen's performance yesterday, making Yin Chen feel a bit shy. They began to compliment each other, which only ended when they arrived at the mall. Kong Wood parked the spaceship, and the three entered the mall. This time, they headed straight for the clothing section. From a distance, She saw a red dress. A long red spaghetti strap dress with a short front and long back design that made her legs look long and straight. It had no other embellishments, just a big red bow at the back of the waist. Looking through the glass, She felt this dress was perfect for her and headed straight for the store. Hello, welcome. What style are you looking for? Only one salesgirl greeted her warmly. The other salesgirls looked at She disdainfully, muttering under their breaths, dressed so shabby. She definitely can't afford it. Only that girl is willing to help her. Right? So enthusiastic for whom? This person can't afford it. Another employee chimed in. She heard them, but didn't bother to care. Aren't these people just judging others? No matter the era, they're always such people. If she were to take everything to heart, she would have been furious long ago. I want to buy this one. Please take it down for me to try. She pointed at the red dress in the window, already imagining how it would look on her. The original owner's clothes were too plain, mostly in light colors. Not her style. She should be vibrant and bold. Girls shouldn't be limited by styles and should dare to try. This is a store treasure. Can you afford it? The salesgirl who had been discussing she came over with a contemptuous expression. Be careful not to ruin it. You can't afford to pay for it. Another salesgirl echoed, wearing the same expression. She got angry instantly. What's wrong? Clothes are made to be worn. How do you know I can't afford it? Does my face say, I have no money? You're just a clothes seller. Don't think too highly of yourself. You. The salesgirl was speechless with anger, glaring at Shi. This dress has a slim waist. Many customers like it, but can't fit into it. It's been in the store for a long time. Are you sure you want to try it? Wang Qiu patiently explained, fearing Shi would leave. The boss had said if there were no results this month, she'd be fired, and this was a hard-to-find job that she couldn't afford to lose. No worries, just take it down for me to try. I'll pay if I ruin it. Shi saw the tag showing 199,000 star coins. It was indeed expensive, but still affordable. Qiu, do you really believe she can afford it? Be careful not to ruin it. If that happens, you'll have to pay out of your own pocket. Do you have money? The salesgirl reminded with a gloating smile, and her companion laughed along. Shi glanced over, and the two instantly fell silent. Wang Qiu ignored them, carefully took the dress down, and handed it to Shi. Shi felt the fabric and found it really nice. The style and cut were also quite good. The red wasn't too bright or too dark. The color was just right. Sister, go try it on. Be good. Shi patted Chen's head and headed towards the fitting room with the dress. It's fine. I'll keep an eye on Chen. Kong would wave his hand and pulled Chen to sit down. He had wanted to get angry earlier, but as a man, he couldn't argue with girls. Fortunately, Shi had stood up for herself. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to explain it to his wife when they got back. He repeatedly reminded Yen Chen to take good care of Yen Shi before leaving. In Liu Hui's heart, Yen Shi's importance had already surpassed his. Although Yen Chen was very angry, his sister had directly told him that boys should be magnanimous and not insult girls. But they had really gone too far. Fortunately, his sister hadn't suffered a loss. Wang Qiyu stood at the fitting room door. The other two salesgirls remained in the store, still whispering about something. Han Wood and Yen Chen glared at them, thinking it was wrong to argue with girls, but glaring a bit should be fine. The two salesgirls felt uneasy under their stares and turned away, not daring to speak. Han Wood and Yen Chen wore victorious expressions, smiling broadly, looking very pleased. "I'm ready." She pushed open the fitting room door and walked out on her own, drawing gasps from the surrounding crowd. "So beautiful, it really suits you." Wang Qiuyu, abandoning her soft tone, couldn't help but praise Yen Shi. Even the two salesgirls were astonished, unable to hide their amazement. Yen Chen had already dashed to Yen Shi's side. "Sister, you look so beautiful." "Chen Chen looks handsome too." Yen Shi chuckled, walking in front of the full-length mirror and turning around. It indeed looked just as she had imagined, showcasing all her figure's advantages, and her originally jade-like skin appeared even whiter. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the door, with continuous gasps of surprise. A group of 3 to 5 girls surrounded a girl who walked in. The girl in the middle saw the dress Yen Shi was wearing and showed an astonished expression. "This girl has such a good figure." At the moment Yen Shi turned around, her expression turned fierce as she turned to the salesgirl. "I want this one. Double the price." Chapter 52. Watching a play. She turned her head in confusion to look at Yen Shuer. Who is this person? No manners at all. Can't she see that I'm trying on clothes? I was already going to buy this one. Why don't you try another? Yen Shi still maintained basic politeness, trying to advise Yen Shuer. "I want this one." Yen Shuer glanced at Yen Shi and loudly called for the nearby sales assistant. The sales assistant already disliked Yen Shi, and upon seeing the more glamorous Yen Shuer, hurried over. "Did you hear that? Don't take up space if you can't afford it. Someone else is buying it now. Hurry and change." "Exactly. Our Shuer likes this one. Be careful not to ruin it." Chang Donghua shouted at Yen Shi. Finally, there was something that Yen Shuer wanted, and no matter who was buying it, it had to be given to Yen Shuer. Yen Shi snorted coldly and retorted, "You all have such big faces? Just because you say it should be given to you, it should be? What did you see that I can't afford it?" Yen Chen had already run to Yen Shi's side, protecting her behind him, looking angrily at them. "You can't bully my sister. Speaking at such a young age should be polite." Even Kong Wuda, who usually spoke softly, chimed in, looking at their cold faces. He wondered how today's little girls could be so impolite. He didn't know how their families taught them. "No matter if you can afford it or not, I just want to buy this dress. Have you paid for it? If not, how can you say I can't buy it?" Yen Shuer looked at Yen Shi with disdain. Seeing Yen Chen in front of her, needing a little kid to protect her was laughable. She then glanced at Kong Wuda, who was also an older man accompanying her. Yen Shi realized she indeed hadn't paid yet, but she had to get in line first. "I haven't paid yet, but I was here first. So why should I give it to you?" Yen Shi pulled Yen Chen closer, patting his head, signaling him not to worry. "You haven't paid, and our Shuer likes it. If you pay for it, it's our Shuer's. You woman, don't be ungrateful." Chang Donghua almost rushed in front of Yen Shi to shout, "Are you a dog?" "What?" Chang Donghua's already plump figure, with her cursing expression, rushed towards Yen Shi, ready to make a move. Yen Shi coldly laughed and stood in front of her. "What? You still want to fight?" The sales assistant saw that the two were about to fight and worried whether Yen Shuer would still want the dress then. It had been hanging in the window for so long, and if they missed this opportunity, it might not sell again. She needed to push for a sale quickly and looked at Yen Shi with increasingly fierce eyes. "Please do not disrupt our normal business operations. Quickly change out of the dress. Thank you." Although her words were polite, her eyes increasingly showed disdain for Yen Shi, as Yen Shi's previous tone wasn't that of someone easy to deal with. "Did you hear that? They want you to hurry and change out." Chang Donghua saw Yen Shi's face suddenly cool down and inexplicably shivered but still held on and retorted back. Yen Shuer didn't want to talk so much with Yen Shi and directly waved for the sales assistant to come over, handing over the black pin card. "Swipe it directly." The sales assistant, bending over like a sycophant, took the black-pink card with sparkling eyes fixed on Yin Shuer. All right, I will swipe it for you right away. Looking at Yin Shuer's expression, it was as if she were looking at the god of wealth. There were very few black-pink cards in the galaxy. Only the most powerful families had them, or those who had made special contributions to the galaxy would be gifted one by the emperor, but the numbers were extremely limited. This Yin Shuer was quite a big deal. They couldn't afford to offend her. Wang Qiyu spoke softly, but this guest was here first and already said she wanted to pay. Isn't it first come, first served, as you said, Hong Jie? The sales assistant, mentioned by name, paused with the card in her hand, not having seen you so obedient usually. Heh, just because you bought it doesn't mean you can wear it. Yin Shi mocked, seeing Yin Shuer's waist. Outside the store, many people were watching, and suddenly someone shouted, "Look, it's here! It's this Missy. Seems like that popular streamer recently. This dress has been hanging here for so long. No one has been able to wear it right. I don't know who posted a picture on Starblog, and with over 10 million likes and shares, I rushed over. Me too." Yin Shi and everyone in the shop stared outside, clearly unaware of what was happening. Suddenly, the phone in the store rang, and the sales assistant irritably put down the black-pink card and answered the call. "Hello? Who is this? What?" Yin Shi saw the sales assistant's expression change from irritation to doubt, and then to shock, not knowing who had called. After hanging up, the sales assistant's shocked gaze hadn't recovered, and she looked at Yin Shi, trembling unconsciously, wondering how her background was so powerful. I hope she didn't take what was said earlier to heart. "Hurry and swipe the card. My Shuer is in a hurry," Chang Dongyue urged as soon as the sales assistant hung up the phone. "I'm sorry, but this dress was given to this young lady by our boss." The sales assistant forced herself to hold the card in both hands in front of Yin Shuer, having sensed earlier that Yin Shuer was difficult to deal with. With a fiery temper, "Are you messing with me? Do you believe I can make your store go out of business?" Yin Shuer exploded upon hearing the sales assistant's words. How could she lose face in front of Yin Shi? She couldn't let Yin Shi see her embarrassed, even if she bought it and didn't wear it. She couldn't let it be ruined. Yin Shuer forcefully snatched the card back and shouted at the sales assistant. Chang Dongyue quickly followed up. "Dare to mess with our Shuer? You must not know our Shuer's identity, do you? You thought I was joking with you just now? Our Shuer is the young lady of the Yin family." Hearing this, the sales assistant staggered, almost unable to stand. "I didn't mean it. It was the order of the mall's owner. I can only comply." "The owner's orders? The owner of this mall has never shown their face. How come your owner appears the moment she wants to buy something? You still say you are not messing with me?" Yin Shuer pinched the sales assistant's face and said fiercely, feeling the pain in her face. The sales assistant dared not retaliate or speak, only silently enduring it. After all, this was the young lady of the Yin family. Offending her might mean not being able to survive in the galaxy. I'm sorry. Otherwise, if you see something else you like, I will pay for you out of my own pocket." Hearing the sales assistant's words, Yin Shuer grabbed her throat. "Why do you think I can't afford it? Who needs your charity? Huh? How dare you treat our Shuer this way? You deserve to die." Chang Dongyue raised her hand and fiercely slapped the sales assistant twice, claiming it was to vent for Yin Shuer. Outside the store, someone heard that Yin Shuer was the young lady of the Yin family, and the recorded video was silently deleted. Who would dare to release it? Who didn't know that the two daughters of the Yin family were well known for being doting? No matter what Yin Shuer did, they could always find an excuse. Offending her would truly make life difficult. Yin Shi, on the other hand, was enjoying her leisure, watching them fight like dogs and feeling inexplicably happy. Chapter 53. Yin Shi takes on 5 alone. The sales assistant was beaten, but did not dare to make a sound, her cheeks quickly swelling up. Yin Shuer thought about the many people outside the store and finally released the sales assistant, noticing Yin Shi's expression of watching a show. "So what if someone is backing you up? If I can't buy it, you can't have it either." Yin Shi saw through her intentions. She wanted to tear the dress apart and destroy it. She put away her amused expression and wore a serious face. "Uncle Wood, take Chun Chun outside to hide for a moment. I'm afraid they might get to you." Kongwood saw the look in Yin Shi's eyes and felt an inexplicable trust as he pulled Yin Ichen out. "Go for it, sister." Yin Ichen looked at Yin Shi, knowing he couldn't help here and didn't want to add to his sister's troubles. "Do you think this is a TV drama? You think you could take on 5? Chang Dongyue watched as Kongwood took Yin Ichin away, her previously fearful expression changing. This was just a fool. At least that uncle is a man, letting him take the kid away. Isn't that putting herself in a predicament? Since you're looking for trouble, I'll play with you. Yin Schwerer kicked the sales assistant twice and turned angrily to Yin Shi. You guys come at me. Grab her. The little followers rushed towards Yin Shi, surrounding her from all sides. How dare she make Schwerer unhappy? Stay still and let us beat you up. We might let you go. Why bother talking so much? Just charge at her and catch her. They exchanged glances and charged at the same time. Yin Shi mockingly watched their movements. They had so many flaws and still thought they could catch her. What a dream. How did they survive so many years in the apocalypse with such poor skills? If it weren't for that day when the seeds were lost and they went hungry for many days, how could they have been surrounded and bitten by zombies? Since you all want to be beaten, I'll reward you. Yin Shi grabbed one girl charging at her, easily turning her around, and made her collide with another girl rushing in. The impact made them dizzy and fall to the ground. The remaining girl felt a bit scared but still suppressed her emotions and shouted as she charged in. Yin Shi sighed. She was running so fast and yelling so loudly, but it was useless. She stood still, while the people outside the store were going crazy. Only Kongwood and Yin Ichan were smiling as they watched inside. The girl, mustering her courage, thought her yelling would intimidate Yin Shi, and just as she was happily laughing, Yin Shi made her wake up instantly. A sweeping kick sent her sprawling on the ground. It hurts. Chang Dongyue felt uneasy, realizing she seemed to have met a tough opponent. What to do? She couldn't just run away. Otherwise, Yin Schwerer would definitely be in trouble. Plus, they were friends, and Schwerer had saved her before. Schwerer, wait for me to hold her back. You run quickly. Yin Schwerer had sensed something was off earlier. This person seemed unconcerned about status. If she stayed any longer, she feared she would also get beaten. She looked at Chang Dongyue with gratitude. Nodding slightly, the two prepared to act. Yin Shi noticed their little expressions and smirked, thinking they could hide it from her. The moment Chang Dongyue charged in, Yin Shi moved as well. Chang Dongyue gritted her teeth, ready to take a beating, watching Yin Shi get closer and closer. Suddenly, halfway there, she turned and charged toward the other side. It was Yin Schwerer's direction. Schwerer, be careful. Chang Dongyue shouted a warning, but it was too late. Yin Shi had already subdued Yin Schwerer, grabbing her hands behind her back. Just leaving her friend behind and running away? That's too ungrateful. TSK, TSK. I feel sorry for your friend. Chang Dongyue felt a bit uncomfortable. She had indeed prepared for sacrifice. But seeing Yin Schwerer run away without looking back truly hurt her feelings. She thought they were friends. Aren't friends supposed to help each other? Even if she let Yin Schwerer run first, it still left her feeling uneasy. Yin Schwerer winced in pain, cursing Yin Shi. Let me go, you woman. What can you do if I don't let you go? Yin Shi tightened her grip, but maintained a cheerful expression. Yin Schwerer cried out in pain and angrily turned to Chang Dongyue. Are you dead? Hurry up and help me. Chang Dongyue was already feeling uncomfortable, but thinking about Yin Schwerer's family situation, she rushed over. The little followers, covering their painful bodies, prepared to rush in and save Yin Schwerer. If anything happened to her, the Yin family would definitely not spare them. Let go of Schwerer. Several of them rushed over simultaneously, shouting loudly. Yin Ichun and Kongwood watched Yin Shi teach Yin Schwerer a lesson, their expressions unchanged, still smiling happily. Seeing the others rush over, they instinctively worried for Yin Shi. But Yin Shi directly targeted their weak points. If you take one more step forward, do you believe I will break her arm? Yin Shi threatened, looking at Yin Schwerer as if she were an inanimate object, and with her red dress, she looked like a Shura from hell, smiling captivatingly. The crowd outside had gone wild, and she looked stunningly beautiful, and even her movements while hitting were graceful. Not even afraid of the Yin family. She definitely wasn't an ordinary person. Many people had long been unhappy with Yin Schwerer, who, relying on her identity as the Yin family's little princess, stirred up trouble wherever she went, beating anyone she disliked without regard for the law. As long as the Yin family parents were around, Yin Schwerer would not face punishment. There were those who didn't believe in evil. During moments of deliberate revenge, they would mysteriously disappear. Over time, no one dared to oppose Yin Schwerer anymore. The sales assistant was enjoying the scene, Having someone take revenge for her after being slapped and choked was great. Go ahead and hit her. Use a bit more force. You, let go of Schwerer. Chang Dongwei ran forward 2 steps, ready to save Yin Schwerer. Before she could get closer, she heard Yin Schwerer's painful cries. Don't come over. Are you trying to get me killed? Yin Schwerer gasped in pain, her face scrunched up. Chang Dongwei stopped, and the little followers dared not move. The sharp pain in her arm almost made Yin Schwerer unable to think. After a moment, she spoke. I advise you to let me go. Otherwise, my family won't spare you. That's right. Schwerer is the apple of her family's eye. If you let go now, I won't hold it against you. It's just a dress, right? We won't fight over it anymore. Yes, I won't fight over that dress. Just let me go. It really hurts. Yin Schwerer followed what the little followers said, appearing to plead for mercy, but a hint of malice flickered in her eyes. She initially just wanted to teach her a lesson. Since she had achieved her goal, she pushed Yin Schwerer forward with a cold tone. Get lost. Yin Schwerer felt the pain in her knee and, not caring about her embarrassment, covered her arm and ran away. Chang Dongwei and the little followers quickly followed. She turned to look at the sales assistant and smiled. The sales assistant felt a chill in her heart, trembling unconsciously. Wang Qiyu, however, looked at her with sparkling eyes, constantly praising her for being so cool. The crowd outside watched the scene of them fleeing in embarrassment, continuously cursing, while their eyes lit up at the sight of Yin, she in her red dress. They had never seen anyone look so cool while hitting someone. Yin Yi-chun jumped around, clapping with Kongwood, yay. Sister chased the bad guys away. She warned the sales assistant with a glance. Not intending to hold a grudge against her, she had come out to have fun today, and the verbal conflict had already been punished. Suddenly, the crowd stirred. It seemed a big shot had arrived. She followed the direction the crowd was looking, wondering why that figure looked so familiar. Chapter 54. Dropping the disguise with her tall stature and long legs. Isn't that alluring woman, Hu-Tu? What is going on with this crowd? Hu-Tu held a white fox mask, intricately crafted, with golden edges and a dark red tear mole at the corner of her right eye. Seeing everyone staring at her hand, it must be because of the mask, but it seemed unlikely. How could just a mask attract so many people as attention? She opened the door to welcome Hu-Tu, hooking her arm and asking, "What brings you here?" The onlookers, witnessing their affectionate interaction, erupted in envious screams. The sales assistant recognized the mask in Hu-Tu's hand and displayed the same expression as the people outside the store. "Are you that mysterious designer Hu-Susu?" Wang Qiyu exclaimed, her mouth agape, stuttering. The one who designs freely, unrestrained, yet possesses great design talent? Hu-Tu waved the mask in her hand and explained with a slight smile, "I brought the mask. Do I still need to introduce myself?" "No, no need." The two stammered in reply, realizing that She was holding Hu-Tu's arm, causing the sales assistant to freeze momentarily. "I may have spoken too freely today. I hope you won't take offense, miss. If I had known you were friends with Hu-Susu, I would have just given you this dress." The sales assistant apologized, nervously rubbing her hands. She hoped she wouldn't say anything, or her job might be at risk. It was her fault for misjudging people, and she couldn't make such mistakes in the future. Seeing the sales assistant's sincere attitude, she didn't want to let a small matter affect her mood. Noticing the sales assistant's nervousness, she felt a bit mischievous and wanted to tease her. Hu-Tu glanced at the sales assistant, her height giving her a commanding view, which made the sales assistant even more anxious, her palms nearly sweating as she helplessly stared at her toes. "What is going on, she?" Hu-Tu asked she in a good-natured tone, not bothering to question the sales assistant. She smiled, turning to glance at the sales assistant. "Are you talking about her?" "Just." The sales assistant nervously swallowed, lowering her head further. "It's fine, nothing else wrong." "Hu-Tu, how did you get here?" Yi-Chen squeezed through the crowd and rushed in, looking up with a sweet face, asking Hu-Tu bent down instinctively to ruffle his hair, saying, "I saw the photo of Xing Bo trending online and saw you in a dress, so I came. But didn't someone say someone was bullying you? Were they?" At this point, Hu-Tu's expression turned fierce as she clenched her fists. She couldn't help but laugh at Hu-Tu, who was usually gentle and calm, but now looked ready to fight. "I scared them away. What a pity. If you had come a little earlier, you could have seen my heroic stance." She pretended to sigh in regret. Did you really take on 5 and win? Hu-Tu asked incredulously, seeing Yin-Shi nod. She then looked at Kong Wood and Yen-Chen, who both nodded in agreement, taking a moment to believe it was true. She suspiciously examined Yen-Shi's slender arms and legs, thinking that such thin limbs couldn't possibly hurt anyone. Hu-Tu, I just heard people outside say this dress was made by you. You're amazing. Yen-Chen gave Hu-Tu a thumbs up in admiration. Hu-Tu couldn't hold back a laugh at the exaggerated praise from the little guy. Yeah, I rushed over to save your sister. I revealed my identity right away. I was going to help her vent her anger, but by the time I got here, the person was gone. What a shame. Hu-Tu gently put away the mask and explained slowly. I didn't even know my foodie sister could design clothes. That's impressive. Yen-Shi thought for a long while about Hu-Tu's information and recalled Hu-Susu's identity. The original owner didn't have knowledge in this area. Perhaps she was too busy making money and raising children before. Her understanding of fashion wasn't very clear. Hearing the discussions outside the shop made her realize how popular Hu-Tu was. Royal designers rarely appeared at events, and even when they did, they would wear masks to cover their faces, leaving no one to know their appearance. The rumor was that they didn't want their looks to overshadow their work. As the fox-like interstellar beings were already very attractive, and Hu-Tu was the epitome of captivating beauty among them. She believed that if people liked her work solely because of her stunning looks, it wasn't pure appreciation. Yen-Shi admired Hu-Tu even more and felt grateful to her for showing up in person. With the title of royal designer, no one dared to speak ill of her on Yen-Shi's behalf, let alone show disrespect. Showing her face meant others would know she was close to Yen-Shi and had a connection with her. All right, don't say that. Hu-Tu quickly waved her hand, feeling unaccustomed to being spoken of this way. It's not as comfortable as usual. Just make me some good food as compensation. All right, as you command. Yen-Shi immediately stood at attention and saluted playfully. The atmosphere relaxed significantly, and everyone couldn't help but laugh. Stop joking. This dress is designed by me, and I'm giving it to you. Hu-Tu waved her hand extravagantly. The sales assistant immediately understood, taking the bag and turning to the fitting room to pack the clothes, handing them directly to Yen-Shi. Ma'am, please take this. No, this is too valuable. I should pay for it, Yen-Shi said, looking at the bag the sales assistant forcefully shoved into her hands, feeling as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. How could $1 million dress be given away just like that? Were they really that wealthy? Aren't we friends? What is wrong with giving you a gift? Consider it a back-to-school gift. Just accept it. Hu-Tu held Yen-Shi's hand and said. Seeing Yen-Shi pout, she insisted, just take it as a friend. Fine. Come visit me at school more often, and I'll make you delicious food. Hearing this, Yen-Shi found it hard to refuse and had to accept the dress. She truly loved it. It felt like it was tailor-made for her. See, that's settled. Hu-Tu tugged at Yen-Shi, ready to head out. There wasn't much to browse in this store. They might as well go to the one in front, where all the clothes were designed by her and would definitely suit Yen-Shi. Yen-Chen obediently followed behind Yen-Shi, holding Kong Wood's hand. Yen-Shi nearly couldn't even get out the door. The crowd's gazes on them were intense, as if they had both been recognized. In no time, people in the mall seemed to have gathered around them, making it impossible to move. Hello, can we take a photo together? I absolutely love your designs. A girl expressed her admiration, looking at Hu-Tu excitedly. Chapter 55, Crazy Shopping OK, Hu-Tu exclaimed, noticing that the notebook in the girl's hand was a sketchbook. She accidentally saw that the girl was also designing clothes, as if she had seen her former self. The girl jumped up a few times in excitement and quickly came over for a photo. Thank you, thank you. Once the group photo started, there was no way to stop it. Hu-Tu was forced to line up for pictures. Yen-Shi was also surrounded and realized it would take a long time for Hu-Tu to break free, so she thought it would be better to join in. With a nod, someone came closer to Yen-Shi and began taking photos. Hu-Tu and Yen-Shi were busy spinning around, feeling like their faces would freeze from smiling. The group photos continued until noon, and Yen-Shi's legs were numb. Yen-Chen sat obediently on a chair, waiting all morning without crying or getting impatient. Yen-Shi couldn't help but sigh again. Her child was truly a blessing, a heavenly kid. Pu-Xin Yin saw the trending topic pushed by Xingbo and noticed that Yen-Shi was causing trouble in the mall, radiating coldness. Another trending topic suddenly appeared. Hu-Su-Su made an appearance, and her real name is Who too. Many people posted group photos under this trending topic, making others envious. The comments section recounted the events, discussing how it was all to save Yin Shi, and they had completely figured out what happened. Although they referred to her as Ms. X, everyone still guessed that the person was Yin Shui, since only someone like her would directly seek trouble in the interstellar world. The Yin family has been quite unruly lately. They need a warning, dialing a number, and waiting for it to connect. In the Yin family living room. Shui, don't cry. Who bullied you and dared to hurt my precious daughter? Yin Chengguang shouted with a stern face, looking at Yin Shui with eyes full of pain. Her white arm now had 5 finger marks, and her already delicate skin looked even more pronounced. Yin Shui kept sobbing. It's Yin Shi, the food streamer who's been getting popular recently. I saw her try on a dress today that I really liked and wanted to buy, but she didn't pay and refused to let me have it, even hitting me. Xinyu frowned unhappily, her originally sympathetic expression turning fierce. She couldn't bear for her precious daughter to be hurt, and it was just a streamer who dared to hit someone. All right, baby, whatever you want. Mommy will buy it for you. Just stop crying. Hearing this, Yin Shui instantly brightened up. Then I want the new clothes, shoes, and bags that just came out. Okay, all of it. Xinyu, seeing Yin Shui return to normal, relaxed her expression. As long as her precious daughter wasn't crying, everything was fine. Yin Chengguang was about to ask for more details when the phone in the living room rang. Seeing the name on the display, his expression became excited as he cleared his throat and answered, "Hello, General Pu. What can I do for you?" Yangxue etwas momentarily stund. She didn't expect her father to have contact with General Pu, which meant she could brag to her friends. Yin Shui stopped crying and quietly stayed next to Xinyu. Yin Chengguang turned to look at Yin Shui. What happened to my daughter? Yin Shui looked at him excitedly, thinking that if General Pu was asking about her, it meant that getting in touch with him might lead to Chief Feng being within reach. Yes, I will definitely educate my daughter well. Thank you, General Pu. After hanging up, Yin Chengguang felt utterly drained. Shui, who did you meet today? Seeing her father's exhausted state, Yin Shui suddenly felt a bit scared. It was just the store clerk and the streamer Yin Shi. Stay away from that, Yin Shi, and don't provoke her. We can't afford to mess with her. Yin Chengguang immediately discerned who General Pu was concerned about. It couldn't possibly be the store clerk. Why? Yin Shui exploded at his words. Why should I stay away from her? I actually provoked her. General Pu personally spoke up for her. We can't afford to mess with her. Yin Chengguang recalled the earlier conversation and felt a chill run through him. How could General Pu protect her? Yin Shui clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white, her expression dark as she glared ahead. Yin Shi, very good. Not only has she seduced my brother Chief Feng, but now she's also associated with General Pu. Sooner or later, she'll pay the price. Yin Shi was already a bit hungry. She had only eaten a little in the morning. Hu Tu kept pulling Yin Shi around, packing up anything suitable for her and swiping her black fan card. Yin Shi's objections were futile. That's enough. This is really too much. What are you afraid of? It's an unlimited swipe, and I usually don't buy much. This money doesn't have much use anyway. After Hu Tu explained, she pulled Yin Shi into another store to continue choosing clothes. Yin Yichun and Kong Wu-de were completely patient, happily following behind them. This is really too much. Look, I can barely carry all of this. Yin Shi showed Hu Tu her hands, which were filled with bags of clothes, shoes, and bags, unable to hold anymore. With a glance back, she noted that Kong Wu-de's hands were also overflowing. This is the last store. These are all my designs. You'll definitely be able to wear them. So pack them all. Hu Tu said to the sales assistant, handing over her card to swipe, and before Yin Shi could stop her, it was already done. This is way too much. What do you mean too much? You can change every day. In 3 months, you'll have worn them all. It's not too much. Hu Tu took back the card and reassured Yin Shi. But we can't carry all this. We have home delivery service, free of charge, the sales assistant chimed in, worried that Yin Shi would refuse because she couldn't carry it all. This was a lot of money, and getting the sale would surely boost her commission next month. Hu Tu shrugged, problem solved. Yin Shi rubbed her forehead, feeling that this was indeed overly considerate. The clothes in Yin Shi and Kong Wu-de's hands were also taken away, and they provided the school address to the sales assistant. After shopping for so long, Their stomachs began to grumble, and they decided to buy some ingredients to head home. Yanxi quickly selected and checked out. But Hu Tu was still preparing to pay when Kangwuda and Yin Ichin quickly pulled her away. Yanxi silently gave a thumbs up. Letting her pay would be ridiculous. The items picked were mostly dishes that Hu Tu praised endlessly, even if she didn't say it. Yanxi could tell by the frequency of her eating. They initially thought about eating out, but after considering the food in the interstellar world, they decided it was better to go home and cook. The group carried bags of vegetables and meat back home, and the spaceship was bustling with excitement. Yanni-chan kept asking Hu Tu various design questions. The little one was quite curious after hearing what the onlookers said. Hu Tu patiently answered without a hint of impatience. Watching the interaction between the two, Yanxi felt a warmth. With friends and family like this, she truly felt happy. The optical brain beeped several times. Yanxi opened it, ready to respond. These people were quite quick to find out everything, and she didn't even need to explain herself. Chapter 56. Whole Chicken Feast. Yanxi watched the lively chat in the group. She had simply added the people she knew into a group for easier communication. Mao Jiao, wait until I black out all their accounts. Hu Tu, you don't have to worry, I'm already on the front lines. Bai Shui, wow. You're actually Hu Su Su, the big shot. I'm clinging to your thigh and 1T let go. Song Bao, I said your usual outfits are so tasteful. Turns out you're the royal designer, hiding it deep. Su Dinghua, as long as the girl isn't wronged, that's good. Hu Xin Yin, don't worry. I'm here. Chi Feng, I've ordered nutritional supplements for you. The address is your home. Han Yiji, General Pu, learn well from this. Gu Xiang, that straight guy wouldn't think of that. Lin Xian, as long as you're okay, I was so worried. Luo Fei, Xian almost gave up her stall. Worried sick, it's good you're fine. Lu Hui, Kong Wuda, what are you doing over there? I told you to protect Shi, and she almost got hurt. Kong Wuda opened his device upon hearing the notification, feeling deflated. Kong Wuda, honey, let me explain. They're all girls. How could I bear to intervene? Plus, Yanxi is quite capable herself. I'd just be a hindrance. Yanxi felt deeply moved by the messages in the group, everyone caring about her, and everything was moving in a positive direction. She replied in the group that she was fine and not to worry, everything was resolved. Seeing her home not far away, they finally arrived. Kong Wuda parked the spaceship, and they brought in the items they had. Yanxi decided to thank Hu Tu properly today. An interstellar being with a fox attribute should love chicken, so she had bought a lot of chicken to let Hu Tu eat to her heart's content. With all the ingredients ready, Yanxi started her live stream at 11:30. Hello everyone, I'm Cat who loves to eat fish, and today I'm going to show you various ways to cook chicken. Let us continue watching together. Today's live stream was different from usual. Instead of a slow trickle of viewers, many rushed in the moment Yanxi started her stream. Yanxi guessed that most had come for Hu Su Su, who was actually Hu Tuesday. She had searched for Hu Su Su on the way back and found out she was quite impressive. With the big shot protecting her, it felt exhilarating. Where's Su Su? I want to see. I didn't see her. I didn't recognize Su Su when I saw her before. I've been a loyal fan for so many years. She hid too well. I said when Hu Tu came the first time, dressed so nicely. Turns out it was Hu Su Su herself, so that's fine. So she knows our cat. Cheers to friendship 99. You guys are still discussing, and I'm just admiring Cat's beauty. Why is she so beautiful today? Wow, that red dress is amazing. Yanxi looked at the screen, full of compliments and various caring messages, feeling greatly comforted. She decided to simmer the chicken soup first and steam some rice. Eating meat without rice loses half the flavor. After cleaning and preparing the old hen, she placed it whole in the pot, added enough water to slightly cover the chicken. She sliced ginger and chopped scallions, added the ginger slices, brought it to a boil, and skimmed off the floating foam. Then, she added red dates and goji berries, covered it, turned the heat to low, and let it simmer slowly, adding a pinch of salt for flavor and sprinkling on the chopped scallions to finish. While the chicken soup simmered, she prepared a stir-fried chicken dish. She gathered the necessary ingredients, cleaned the cucumber, diced the chicken, added cooking wine and starch, mixed well, and marinated for a while. She diced the cucumber, chopped the scallions into small sections, and sliced the garlic. She prepared sweet bean sauce, Heating oil in a pan, she added the diced chicken and stirred-fried until the chicken turned white, then removed it for later use. She added the scallion sections and garlic slices to saute until fragrant, then added the diced cucumber and stir-fried evenly. After that, she added the previously cooked chicken, sweet bean sauce, and a pinch of salt, continuously stirring to coat the chicken evenly with the sauce. Finally, she drizzled some sesame oil, mixed well, turned off the heat, and plated it. The stir-fried chicken dish was aromatic with a vibrant color. Of course, she couldn't forget the fragrant hand-pulled chicken legs. She cleaned the chicken legs, added water to the pot, and added cooking wine, 2 slices of ginger, and a section of scallion. She placed the chicken legs in cold water, brought it to a boil, skimmed off the foam, covered the pot, and simmered for a while. After removing the chicken legs, she soaked them in cold water to cool them down. While waiting, she minced garlic and ginger, placing them in a dish, adding soy sauce and a pinch of sugar, and mixing well. She shredded the chicken legs into strips, placing them in the dish and drizzling the sauce over them. She heated oil in a pan, added Sichuan peppercorns, and fried them on low heat until slightly charred. Then removed the peppercorns, drizzled the oil over the dish, and mixed it with chopsticks. She sprinkled on scallion sections, then plated it. Of course, she couldn't forget the famous Xinjiang dish, big plate chicken, which was Yan Shi's true love. Not knowing what to eat, a serving of big plate chicken was definitely a safe choice. She cleaned the chicken legs she bought and peeled the potatoes. She chopped the chicken legs into pieces and cut the potatoes into chunks, washing them in clean water to remove the starch to prevent oxidation. In a pot, she added water, placed the chicken pieces in cold water, blanched them for a while, skimmed off the foam, and set the chicken pieces aside. She heated oil in a pan, added scallion sections, ginger slices, garlic cloves, Sichuan peppercorns, and star anise to saute until fragrant, then added the chicken pieces and stir-fried evenly. She drizzled in soy sauce, cooking wine, and stirred to coat the chicken pieces. Then she added boiling water to cover the chicken, brought it to a boil, and simmered on low heat. After some time, she added the potato chunks and a suitable amount of salt, continuing to cook until the flavors melded. When there was only a little broth left, she turned the heat up to reduce the sauce, turned off the heat, and plated it. Yan Shi initially wanted to make cola chicken wings, but unfortunately, there was no cola in the Interstellar world. So she decided to make chicken wings with mushrooms instead. She washed the chicken wings, chopped them, trimmed the mushroom stems, washed them clean, and sliced the mushrooms in half. In a pot, she added water, placed the chicken pieces in cold water, brought it to a boil, skimmed off the foam, and removed them to drain. Blanching the chicken pieces not only removes blood, but also helps to firm up the protein. She blanched the mushrooms until soft, drained them, which helped remove any off flavors and enhance their taste. In a pan, she heated oil, added Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, scallion sections, ginger slices, and garlic cloves to saute until fragrant, then added the chicken pieces and stir-fried evenly. Drizzling in soy sauce and cooking wine, she colored the chicken wings. Then she added the mushrooms, poured in enough hot water to cover the ingredients, added sugar and cooking wine, brought it to a boil, turned it to low heat, and simmered until flavorful. When there was only a little sauce left, she turned the heat up to reduce it, turned off the heat, and plated it. Yan Shi looked at the 5 dishes she had prepared. They would definitely be enough for the 3 adults and 1 child. She ladled out the chicken soup, which was just right to drink. Okay, come over and serve the dishes. It's time to eat. With her command, the others rushed into the kitchen, unable to sit still outside, as the aroma in the air became increasingly tempting, making each moment of waiting feel like torture. They placed the dishes on the table, and looking at the array of chicken dishes made everyone's mouths water. Each person held a small bowl of rice, staring intently at the dining table. Don't be polite, dig in. The fans in the live stream were eagerly waiting, almost starving. Some who had originally come to watch the fun were also successfully drawn in by the Yan Shi, mainly because the food she made smelled so delicious. Who could resist this? He definitely couldn't. Chapter 57, moving into the new villa, Fox 2 was deeply moved. She knew that Yan Shi had specially prepared this for her. So she ate faster, not wanting to waste Yan Shi's kindness. Watching Fox 2 eat bite after bite, her speed increasing, the fans in the live stream were almost in tears. Just one bite for the kid. Let us have a lottery. I'm so hungry. Fox 2 would be great as an eating streamer. Watching her eat makes me so hungry. Miss Fox Susu, please pay attention to your figure. What should I pay attention to? If I could, I would. Of course, the dishes made by Cat are so delicious. It's strange if I could pay attention. 5 dishes and a soup were indeed too much for 3 adults and 1 child. They ate until they were full, but still didn't finish. She took out some takeout boxes and packed the leftovers, handing them to Kong, Wood, and Fox Tuesday. Don't dislike it. Take it home and enjoy it slowly. Fox 2 took the food. How could I? I'm just eager to pack it up. Thank you. Kong would tightly hug the takeout box. The two didn't linger, knowing that she would be very busy in the next few days. In the afternoon, she did not rest and was busy preparing various dishes to pack. Knowing she would have so much time to live stream while at school. While she still had time, she wanted to satisfy her fans as much as possible. All right, I'll make a bit more food today and hold a lottery for you. The live stream frequency will be lower once school starts. Cat really loves her fans. I'm in love. I'm ready, pick me. Can you make braised pork and sweet and sour ribs? I was so tempted watching the last live stream. I want to eat sour and spicy lotus root slices. Are we ordering now? I want spicy chicken. She looked at the various dishes floating on the screen and rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache from all the comments. How about this? You guys send in what you want to eat, and the back end will automatically tally the results. I'll make more of the top 3. The comments started flooding in, and the back end began to gather data. The top dish was braised pork, followed by sweet and sour ribs, and then spicy chicken. She displayed the data on the screen and began to prepare, quickly making the dishes thanks to her previous experience. She worried that making too much at once might affect the taste, so she kept working until it was dark. The atmosphere in the live stream was incredibly lively. She thought the fans would get visually fatigued, but they only grew more excited and the number of viewers kept increasing. Finally, the live stream ended at 6 o'clock, and after packing up, Yi-chun was panting from exhaustion, having worked hard without once complaining, which made Yen-shi feel distressed. Dinner wasn't as lavish. They simply made rice porridge, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and spicy potato shreds, sitting in the living room to eat and watch TV. Yen-shi felt a rare moment of leisure as the two laughed while watching the animated show. By 8 o'clock, they were in bed, ready for an early night to pack their bags, as they needed to clean the new place and move in tomorrow. However, Yen-shi didn't know that her resentful senior brothers were already cleaning. Yen-shi woke up early, making a breakfast of fried eggs, ham, and toast with jam, paired with milk. There wasn't much to tidy up at home. She didn't need to bring clothes since she had bought a lot of new ones yesterday. The fridge needed to be cleared out, otherwise the food would spoil. Wong Pei took photos and saw that the kitchen was very spacious, with tools even more complete than at home, so there was no need to bring anything. After quickly tidying up the house, not knowing when she would return, she covered all the places that could be covered and went to the top floor to pick all the right vegetables and fruits. After taking a moment to catch her breath, she realized she had exhausted too much energy, making her a bit dizzy. There wasn't much to pack, and once everything was in order, Yen-shi went to knock on Yen-chen's door. As soon as she knocked, the door opened, and she saw the little guy was already dressed and clearly ready to go out. "Good morning, sister." "Good morning, Chun-chun." Yen-chun smiled as he went downstairs and saw the piled-up items in the living room, puffing up his cheeks. "Sister, why didn't you wait for me to help? Chun-chun can help too. I forgot. I'll remember to call you next time." Seeing the little guy's puffed-up expression made Yen-shi laugh. Other kids would be eager to avoid chores, but her own child was afraid of not being allowed to help. What a difference. Kong would learned that she was going to school today and insisted on coming to see her off. After Yen-chun finished washing up and eating breakfast, Yen-shi quickly cleaned up and set off for school. "Hello, Uncle Wood." Yen-chun was always very polite. "Hello, Chun-chun." Kong would open a spaceship door, and the group got in and set off. The two chatted nonstop along the way, discussing various topics. Yen-shi opened her light brain to send a message to Wong Pei and Principal Wong. "We're setting off now. We'll arrive early today, so there's no rush tomorrow." Wong Pei was supervising the cleaning in the villa assigned to Yen-shi, watching the senior brothers clean and directing them. Hearing the clanging sound, he slowly opened the message and chuckled, laughing heartily. Under the gaze of the senior brothers, he restrained himself a bit and replied, "All right, take it slow and be safe on the road." "Oh no, your little junior sister is on her way. Hurry up and finish cleaning. Wang Peiyan, who had been laughing a moment ago, suddenly became anxious when he saw that the group hadn't even finished half of the cleaning yet. What if they weren't done by the time she arrived? He rolled up his sleeves, ready to help, and saw their frightened and uncertain expressions. Principal, you're going to clean too? The others blinked at Wang Peiyan. What? Is it strange for me to clean? Wang Peiyan was so angry he could blow up, realizing he had been too friendly with them. The senior brothers quickly shook their heads vigorously, their heads shaking like rattles. No. With Wang Peiyan joining, the speed didn't increase much. The senior brothers watched as he worked for a bit, then took a break, and they were too afraid to express their thoughts. They wanted to return his words about their physical fitness, but didn't dare. Hearing the spaceship land, Wang Peiyan quickly jogged outside and saw Yanxi getting off, feeling very pleased. Oh, hurry, come in and rest. He darted around like a little cannonball, completely unlike a 50-year-old man. Hello, Grandpa Peiyan. Yan Ichun greeted him obediently, bowing and smiling. Hey, good. Wang Peiyan smiled particularly happily, holding Yanxi in one hand and Yan Ichun in the other, grinning from ear to ear, pulling the two into the house. He caught the attention of all the senior brothers. This must be the little junior sister. They thought she was so beautiful. No wonder the master liked her so much. They liked her too. Hello, senior brothers. Thank you for coming to help clean. How about staying for lunch together? Yanxi saw that the room had been cleaned up quite a bit, and the senior brothers were covered in dust, which wasn't easy work. Thank you, junior sister. The senior brothers were all very happy, and just with her looks alone, who wouldn't be happy to see her? They also heard that the little junior sister was a great cook, so getting to eat a few bites was worth all the hard work. Chapter 58, I like it here. Wang Peiyan watched his disciple try to curry favor and pulled Yanxi out. Don't mind them. Sit and rest for a while. Yanxi almost laughed. You really are a good master. Turning her head to look at them busily working, she felt uneasy just sitting there. Don't mind them. You rest while they work. By the way, I brought you a welcome gift, vegetables and fruits I grew myself. Yanxi took out the vegetables and fruits she had picked, filling 2 large bags. The senior brothers saw the green vegetables and bright red strawberries and rushed over. They smelled delicious. Thank you, junior sister. I've never had such high-quality fruit before. They all praised Yanxi, drooling over the food. All you think about is eating. Hurry and take your share to work. Wang Peiyan looked at this group, feeling embarrassed that they were so eager for food. Principal, this is yours. Take it. Yanxi handed over a big portion she had prepared to Wang Peiyan. Wow, so much. Why are you being so polite? Wang Peiyan took it with a bright smile, his eyes glued to the food in his hands. The senior brothers looked at Wang Peiyan and couldn't help but shake their heads, thinking, you're no different, master. Of course, they only dared to complain in their hearts. Saying it out loud would get them in trouble. Yan Ichun obediently went to pour water for the senior brothers, winning their hearts. Brothers, have some water. Good boy. Kong Wuda also went to help, unable to sit still, thinking about mooching a meal at noon. It felt awkward to just sit. The main reason was he couldn't go back and explain to his wife, which would lead to scolding. They all finally finished their work just before noon at 11 o'clock. Yanxi made lemonade for everyone to drink to ease their hunger. You sit and rest. I'll go cook. Let us help. Otherwise, with 10 of us, it'll take forever. I'll help too. Let us do it together. We can eat sooner. So the kitchen was almost packed. Even the largest kitchen couldn't fit 10 people at once. Principal, you take Chin outside. We can manage here. Yanxi looked at the crowded kitchen and could only let those 2 go out first. All right, call me if you need anything. Wang Peiyan took Yan Ichun outside, and the 2 played in the living room. This should be the last live stream before school starts. Hello everyone, I'm Cat who loves to eat fish. Today is the first day of moving into the school dormitory, planning to make a delicious feast to welcome everyone, so follow along. Yanxi looked at the vegetables and meat she brought and prepared to make a standard wedding banquet. First, she simmered chicken soup and steamed rice, then quickly made sweet and sour fish with the prepared fish. She also made salty egg soup and sweet corn soup. Next, she fried crispy meat and fish pieces. Looking at the diced meat and chili segments, she quickly stir-fried spicy chicken cubes. She also made cold beef and spicy lotus root slices. Yanxi particularly wanted something sweet and sour today, so she added sweet and sour pork and fish-flavored shredded pork, which looked perfect and smelled amazing. The The two in the living room couldn't sit still anymore. Watching plate after plate of food come out, their appetites were awakened. She also made her specialty braised pork and sweet and sour ribs, stir-fried sour and spicy shredded potatoes, and vinegar-sauté egg cabbage. Then she prepared broccoli stir-fried with shrimp. First, she removed the shrimp heads and shells, then opened the backs of the shrimp to remove the veins. She put the shrimp in a bowl, added a spoonful of salt, an appropriate amount of pepper and cooking wine, mixed well, then added an egg white and some starch, mixed again and marinated for a while. Next, she prepared the ingredients, slicing garlic and cutting carrots and broccoli into small pieces. Then she blanched the broccoli and carrots, drained them, and set them aside. In a hot pan with oil, she added the garlic slices, sautéed until fragrant, then added the shrimp, stirring over medium heat. Once the shrimp turned red, she added the broccoli and carrot slices and continued to stir fry, adding an appropriate amount of salt, sugar, soy sauce, and oyster sauce, then stirring evenly before turning off the heat. It was fresh, fragrant, and especially delicious. Then she looked at the clams she had brought last time, realizing that if she added more, they wouldn't taste good anymore. So she decided to cook them today. She made stir-fried clams. The clams were very clean and didn't need to be soaked. She diced onions, minced garlic, and sliced small chili peppers for later use. Once the ingredients were ready, she heated oil in a pan, added onions, minced garlic, and small chili peppers, and sautéed until fragrant. Then she added a small handful of Sichuan pepper, a spoon of sauce, and a spoon of oyster sauce, stirring evenly before adding the clams and stir-frying. She pushed the clams aside to add water and more cooking wine, boiled them, then adjusted the seasoning, added the prepared ingredients, and cooked until done before turning off the heat. She plated them directly, sprinkling some cilantro on top. The spicy stir-fried clams were ready. Achoo! Achoo! The sneezing wouldn't stop. The combination of Sichuan pepper, small chili, and the freshness of the clams blended perfectly, making it impossible to stop after the first bite. It smelled so good. She added a small stir-fried meat dish and desincien and ladled out the chicken soup, which had been simmering for a long time, releasing a fragrant aroma, and the chicken was tender. Then she looked at the 20 dishes piled high. Sure it would be enough to eat, and gave the viewers a close-up shot. I want to eat every dish. Just leave me a bite. So fragrant, I'm getting hungrier. The kids are so hungry, boo-hoo. Yen she suddenly remembered she hadn't saved any for the three of them, as she had previously reserved some in advance, so she hurriedly took out the packing boxes. What is Cat doing? Saving food for someone? I won't allow it. If I can't eat, no one can. Pu Xin watched Yen Shi's actions with a smirk, clearly not forgotten by her. Han Yiji looked at the smiling Pu Xin, noticing his happiness. Gu Xiong watched Yen Shi pack the food in the live stream, muttering quietly, "Get some more, get some more." Yen Shi had made large portions of each dish, and even if they all took some, the 10 of them wouldn't be able to finish it. While packing, she quickly booked a delivery robot. This time it came very quickly, almost as soon as she placed the order. Yen Shi placed the food into the delivery robot's compartment and sat down to prepare for the meal. The rice is in the pot. Everyone take as much as you want, don't waste it. As soon as she finished speaking, the senior brothers rushed into the kitchen like a sprint. Even though the door could fit 2 people, they ran so fast that they got stuck at the entrance. Wang Pian held his forehead, feeling embarrassed. Cough, cough. A few senior brothers understood and pushed them both inside forcefully. They awkwardly scratched their heads and smiled. The others didn't stop at all. They ran in and started serving rice. No martialesics. You didn't even wait for me. It was you two who got stuck, not me. Serve the rice first. You. Never mind, I'll queue. Yen Shi thought he would say something more fierce, but after holding it in, he only managed to say he would queue. Yen Chen also covered his mouth and chuckled, whispering to Yen Shi, "Sister, I like it here, they're all so interesting." Yen Shi smiled with relief, feeling at ease. She thought moving here would be hard to adapt to, but now she felt reassured. Kong Wuda, with good insight, served rice to Wang Pian and handed it to him. "Principal, you eat first." All right. Wang Pian smiled widely, finding Kong Wuda more and more pleasing to the eye. Chapter 59. The old kid's online banner Yen Chen placed shrimp onto Wang Pian's plate. "Grandpa, eat." "Ah, thank you, Chinchun," Wang Pian said, looking at the little one with growing fondness. Seeing the brothers from the kitchen lining up for food, None of them were as considerate as the little kids, truly. After the brothers finished getting their food and brought it out, they pretended not to hear. All right, everyone, no need to be so formal. Dig in. Yin, she spoke, giving everyone the permission to start eating. Yin Ichin obediently began to eat without needing special attention, even proactively serving dishes to Yin Shi, behaving like a small adult. Kong Wuda and Wang Pian were eating with their mouths full, chatting openly. The fans in a live stream were also infected by the atmosphere, feeling much happier. The staff behind the scenes of Me Too once again recommended Yin Shi, not for any particular reason, but simply because she was popular. Yin Shi watched the number of viewers in the live stream increase like a rocket, smiling as she stared at the screen. The fans were overwhelmed by her beauty and immediately began showering her with gifts. As the gifts flooded the screen, Yin Shi couldn't stop smiling. The appearance of a little money lover couldn't be hidden. After all, this was all money. Yin Shi observed the brothers scrambling for food and felt puzzled. There was clearly so much food. Why did they have to fight for it? Was it tastier if they fought for it? She didn't understand. General Pooh, your takeout has arrived. A subordinate came over with a delivery robot, overly excited. He had just watched the live stream, and the packaged meal should be this one. It was the only takeout order, and he didn't know what the relationship was between General Pooh and the two. He really wanted to sneak a taste. With so much food, the three of them probably couldn't finish it all. Got it. Pooh Sinian closed the booklet and put his leg down. The delivery robot set the food on the table, and the aroma wafted out. No need to call. The two had already come over. Looking at the table filled with 20 dishes, he couldn't help but drool, along with a bag of cucumbers, cherry tomatoes, and 3 cups of lemonade. Gu Ziong quickly sat down and picked up his chopsticks to start eating, his mouth stuffed with food as he mumbled, "So good. Talk after you finish eating," Han Yiji said, eyeing Gu Ziong, who was shoveling food into his mouth like a hamster, with a look of disdain, as if he hadn't eaten in half a month. Pooh Sinian sat down as well, noticing the subordinate still standing nearby. Is there something else? The subordinate trembled, and no, nothing. He quickly turned and ran away. How could he dare to ask if he could have some? That would be asking for trouble. He had the heart of a thief, but not the courage to act. But it did smell really good. Every dish looked delicious. Pooh Sinian started eating, trying each dish and feeling increasingly surprised. How could they make so many dishes without repeating any, and all so tasty? At this rate, his appetite would be spoiled. What if he couldn't eat anything else? After a while, burp. Gu Ziong patted his belly, slumped on the sofa, and burped. Han Yiji instinctively moved away, disdainfully saying, "Haven't you eaten before? That must be too good," Gu Ziong retorted. Pooh Sinian looked at the empty food containers, then at Gu Ziong's protruding belly, shaking his head. Thankfully, Yin Shi wasn't here. Otherwise, she would say he was abusing him. He didn't even know how he managed to eat so much. He thought he wouldn't be able to finish, but this guy kept stuffing his mouth and ended up completely stuffed. Yin Shi looked at the food on the table. Indeed, they hadn't finished it all. She took out the takeout bags and handed them to them. Take what you like back to eat. It'll all be great warmed up together tonight. The brothers quickly got up to take the bags, but their hands trembled while preparing to pack, as their master was watching. "Master, you go first. That's more like it." Wang Pian nodded in satisfaction, took the takeout bag, packed some stir-fried meat and braised pork, and added some sweet corn soup. Seeing Wang Pian finish packing, the brothers finally dared to move. Kong Wuda also took a bag and picked 2 items to take back for his wife to taste. She would surely love it. "Thank you, junior sister." The crowd thanked Yin Shi, and the room was cleaned up. The clothes sent here were also placed in the cloakroom. There was nothing more to help with now. "Then we'll be leaving first, junior sister. If you need anything, come find us." "Yes, we're just a call away." Wang Pian glared at them, having never seen them so eager before. They didn't come when he called them. "Leaving now, junior sister." The crowd didn't respond and dispersed, of course, not forgetting the fruits and vegetables that Yin Shi had given them. They could not forget that, as it was a treasure. "Then I'll leave too. You take your time cleaning up. Contact me if you want to go anywhere." Kong Wuda also bid farewell to Yin Shi. Having not seen his wife for half a day, he wanted to return home quickly. Yin Shi waved, "All right, drive safely." "Thank you very much, Uncle Wuda." After seeing Kong Wuda off, Yin Shi and Yin Chen returned to the house. "All right, today's live stream ends here. I will notify everyone in advance for the next one. as my studies 1T allow for frequent streams anymore. Goodbye, everyone. Whoa, I don't want to leave. I don't know when I can see the cat again. The days without seeing the cat are hard to endure. She turned off the live stream and withdrew the balance. Looking at the 23,520,000 star coins that had arrived, smiling widely. I have money now. Wang Pian also said goodbye to Yin Shi, humming a song as he left with the dishes and fruits. He immediately turned around to take a photo with Su Dinghua to show off. Look at the vegetables, fruits, and dishes that Yin girl gave me. They smell so good and taste great. Su Dinghua was busy making fully automatic barbecue machines, overwhelmed with orders, and the apprentices were too busy to keep up. He had to personally step in to help, but he was also very happy when busy, as it was all income. Suddenly, he heard the sound of his light brain dinging twice, and saw it was a message from Wang Pian, his forehead twitching. This old guy was here to show off. How annoying. Su Dinghua. Isn't it because I introduced you? You old rascal are showing off to me? Wang Pian, I can't hear you. You're just envious and jealous of me. Su Dinghua. Envious and jealous of you? How could that be? I'm telling you. My top disciple will soon be planting vegetables and fruits with Yin Shi. Don't be envious then. Wang Pian, fuming, blew his beard and glared, but still replied. Impossible. He was initially very angry, but thinking about how Yin Shi would be at school most of the time, his mood instantly improved. Su Dinghua understood Wang Pian's personality. He must have been annoyed, humming a song while packing, feeling quite good. In the afternoon, Yin Shi organized her clothes and, accompanied by Yin Chen, took a stroll around the school, which was quite large and divided into many campuses. Thankfully, she had a strong sense of direction, or she might have gotten lost. Because it was a holiday, there weren't many people at the school, aside from the duty teachers. Only a few robots were wandering around. In the evening, she reheated the leftover fish-flavored shredded pork and disancian, cooking some sweet potato porridge. Yin Chen and she casually ate a bit before lying down early. Tomorrow was the first day, and they absolutely could not sleep in. Closing her eyes, she fell asleep without dreams. Chapter 60. Delicious food captivates everyone's taste, Yin Shi was awakened by the chirping of little birds. She changed into her work outfit and sneakers, tied her hair into a ponytail, and washed up before pulling open the window. The feeling of sunlight streaming in was quite nice. She went to wake up Yin Chen. Chen, it's time to get up. Yin Shi knocked on the door lightly. Okay, I'm awake, sister. Yin Chen's voice came from inside, and upon hearing it, Yin Shi felt relieved and headed to the kitchen. She realized that most of the ingredients were used up yesterday, with only rice, flour, and green onions left. She decided to make scallion pancakes and cook some rice porridge. First, she washed the rice and started cooking the porridge, then cleaned the green onions and drained them. For the scallion pancakes, only the green parts of the onions were needed, so she chopped them finely, leaving the white parts and bulbs to cut into segments for stir-frying. After chopping about a bowl of chopped green onions, she added some flour, a pinch of salt, and poured in some egg liquid. She measured warm water and poured it into the flour, stirring with chopsticks. Then, she kneaded the dough by hand. It was quite sticky, so after kneading it into a ball for a minute or two, she let it rest for about 10 minutes, making it easier to roll out. After kneading for about 10 minutes, the dough became smooth. She divided it into small dough balls and brushed oil over their surfaces. Then, she covered them with plastic wrap to let them relax for a while. Taking out one dough ball, she rolled into a square, brushed a layer of oil on top, and sprinkled salt and chopped green onions over it. She folded one side towards the middle by 1/3, then folded the other side in the same way, essentially folding it in half and then in half again. She rolled it up from one end, sealing the end downwards and pressing it firmly. After preparing all of them, she let them rest for 5 minutes, then pressed them flat. After another 5 minutes, they were easier to roll out and the pancake dough expanded. She can now fry them in oil. To speed up the process, she used 2 pans at the same time, a frying pan and a flat pan, managing to fry 10 pancakes at once. Thankfully, the Interstellar kitchenware was large enough, and she didn't make them too big, just a bit larger than her palm, about the size of 21st century flatbread. She fried one side until golden brown before flipping it over to fry the other side until golden brown, repeating this process 3 times until they were cooked. Then she took them out and placed them in a bowl. She tried one and found it very crispy and fragrant. The combination of salt and green onions was delightful. The layers were distinct and crunchy, and it felt wonderfully crispy in her mouth. Yin Ichin watched her fry the pancakes, sniffing the aroma of the scallion pancakes. Sister, it smells so good. Little glutton, go ahead and eat one while I fry more for others to try, Yin Shi said, playfully pinching Yin Ichin's nose. After spending more time together, Yin Ichin became more casual with Yin Shi. She used to wait for Yin Shi to eat together, but now she could eat while waiting nearby, which was also a sign of progress. Yin Shi fried a total of 65 pancakes, from 6:40 to 7:10, quite quickly. After removing the 5 that she and Yin Ichin had left, there were still 60 left. Yin Shi booked a delivery robot to send 10 of them to Pu Xian and the others, just as she was wondering when the delivery robot would arrive. It showed up, so she quickly sent out the rice porridge and scallion pancakes. The two siblings sat down and leisurely ate together. After eating 3 scallion pancakes, they couldn't eat anymore, planning to save the last 2 for lunch or dinner. The clock on the wall showed it was already 7:30. Although the school was very close, just a 5-minute walk away, it was better to leave early to avoid any unexpected delays. Yin Shi divided the scallion pancakes into 2 bags, handing one to Yin Ichin. Remember to let the teachers try some. Yin Ichin's bag contained 10 pancakes. As there weren't many teachers at the educational institution, but they were all quality. Got it, sister, Yin Ichin said, putting on her small backpack and shoes, excitedly pulling Yin Shi outside. Yin Shi looked at the bag of scallion pancakes in her hand, feeling it was heavy and looked like a lot. 50 should be enough for everyone to try. Yin Shi led Yin Ichin around the school at a leisurely pace. When they reached the entrance of the educational institution, they saw that some teachers had already arrived, but teacher Wang Minhua had not yet come. Yin Shi decided to wait a bit with Yin Ichin. Just before 7:50, teacher Wang Minhua arrived. Teacher, I'll leave Chen Xian in your care, and I'll come to pick him up in the evening. Hello, teacher. Yin Ichin greeted loudly with a bow. Hello, little one, teacher Wang Minhua replied, pulling out a contract from her bag. Oh, please sign this. It's Qinchin's enrollment application. Okay, thank you. Yin Shi quickly checked the contract, finding no issues, and signed it before handing it back with both hands. Qinchin is very well behaved. Don't worry too much. Wang Minhua reassured Yin Shi as she took Yin Ichin's hand and walked into the school. Just before they entered the school gate, she turned her head and said, Say goodbye to your sister, Qinchin. Yin Ichin turned her head and waved. Goodbye, sister. I will be very good. Come pick me up early in the evening. Okay. Be sure to listen to your teacher. Yin Shi watched Yin Ichin enter the school, feeling a bit emotional and reluctant. A glance at the time showed it was already 7:52. Thankfully, it was nearby, so she hurriedly jogged back. Yin Shi arrived at the principal's office at 8 o'clock as agreed, seeing Wang Pian sitting in a chair with a smile. Upon seeing Yin Shi, he squinted and smiled. Come, sit down. Yin Shi was not polite and sat down directly. These are the scallion pancakes I made this morning. Please try them and see if you like them. Wang Pian stood up immediately, having caught a whiff of the delicious aroma. He was too shy to ask directly, but he certainly couldn't refuse when invited. Okay. Yin Shi took 2 pieces of tissue from the table to hold a scallion pancake and handed it to Wang Pian. Wang Pian looked at the golden, crispy pancake with bits of green onions and took a bite, finding it more fragrant with every chew. He finished in a few bites and looked at Yin Shi with anticipation. Yin Shi understood immediately that he wanted more. She hadn't expected the principal to have such a good appetite in the morning. She had already eaten 2 pancakes herself and completely forgot about it. She took out another scallion pancake and handed it over. After having the first pancake, he finally didn't eat as greedily, taking small bites to savor it. Eating scallion pancakes and drinking tea, he couldn't stop praising. So delicious. This pancake with tea is simply amazing. Amazing? What is amazing? It smells so good. Was the chef sneaking? A group of people walked in, their eyes lighting up upon seeing Yin Shi. With the little junior sister, there's good food. We smelled it in the corridor just now. It's simply irresistible. Senior brothers, you can eat too. I made a lot. Yin Shi generously shared the scallion pancakes with her seniors, as she had intended to share them. Thank you, junior sister. Unlike some people who just know how to sneak food. Yes, it's so fragrant, so crispy and delicious. Wang Pian was completely unfazed by their banter. slowly enjoying the scallion pancake in his hand, not in a hurry to calculate the bill after eating. Yanxi again marveled at how much the boys at the Interstellar school could eat. 50 pancakes had quickly dwindled to just 20, and she wondered if that would be enough to share with her classmates. Seeing that there were only a little over half of the scallion pancakes left in Yanxi's bag, the seniors felt inexplicably guilty. They couldn't help but eat more. After all, it was impossible to resist when the little junior sister's cooking was so delicious. In the classroom, the culinary students were constantly glancing at the door. Having heard that Yanxi was coming but still not seeing her, they wondered if it was just a rumor. Yanxi sneezed, wondering who was talking about her. Wang Pian, having eaten and drunk his fill, began discussing business, pushing the prepared contract in front of Yanxi. Take a good look, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. You can add anything you want. The seniors looked at their usually stern teacher speaking so kindly and felt a bit nervous. They had never seen him talk like this to them. Indeed, it was the gentle and soft little junior sister that made him so affectionate. Not to mention the teacher. They also wanted to pamper her. Chapter 61. Nice to meet you for the first time. Yanxi took the contract and noticed that many of the conditions were quite favorable for her. For instance, any new dishes developed would belong to her personally, and she could decide whether or not to teach them to the school, giving her full control. No, everything looks good. I'll sign directly, she said decisively, signing her name and handing it to Wang Pian. Wang Pian couldn't help but smile broadly. He had tried to contain his happiness after signing, but was unable to do so. Finally, we have a student from our school. The other brothers were also very pleased. Finally, securing their little junior sister. Now she couldn't run away. What are you all grinning about? Wang Pian glared at his fellow brothers. Boys are really not as good as girls. Just looking at her is pleasing to the eye. Let's take our junior sister to explore the culinary program. All right, no problem. I'll lead the way. I want to go too. A group of people bustlingly led Yanxi around. This is the library. You can borrow any other books you want to read here. These are plants grown by the professor of the horticulture program. Don't step on or touch them, or he'll explode. Right. When he gets angry, even a master can't control him. Yanxi nodded, trying to stay as far away from that place as possible. After walking for about 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the culinary program's courtyard. Each program was like a large villa, with many floors surrounding an open space in the middle, and the upper part had transparent glass, designed beautifully. All the program villas radiated out from a large square, forming a circle. There weren't many students in the culinary program. There was only one classroom with 43 students, 13 boys and 30 girls, a significant gender imbalance. In this starry world where strength was respected, only those with low or no mental strength would choose the culinary program, along with those who truly loved it. For instance, Professor Lee of the culinary program, who was already 72 years old with S-level mental strength, still chose to be in the culinary field. Everyone advised him against it, but he insisted on coming and has managed the culinary program quite well. Professor Lee was looking out of the classroom, wondering, why haven't they come yet? Wang Pian had started boasting a few days ago, saying they had a student who was very good at cooking, someone who could be at the professor's level. After searching online for related content, he found that the student indeed had some skills, unlike those before who claimed to be good at cooking but made dishes that were barely edible. From a distance, Professor Lee saw a group of figures approaching, and the students in the classroom began to get excited. Everyone leaned against the windows, and when they finally saw the faces of the newcomers, they confirmed they were real. Today's Yanxi looked quite different, dressed in black work pants that added a touch of coolness and sharpness to her appearance. Her ponytail tied up neatly, making her look particularly clean and tidy. The brothers didn't go inside after dropping her off at the door. You can go in. It's almost class time for us, and we need to get to our classes, they said, checking the time hurriedly, relieved they still had a bit of time. Thank you. Seniors, I'll go in first. Yanxi waved her hand and walked into the classroom. As she reached the door and was about to knock, she saw that everyone in the classroom was looking at her, a group of people sizing her up. However, the gazes were not unfriendly. They were mostly appreciative, giving off a fan meeting vibe. Ahem, come in quickly. Professor Lee coughed a couple of times to remind everyone, and everyone found their seats. Yanxi stepped into the classroom and stood at the podium to introduce herself. Hello everyone, I am Yanxi, and my hobby is cooking. I hope to get along well with everyone in the coming days. Thank you. Her brief self-introduction was met with applause that lasted for quite a while. "Why don't you sit in that last row? We'll adjust the seating later, so don't worry." Professor Lee pointed to a spot against the wall, explaining that since they had just assigned seats, changing them would be unfair to the other students. "Okay," and she felt the gazes of everyone as she sat down in the last row. The girl in front of her was a cute little girl with a chubby face that looked very squeezable. When she saw Yin sit down, she turned around and greeted her. "Hello, my name is Wang Qing. Nice to meet you. I'm also very glad to meet you." Yin politely shook her hand. Feeling quite good about the first interaction, nothing awkward happened. "What did you bring, Yin? It smells so good." Wang Qing had smelled the aroma as soon as Yin entered the classroom, making her greedy instincts kick in. Yin patted her head, realizing she had forgotten about it, and immediately raised her hand to signal. Professor Lee nodded for her to speak. "I brought scallion pancakes to share with everyone. I made them myself. Although there aren't many, everyone should be able to have a taste. She can cook. It must be delicious." I could smell it earlier, but didn't dare to ask. Everyone was excited. The classmates all stared at the scallion pancakes in the bag, almost boring holes into it with their eyes. "Professor Lee, you distribute them." Yin handed the bag to Professor Lee. The more Professor Lee looked at Yin the more satisfied he became. She didn't try to curry favor with the classmates by insisting on distributing them herself. What a good kid. The classmates all insisted that Professor Lee take a whole one, and they would just have a few bites. This made Professor Lee extremely excited. These kids hadn't been in vain. He passed the bag down, allowing 2 or 3 people to take one, so everyone could have a taste. The distribution of scallion pancakes went smoothly, and no one objected. After sharing, all the classmates began to taste them, and the praises didn't stop. Wang Qing even came over to ask how she made them. "The method is very simple." Yin deliberately spoke slowly. All the classmates listened quietly, while they all recognized the characters separately, but when put together, it was like listening to a foreign language. Shaking her head, she thought, "Forget it. High achievers are indeed different from them." Professor Lee, being the professor he was, suddenly had his mind enlightened by Yin words. It turned out that noodles could be made this way. He was going to try it at home, strictly following Yin instructions. Surely it wouldn't be bad. Meanwhile, in the office of the Angel Education Institute, Yin Ichun was also sharing scallion pancakes. He handed a bag prepared by Yin to Wang Minhua, explaining obediently. "This is what my sister asked me to share with the teachers. They should eat it while it's hot." "Got it. Please thank your sister for me." Wang Minhua had been struggling to swallow the nutritional supplement for the past few days since she had tasted Yin cooking last time. She had been forcing down a few sips, but the aroma in the air was too tempting to resist. Fortunately, her next class wasn't hers, so she happily carried the bag to the office. There were originally not many people in the office, but the moment the scallion pancakes were taken out, it seemed like half of them had radar and rushed over. "Don't you all have class?" Wang Minhua asked in confusion. "Let them self-study for a bit. Eating a pancake doesn't take long," came the reply. If your students knew the truth, I wonder if they would still listen to the teachers like this." The teachers looked at the scallion pancakes, drooling. The last time they were sent over in large quantities, Wang Minhua couldn't finish them all, so she called a few of them over. Once they had eaten them once, they couldn't forget the taste, and they had been waiting for Yin to send more delicious food. Finally, their patience paid off. Wang Minhua distributed the scallion pancakes, enjoying her own portion while others watched, unable to resist. She comfortably squinted her eyes. So delicious. Chapter 62. Yin becomes a teaching assistant. Yin looked at the classmates surrounding her in the classroom, all admiring her. "What? Is there something on my face?" No, you're just impressive," someone said, and the classroom burst into laughter. Professor Lee coughed a few times, and the students returned to their seats. "Let's welcome Yin again." The applause lasted for a long time. The students admired Yin. Although they didn't know her psychic power level, her cooking skills must be SSS level. "All right, today we will learn how to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes." Professor Lee began the lesson, and the table sank down, transforming into a cooking stove. A video of Yin making scrambled eggs with tomatoes was projected on the blackboard. Yin was amazed. It was all high technology, but she quickly adapted. She couldn't let the women of the 21st century down. "It's just scrambled eggs with tomatoes. How simple." Yin looked at the ingredients on the table and directly cracked a few eggs, quickly whisking them. She added a pinch of salt to the egg mixture and chopped the clean tomatoes into wedges. She heated oil in the pan, poured in the egg mixture, and waited for it to solidify into a light yellow color. Then she gently scrambled it, took it out, and placed it in a bowl. Next, she added a little more oil, sauteed the chopped green onions until fragrant, added the chopped tomatoes to release their juice, and then tossed in the eggs to stir-fry. Finally, she added some chicken essence and salt for seasoning before serving. To make it visually appealing, Yanxi sprinkled some chopped green onions as decoration. The students and Professor Li watched Yanxi's actions in awe as she completed the dish with a clatter. The aroma of scrambled eggs with tomatoes filled the air, and the students looked at Yanxi in surprise. It seemed so easy when they watched her. They wanted to try it themselves. Go for it. You could do it too. Yanxi encouraged her eager classmates. All right. The students began to dive into making scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Gradually, cries of despair began to emerge, along with various worried screams. What do I do? Eggshells fell in. I cracked the egg into the bowl. Now what? Why is it so hard to cut the tomatoes? They keep rolling around. This is so difficult. The oil splashed on me. It hurts. Professor Li looked at the chaotic scene and rubbed his forehead, wondering how it could be so messy. Not a single dish had been completed. Perhaps the resentful glances from the students were too intense as they turned to meet Professor Li's gaze. One bold student quietly voiced what everyone was thinking. The professor didn't make it either. Professor Li's face turned red, and he turned away, not speaking. These kids, how could they say that? This is just a new dish. Once he learns it, he will definitely be able to make it. Cough, cough. The student who had blurted it out quickly lowered their head, avoiding eye contact with Professor Li. Yanxi shook her head at the chaotic scene and decided, forget it. Let me teach you. Really? That's great. Even Professor Li was excited. He had gained a master-level teacher, and what is not to like? Yanxi walked to Professor Li's position, and he happily stepped down to join her. First, when cracking the eggs, be sure to hit the middle and use a bit of force, but not too much, or the shells will fall in. Second, make sure there is enough oil in the pan. Otherwise, the eggs won't solidify well. The key to releasing juice from the tomatoes is to press them slightly. Here, as a little tip. When whisking the egg mixture, add a pinch of salt, not too much. Make sure there's no water in the pan before adding oil to prevent splattering. That's all. Everyone, give it another try. The students below listened attentively, nodding along. Let me try, one student exclaimed, so that's why it kept splattering earlier. There shouldn't be any water in the pan. The classroom was filled with the sounds of cooking, and the aroma of scrambled eggs with tomatoes wafted out of the building. The mech engineering class next door couldn't concentrate. It smelled so good. A boy who had been sleeping on his desk suddenly opened his eyes, drawn in by the delicious scent. What smells so good? Having tasted interstellar cuisine, he had never encountered this aroma before. His desk mate stuttered softly. I didn't mean to disturb you. Please don't hit me. Chiyu glanced at his desk mate, annoyed by their constant whining. Fine. I won't hit you. Really? His desk mate instinctively shrank back when the teacher had swapped seats. He had been scared since he had heard that Chiyu had sent someone to the hospital with 2 broken ribs, fearing he would also get beaten. To his surprise, Chiyu was quite nice. Chiyu felt inexplicably irritated, stood up, kicked his chair, and walked out of the classroom. The teacher pretended not to see. For a top student like him, the best approach was to ignore it. Chiyu had a very straightforward personality. He said whatever came to mind. His cold demeanor kept many girls at bay, afraid to approach him. Although Chiyu was too easy to talk to, his looks were undeniable. He was definitely the charming, aloof top student, especially with his glowing white skin and tall legs, giving him a significant advantage. Chiyu walked to the entrance of the Culinary Arts building and looked up to confirm he was at the right place. Everything he had made before was inedible. Why did it smell so good today? He walked confidently to the classroom door and was surprised to see a stranger standing at the podium. Yanxi, dressed in a work uniform, was demonstrating with a spatula, tirelessly teaching. Chiyu's expression softened. This girl was interesting. A classmate spotted Chiyu and shouted in surprise. Chiyu is here. In an instant, everyone turned to look at him. They clearly saw him smiling just a moment ago. But how could he have no expression now? Perhaps they had mistaken it. At the moment they turned to him, Chiyu wiped the smile from his face, reverting to his usual cold demeanor. He pushed the door open and walked in, glancing at Yanxi. I'm here to observe. You all carry on. Yanxi, seeing Chi Yu's face, couldn't help but marvel at how many handsome guys there were in the universe. If he were in the 21st century, he would definitely be a top celebrity. However, she felt a strange sensation, as if this were his home ground, and he was so at ease. Professor Lee was used to it by now. He glanced at Chi Yu, but didn't say anything. Other students in the classroom shouted excitedly, I really made it. It tastes good, very delicious. Professor Lee walked over to taste and praised it, feeling full after sampling a few dishes. Chi Yu helped himself to the scrambled eggs with tomatoes Yanxi made. The first bite was a sweet and sour burst of flavor, and he found it smooth and tender. It was delicious. Yanxi watched Chi Yu eat, his movements elegant and noble, like a young aristocrat. Chapter 63. The troops set off. Unknowingly, time has passed, and the bell rang. All students from various majors gather at the playground. Wang Pian communicated through the intercom of each class. Looking at the two people beside him, something significant was about to happen. Yanxi hurriedly packed her things and followed her classmates and Professor Lee to move. Arriving at a large playground, the entire area was bustling, and the noise of conversations was deafening. Quiet. Wang Pian's voice rang out, and everyone snapped to attention. The sleepy students were startled, followed by gasps of surprise as they saw the two figures behind Wang Pian. Wow! General Pu and Senior Chi appeared at the same time. Where? Really? This is incredible. Something big must be happening with both of them here. Yanxi also spotted the two and exchanged smiles with them. Pu Xinyan and Qi Feng both smiled in Yanxi's direction, causing the students below to erupt in excitement. General Pu must be smiling at me. It's definitely in my direction. No regrets in this life. Yin Schwerer, standing in the mecha department's lineup, saw Qi Feng's smiling expression and felt overjoyed. This was the first time she had seen Qi Feng smile in such an occasion. Turning her head, she noticed Yanxi at the end of the adjacent line, and she clenched her fists angrily. Just now, Brother Qi was smiling at Yanxi. Why should she get that attention? Yanxi was completely unaware that someone had set their sights on her again, or that it was someone looking for trouble. Was she too kind-hearted? It seemed that next time, she needed to be a bit harsher. Senior Chi and General Pu are here at our school today to select the most suitable candidates for developing the first batch of odorless fruits and vegetables. We hope everyone will vote, with each class sending up a representative. Wang Pian explained the rules, observing the excited expressions of the crowd. Finally, it wasn't just him. There was a balance. Pick me. I think I can do it too. Why is nobody picking me? Then I'll pick myself. Yin Schwerer displayed a confident expression, as almost all her classmates voted for her, simply because she was the little princess of the Yin family. If they displeased her, she would threaten to tell on them. They couldn't afford to offend her, even if they didn't want to vote for her. They had no choice but to do so, except for Chi Yu, who didn't vote for her. Yin Schwerer didn't dare to approach Chi Yu to suggest voting for her. That would be asking for trouble. Given Chi Yu's personality, it was impossible for anyone to get close to him. All right, next, please have representatives from each class come up to the stage. As Wang Pian finished speaking, one person from each class stepped up to the stage. Next, please welcome Yin Shi from the Culinary Arts Department. Upon hearing her name, Wang Pian immediately applauded enthusiastically. The audience below was confused and didn't know who Yin Shi was. Seeing the principal applauding, they figured she must be an important figure, so they followed suit. Hearing Wang Pian call her name, Yin Shi walked up to the stage with steady steps, all eyes on her. Wow, so beautiful. Isn't she that popular food blogger? I recognize her, it's Cat. So her real name is Yin Shi. What a lovely name. Yin Shi listened to the discussions around her, completely unconcerned. Hello everyone, I am Yin Shi. Yin, she had quite the reputation, as this time she was collaborating with Senior Chi Feng, providing planting technology, while Chi Feng was responsible for daily maintenance. Wang Pian naturally continued, I can't believe my ears. Wow, impressive. Everyone praised how amazing it was, though a few thought it was an exaggeration. How could there be odorless fruits and vegetables? Quiet. Wang Pian painfully took out the cucumbers and cherry tomatoes Yin Shi had given him. Look here, this is the first batch of vegetables developed by Yin Shi, completely odorless. He cut the cucumber into small pieces and halved the cherry tomatoes, handing them to a few people on stage. Try it. The audience below watched the vibrant green and bright red tomatoes, salivating at the sight, feeling like they smelled a refreshing aroma. Very pleasant. Yen Shuer received a piece of cucumber. Was it really that exaggerated? It must be an exaggeration. The taste couldn't be that good. But upon tasting it, she realized it was the most refreshing vegetable she had ever had, completely devoid of any strange taste. How could this be developed by Yen Shi? It was impossible. Yen Shi turned to see Yen Shuer, hoping she would stay quiet and not cause trouble. Otherwise, she wouldn't hold back. The selected individuals on stage showed expressions of amazement, reluctantly swallowing after a few bites. So delicious, crunchy, and a bit sweet. The cherry tomatoes have a great taste. Sweet and sour, very appetizing. The students below felt envious, regretting that it wasn't them on stage. Those who had doubted began to feel that the products were indeed good, as they were chosen by the people. Do you feel anything different inside? Wang Pian couldn't help but ask, noticing that the kids were silent. Nothing feels different, huh? I feel much more comfortable. A smooth sensation. I thought I was the only one. What's going on? Research shows that odorless natural fruits and vegetables can soothe mental power, meaning that eating natural fruits and vegetables can prevent mental power from going berserk in the future. Chi Feng adjusted his glasses and began to explain. Although Pu Xinyan felt a bit annoyed seeing Chi Feng, he still nodded along. Now they fully trusted this. Both were wealthy individuals, so bribing them was impossible. This meant that it really could soothe mental power. The atmosphere was so quiet that, after a moment of daze, someone started cheering. The crowd erupted in excitement. They no longer had to worry about their mental powers going berserk and dying at any moment. This was excellent news for the country and the people. Everyone celebrated wildly, except for Yen Shuer, who shot Yen Shi a venomous glance, thinking, why was it her? If it was Yen Shi, it would be difficult for her to take action against her in the future. She had to come up with a plan. Heaven was truly helping her. She could join the research, and as long as she made a few moves to prevent flowering and fruiting, wouldn't that be fine? Yen Shi noticed Yen Shuer's eyes darting around, certain it was nothing good. It seemed she needed to be on guard against her. All right, this is the streamer Cat loves fish, also Yen Shi. I hope everyone will get along well with Yen Shi in the future. Wang Pian proudly introduced Yen Shi. Like a proud father. Please take good care of her. Yen Shi politely smiled and bowed. By the way, I brought the seeds. They are in my villa. Should I go back to get them now? Yen Shi looked at Pu Xinyan and Chi Feng, feeling that they had become much more handsome after just a few days apart. Meeting adjourned. Meeting adjourned. Wang Pian, hearing they wanted to get the seeds, no longer wanted to continue the meeting and hurriedly dismissed everyone to watch the excitement. You can go now. Pu Xinyan fixed his gaze on Yen Shi, his eyes burning with intensity. Chi watched Yen Shi smile, finding it quite interesting. Chi Feng felt a bit melancholic watching their interaction. It was better not to look. They set off together with the selected group. Yen Shi led the way. Chapter 64. A fulfilling day. Is this the seed that can grow fruits and vegetables? So amazing. They all look pretty similar, but how come this one doesn't have a weird taste? Yen Shi felt a bit guilty and couldn't explain. None of them have been upgraded. So how could it not have a weird taste? Maybe the source of the seeds is different. Yes. Be careful not to spill them. Wang Pian nodded in agreement, continuously affirming. Yen Shi immediately wanted to give Principal Wang a thumbs up. She didn't need to explain too much herself. It was really good. There are other types of seeds that I put in as well, and the names are written on them. Look, there are pumpkin, water spinach, and bok choy. The variety is quite complete. Chi Feng looked at the seeds in his hand and imagined how delicious they would be once grown. This would be a leap in interstellar quality. Pu Xinyan didn't know much about planting, so he couldn't contribute much. However, watching Yen Shi speak so eloquently made him feel good. It seemed that just seeing her made him happy. Today was just about selecting people. It required sacrificing the weekend and rest time. If anyone is unwilling, they can withdraw now. Everyone immediately shook their heads. How could anyone be unwilling? Anyone who was unwilling was clearly not in their right mind. If these vegetables were really planted on a large scale, the first batch of planters would definitely reap the benefits. I'm willing. A 1T withdraw. I am too. I happen to be bored this weekend. I also have time, no problem. Seeing that everyone was on board, Wang Pian showed a pleased smile. Great. I knew our Yuanling Academy students are persistent and wouldn't easily give up. Yanxi began explaining the best planting periods for various seeds and the precautions for each type. She seemed very professional, and all the students looked at her with admiration, except for Yin Shuer. Yin Shuer looked at Yin Shi, and no matter how she looked at her, she found her displeasing, especially since the person she liked was looking at Yin Shi with admiration, which made her even more upset. After all the knowledge was imparted, Yin Shi printed out the organized materials and handed them to Qi Feng. Here, keep this. The detailed content is all here. If you don't understand anything, feel free to ask me later. Okay, thank you. Qi Feng carefully accepted it, looking at the printed materials as if they were treasures. Pu Xinyan was extremely jealous, his expression resembling that of someone who had been owed 2 million. Yin Shi looked at Pu Xinyan and asked in confusion, "Is there something wrong, General Pu?" "No." Pu Xinyan answered immediately without any hesitation. Everyone went in surprise, looking at the two with curiosity. Who has ever seen General Pu treat a girl like this? And even come all the way for seeds? This had never happened before, truly rare. After everything was explained, everyone understood what was coming next, and they dispersed. Each class returned to their respective classrooms, and Qi Feng and Pu Xinyan reluctantly left. They had obtained the seeds, and the next step was to apply for the patent technology for the seeds to prevent being outpaced. Pu Xinyan didn't care much for these seeds, but considering they were brought out by Yin Shi, he felt he had to put in his best effort. Before the spaceship took off, he kept looking back. "Stop looking. You can't see anything anymore." Qi Feng felt Pu Xinyan was going overboard. This guy was really not hiding it at all. Pu Xinyan reluctantly withdrew his gaze, glanced at Qi Feng, but didn't respond. The two turned their heads away, ignoring each other. Everyone returned to their respective classes. Instantly surrounded, they enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded, smiling and explaining. Yin Shuer couldn't contain the smile on her face, adjusting her clothes, and began to explain slowly. She deliberately avoided everything about Yin Shi, only focusing on herself and Pu Xinyan, which excited the other students. "I envy you, Shuer. I haven't even had the chance to meet General Pu. Isn't Senior Qi Feng your role model? How is your relationship?" The classmates looked at Yin Shuer with curiosity, eagerly awaiting her response. "It's okay. He speaks quite gently," Yin Shuer said slowly while touching her hair. She observed the reactions of her classmates and saw them cheering and envious. Only Qi Yu stayed in the corner with no expression, as if he wasn't a mecha student at all. Yin Shuer looked at Qi Yu, thinking that one day she would make him look her in the eye. Qi Yu met Yin Shuer's gaze, turned his head in distaste, and changed direction. Yin Shuer saw Qi Yu's actions and felt insulted, her expression almost overflowing with anger. The surrounding classmates kept asking questions, which annoyed her greatly. "All right, class is about to start." The students noticed the teacher had entered and didn't pay attention to Yin Shuer's irritated expression, instead feeling grateful. Yin Shuer was inattentive during class today and felt she couldn't absorb anything. Yin Shi was busy teaching everyone various ways to cook eggs. Under her strict guidance, at least what they made now was edible. It was much better than before when everything was burnt. At least there were no overly salty dishes now. Professor Li brought his freshly made egg pancake to Yin Shi, requesting her to taste it. He looked like a child eager for praise, indeed cuter as he got older. Yin Shi took a piece and tasted it, finding it quite good. It was delicious, just slightly burnt on one side. The rest was perfect, and there was nothing to criticize about the flavor. Professor Li was as happy as a child who had received candy and turned to teach the other students. He got along very well with the students, creating a feeling of both teacher and friend. Yin Shi envied that she hadn't encountered such a teacher back then. The day passed quickly, and soon it was time to leave school in the evening. Yin Shi hadn't eaten much for lunch, just casually made a bowl of egg noodles with cucumber. Without Yin Chin around, everything felt a bit tasteless. She had grown accustomed to having the little guy around, and she barely ate a few bites of lunch before leaving it. In the afternoon, they continued learning to cook, but Yin Shi didn't cook. The classmates all said her techniques were very professional, so there was no need to keep practicing. She just followed Professor Li around the classroom, pointing out when a student was doing something wrong. The first day of school was indeed fulfilling, and soon it was time for the last class. She looked at the clock on the wall. There was just 1 minute left until school was out. All right, everyone, pay attention to safety on your way home. As soon as Professor Lee finished speaking, the students rushed out. And she also jogged out. She hadn't seen the milk dumpling all day and wondered if it had cried. She needed to hurry and pick him up since she had promised to get him after school. She couldn't go back on her word. Chapter 65, good friends. She ran to the school gate, looked at the time on the clock, and saw she had arrived 10 minutes early, which was enough time. After waiting for a while, she noticed many little kids in the park lining up, each one very well behaved. There were also many parents at the school gate, all stretching their necks to peek inside. Shi, eager to see Yin Yi-chun, was afraid other parents would block her view and that the little one would cry if he couldn't see her, so she directly stood in the front row. As soon as Yin Yi-chun came out, he would be able to see her. She hoped the little guy wouldn't be crying today. Starting from a small class, names were called out, and parents whose names were called would go to the gate to swipe their cards. The teachers in the class would then bring the children out. The kids would say, "This is Dad," or "This is Mom." If they couldn't say it or shook their heads, they would need to confirm with their family members to prevent being taken away by outsiders. Since Yin Yi-chun was old enough, he went directly to the middle class, where the knowledge points from the small class, which were about interstellar people, were already known to any child who was not foolish. Soon, the small class kids had all left, and it was time for middle class. She listened carefully, afraid of missing her turn. Finally, it was her turn. Middle class, Yin Yi-chun. She went to swipe her card, eagerly watching as Yin Yi-chun came out. Before long, Wang Minhua was leading Yin Yi-chun over. "Sister, you came?" "Yes, I really came early as I said." Yin Yi-chun immediately pounced into Shi's arms, cuddling and acting cute. Shi noticed that the surrounding teachers were watching her and quietly asked Wang Minhua, "Did my chun-chin cause any trouble?" Wang Minhua understood what Shi meant from the looks of her colleagues and quickly shook her head. No, he was very well behaved. Everyone just wanted to see who made those delicious scallion pancakes. Yin Yi-chun stubbornly raised his head to look at Shi. "I'm very good." All right. Sister was wrong." Shi apologized while patting his little head. Wang Minhua scratched her head awkwardly and looked apologetically at the siblings. "Then we will leave first. See you tomorrow, Teacher Wang." Shi waved goodbye to Yin Yi-chun and Wang Minhua. Wang Minhua watched the siblings' backs and felt very warm. Their relationship was really good, and she envied them. On the way, Yin Yi-chun bounced along and shared amusing stories from the training center with Shi. Shi watched Yin Yi-chun smiling happily. Although the little guy was talking about who pushed whom and who snatched whose cookies in the world of children, these were already very interesting things. Shi had pre-ordered the ingredients, and they had already arrived. She planned to make a nice meal for Yin Yi-chun on his first day of school. It was surely tiring to bounce around in the training center. "Chun, what do you want to eat?" "Sister will make it for you." As Shi put the ingredients in the fridge, she asked. Yin Yi-chun, clinging to Shi's arm, sweetly said, "Sister, whatever you make is delicious. I like it all. Then I'll make your favorite sweet and sour ribs, stir-fried shredded potatoes, and some purple sweet potato porridge. How's that sound?" "Okay, I love sweet and sour ribs and shredded potatoes the most," Yin Yi-chun said happily. Shi started the live stream. "Hello everyone, I am Cat Loves Fish, and today we're going to make sweet and sour ribs, shredded potatoes, and purple sweet potato porridge. Cat, if you don't go online soon, I'm going to die. I'm so used to watching Cat's live streams and nutritional supplements for every meal. Suddenly there's no stream. It feels so empty inside. Thank goodness you went live at night, or I think I would starve to death. I thought it was just me, but it turns out everyone feels the same. At one, because the first day of school was busy, once things settled down later, she would stream every day, and she quickly processed the ingredients while chatting. Since she had previously shared tutorials for sweet and sour ribs, spicy shredded potatoes, and purple sweet potato porridge, she didn't want to explain how to make them again for fear of annoying everyone by repeating herself. She made a lot because there were also Poo Seen Yin and the other two. The steamed buns made by the original owner had already been eaten, and today she was too busy to steam more. She planned to steam a pot tomorrow. Otherwise, it felt strange to eat vegetables without buns. After preparing the meal, Shi booked the delivery robot and set the dishes on the dining table. Chin, wash your hands and come eat. Okay, I'm washing my hands. I'll be right there. Yin Ichun was already washing his hands and quickly ran over after finishing. To be honest, his stomach was already growling, and since he was used to Yin Shi's cooking, he couldn't eat the food at school at all. During lunch, he saw other classmates eating happily and thought it must be delicious, but after tasting a bite, he couldn't eat anymore. Fearing that he would be hungry and lack energy, he forced himself to eat a few bites just to fill his stomach. The educational institution promoted healthy meals, with a balanced diet, stating that less reliance on nutritional supplements was more effective. If he didn't get to eat Yin Shi's cooking, the cafeteria food was actually acceptable. However, his appetite had been spoiled by Yin Shi's cooking, so he couldn't eat it. While waiting in the living room, Yin Ichun smelled the aroma, and his stomach had long been growling. Hearing the sound of the dishes being plated, he couldn't help but go wash his hands. He quickly dashed to the dining table. It smells so good. Yin Ichun was starving and quickly grabbed a piece of meat to put in his mouth. So delicious. The little guy kept praising and eating, being very considerate. The buns had already been eaten, and Yin Shi sheepishly laughed. Sister will steam some tomorrow. For today, we'll make do. The fans in a live stream were very envious. Such meals were great even without buns. Give me some. Save a bite for the kids. I just saw the host make a huge amount of food, but there isn't that much on the table. Is it for someone else? As soon as this was said, the fans in a live stream became very curious. Cat, hurry and explain. No need to explain. Cat really made all this food for me. Upstairs, are you dreaming? Believe it or not, I'll wake you up. I'll pee yellow first. Help! I'm drinking nutritional supplements. What are you all talking about? Yin Shi looked at the comments in the live stream, unsure of what to say. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. The delivery robot had arrived. Yin Shi placed the prepared meals into the robot's compartment. Because she hadn't cooked for the three of them this morning, and at noon due to school, she felt a bit uncomfortable inside. Since she had taken their money, it felt like she was breaching a contract. Although they understood her situation, she still felt a bit guilty. Therefore, she made sure to prepare a generous amount for dinner. They should be able to finish it. As the meals were delivered, Yin Shi felt relieved. Finally, she no longer had that sense of guilt and almost forgot to answer the fans' questions. They're good friends. Chapter 66. Meat buns and vegetarian buns, staying at home with nothing to do. Yin Shi decided to make some buns for breakfast. Whenever people want to eat noodles and meat, they can combine the two. Tonight, I will make buns. What is a bun? I've never heard of it. I only know what a steamed bun is. I know. It's just a steamed bun with more filling. Yin Shi saw the correct answer in the comments and smiled as she replied, the fan was right. However, buns generally have thin skins and large fillings, and can be made with meat or vegetarian fillings. Yay, the cat praised me. Don't be so smug upstairs. I suggest you take turns guarding your eyes while you sleep. I'm jealous. Ha ha ha. Yin Shi took out green peppers and ham sausages for the vegetarian filling, and pork and scallions for the meat filling. The key to delicious buns is the flavor of the filling. Yin Shi chopped the green peppers and ham into small pieces and minced the pork and scallions. She mixed them well and set them aside in a bowl. She added flour and warm water to knead into a dough, then added egg whites, and continued to knead until the surface became smooth. After resting for a while until it doubled in size, she kneaded it again to release the air. She spread a silicone mat on the table, rolled the dough into a long strip, and divided it evenly into small portions. Using a rolling pin, she flattened each portion into a round shape and set them aside. Yin Ichun watched Yin Shi rolling the dough and found it very interesting. Sister, can I try it too? Yin Shi was pleased that the little one was interested in cooking and handed a piece of dough to Yin Ichun. Here, give it a try. I want to play with the dough too. No, I want to make buns. The dough looks so fun. Too bad I can't make buns. My mom has already started playing. Making. Almost got hit. Your mom must be a great kid. Ha ha. Yin Shi was quick with her hands and finished rolling all the dough in no time. She began the wrapping process. Thin skins and large fillings are the best. The filling can't be too much or it will easily break. Yin Shi first wrapped the meat buns. She placed a rolled skin in her hand, scooped a spoonful of fresh filling, and slowly gathered it together to complete the bun. Wow, how did you wrap the filling in? It looks so simple. Not at all simple. My mom has already failed, and she still says it's because I didn't roll the dough well. Upstairs must be a complaining son. Yin Shi quickly finished wrapping all the buns and brought out a large pot to add water. She placed the buns inside, with 30 large buns on each layer, and there were 3 layers in one pot. She steamed 2 large pots, then cleaned up while waiting. Chan made a small rabbit, which looked quite cute, and she put the little rabbit into the pot as well. This will be for Chun-chan to eat later. No, give it to sister. Chen shook his head and refused, smiling at Yen-shi. Yen-shi felt very gratified, knowing her efforts for the child were not in vain. Thank you in advance, Chun-chan. Yen-shi took Yen-chan to the living room to watch a cartoon about interstellar heroes battling insectoid creatures, showcasing the glorious deeds of each little hero. Yen-chan watched intently, declaring that he also wanted to go to battle against the insectoids and become a great hero. Yen-shi patted Yen-chan's head. Okay? When Chun-chan grows up, you can also fight those little monsters. To protect your sister and more people, I will work hard to grow up. Yen-chan continued to focus on the television. The fans in the live stream increasingly felt that Yen-chan was very sensible, displaying thoughts that were different from those of typical children, even better than some adults' future plans. Seeing that it was almost time, Yen-shi entered the kitchen, turned off the heat, and opened the pot lid. Steam rushed out, and the buns became plump and white, smelling delicious. I want to eat. They really look so fragrant. I'm ready to spend money, but my luck isn't great. Cat is doing a lottery. I really want to eat. Yen-shi noticed the fans in the live stream were already starting to act spoiled for food, so she decided to do a lottery since she had made plenty. She made 180 buns and wanted to give some to her friends, so she decided to draw for 50 portions, with each portion containing 1 vegetarian and 1 meat bun. Okay, I know the rules half and half. Other new fans who saw the gifts in the live stream started spamming as if they were free. Yen-shi quickly reserved the top 25 on the leaderboard. Otherwise, the gifts would never finish being spammed. All right, let us start the lottery. The screen was filled with fans spamming about cats loving fish flying around, and new fans who didn't know what was happening joined in, thinking it must be the right thing to do. Okay, it's over. It's posted on the main page. Those who won, please send your addresses privately. Oh my. I was in the top 25 and won. I was wondering why I never won before. It turns out they were saving a big one for me. Thank you. Don't go upstairs, I'll buy it. Sell it to me. I'll pay double. Get lost. I want to sell it for any amount. The live stream ended smoothly, with a total revenue of 431 million, which felt pretty good. She checked the back-end information and knew she had to get busy. She quickly reserved the 25 lottery portions. She brought out the buns to cool down and took 1 bun to give to Yen-chan. The little guy stuffed his cheeks full, looking like a little hamster. Before long, the delivery robot arrived, and she began her packing journey. Yen-chan finished the last bite of his bun and started helping. The siblings worked hard until it was almost 8 o'clock, finally finishing the packing. She set aside 8 portions, 2 vegetarian and 2 meat buns, for her friends Kanwuda and Bai Shui to taste. She saved 2 portions, 1 vegetarian and 1 meat, for her teachers, Wang Peiyan and Wang Minhua, making it easier to approach them in the future. She set aside 10 buns for the senior brothers who helped her clean a couple of days ago, and kept 14 for herself to last for the next couple of days. The senior brothers and teachers didn't need to be distributed now, and she planned to give them directly the next day. The remaining buns were packed for Pu Xin Yin and the others, as they were her bread and butter. So, of course, she had to give them more. After everything was cleaned up, she hurriedly took Yen-chan to wash up and go to bed. It was already 8 o'clock, and if they didn't sleep, they would be tired tomorrow. She had already developed a good habit for Yen-chan of sleeping at 8, as early to bed and early to rise is good for health. She lay down on the bed, closed her eyes, and drifted into dreamland. The next day, she slept in a little longer. Last night, the rice cooker was set to make millet pumpkin porridge, and the buns could be heated up quickly for breakfast. She got up at 7:20 and noticed that Yen-chan was well-behaved and hadn't come to call her. Dressed in black flared pants and a pink hoodie, she looked great in black and pink. After washing up, she walked into the living room to see the little one sitting obediently at the dining table. She quickly heated up the buns. In 2 minutes, they were ready. Steaming hot buns paired with millet pumpkin porridge. The 2 of them ate until they were full and satisfied. Chapter 67 Talent. Yesterday, I walked the route, so I don't need to rush out today. She pulled Yen-chan and arrived at the school gate at 7:50 on time. handing Yin Yi-chun over to Wang Minhua. She began to head back to school. Before reaching the school gate, she saw Wang Pian peeking outside eagerly. She walked in and saw Wang Pian sniffing continuously. "Principal, what are you doing? I knew it was you, girl. You must have made something delicious again. No wonder it smells so good." Wang Pian recognized the aroma was coming from the bag, and she was carrying and eagerly waited for her to give him something tasty. Though it seemed like begging, it was hard to resist such a fragrant treat. Noticing Wang Pian's longing gaze, Yanxi amusingly took out his portion from the bag. "I've saved you a bun to try." Wang Pian took the bun, looked at Yanxi with immense gratitude, and said, "I don't need to try it to know it's delicious. Whatever the girl cooks is always good." Yanxi didn't have much time to chat with Wang Pian. As she saw it was almost time, she took out the portions for her fellow students. "You can share these with your senior brothers. I'm going to be late, so I won't chat with you now. Let's talk next time." All right, you don't need to worry about me. Hurry to class." Wang Pian smiled contentedly at the large bag of buns in his hand. They surely wouldn't finish them all, so leaving a few for himself was quite nice. After all, he was their master, and no one would dare say anything. However, Wang Pian underestimated the filling capacity of those big buns. After finishing 2, he already felt quite full. Wang Pian shook his head. "Forget it. I'm a mentor. I can't take my disciples' food." Having enjoyed something delicious, Wang Pian was in a good mood, humming a tune all the way back. When he returned to the office, he found his disciples sitting in a row inside. The moment they saw Wang Pian come in, they eagerly stared at the bag in his hand. "Master, you're back. Why did it take you so long? We've been waiting for ages." "You little rascal. I went to pick up the girl at the door. You all were just waiting in the office, and you still have the nerve to say I was slow." Wang Pian scolded his disciples, reluctantly handing over the buns. "The girl brought these for you. Hurry and eat. I knew our junior sister was the best." One of them exclaimed, "We remember that none of us have eaten yet. If our junior sister ever needs our help, we will definitely pitch in. Just see who dares to bully her." The senior brothers devoured the buns while passionately defending Yanxi. Wang Pian shook his head at the sight of his disciples eating ravenously. Yanxi arrived at the culinary department's teaching building. Her classmates and Professor Li were already waiting for her. Yanxi immediately noticed that the ingredients on the classroom table were the same as those used in yesterday's live stream. It seemed they wanted to learn how to make buns today. Since Yanxi had worked alone for half a day and made over 100 buns, she realized she had forgotten about Professor Chi Feng and Su Dinghua. Thanks to their efforts, could attend school here. She needed to prepare extra for the 2 of them today. With so many disciples in the Research Institute, the portion for the 2 would surely be small if not enough was delivered. Professor Li warmly grabbed Yanxi's arm. "Everyone saw your live stream yesterday. We all really want to eat buns. Can you teach us how to make them today?" The students nodded in agreement with Professor Li. Yanxi couldn't refuse the eager looks from her classmates and Professor Li. Sure, everyone should pay attention. Making buns is quite simple. She led them in preparing the ingredients and getting everything ready. Yanxi's position had shifted to that of Professor Li in the culinary department. "All right, since everyone watched my live stream yesterday, you should all know how to knead the dough, right? I think I can do it. It looked pretty simple when I saw you do it yesterday. I believe I can too. I need to give it a try." As soon as Yanxi spoke, all the students began to express their confidence. "Then you all knead the dough and set it aside." As soon as she finished speaking, they all dove into kneading the dough. Yanxi got off the podium to check on their progress, offering guidance to anyone who seemed to be struggling. There were many issues just with kneading the dough, such as adding too much water or not enough flour, or failing to form a ball. The process of making buns got stuck at the kneading stage for nearly half an hour before the students, with Yanxi's advice, finally found their rhythm. Next, Yanxi began to teach them how to prepare the filling, and the students listened attentively. Having seen Yanxi's live stream, they understood that the key to delicious buns lay in the filling. The students followed her steps closely. After she explained once. She began to check on their filling preparations. There were no issues there, but when it came to rolling out the dough, problems arose. The dough was either rolled too thick or torn. Yanxi demonstrated several times on the podium how to roll out thin, round dough for the buns. This couldn't be rushed. Practice was necessary. Fortunately, since they were all culinary students, they had some understanding of cooking. Before long, they began to figure it out, and their hand speed improved significantly. Yanxi nodded repeatedly, pleased with their quick learning. She started teaching everyone how to wrap the buns. This was quite easy to grasp, and many students learned without needing any assistance. After this step, they moved on to the simplest part, steaming. Making buns took up the entire morning, but the students looked at their finished products with a sense of accomplishment. She set a timer, and as the time came, the students lifted the pot lid. Steam filled the entire culinary department, and the delicious aroma spread throughout the entire Yuanling Academy. Qiyu, who was dozing at his desk, caught a whiff of the familiar scent. Without guessing, he knew it was the culinary department at work again. While the teacher was still lecturing at the podium, Qiyu casually walked out of the classroom and headed to the culinary department. Seeing Qiyu come again, Professor Li wondered why this guy had been coming every day for the past few days. Wasn't he someone who used to avoid the culinary department? Politely, he asked, "What brings you here today? It smells great. I want to come and have a taste." Qiyu gestured toward the buns in the pot. Professor Li frowned slightly, realizing he had never noticed Qiyu was so familiar with them. "No problem. We're making them for the first time too. If you don't mind, feel free to try." "Okay." Without saying much more, Qiyu picked a bun from the podium. Looking at the plump, white bun emitting an irresistible aroma, he couldn't wait to take a bite, his experience evident in his eyes. He raised his gaze to Yanxi. "How did you come up with this?" Yanxi looked back at Qiyu. "Talent." Professor Li burst out laughing, surprised that someone dared to retort to Qiyu. To everyone's astonishment, Qiyu did not argue back and continued munching on the bun. "I'll let it slide this time, given how good your cooking is." The students looked at Yanxi with slightly different expressions. They had never seen Qiyu so easygoing before. Chapter 68. Preparing for bowl production of beef jerky, Qiyu ignored the gazes of his classmates, calmly mooching food before leaving. Days passed by like this, with Yanxi teaching them to cook different dishes every day, while Qiyu came by to mooch food and picked up Yenichin after school to livestream cooking and eating together. Life was ordinary yet fulfilling. Finally, Friday arrived, and they could relax after school. Early Saturday morning, Pu Xinyin and Qi Feng had already arrived at the villa's entrance, along with Yin Shuer and others. "We've been waiting so long. Why aren't they out yet?" Yang Xuye complained impatiently. "If you don't want to wait, you can go up first," Qi Feng said. "Glancing at Yan Suar?" Pu Xinyin smiled slightly. He had finally done something good. Yanxi finished packing and pulled Yenichin out. "Sorry. I haven't been to school for a while and overslept a bit. I'm sorry, everyone. Blame me. It's got nothing to do with my sister." Yen Yichen apologized, his voice soft and cute. "All right, since everyone is here, let us set off," Pu Xinyin announced, and the group boarded the spaceship. Their destination was Planning Star, a name Yen she had chosen, simple and easy to understand. On the spaceship, Yen Yichen excitedly looked out the window, happily leaning against it. "It looks so good." Yanxi patted Yenichin's head, pleased. Pu Xinyin watched Yanxi gently patting Yenichin, feeling an indescribable envy at their tender interaction. Qi Feng observed the siblings' bond, a familial warmth he had never experienced, feeling a deep longing. Soon, they arrived at Planning Star and disembarked to see workers diligently at their posts. Everyone wore enthusiastic smiles, dedicated to their work. Upon seeing Pu Xinyin and the others, many workers waved to welcome them warmly. Yanxi looked at the well-planned planting areas, reminiscent of farming in the 21st century. Thanks to the seeds Yanxi provided, which had been purified by mental energy, tender sprouts had already emerged. The workers carefully tended to the neatly arranged sprouts, anxious about making any mistakes. Everywhere Yanxi went, she pointed out shortcomings and areas needing correction. The workers and Qi Feng nodded in agreement, taking notes as Qi Feng scribbled down key points. Yanxi thought to herself that such a student must have been a good one in school, likely the type all teachers loved. The students who had come along looked at Yin Shi with admiration, except for Yin Shuer. Every time she saw Qi Feng's admiring gaze on Yin Shi and his nodding, her resentment towards Yin Shi grew. Qi Feng should have been focused on her instead. What was Yin Shi even worth? Having learned from past experiences, Yin Shuer knew she couldn't fight an unprepared battle. One day, she would make Yin Shi pay. She didn't show her feelings outwardly, joining Pu Xinyin and Qi Feng in touring Planning Star like everyone else. Yanxi handwrote all the points for improvement and left the notes for Qi Feng. "These are all the shortcomings I found. please pay attention to them in the future. Chi Feng carefully took the paper, his eyes shining as he tucked it away into his pocket. Pu Xin Yin, feeling displeased, looked at Chi Feng and asked Yin Shi, "Is there only one copy?" "What about mine?" Yin Shi replied to Pu Xin Yin, "You two can share it." Chi Feng covered his pocket, saying, "No, this one is mine." "See?" Pu Xin Yan gestured in frustration. Yin Shi had no choice but to write another copy for Pu Xin Yin. "Why are both of you acting like children?" Yin Shuer watched the interaction between Yin Shi and the two boys, her fingers clenched tightly, her nails almost digging into her skin. Her expression was becoming difficult to maintain, and classmates noticed her discomfort. "Shuer, are you all right? You look a bit strange," someone asked. "Oh, I'm fine, just a bit tired from walking for a long time," Yin Shuer said, forcing a smile and waving her hand, not wanting to bring attention to herself. After touring almost all the planning areas, Professor Su Dinghua finally arrived. Running out of breath to Yin Shi. "Girl, it's not that I didn't want to come earlier, but the feedback on the fully automatic barbecue machine was too good. We received a lot of orders, and the students at the Research Institute were swamped. I finally found time to sneak out. It's okay, no need to rush." Yin Shi waved her hand, indicating it was fine. Su Dinghua insisted on taking Yin Shi to his office for a chat, and Pu Xin Yin and Chi Feng had no choice but to follow. Wherever Yin Shi went, they would be there too. Yin Shuer's gaze turned even more vicious. Why was everyone surrounding Yin Shi? This should be her treatment. The other classmates didn't say much, feeling Yin Shi had a powerful background and that they should never offend her. Yin Yichin stayed by Yin Shi's side, being exceptionally well-behaved, not crying or making a fuss. Yin Shi almost forgot she had brought the little one along. She took out the beef jerky to give the little guy a snack, as they hadn't been at the planning area for long, but she was already a bit hungry since she had overslept and missed breakfast. Yin Yichin slowly munched on the beef jerky. Everyone, who had been discussing, slowly turned their attention to him, though they initially didn't want to be distracted. The beef jerky in Yin Yichin's hands smelled too good to resist. Feeling the intense stares, Yin Yichin paused, feeling a bit shy. "If you big brothers and sisters want some, I can share a little with you." Though everyone thought it was nice to take food from a child, the beef jerky smelled too enticing, and they couldn't resist temptation, each reaching out for a small piece. As they tasted the beef's chewiness and unique rich flavor, they realized that eating this would provide a strong sense of fullness. If it could be mass-produced, it would prevent so many people from going hungry on the battlefield. Although nutrient agents provided a strong sense of fullness, they didn't taste as good as beef jerky. "Girl, can this beef jerky be mass-produced?" Su Dinghua finally voiced his thoughts, knowing that if it could be produced in bulk, it would be a significant contribution to the interstellar community. And she didn't expect so much and nodded, "Sure." "How long can this beef jerky be preserved?" Su Dinghua was eager for mass production, but if the shelf life was short, it wouldn't be very meaningful, as it couldn't be brought to the front lines to improve their rations. "If vacuum-packed, it can last for about a year," Yin Shi replied after thinking. Su Dinghua was shocked, his mouth agape. "A year? Are you sure, girl? If this succeeds, it would be a great choice whether sold individually or taken by soldiers to the battlefield." Chapter 69. Beef jerky is delicious, I can assure you, Yin Shi said confidently. "It's not just beef jerky. Many other things can also be preserved for a long time." "Girl, please tell me more specifically." Su Dinghua, unable to hide his excitement, grabbed Yin Shi's arm and said, "For example, flour can be dried and made into noodles or fried into instant noodles. Then, fruits can be dried to make dried fruits, canned fruits, or fruit preserves. Even vegetables can be dehydrated to make vegetable chips. If you like meat, it can be vacuum-packed like duck necks, duck frames, chicken feet, and many other types, all of which taste pretty good," Yin Shi replied after thinking for a moment. Great. This means we don't have to worry anymore. If these things can be mass-produced, soldiers going to the battlefield won't have to worry about just drinking nutritional supplements to stave off hunger," Su Dinghua exclaimed, nearly unable to hold back his tears. Pu Xin looked at Yin Shi in shock. If successful, this would greatly improve the soldiers' food quality. "I'll coordinate with the factory to find someone to design it," Pu Xin proactively interrupted, as having the chance to be alone with Yin Shi was indeed rare. "Is it that quick?" Yin Shi was a bit taken aback. She thought these matters would need to wait until the planting star arranged everything. The sooner we get it ready for production, the sooner everyone benefits, Su Dingwa said cheerfully, already imagining the wealth and the praise from the emperor. Chi Feng knew Su Dingwa was thinking of something amusing, and as soon as that expression showed, it was guaranteed to be right. Then I'll take care of the logistics. So you have no worries, Su Dingwa continued. I'll write down the specific methods and hand them over to you. How about I do a live stream today to warm things up? Yin Shi suggested, as waiting until everything was arranged before warming up might be a bit late. Sure, just in time for your break these couple of days. If we arrange everything early for production, I'll feel relieved. Su Dingwa clapped his hands, completely losing the solemnity of an old professor. Chi Feng shook his head repeatedly, thinking that the old man's authority had long been lost. But he dare not say it out loud to avoid getting scolded. Girl, what do you need? Let's have the people below hurry to buy, Su Dingwa asked Yin Shi. After thinking for a moment, Yin Shi realized there were quite a few items needed, so she directly made a list and handed it to Su Dingwa. Let's buy a little of everything first. I'll make some of these today, she said. All right, I'll have Chi Feng find a few people to go buy them. Su Dingwa nodded repeatedly, saying good several times. Chi Feng pointed at himself in disbelief and asked me. Su Dingwa slapped Chi Feng's arm enthusiastically. Who else could it be? Hurry and find a few people to go quickly. Pu Xinian showed a gloating expression for a second before quickly hiding it, afraid Yin Shi would notice. Yin Shi completely overlooked Pu Xinian's small expression and thought about how busy she would be today, needing to rest for a bit. Yin Yichin sat quietly nearby, not disturbing Yin Shi. They had successfully captured the hearts of all their classmates, as no one had ever seen such a well-behaved child. After strolling through all the planting areas, everyone relaxed, with a group of college students playing with the little ones. Yin Shi rarely had a moment of leisure, sitting down in her spot and pretending to doze off. I have to say, Chi Feng was fast. All the shopping was completed in less than an hour. I had someone specially make a larger kitchen, thinking that the vegetables we grow will be tasted here first, Chi Feng said as he carried items toward the kitchen. The others followed suit, each carrying 2 bags. Yin Shi opened the live stream. The room was instantly flooded with fans. It had been many days since she last streamed at noon due to the drills at school. All the fans were unable to contain their excitement, flooding the chat with messages. Some even started sharing Yin Shi's live stream. The heat of the stream skyrocketed. The operators of Me Too Live were no longer surprised by this. Hello, everyone. I'm Cat Loves Fish. Today, we're going to make food that can be stored for a long time. Yin Shi led the others in washing the food, with everyone cooperating to wash everything first. Then, Yin Shi began to assign tasks. The methods for making vegetable chips and fruit chips were the same: slice, wash, and put them in the oven to dry. The method for fruit preserves was slightly more complicated. They needed to be washed, peeled, cut into pieces, and marinated in a pot for 2 hours. Then, squeeze lemon juice. Bring to a boil, simmer for 5 minutes, and finally coat with powdered sugar. Next, she moved on to making beef jerky. It was best to choose lean beef without sinew or fat, which would make the jerky tender and chewy without being greasy or tough. Cut the purchased beef into strips. Soak in clean water for 1 hour, rinse again, and drain the excess water. Prepare the marinade by mixing salt, 5-spice powder, chili powder, Sichuan pepper powder, and soy sauce in a bowl. Place the prepared beef strips in the marinade. Mix well, cover with plastic wrap, and let it marinate. After marinating, take the beef strips out, toss them with a bit of cooking oil before putting them in the oven. Lay a layer of aluminum foil on the baking rack. Neatly arrange the beef strips and place them in the preheated oven. When the time is up, sprinkle sesame seeds and mix well. As soon as Yin Shi finished, someone had already started tasting the beef jerky. While they could tolerate the dried fruits, the flavor of the beef jerky was simply overpowering, especially fresh out of the oven. Everyone's mouths were full as they gave thumbs up, indicating how delicious it was. The fans in the live stream were also getting restless. I want to eat too. Save me some. Help, it smells so good. I can't hold back anymore after seeing the sesame sprinkled on top. Where can I buy the same? Seeing this message, Yin Shi knew her goal had been achieved. The fans' question was good. These were all foods meant for mass production, meaning everyone would be able to eat them in the future. The live stream exploded with excitement, filled with disbelief. Really? Will it be expensive? Who cares if it's expensive? I'll definitely stock up. When will it start selling? Yin Shi thought for a moment and replied, We are still communicating about the timing. Mainly, making this will require a lot of labor and time. We want to customize some machines for mass production, which will be faster. The live stream was suddenly filled with cries of despair. How long do we have to wait to eat it? The kids are almost dying of hunger. Me too. Count me in. Su Dingwa, seeing the barrage of comments expressing a desire to eat, appeared on camera and assured, "Don't worry. You will all be able to eat it within half a month." Chapter 70. Yin Shuer, causing trouble. Yin Shu was incredibly surprised. "Are you really working this hard? Then you professors will have to work overtime. It's okay. It's to earn a bit more money, so everyone can enjoy delicious food sooner." Su Dingwa accidentally let it slip and quickly covered his mouth to explain. Yinshi shook her head and said nothing. Chi Feng looked at his master, wondering how he had let his true thoughts slip out. "All right, next we will make pork jerky, 2 flavors, original and honey-flavored. The pork should be minced. The finer the better. If conditions allow, you can use a meat grinder to turn it into meat paste. Put the minced pork into a bowl and season it. Depending on personal taste, add some minced ginger, 2 tablespoons of soy sauce, 1 tablespoon of pepper powder, an appropriate amount of Sichuan pepper powder, chicken powder, sugar, salt, and MSG, mixing well in one direction. Cover with plastic wrap and refrigerate for a while to let the flavors meld. The resulting pork jerky will be tastier. Line the baking tray with parchment paper, scoop a few spoonfuls of minced pork onto it, flatten it. Then cover with a layer of plastic wrap and roll it out into very thin slices using a rolling pin. Preheat the oven and place the baking tray inside, baking for about 10 minutes. When a meat slices change color, take them out and brush with honey water with a 2:1 ratio of honey to water, ensuring to brush both sides evenly. Flip them over and put them back in the oven for a while to finish baking. The meat slices should be baked until they can be lifted and are translucent. Trim the edges and cut into suitable long strips, and the pork jerky is done. This is the honey-flavored pork jerky. The original flavor just doesn't involve brushing with honey water. Isn't it simple? Yin Shi quickly baked all the pork jerky, feeling that she had made quite a lot earlier. Cutting it up, there wasn't too much left after everyone had a few pieces. So delicious, sweet, and chewy. Get online quickly. I want to stock up a lot. Currently, there aren't too many suitable cans to make. Waiting for the next batch of fruits to mature before making them. Now, we need to make a type of noodle that can be stored for a long time. 4 chewy hanging noodles. The dough must be kneaded the night before. Adding some salt. 1 tablespoon for 10 pounds of flour. Add a bit more when the temperature is high and a bit less when it's low. Now, demonstrating, Yinshi didn't plan to wait that long. Subtle changes are hard to detect unless one has a discerning palate. The kneaded dough is set aside until the next morning to cut the noodles. Rotate a round dish over the dough, cutting it into thick long strips and placing them in a bowl, sprinkling some flour between layers to prevent sticking. Pull the thick strips into thin noodles, ensuring they are of uniform thickness, then set the twisted noodles aside to rest. Resting means leaving the twisted noodles undisturbed. The rested dough isn't completely dry and has excellent elasticity, allowing it to be pulled as thin as hair. If not in a rush, the noodles can be hung outside to dry slowly in the sunlight. But since Yin-Shi was in a hurry, she used a dehydrator. After drying the noodles, cut them into equal lengths, then package them up. Properly packaged, they can be stored for a year without spoiling. I'll make a bowl of noodles for everyone to taste. Yin-Shi cracked a few eggs and chopped some green onions. In the pot, she heated oil, added the eggs and green onions, sauteed until fragrant, then added the hanging noodles to cook for a while. After washing the greens, she added them to cook briefly, seasoning simply with salt and chicken essence. Yin-Shi cooked a large pot, as it was lunchtime and everyone was probably hungry. "Everyone, don't be polite, come and eat." "Oh, I want to taste it earlier. It smells so good." "Thank you, Yin-Shi." Everyone rushed to line up for food, but Yin Shuer was nowhere to be seen. The others didn't think much of it, just assuming she had gone to the restroom or was wandering around. Even Yin, she served herself a bowl and handed a small bowl to Yin Ichen, saying, "Chun-chun, eat more." "Okay." Yin Ichen nodded as he received the bowl and chopsticks. In the planting area outside the kitchen, Yin Shuer looked around, seeing that there were hardly any people at noon, and resentment surged within her. She pretended to be calm and tried to send everyone away. "Hurry up and eat. Yin-Shi made delicious food, and you all have your share. There is nothing going on here Just finish eating and come back quickly. Oh, thank you, little girl, for coming out to notify us. The group thanked her, not sensing anything wrong, and hurried to finish eating and return. Once Yin Shuer saw that no one was around, she began to water the plants madly with a hose. The planting star had just started and didn't have any cameras, which was why Yin Shuer dared to be so bold. Yin Shi, if you try to compete with my brother Chi Feng, I'll ruin everything you've planted. Let us see what you'll do then. Looking at the planting area that had turned into a water pit, she clapped her hands in satisfaction, put things back in place, and erased her footprints. Suddenly, she heard rustling sounds coming from behind a tree and quickly ran away. Feeling good, Yin Shuer walked into the kitchen. Although she disliked Yin Shi, she thought cooking wasn't too bad. If she wanted to, she could do it too, just someone with no background trying to show off. Yin Shuer slurped up the egg noodles vigorously. The first batch of workers had already eaten their fill, continuously thanking Yin Shi. Thank you, thank you. I've never eaten such delicious noodles. We need to hurry back. It won't do to leave anyone unguarded. Right? What if some bad people come? There is no need to be so anxious. This is Planting Star, said an older sister in a loud and carefree manner. The group bid farewell to Yin Shi and left, feeling much better after the delicious food, chatting and laughing as they walked toward the planting area. A fierce glint flashed in Yin Shuer's eyes. Yin Shi, just keep smiling for a while longer. Soon, you won't be able to smile at all. As long as the things she planted were ruined, Chi Feng might just stop liking her, and how could he still revolve around her after that? Pu Xin sensed the unfriendly gaze and glanced over to see Yin Shuer staring at Yin Shi with cold eyes. Yin Shuer pretended to be calm as she lowered her head to eat, but her resentment for Yin Shi grew stronger. All these privileges should have been hers. Why was everyone surrounding Yin Shi? Su Dinghua ate while asking about points to note, diligently taking notes. Oh, so that is how it is, I understand now. Professor Su was very clever. He grasped the concept with just a few hints. Yin Shi couldn't help but praise Su Dinghua for being so eager to learn even at his age. The two exchanged smiles and laughed heartily, infecting everyone else, who joined in the laughter. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside, and the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Yin Shi felt an inexplicable sense of unease, always feeling that something bad had happened. Seeing Yin Shuer's inexplicably cheerful mood, she feared this matter was related to her. Oh no, Professor! The boisterous older sister ran in quickly, panting. We the group rushed in, all breathless and unable to articulate their words. Su Dinghua was quite anxious. What happened? Our planting area is completely ruined. The older sister finally blurted out, her face filled with anxiety. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone became agitated. What? Chapter 71. Online exposure causes discontent. Yin Shuer watched the flustered group rush out, struggling to suppress her laughter, and pretended to be anxious as she followed them outside. Without surveillance and witnesses, she wanted to see how they would find clues. Yin Shi and the others hadn't even finished their meal before they hurriedly ran out. What was most important now was definitely the planting area. Everything that followed depended on it. Upon entering, it was clear that this was no longer a planting area, but rather a series of puddles. Su Dinghua was furious and shouted, "Who did this? It's best to admit it now. Once the investigation reveals your identity, no one will be spared." The crowd began to express their innocence. Not me, I was with everyone. Me too, I don't have time for this. I was just enjoying the food. How could I have done this? Wasn't Shuer the one who went out? Could it be? One person trailed off, and all eyes turned to Yin Shuer. Calmly, she replied, "I just felt the kitchen was too smoky, so I went out for a bit. I was back in no time. How could it be me?" Several male classmates, who liked Yin Shuer, quickly spoke up to comfort her. "It's okay, Shuer. This is just speculation. I believe Shuer wouldn't do such a thing. This is everyone's hard work." Exactly, Shuer is too kind to do that. Don't wrong her. The boys defended their goddess against the girl who had confronted them. The girl had no retort. She was outmatched by the boys and fell silent. This comment reminded Yin Shi that Yin Shuer had indeed been gone for a while and seemed to return with a bit of moisture on her clothes. Her mood noticeably improved. "It was that girl who called us for dinner. She took so long to come back. I think she is suspicious. Right? I was wondering why she was so enthusiastic. When we greeted her this morning, she acted indifferent. Why don't we check the surveillance? A girl suggested, clearly unaware that there were no cameras in the planning area. Yin Schwerer suppressed her urge to laugh and chimed in. Yeah, checking the surveillance is a good idea. We can't wrong anyone. Xuya is so smart. The boys agreed with whatever Yin Schwerer said, being excessively flattering. She carefully observed Yin Schwerer's expressions. Subtle changes in her face couldn't lie. She stepped forward to meet Yin Schwerer's gaze. I ask, you answer. Why should I? Yin Schwerer retorted without hesitation. If you want to clear your name, just listen to me. She replied assertively, forcing a smile at Yin Schwerer. Yes, Schwerer, cooperate a bit. That way, no one can wrong you. Fine. Yin Schwerer gritted her teeth. I want to see how you can prove it was me. First, why did you go outside? Just to get some fresh air. The kitchen was stuffy. Second, why did you choose the planning area when there are so many open spaces? I was curious. I've never seen it before. Third, why did you suddenly think of calling us for dinner? That is not something you would do. Can I be kind? Sure. Why not? Last question. Are the mud spots on your dress from that time? Yin Schwerer's expression changed slightly. She didn't respond and instinctively looked at her dress. Indeed, there were 2 small mud spots. She forced a calm explanation. I just wanted to check if there were any mud spots on my dress. It has nothing to do with me. I might have splashed through it by accident. She snorted coldly. Is that so? If it's from splashing, it must have been from a place with a lot of water. The watering in the planting area is strictly according to standards. There shouldn't be any puddles. So there is only one possibility. You are the culprit. See, I told you something was off. With such a bad mindset, she still wants to push the blame onto others. She looks like a scheming girl, ugh. Yin Schwerer panicked. She didn't expect to be exposed because of those 2 small mud spots. Still feigning calm, she insisted. Just because you say it's me doesn't make it true. This is all your speculation, and no one saw anything. You can't wrong me. The boys defending Yin Schwerer fell silent, feeling her words were increasingly strange, revealing something off. Although she was usually arrogant and overbearing in school, she hadn't done anything really wrong. She was just a spoiled girl from the Yin family, and having a bit of a temper was normal. If this really was her doing, it couldn't be forgiven. I saw it. A girl squeezed through the crowd, looking somewhat nervous. Yin Schwerer's heart sank. Could the rustling sound have been her? What a coincidence. She gestured for her to continue. I went to the restroom around noon, and when I came out, everyone was gone. I saw her sneaking around with something, and she was pouring water with a fierce expression. I didn't dare to approach, and only managed to hide. I'm sorry, everyone. I didn't have the courage to stop her. The girl explained, sobbing and wiping her tears. She hugged the girl gently, patting her back. It's okay. You've been very brave. Next time, if you could be just a little braver, I believe you can do it. I'm sorry, everyone. The girl felt the warmth of Yin-She's embrace, tears streaming down her face, feeling she hadn't protected the planting area well. The others didn't blame her. Being young and scared was normal, especially since Yin Schwerer's reputation was that of being domineering. The real culprit was Yin Schwerer. At that moment, Yin Schwerer stopped pretending and angrily cursed. Yin-Shi, why does everyone revolve around you? Chi Feng-Gij is like this. Pu Shangjiang is like this. And even others treat you well. Why is that? All of this should belong to me. How are you worthy? The boys were stunned to see Yin Schwerer, who had just seemed aggrieved, suddenly change her demeanor. Are others your accessories? Why do they all belong to you? She was disgusted by her words, as if everyone should revolve around her, speaking with such conviction. Pu Xin pulled Yin-Shi behind him protectively, seeing the cold expression on Yin Schwerer's face. Even without Yin-Shi, you're still unworthy. I will report this matter to His Majesty. This is a significant issue for interstellar development. What if it gets ruined? Su Dingwa shot several sharp glares at Yin Schwerer, knowing that at his age, he still had to handle things rationally despite being furious. Hearing His Majesty, Yin Schwerer panicked completely, feeling a chill start from her feet. She couldn't just sit and wait. Fans in a live stream had finished consuming all the gossip and realized that Yin Schwerer had orchestrated this herself, thinking others wouldn't notice, manipulating everyone. If these vegetables and fruits couldn't be grown, everything seemed to be stuck. They increasingly found Yin Schwerer displeasing. Many ran to the Yin family Star blog to suggest that they teach their daughter well and not let her harm others. Chapter 72. Sir, you've mistaken the wrong person, right? Yin Xinguang and Shun Yuewang's minds were ringing nonstop as they saw a lot of messages urging them to educate their daughter properly. Their expressions extremely grim. Who were these people to meddle in their daughter's affairs? It was none of their business. When they saw the address was on Planning Star, they hurriedly grabbed their coats and rushed out. They couldn't let anything happen to their daughter. They had already lost one daughter and couldn't bear to lose another. Yin Shuer turned her back to these people, refusing to look at them. Why should they look at her with such disdain? It wasn't her fault. It was Yin Shi's. If she hadn't seduced brother Chi Feng, how could this have happened? Now she had sent a message to her parents saying she was in trouble, or else these people wouldn't let her go. If she really fell into the hands of the emperor, who knows if her parents could save her? Mom, save me. They want to tell the emperor and have him deal with me. I only ruined what they planted. How can they treat me like this? Shinyu saw the message Yin Shueker sent her and urged Yin Xinguang to hurry. Their daughter was about to be taken away. This was the fastest. Yin Xinguang felt anxious as well. This was the fastest he could go. Su Dingwa was on a video call, looking respectful. Your Majesty, the new genetically modified fruits and vegetables I mentioned to you earlier are likely to be ruined. It was my mistake. Professor Su, no need to be nervous. What happened? The Emperor smiled amiably, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. He wanted to see who was causing trouble. Your Majesty, it was the daughter of the Yin family. Her excessive watering caused it. I failed to screen properly. Su Dingwa understood the Emperor well. His expression was already on the edge of anger. Just a habitual false smile. Oh, the daughter of the Yin family? There are complaints about her on Star Blog from time to time, and now she has done this. I want to ask how the Yin family educates their daughter. The Emperor spoke calmly, but it made people feel scared, as if he was preparing to punish someone severely. Yin Shuer heard the Emperor's words and felt her legs weaken. She prayed for her parents to come and save her. Xinyu ran down from the spaceship, murmuring that her daughter couldn't be in danger. She wanted to see who dared to bully her daughter. Hey, slow down, madam. Yin Xinguang quickly closed the spaceship door and chased after her, his eyes filled with concern for Xinyu. Let go, what's slow down? If we're any later, our daughter will be bullied. Xinyu shook off Yin Xinguang's hand and rushed inside. She found it strange that there wasn't a single person around. The outside planting area was full of puddles. How could they call this planting? Didn't they understand this basic principle? Forget it. She heard that Yin Shi was a cooking blogger, so she must be in the kitchen. Seeing the house steaming, it had to be the kitchen. Yin Shuer heard footsteps outside the kitchen. It must be her parents coming. She was saved. Where's my Shuer? Who dares to bully my Shuer? Xinyu pushed the door open and rushed in, not noticing Su Dingwa was live streaming with the Emperor. Upon seeing Yin Shuer hiding in the corner, she felt heartbroken. Are you so many people bullying my daughter? Yin Xinguang listened to his wife's accusations and saw the Emperor on the screen, his mouth agape as he stammered, Why? Your Majesty. Xinyu also realized, seeing the disdainful look from those around her. Why were they looking at her like that? Hearing her husband's voice, which seemed to be calling the Emperor, she looked up at the screen and indeed saw the Emperor. Just a right time to find you two. No need for me to look for you. The Emperor looked at the two and gestured for them to come over. Xinyu felt the unfriendly gazes from those around her, and, not knowing the full situation regarding her daughter's actions, tugged at Yin Xinguang's clothes. Kani, I am scared. Don't be afraid, it's fine. Yin Xinguang patted Xunyu's hand. Although he was also scared as a man, he couldn't show it. It was his duty to protect his wife. Your Majesty. The two bowed and looked at the screen. Nothing much. I just wanted to ask what you think about your daughter ruining the planting area. The Emperor sat in his position, looking down at them. My daughter definitely didn't do it on purpose. Xinyu murmured softly, not knowing the circumstances, just wanting to defend Yin Shuer. The Emperor, however, heard Xinyu's murmurs and said, There's evidence and witnesses. You still say it wasn't he on purpose? Your Majesty, my daughter is still young and doesn't understand. I will bear all the losses. Don't blame her. Yin Xinguang pulled Xinyu behind him protectively, speaking on behalf of their daughter. Young? I remember your daughter is already 17, right? The Emperor coldly asked. Yes. Yin Xinguang felt the Emperor's mood was off and lowered his head to reply. Is it Yin Shi? Is there still a chance to save her from excessive watering? The Emperor didn't look at the two, turning to ask Yin Shi. Yin Shi, suddenly being called out, walked over from his side. Shen Yu turned around unhappily to see who Yin Shi was. They usually didn't pay attention to streamers, only knowing there was a person named Yin Shi. But when she turned around and saw Yin Shi's face, she was stunned. This looked almost exactly like that woman. It was impossible. Clearly, she had dealt with her a long time ago. How could she still be alive? But this face made her think too much. Yin Shenhuang looked at Yin Shi's face and was left speechless. Wasn't he this her? His voice tinged with tears. He struggled to control himself. Jiao Jiao, is that you? Yin Shi looked at Yin Shenhuang, feeling confused. Who was he calling with her face? The original owner's memories didn't include this person at all. Completely no impression. I'm not Jiao Jiao. I'm Yin Shi. Sir, you've mistaken the wrong person, right? It's Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao used to say the same thing to me. It's Jiao Jiao. Yin Shenhuang looked at Yin Shi with tears in his eyes, reaching out to touch her face, reminiscing about a long time ago. That day was like any other. He went to pick up Shun Jiao Jiao, and suddenly a girl wearing a bear headband jumped out at the street corner. Yin Shenhuang smiled and took Shun Jiao Jiao's hand. Jiao Jiao, is that you? I'm not Jiao Jiao. Sir, you've mistaken the wrong person, right? Silly girl. How could I not recognize your voice? Yin Shenhuang carefully took off the bear headband, brushing Shun Jiao Jiao's hair. His eyes filled with affection and tenderness. I didn't expect to be exposed. I should get a voice changer. Shun Jiao Jiao laughed sweetly, standing still as Yin Shenhuang tidied her hair. Later, they got married, but Shun Jiao Jiao's health was poor. She was uncomfortable throughout her pregnancy, and it got worse until they lost both mother and child in the delivery room. When the doctor came out to inform him, his world collapsed, and he could never recover. Now, it must be that Jiao Jiao was worried about him and came back to see him, but why did she come so late? He waited for so long. Yin Shenhuang completely failed to notice the slight differences between the two, lost in the joy of having found what he thought he had lost. Chapter 73. No need to apologize. Pu Xinian looked at Yin Shenhuang's expression, feeling a surge of displeasure, always sensing that he was looking at other women through Yin Shi. Mr. Yin, please have some self-respect. Yin Shi glanced gratefully at Pu Xinian. Yin Shenhuang's gaze put a lot of pressure on her. Qi Feng directly stepped in to block Yin Shenhuang's line of sight, calmly and unyieldingly explaining, "This is Yin Shi, not the Jiao you mentioned. Yin Shi is only 17 years old, not your previous wife." With his view obstructed, Yin Shenhuang could no longer see Yin Shi. When he shifted aside to catch a glimpse of Yin Shi, he immediately denied it, saying, "No, this isn't Jiao. 17 years old is the same age as my daughter." Looking at Yin Shi's face, "This must be Jiao's child. This is my daughter." The two felt a sense of kinship stemming from blood, and this feeling was undeniable. Could it be that Jiao's tragic outcome in the delivery room was orchestrated by someone? Who would do such a thing? Yin Shenhuang cast a suspicious glance at Shun Yu, his eyes filled with doubt. "I am your father." Yin Shi was startled by Yin Shenhuang's sudden declaration. The original owner was clearly an orphan. Where did this father come from? However, the original owner's nose and mouth were almost identical to Yin Shenhuang's. Could it be that the original owner was unaware? "Sorry, I grew up in an orphanage." "You must be mistaken," Yin Shi asked, trying to pry more information from Yin Shenhuang. Yin Shenhuang shook his head, looking at Yin Shi's face. He was certain he wasn't mistaken. This face combined all the best features of him and Jiao, even more radiant than Jiao. "No, come over. I'll show you a picture of your mother, and you'll understand." Yin Shenhuang restrained his excitement, but his trembling fingers were hard to overlook. Yin Shi walked over to look at the photos Yin Shenhuang brought out. She indeed resembled the woman in the picture. No wonder Yin Shenhuang mistook her for someone else. This was the power of genetics. Shen Yu bit her lower lip, wondering what was going on. Hadn't she said to clean everything up back then? She had been told that the child had been disposed of. How could they suddenly appear before her? Yin Shenhuang couldn't be doubting her, could he? This was something she had worked hard to maintain for so many years. No one could take it away. She really looks like my sister. No need for a paternity test to know she's biological. Congratulations, husband, you found your daughter. Upon hearing Shen Yu's words, Yin Shenhuang finally stopped staring at her and looked increasingly fondly at Yin Shi, even neglecting everyone else's presence. "How have you been these years?" "Pretty good. The grandmother at the orphanage treated me especially well. Aside from being scolded for being born to a mother but raised without one, It was quite good. Yanxi recalled the original owner's upbringing and answered truthfully. Who dares to scold you? I'll take care of them. Yan Xinguang pretended to roll up his sleeves, clearly intent on defending Yanxi. For the first time, Yanxi felt that having a father might not be so bad. But thinking of the grandmother who loved the original owner and the nostalgic orphanage made her feel a bit regretful. The orphanage had closed down, and the grandmother had passed away. Schwerer, come here, this is your sister. You shouldn't ruin your sister's things. Apologize quickly. Yin Xinguang waved for Yin Schwerer to come over. Yin Schwerer was still trying to process the situation. So Yin, she was her sister, making her the eldest daughter of the Yin family? Why was she being overshadowed? The father who loved her the most was asking her to apologize. It's just a matter of looking similar. Why do you think she is my sister? I've heard about what happened before. She died along with another child. Dad, don't be fooled by her. Slap. Yin Xinguang slapped Yin Schwerer hard, furious. Don't say that. Apologize quickly. Yin Schwerer covered the half of her face that had been hit, looking at Yin Xinguang in disbelief. You hit me? You hit me because of her? Dad has never hit me. It's all because of you. Now you're happy. Are you satisfied? Yanxi. What does this have to do with her? Why was she being dragged into this? She was just watching the show. How can you talk to your sister like that? Yan Shengyong looked at Yan Suar disapprovingly. I can't manage this, daughter. Your Majesty, please handle it. Yin Schwerer angrily ran outside. Why did Yanxi's appearance take away everything she cared about? Did she want to take everything from her to feel satisfied? Xinyu watched Yin Schwerer run out crying, her heart aching. This was her own flesh and blood. If Yin Xinguang didn't care for her, then she must. She looked at Yin Xinguang, stomped her foot, and followed after her. Her Schwerer couldn't get into trouble. Then go home and reflect on your mistakes. You can only come out when you realize you're wrong, the emperor said after thinking for a moment, turning to look at Yin Shi. Is there any hope for this child? Once the emperor's words fell, everyone turned to look at Yin Shi, wanting to know if there was any hope left. After all, this was everyone's hard work. Losing it all at once meant there was definitely no hope. Just get more sunlight. It will help accelerate moisture evaporation. Isn't there a little sun? Just shoot a few into the sky. First, scoop out some water from the pit, or it will really get ruined. Yin Shi offered her suggestion, and as soon as her words fell, the others rushed out to work. They couldn't let it all get ruined. Su Ding was slapped his thigh, suddenly realizing, oh no, how did I forget about the little sun? It's all my fault for being too anxious and not thinking of it. Then let's go out. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can end it. More people helping will be faster. Chi Feng rolled up his sleeves and also went outside. This seed was given by Yin Shi, so they couldn't let it get ruined. Pu Sinian, unwilling to be outdone, followed him out. His eyes fixed on Chi Feng as they began to compete on who could be faster, resembling elementary school students in a childish competition. Everyone had gone out, leaving only Su Dinghua, Yin Xinguang, and Yin Shi. Your Majesty, please rest well. We'll go busy ourselves now. Okay. Su Dinghua waited for the emperor to hang up the video call, letting out a sigh of relief. He felt that talking to the emperor was very oppressive, a sense of respect for those in power that was impossible to ignore. Girl, I'm going out to help too. After saying that, he slipped away, leaving time for the two of them. And she suddenly realized that the live stream had been on the whole time. Didn't that mean the fans in the live room all knew? In a panic, she quickly closed the live stream. The fans who were watching the drama were left staring at the dark screen in confusion, wondering why it suddenly went off. However, many people already knew about this matter, and it began to spread on Xinghua and various platforms. Yanxi understood their intentions and didn't follow them outside, since she had crossed into the original owner's body. Why was she abandoned as an orphan despite being Yin Xinguang's daughter? This needed to be investigated thoroughly. Have you eaten? Now, it was really difficult for her to call him father, so she treated it as casual conversation. No, I rushed over after hearing about Schwerer. I didn't know she would cause such a big mess. I'm sorry, Yin Xinguang said, lowering his head, feeling guilty towards Yin Shi. After all, Yin Schwerer was raised by him. It was his problem. He had spent more time at home in the past 2 years. Previously, due to work, he wasn't often home, and it was Xinyu who raised Yin Schwerer. Yin Schwerer was a mistake he made while drunk, and he had always felt guilty towards Shun Jiaojiao. Later, after a serious illness, Xinyu took care of him carefully and encouraged him, even allowing him to reminisce about Shun Jiaojiao, making him feel guilty toward Shinyu, which led him to cherish her. No need to apologize to me. Chapter 74. Old Stories. Yanxi looked at Yin Xinguang's guilty eyes, feeling little turmoil in her heart. After all, there was no father in her memories, and she wanted to understand why the heroine had not been abandoned. She watched Yin Xinguang sigh and handed him a bowl of egg noodles. Eat, she sighed and continued, I grew up in an orphanage, and I don't want to suddenly have a father. Yin Xinguang covered his eyes, wiping away tears. It was right for him not to recognize her. After all, he had not fulfilled his responsibilities as a father for so many years and had no idea how she had lived all those years. It's okay. I'm already very satisfied that you're willing to talk to me. Don't worry, I will find out what really happened. Clearly, there was no heartbeat at that time. Thinking back to the scene in the delivery room 17 years ago, when Jiao Jiao's health was poor and she was almost always on a special diet. Her condition did not improve. Later, during her pregnancy, it got even worse. Her face was pale and her lips lacked color, which broke his heart. Although he was reluctant to let go of the child, considering Jiao Jiao's health, he wanted her to terminate the pregnancy, but Jiao couldn't bear to do it. In the end, she lost her life, and he blamed himself for that. But how could the daughter, whom he had confirmed as having no heartbeat back then, now appear in front of him? There must be some hidden truth, and he needed to investigate. Looking at the steaming bowl of egg noodles, the steam covered the lower half of Yanxi's face, making her look even more like Shun Jiao Jiao. Yin Xinguang lowered his head and slurped the noodles, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Yanxi noticed his trembling shoulders and knew he was crying, so she turned around and silently chose not to disturb him. Even for Yin Yichen's sake, she couldn't blindly recognize a father, especially one who had abandoned the original owner and then wanted to recognize her again. After Yin Xinguang finished the egg noodles, he wiped away his tears and smiled happily, remembering that there were other matters to attend to, especially the need to investigate this incident. He was eager to clarify everything. Then I won't disturb you. If you need any help, just come find me. Yanxi nodded. He was quite interesting and understood that being overly enthusiastic might repulse people. This was just right. Okay. She didn't want to recognize this father. A voice in her heart kept saying that the secret of the original owner being abandoned could not be unraveled without approaching him. Sigh. Yin Xinguang waved his hand and walked out, glancing back at Yanxi repeatedly at the door, feeling a sense of unreality. Shuer, slow down. Mommy can't catch up with you. Shinyu gasped as she chased after Yin Shuer, leaning on her knees and shouting. Yin Shuer had tears in her eyes and stopped upon hearing Shinyu's voice. Why, Mom? Why is Yin Shi everywhere? Oh dear, look at how my precious daughter is getting upset. What is Yin Shi even worth? She's just like her mother. Shinyu covered her mouth, surprised that she had said such words. Come on, Mom, you're hiding something from me. Yin Shuer noticed that Shinyu's expression was off. You don't need to know all this. Just be a good daughter to your mom, and leave the rest to me. Shinyu gently pressed Yin Shuer's hand, earnestly persuading her, her love nearly spilling over. But Mom, look, Yanxi is already climbing to my head. Who knows when she will climb to yours? Let us discuss it. Can we really not compete with Yanxi? Yin Shuer was very curious and felt that Shunyu was hiding something from her, trying hard to persuade her to get information. All right, let me slowly explain it to you. Shinyu sighed, feeling that Yin Shuer had a point. She remembered that Shun Jiao Jiao once occupied this position. If she hadn't died, perhaps it wouldn't have been her turn now. Shun Yu slowly recounted the events, and Yin Shuer listened with her mouth agape, instinctively covering her mouth to avoid exclaiming. Yin Shuer had never expected that her kind and gentle mother had climbed to her position through such methods that looked down on everyone. If this were to be exposed, it would be an unlivable situation. Shun Jiao Jiao and Shun Yu were from the same planet, growing up and going to school together, having a close relationship. However, as they grew older, the gap between them widened, causing Shinyu to feel unbalanced. Usually it was fine, as long as she asked. Shun Jiao Jiao would not refuse her regarding food, clothing, and other necessities. But later, when Shun Jiao Jiao suddenly brought Yin Xinguang to her, introducing him with a beaming smile as her boyfriend, Shinyu felt jealousy rising. Looking at Yin Xinguang's appearance and height, he was a high-quality man that their planet had never seen. Watching their intimate interactions made her even more envious. Eventually, when they graduated, the two announced their engagement, and Shun Jiao successfully entered high society. Xinyu felt the gap between them grow, and she could no longer connect with Shun Jiao. Why was there such a clear difference between them, both being children from the same planet? If she were dating Yin Qingguang, and he were her fiancé, would she have overshadowed Xin Jiao? Once this thought took root, it was impossible to suppress. Xinyu began to cling to Shun Jiao, trying to be involved in everything, never absent from any situation where she could insert herself. She thought that as long as they were together, she could attract Yin Qingguang's attention, but she was mistaken. As long as Shun Jiao was around, he would never see her. Shun Jiao and Yin Qingguang had a great relationship and chose a lucky day to get married, and their life after marriage was several times better. This made Xinyu envious, as Shun Jiao became a wealthy lady, while she could only earn 5,000 star coins. She felt dissatisfied, but once they were married, there was nothing she could do to interfere. After trying various methods to no avail, Xinyu felt a bit disheartened when Yin Qingguang contacted her. She initially thought she had a chance, but it turned out that Shun Jiao was pregnant, unable to eat due to nausea, which is why she sought Xinyu's help. She wanted Xinyu to accompany her more, hoping it would help her eat a bit more. However, even then, Xinyu still went, and watching their intimate interactions made her feelings of resentment and jealousy nearly unbearable. Suddenly, she saw a post on the underground black market about a type of medicinal material. If it was added to food and consumed for several months, the dosage would lead to natural death. When Xinyu got her hands on the material, her eyes brightened significantly, and her mood lifted with it. She prepared various nourishing meals for Shun Jiao, trying every means to get her to eat more, counting down the days until the dosage would lead to her death. At that time, Yin Qingguang would be hers. She kept track of how many days Shun Jiao had left. Yin Qingguang noticed that Shun Jiao was eating more and more, but her body was getting worse, so he took her to various hospitals. But they all said it was just that the pregnant woman was too tired and that there was nothing abnormal. Yin Qingguang simply worked from home, hardly leaving Shun Jiao's side, which made it difficult for Xinyu to act. When Yin Qingguang was around, they only had ordinary food, and the dosage dragged on until the delivery date. Xinyu thought the child in Shun Jiao's belly would definitely not survive, but to her surprise, she accompanied her during the delivery, and the baby was surprisingly healthy. She couldn't allow such a thing to exist, so she bribed the doctor to dispose of the newborn, spending nearly all her savings. Yet she was happy because there were no future troubles and she could have a chance. But now, Yinshi had appeared before her, and seeing her face reminded her of many old stories from years ago. Chapter 75, Old Stories, Part 2. Upon hearing this, Yin Shuer was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Xinyu continued speaking. Shun Jiao, due to the erosion of the ingredients and heavy bleeding in the delivery room, had indeed died, just as she had anticipated. God knows how happy she was that day, the smile on her face almost uncontrollable. She pinched her thigh several times to squeeze out tears and slid down the wall after leaving the delivery room. Her sister had passed away. Yin Qingguang was in disbelief upon hearing the news and stumbled into the delivery room, seeing the large bloodstains on the hospital bed and the lifeless baby girl. Xinyu followed Yin Qingguang, watching him cry in anguish. Finally, she had the chance to get close to him, stepping beside him to offer comfort. In the end, Shun Jiao was cared for by Yin Qingguang for 7 days, while everyone around him urged him to let the deceased rest in peace. During those days, Yin Qingguang seemed to age 10 years, and his health deteriorated. Yin Qingguang expelled Xinyu, and it was only on the day of the funeral that Xinyu saw him again. The light in his eyes had vanished, but he still had the Yin family behind him and had to pull himself together. Back then, Yin Qingguang had investigated, but unfortunately, he found nothing. The doctor was experienced and knew how to avoid the cameras, which is why he was not discovered. Not many people knew about the underground black market trading, and Yin Qingguang hadn't thought in that direction. Xinyu successfully squeezed into the Yin family by playing the victim. Because of her relationship with Shun Jiao, Yin Qingguang ordered others to take good care of her. She stayed in the Yin family for a few months, but sadly, she still couldn't see Yin Qingguang. It seemed he kept himself busy to forget Shun Jiao's departure, which only frustrated Xinyu more. Deliberately making the soup that Shun Jiao Jiao loved to drink. She added drugs to it. Yin Chengwang, seeing the soup, relaxed his guard and started crying while drinking it. Xinyu's fingers dug into her flesh, nearly drawing blood. This was a hallucinogenic drug. Staying close to Yin Chengwang successfully made him mistake her for Shen Jiao. Although Shun Yu felt disgusted, she was willing to do whatever it took to achieve her goal. As she wished, they had an indescribable encounter. After this, Yin Chengwang gave her a large sum of money and sent her away. For 3 consecutive months, he knelt at Shun Jiao's grave, crying and apologizing. After being expelled, Xinyu looked at the money in her account and fell into contemplation. She had gone this far. Why couldn't she stay by his side? Now that she had been kicked out, it was even more impossible. Just as she was in distress, she discovered she was pregnant. Moreover, it was a girl. Xinyu immediately decided to give birth to her. Perhaps due to having been exposed to too many ingredients, her health wasn't great. Xinyu gave birth to Yin Shui'er prematurely and went to recognize her family right after being discharged from a hospital. When Yin Chengwang saw the soft little girl in his arms, he felt a bit of comfort and decided to take good care of Yin Shui'er, allowing Xinyu to enter the Yin family. However, he prohibited Xinyu from getting close to him. They couldn't be in the same room at the same time. This made Xinyu feel very uncomfortable, as if she were merely a breeding tool. The Yin family was a large family business, and there were always people looking to find alternative paths. That day, the leading man had an unpleasant conversation with Yin Chengwang, feeling that his pride had been offended. He hired someone to kill him and directly entered the Yin family that night. Xinyu knew that this man would not succeed. The Yin family was heavily guarded and not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Seeing someone rush into Yin Chengwang's room, she panicked and ran in, only to find the man threatening Yin Chengwang with a gun. He had already shot Yin Chengwang in the leg, and Xinyu felt heartbroken. Although she was attracted to the Yin family's wealth, she genuinely liked Yin Chengwang. When she saw the man preparing to shoot again, she rushed forward in a moment of impulse. As she fell to the ground, she slightly regretted why she had only focused on this man when she could have taken the money and left. Perhaps it was because she couldn't bear to part with her unborn daughter, or perhaps it was because she couldn't let go of the man she had liked for so long. When she woke up again, she found herself lying in a hospital bed, with Yin Chengwang's parents by her side. They expressed their gratitude upon seeing her awake, saying they shouldn't have looked down on her before. If it weren't for Xinyu, Yin Chengwang might have ended up with a limp in the other leg as well. Xinyu recovered relatively quickly and came to take care of Yin Chengwang as soon as she could get out of bed. This was the first time he didn't reject her so vehemently. Xinyu suddenly felt that it was all worth it. When Yin Chengwang was discharged from the hospital, his parents suggested that the two get married. Initially, Yin Chengwang refused vehemently, but the relationship with Yin Shui'er made him compromise. He couldn't let Yin Shui'er grow up without a mother. They merely went through the procedure without holding a wedding, and Xinyu agreed, feeling satisfied with that. Everything would be fine as long as it progressed slowly. They lived separately. Xinyu took care of Yin Shui'er and Yin Chengwang's parents, and everyone praised Yin Chengwang for marrying such a good wife. As Yin Shui'er grew older, she noticed her parents' lack of intimacy and cried, saying she didn't want them to divorce. Yin Chengwang had to comfort her, saying that wouldn't happen, while pretending to maintain appearances with Xinyu. However, his heart wasn't made of stone. Xinyu continued to take care of their family. Perhaps it was because they were getting older and needed companionship. But their relationship improved significantly over the past 2 years. After hearing Xinyu recount the entire story, Yin Shui'er suddenly realized why she felt her parents were distant when she was younger. Did Dad not know about these things? Xinyu, having spoken out all the things she had kept in her heart for so many years, felt much better. I don't want our relationship to return to the way it was at the beginning just because of Yin Shi. We can ask Brother Song Ci for help. They're in the nutrition business and can talk to anyone. As long as something unexpected happens during the test next week. If Yin Shi is gone, nothing will happen. Want to be exposed? I always feel uneasy. Xinyu covered her racing heart, feeling uncomfortable. It won't be. Brother Song Ci has always wanted to marry me, so he will definitely help me. Mom, you can rest assured. I will make sure Dad stays by your side forever. Yin Shui'er said this as a reminder to herself. She wanted Qi Feng to stay by her side forever as well. Xinyu's actions inspired her. Since the straightforward approach wouldn't work, she could take a more covert one. As long as the goal was achieved, it would be fine. Thinking of this made her feel incredibly good, and she didn't care about the slap Yin Chengwang had given her anymore. She hooked her arm around Shen Yu's and headed toward the kitchen, only to find that Yin Chengwang was already gone. They sought help from others, but no one was willing to assist until Shen Yu offered double the fare for someone to take them back. She recalled the look in Yin Schweder's eyes earlier and felt that something bad was about to happen. However, she had been confined by the emperor and wouldn't be able to see her for a while. Perhaps it was best to be cautious. Chapter 76, the siblings' first separation. The weekend quickly came to an end, and it was time for school to start. On Monday, there was a grand assembly. A crowd of students stood neatly in rows, dressed in their uniforms. Wang Pian took the stage to speak, a smile beaming on his face. Fellow students, this week, every college will gather at Hao Forest for competitions. The colleges will compete to win through points. Does everyone have confidence? Help! I don't want to go. There's nothing fun about it. I just want to find a way to survive for 2 weeks and see who has the most points. It's meaningless. Oh, are you scared? A classmate who was called out snorted. Am I scared? That's hilarious. Then let's compete to see who gets the most points. The one with the lowest rank has to treat everyone to a meal. No problem. I'm in. Quiet down. Next, I will explain the rules. Each student can only bring 1 item and cannot carry high-tech products. Finding edible food earns 10 points, and each student counts as 1 point. The competition lasts for 2 weeks, and the top 3 students will receive rewards, with the first place getting a mysterious grand prize. Wang Pian explained the rules, speaking endlessly. The students below sighed. It better not be some fancy restaurant vouchers again, which aren't useful at all. All right, now go back and pack your things. We will gather at 2 o'clock this afternoon. You can disperse now, Wang Pian commanded, and everyone dispersed with a clamor. She was a bit worried that Yin Yichen would cry since they had never been apart for such a long time. She planned to make a video call to explain the situation. Beep, beep, beep. What's wrong, sister? Yin Yichen waved happily at the camera. What are you doing, Chun-Chin? We're in class. Look at the handmade toy I made. Yin Yichen held up the toy gun model, smiling brightly. Chun-Chun is amazing. You're the best kid. Sister wants to discuss something with you. Because my school needs to have a 2-week training, I plan to take leave to accompany you. So, I won't go. I'm worried you won't be okay at home. No way. Sister has to go. Don't worry about me. Teacher Wang said I can stay at school. I'll be good at school. And when you're done with training, you can kind of pick me up right away. Yin Yichen looked reluctant, but still wanted Yin Shi to go for training, which made Yin Shi feel heartbroken. But sister is worried about you. We've never been apart for so long. Who knows if a certain little guy will cry for his sister in the middle of the night. Yin Shi teased Yin Yichen, and seeing the little guy's face break into a smile made her feel much better. I won't cry. I'm a man. Yin Yichen clenched his fists, showing off his non-existent muscles. Chun-Chun is so strong. Yin Shi chuckled, praising him. Her little brother was too cute, and she wanted to pinch his cheeks. Cece, you should come pick up Chun-Chun now. They're letting you have half a day off, and you won't see each other for a long time. Wang Minhua happened to overhear this. Yin Yichen was unusually well-behaved, not crying like other kids. It was truly rare, and seeing the little guy's face, which looked like he was about to cry, made her unable to refuse, so she decided to make an exception. All right, then please take good care of our Chun-Chun. I'll head over now. Yin Shi expressed her gratitude and quickly ended the video call, rushing to the Angel Training Institution. Yin Yichen's eyes sparkled with joy. He thought he wouldn't see his sister, but now he was so happy. Thank you, Teacher Wang. You're welcome, Chun-Chun. The teacher has to get busy. Can you be good and wait here? Wang Minhua gently ruffled the little guy's hair. It wasn't that she liked this child, but he was polite, sensible, didn't cry or make a fuss, and was very considerate, making it hard not to like him. Okay, I can do it. Yin Yichen nodded heavily, which melted Wang Minhua's heart. In 5 minutes, Yin Shi arrived at the entrance of the Angel Education Institution, showed the security guard the information, and was let in. From a distance, she saw a little bundle of joy running quickly towards her. It was none other than Yin Yichen. Sister, good boy, where's Teacher Wang? The teacher said she has something to do and told me to wait for you. All right, then let's not disturb her. It's still early. Sister will take you home and prepare some delicious food for you. Yin Shi took Yin Yichen's chubby little hand and squeezed it, It felt very nice and smooth. Yan Chen sensed that his sister liked chubby little kids, so he decided to eat well and not be picky so that his sister could keep squeezing him. The two strolled slowly back to the villa. Yanxi immediately placed an order and took out all the flour from the fridge, quickly kneading the dough to prepare more buns. Then she put 3 eggs and some green onions and tomatoes together, wrote it on a sticker, and divided it into several portions. Next, she prepared rice and the ingredients for vegetable and lean meat porridge, as well as millet and pumpkin porridge, also labeling them. Following that, she organized the leftover lemons and honey, writing down the grams and milliliters of water, ready to make a drink whenever she felt tired. After finishing these tasks, the groceries she ordered arrived, and Yanxi began to tidy up. Yan Chen knew that his sister had to return to school in the afternoon for training, so he couldn't let her tire herself out. He quickly put on his little apron and rolled up his sleeves to help. Yanxi had specially bought some packaging bags to pack the potatoes and green peppers together, writing down the recipe for sweet and sour shredded potatoes and sticking it on. Then she started processing the meat, boiling the chicken breast in hot water, sealing it so it could be easily shredded and mixed later. She prepared the pork by cutting it into shreds and slices, getting ready for stir-fried pork with garlic sprouts and stir-fried pork, and wrote down the necessary ingredients. Suddenly, she remembered that there were no steam buns at home, so she quickly kneaded the dough and prepared other things, allowing it to rise while she worked. "Chen, is there anything else you want to eat?" Yanxi asked while tidying up, as she had already prepared the little guy's favorite dishes, but felt it still wasn't enough for 2 weeks, worried he wouldn't have enough to eat. "I want to eat shredded pork in garlic sauce and crispy fried pork, and can I have some grilled meat at the end?" Yan Chen thought for a moment. He knew that even if he didn't say it, Yanxi would still help him prepare more. He understood that his sister was afraid he wouldn't eat well, and they didn't need to be so polite with each other, so he just ordered what he wanted. "Sure, sister will prepare it for you." Yanxi got to work, packing everything into the bags. She almost forgot the 2 hard dishes with sweet and sour flavors. Unexpectedly, the little guy had been loving meat lately, which meant he was growing. Yan Chen looked at all the meat dishes prepared and thought he would eat well and get chubby. Then he could let his sister pinch his little chubby hands. Perfect. Yanxi hurriedly kneaded the dough, releasing the air, and put the buns in the steamer. Taking advantage of the break, she quickly organized the essential items for cooking. She didn't know who had given the little guy the storage ring last time, but it was really useful now. She prepared toiletries, seasonings, and the clothes and shoes, which were all standardized and would be distributed later, with temperature control and automatic cleaning features, so there was no need to worry about dirt. Yan Chen stayed very well behaved, following Yanxi closely, quietly watching her organize things without interrupting. Chapter 77. Yanxi's leadership begins to show sister will play with you for a while, okay? We'll gather at 1 o'clock. And it's only 11:40 now, so we still have time. Yanxi looked at the well-behaved Yan Chen. If it weren't for the circumstances, she really wouldn't want to part with the little guy. She had secretly asked earlier, and attendance was mandatory. No one was allowed to be absent. Yanxi played with Yan Chen in the living room for a while, and they also went to the yard to water the plants they had planted. She packed some steamed buns for the little guy, saving them all for him. She also brought up the beef jerky and various snacks she had prepared, so he could munch on them when he felt like it. Yanxi quickly stir-fried some vegetables and shredded pork with green peppers, and they had that along with the steamed buns and rice porridge. The 2 siblings were very happy eating together, but as time passed, the moment of parting was approaching, and the reluctance in Yan Chen's eyes was undeniable. The child was still young. Even if he said he was fine, he would still feel sad inside. "All right, sister will finish her training and come to pick you up right away. Be good." Yanxi packed a few sets of the little guy's toiletries and clothes, shoving the prepared food into her storage ring, forcing it all in. Holding the clothes she had prepared for him, she took the little bundle to school ahead of time. They hugged each other repeatedly, both reluctant to let go. Wang Minhua finished her tasks and came over, seeing the 2 reluctant to part, and went to comfort them. "It's okay. Time will pass quickly, and I'll bring him back before you know it. By the way, Teacher Wang, these are the foods I prepared for Chen. He won't be accustomed to eating at school, so I've handled everything. Just follow the instructions to cook it. There's plenty, so you can have some too. Thank you for your trouble." Yanxi took out her backpack containing the seasonings and utensils and directly handed the storage ring to Wang Minhua. "You are too polite. It's no trouble at all. Chen is very well behaved at school, and you're just making him enjoy good food. Wang Minhua glanced at the food in the storage ring. There was indeed a lot prepared. Not to mention 2 weeks. Even 3 weeks might not be enough to finish it all. Time could not be delayed any longer, and Yanxi left. Goodbye, sister. Goodbye. They kept looking back as they walked to the school gate, but time did not allow Yanxi to dwell on sadness. When she arrived at the meeting place, she saw that the various classes had already started distributing clothes and shoes. Everyone was lining up to collect their items, and Yanxi noticed that Yin Schwerer from the adjacent class had also come, looking unusually obedient today. When Yin Schwerer saw Yin, she looking over, she maintained a facade of friendliness, suppressing the urge to rush over and attack her. Her hands could not be stained with blood, otherwise. How could she still be worthy of Qi Feng? She decided to enjoy her time a little longer. Soon, a good show would unfold. Yanxi also lined up to receive her clothes and shoes, which were all one size fits all and would automatically adjust when worn. Once everyone had changed, it felt a bit like a 21st century military training, though she was curious about what the interstellar training would be like. Classes began lining up to check for any prohibited items, and several students who had hidden things were caught. If you have anything hidden, take it out now. Nutritional supplements and such are strictly forbidden. The teacher checking the items was already furious, wondering what was wrong with today as students, always trying to cheat. When it was Yin Shi's turn, the teacher looked at her backpack with disdain. At least she brought nutritional supplements. You just have some seasonings and utensils. Just go in. We're not even going to bother checking that. Yin Shi was a bit surprised, thinking she would have to argue a bit. But the teacher let her in without a fuss, indicating that the seasonings were not taken seriously. By the time all the students entered the Haoyue forest, it was already dark. The process had taken so long due to the large number of people. Groups of 3 to 5 walked together, but Yinshi's group was different, as all the culinary majors were following her, making their numbers seem significant. Seeing a crowd around Yin Schwerer teased. Some people just don't know what it's like to participate in training. They don't realize that too many people will expose you. What is the point of trying to win people over? It'll just get you killed faster. Is your face not hurting? Yanxi replied with a smile, looking completely unfazed. However, Yin Schwerer couldn't hold back any longer. That day, when she returned home, Yin Chengwang had punished her by not letting her have dinner or drink nutritional supplements. He had sternly lectured her, and, as someone who grew up pampered by Yin Chengwang, she could hardly withstand such humiliation, blaming all her grievances on Yanxi. That night, Brother Song Ci, I was bullied. That Yanxi is so bad. Trying to sow discord between me and Dad. This is the first time Dad hit me. Boo-hoo. Yin Schwerer cried, her shoulders trembling like a little rabbit, her eyes red and puffy. Song Ci was not as intimate as before, his words much calmer. Their incident had made headlines on Starblog, making it hard not to notice. Even if he liked Yin Schwerer, he couldn't let her relationship with the Yin family become strained. He could clearly feel that Yin Chengwang's heart was drifting away from Yanxi. Yeah, I saw it on Starblog. Schwerer, you've been wronged. Does that mean Brother Song Ci doesn't like Schwerer anymore? Yin Schwerer upped the ante, tears streaming down her face. Her clothes subtly slipping to reveal her fair collarbone and shoulders. Seeing Yin Schwerer like this, Song Ci's rationality faded by half, and he even joined in criticizing Yin Shi. How could she be so excessive? Don't worry, Schwerer. I'll help you get justice. Thank you, Brother Song Ci. I knew you were the best of Schwerer. Yin Schwerer suppressed her discomfort and acted cute, her words nearly putting Song Ci on a pedestal. Song Ci looked at the delicate Yin Schwerer, bombarded by her sweet talk, and immediately made a call to arrange something during the training period. After chatting for a while, Yin Schwerer hung up the phone. Otherwise, it would be too obvious and might raise Song Ci's suspicions. We want to, and who can stop us? We in the culinary department are one and the same. Exactly. If you can't stand it, just walk away. There will always be flies buzzing around. It's so annoying. A group of people rallied to speak for Yin Shi, leaving Yin Schwerer speechless. She had no choice but to give up. Her reputation had suffered considerably since the livestream incident, and now she had almost no one to help her. She never expected that Yin Shi, having just transferred, would be so good at winning people over. She felt she couldn't let this continue. Thank you, everyone. However, she does have a point. Our goals are a bit too ambitious. Why don't we split into smaller groups? We can patrol around and gather at night to avoid any incidents that might lead to a total wipeout. She proposed her idea, and everyone agreed, willing to follow her arrangements. They all wanted to team up with and decided to use rock, paper, scissors to determine who would be on her team. Soon, the teams were formed, and they split up to gather wood and leaves to set up their temporary shelter for the night. She did not want to sleep on the streets. Tomorrow would be the real first day, and tonight was just to help them acclimate. Chapter 78. Large-scale slaughter scene. Everyone worked together to quickly find branches and large leaves for building. Yinchi looked at her classmates, who were frowning, and shook her head. This wouldn't do. All right, listen to me next. Use the vines to tie the top securely, pound some stones into the bottom to prevent it from collapsing, and finally cover it with leaves. Yinchi demonstrated, and soon a small tent that could accommodate 5 or 6 people was completed. Wow, it looks sturdy. I want to try too. The classmates in the class followed suit, although they were a bit clumsy. Yinchi was more than willing to go over and guide them. It seemed that being here, with them, made her naturally want to help, as if she really had become their little teacher. The other students watching were also curious and came to take a look. Yinchi generously shared her methods. After all, having more friends means more ways to succeed. Yinchi is so nice. No wonder everyone likes her. I thought we were here for a competition and that Yinchi wouldn't teach us. She is so gentle and smells nice. A few classmates around it and praised Yinchi. The man staring at the live broadcast had a dark expression. This group of boys was getting too close to Yinchi. Pu Shangjiang, are you okay? The teacher looked at Pu Xian, who was fixated on the screen, his face dark enough to scare someone. Kid, you better watch out. Pu Xian responded, his tone revealing no emotions. Wang Pian silently stepped back a few paces. Being too close to Pu Xian was not good, it was chilling. Keep him a little farther away. Do they want to be eliminated right from the start tomorrow? Pu Xian spoke, his tone calm, yet imposing. That makes sense. The male teacher nodded in agreement, clearly impressed. After all, he was a general, and his thoughts were different from theirs. Students, the real training starts at 8 tomorrow. It's best not to stay too close. Be careful of being wiped out. The male teacher decisively activated the communication device to announce, having no doubts about Pu Xian's words. Wang Pian rubbed his chin and smiled, falling into the sea of emotions. By the way, there will be a mysterious guest joining you this time. It depends on the choices of the mysterious guest. Also, this year's gameplay has been upgraded, and unexpected things will happen. Wang Pian added a few more words, smiled, and left. The remaining teachers in the monitoring room faced each other and stared awkwardly. Mysterious guest? I really want General Pu to join us. I wonder if that is possible. Don't think about it. It's impossible. Our general has been invited to various shows since he was 18, and he hasn't participated in any interviews or talks. What are you even thinking? Hey, can I just think? Yinchi listened to the broadcast and fell into contemplation. She wasn't curious about the mysterious guest. Rather, she was curious about what unexpected events might occur. The unknown is what makes it exciting, right? Looking at everyone sitting under the temporary tent, their stomachs began to growl. Yinchi also felt a bit hungry. She hadn't eaten much at noon because she couldn't bear to part with the little one, and time was really tight. Looking at the so-called bright moon forest, it wasn't as boring as they said. The air was fresh, and the trees were lush. Occasionally, the sound of insects chirping could be heard. If it weren't for the training, coming here for a picnic would also be a great choice. Yinchi decided to use the hunting methods she learned in the 21st century to see if she could get some food, because feeling hungry was really uncomfortable. Each team send one person to follow me. We're going hunting. I think everyone is hungry. As soon as Yinchi finished speaking, no one doubted the truth of her words. They quickly elected a few people to follow Yinchi into the forest. They found vines to weave into fishing nets and baskets. Earlier, when passing through the forest, they saw a river with clear water and many fish swimming around. The fish didn't seem to know to hide when they saw Yinchi. Perhaps it was because everyone in the galaxy was clumsy, and hardly anyone was trying to catch fish, which led these fish to be completely unafraid of humans. Yinchi explained how to make the nets and crafted 5 fishing nets and 5 large baskets. It looked like it would be enough for everyone to eat. All right, everyone take these and follow me. Yinchi led a few people to the riverbank, first tying the ends of the fishing nets to trees, spaced apart. Is that it? A few people were curious, thinking catching fish would be complicated. Just wait and see. As soon as Yinchi finished speaking, she saw some fish swim into the net on their own. But when they tried to come out, they found they couldn't escape. Wow, Yinchi is amazing. Otherwise, we would know how to catch so many fish. It's true. Look at these fish. They're so silly. They swam in after seeing their companions go in. Maybe it was Yinchi's illusion, but the next second, she saw a fish turn around and leave its tail behind, as if it was angry. Yinchi left the fishing net there and took a few people deeper into the forest. They saw lively rabbits hopping around, not showing any fear at the sight of humans. There was also a mother deer with her fawn licking a white wall. Yinchi was ecstatic because this was exactly the salt she was looking for. Yinchi decided to catch the rabbits first, casually picked some tender green grass, and slowly approached the rabbits. She gently fed them, taking advantage of their relaxed guard to swiftly grab them. The rabbits were startled by Yinchi and began to struggle desperately. Yinchi looked at the two plump rabbits in her hands, overjoyed. Rabbits were delicious, especially the tender ones, and just thinking about it made her mouth water. Yinchi looked at the rabbits, still struggling in her hands, and forcefully threw them against a tree. They were knocked out. Perfect. The few who followed her watched Yinchi's skilled movements and silently touched their heads, wondering if their heads were as hard as those of the rabbits. Hold on to these two. I'm going to get the rabbit nest. Otherwise, with so many of us, these two rabbits won't be enough to share. Yinchi watched the rabbits, frightened and fleeing in a panic, and stealthily followed them. She was in a hurry and quietly trailed behind. Seeing the rabbits disappear in front of a pile of grass, Yinchi smiled and rubbed her hands together. Rabbit, rabbit, here I come. Finding the densest patch of grass, she dug in and, sure enough, found the rabbit nest. The rabbits made eye contact with Yinchi. Their little white bodies were still trembling, clearly still scared from earlier. Be good, don't move around. I'll make it less painful for you. Yinchi grinned widely, looking like someone trying to coax a child. The rabbits prepared to run away, but Yinchi was already prepared, holding a stick in her hand. Catching a little rabbit was quite fun. There was an inexplicable sense of upgrading to battle monsters, though the scene was a bit bloody, not as cute as in games. The male classmates who came to help saw the blood dripping from the stick in Yinchi's hand, along with her nearly ear-to-ear grin. They couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. What are you standing there for? Come over here. Chapter 79. Do we have a synergy? The male classmates looked at each other, mustering their courage to approach. They finally saw a family of rabbits lying on the ground, covered by grass, and let out a sigh of relief. Goodness, it had been so frightening just now. They thought they had stumbled upon a murder scene and wouldn't survive. Rather than being hunted down, it was better to seek a quick end. Quick, let's put these rabbits in the box and get out of here. The smell of blood will attract other animals, Yinchi ordered, and the few classmates began to busy themselves. They were happily gathering the rabbits. Now they had some food and wouldn't have to worry about going hungry. When they reached the riverbank, Yinchi took out a knife and swiftly opened the rabbits' bellies, discarding the entrails and skinning them in the process. It gradually turned into Yinchi gutting them, while the boys skinned and cleaned them. After busying themselves for over half an hour, it finally came to an end. Yinchi had moved too quickly and fell to sudden darkness before stumbling, only to be caught by a male classmate, whose face instantly turned red. Once he saw Yinchi steady herself, he quickly let go. Thank you, or I would have fallen, Yinchi said with a smile, looking at the blushing male classmate. Thinking how innocent he was, it was just a simple physical contact, merely a touch of the arm. Pu Xin Yin's face darkened as he stared at the screen. He had never even touched Yinchi, so how dare this guy? Although it was to prevent Yinchi from falling, it still made him uncomfortable. Yinchi retraced her steps and saw that the 5 fishing nets had quite a few fish in them, so she hurriedly pulled the nets up to collect the fish. You guys go back and call a few people to help carry this. We definitely can't carry it all ourselves. I'll go get something and be back soon. She turned and went towards the place where the mother deer licked salt and saw the bright red chili peppers hanging from the branches. Not that she had noticed them on purpose. The main reason was that many of the grasses had been grazed, but these few chili plants were intact. This appearance, wasn't it just the Indian devil chili from the 21st century? This was perfect. As long as there was salt and chili, nothing would be too hard to eat. Yinchi picked large leaves and carefully struck the wall made of stones with a rock, knocking down a big piece to wrap. She used another leaf to wrap the devil chili and returned with a smile. Yanxi looked at what she had in her arms, feeling quite pleased, humming a little tune, content in her heart. She didn't know what would happen tomorrow. She just wanted to live well in the present without regrets. Just as she returned to the old spot, she saw that they had brought people over. The classmates greeted Yanxi warmly, leaving a few to handle the fish and collect some branches. They couldn't just eat so much food without helping. It had to be earned through hard work to feel secure while eating. Yanxi and a few others carried the rabbits back to the vicinity of the tent. Other students from different departments looked at Yanxi and her group carrying several baskets of rabbit meat with greedy eyes. They were also hungry, but unfortunately, they couldn't hunt or cook, so they could only eat some wild fruits to fill their stomachs. Under the watchful eyes of a crowd, Yanxi felt time passing slowly. She sensed that if they waited any longer, these people would soon be unable to resist rushing over. We're back. The remaining classmates carried 2 large baskets of processed fish. Laughing with abandon, they wouldn't have to go hungry starting tomorrow. The few classmates behind were carrying branches, and it looked like there was plenty. Unexpectedly, there were even classmates who brought fire starters, which was really clever. She quickly started preparing dinner, threading the fish onto branches and placing them over the fire to roast. Other classmates also built a fire and sat around, roasting fish together. She decided to let the others roast the fish while she focused on roasting the rabbits. Looking at the skinned rabbits neatly lying in the basket, she picked out a few of the largest ones, prepared them on sticks, and built a simple rack with which to slowly rotate them. She evenly sprinkled the seasoning she had brought along, and as the roasting time increased, the rabbits began to sizzle and release oil. Yanxi then chopped the washed devil chili into small pieces and sprinkled them on a roast. A pungent aroma spread, mingling with the meat's fragrance and invading the nostrils, making one crave a bite. The students from other classes, already extremely hungry, were frantically sniffing the delicious smells wafting over from Yanxi and the others. It was too fragrant, and they really wanted to eat. Finally, Yanxi sprinkled salt on, laid out the large clean leaves on a flat stone, and placed the rabbit meat on top, cutting a small piece with a knife. So tender and spicy, it's really delicious. Yanxi thought this rabbit meat was even more tender than that of the 21st century. Could it be due to evolution? Come and try it. Before Yanxi's words finished, her classmates sprinted over, diving into the rabbit meat they had been eyeing for a long time. They chewed eagerly, exclaiming that it was really delicious. From now on, Yanxi felt she could ask them to do anything as long as they had food to keep them from starving. Yanxi was unaware that this meal had firmly bound this group of classmates to her. Yanxi smiled as a male classmate handed her a roasted fish. Thank you. It smelled quite good, and it was tender to eat. Just adding salt made it very tasty. She hadn't expected that the interstellar animals had evolved quite well, growing bigger and with better meat quality. No, don't mention it. The male classmate blushed and ran off to help roast the rabbit meat. Seeing Yanxi's demonstration, everyone knew what to do and felt embarrassed to trouble her further. After all, the few who had come along had said it was all Yanxi's idea. They couldn't help with gathering firewood or cleaning, so they could only assist with roasting. It was a rule not to eat and drink for free. Yanxi was also very happy. This felt like a comfortable and natural way to interact, with no one slacking off or being deceitful. Everyone was doing their part, and staying here was actually quite nice. Chi took a bite of the rabbit meat in his hand and found that the roasted flavor from Yanxi's side smelled much better. He turned and went into the forest, and before long, he came out with 2 processed rabbits in hand, heading straight for Yanxi. Shui air blocked Chiyu. Are you going over? We're in the same class. Although the other classmates didn't like Shui air, what she said made sense. There were hardly any hunters in their class. If the best hunter, Chiyu, went over, they would end up hungry in the future, which wouldn't he do? Shui air is right. We are in the same class. It's not appropriate for you to go over. Yeah, we are all working hard for the class. Cooperating with familiar people is more synergistic, isn't it? The other classmates nodded in agreement, indicating it was no problem. Chiyu disdainfully avoided Shui air, giving a contemptuous look at those who spoke. Synergy? Do we have that? Chapter 80. It's refreshing to hit people with both sides of the bow. The food department students were used to Chiyu coming over to mooch food. Seeing that Chiyu was holding a rabbit, There was even less reason to refuse, but they still needed to consult Yan-Shi's opinion. When Yan-Shi saw her classmates looking at her, she shrugged, indicating it was fine. Hearing Yan-Shi's words, Chi-Yu cheerfully handed the rabbit to a classmate who was roasting it and sat down next to the cooked rabbit meat. She felt no awkwardness or discomfort sitting with the food department students. Her previously aloof image was gone as she sat there eating heartily. The girls from the mech department looked at Chi-Yu with flushed faces, thinking that her temperament and ideas made her even more attractive. The previous coolness seemed rigid and indifferent, but now she felt lively, as if she had come to life. Chi-Yu was completely unconcerned about the gazes of others. Lost in her meal, Yan-Shi, watching Chi-Yu eat so deliciously, huffed and turned away. They should hurry up and bond these 2 days, otherwise, they wouldn't get to eat Yan-Shi's cooking anymore. Yan-Shi took small bites of her meal, sipping water from a leaf. She noticed Yan-Shi looking over earlier, but she didn't care. If Yan-Shi dared to act up again, she wouldn't mind sending her straight to the sky. After being provoked 3 or 4 times, did they think she was a soft persimmon that could be squeezed easily? The food department students felt like they were on a picnic, eating, drinking, and chatting together. Sitting around the campfire, they were lively and cheerful, creating a completely different atmosphere from other classes. The food department had become the envy of everyone. Most others were hungry and had eaten very little. Back home, they mostly consumed nutritional supplements. Who had the spare time to study cooking? So hungry. It really smells good. I've already decided to go home and learn how to cook. Otherwise, I would be tempted by the food department for years to come. Let's go together. I almost couldn't resist the temptation. Yan-Shi and a few girls shared a tent, while the boys squeezed together to lie down. Everyone knew that when dawn broke, the war would begin, and they must not sleep too soundly to avoid total annihilation. Yan-Shi didn't need to say anything. Some boys automatically volunteered to take turns keeping watch. Be quiet, don't get caught. Do you want to die? The 2 people outside the tent were sneaking around, and Yan-Shi woke up at the time she was supposed to. Before she could go out, those 2 were caught. The boys in her class saw that it was girls from the neighboring department. They looked starved, but there were so many people in their class that they couldn't set a precedent or others would come rushing in. No matter how much food they had, it wouldn't be enough to share. We're just really hungry. You have so much to eat, we just need 2 fish. The girls felt a little guilty, but still glanced at the basket behind the boys. Yeah, we're not asking for much. The other girl chimed in. A few boys felt a bit at a loss. They couldn't be too rough with girls. Just as they were unsure of what to do, Yan-Shi came out. I thought I didn't sleep well. Otherwise, how could there be such a big face almost blocking my tent's entrance? The boys laughed, finding Yan-Shi's retort quite clever. The 2 girls, feeling insulted, pointed at Yan-Shi and yelled, "No wonder your dad abandoned you. You're so heartless. If he raised you, you'd just be a burden. It's better to have thrown you away when you were little." Your dad was right. Exactly. It's just 2 fish. We wouldn't even want them if we were outside. Yan-Shi's expression shifted from teasing to gloomy. She hated it most when others used various issues to slander her, and they just happened to jump around in her minefield. Then you could be the first to get eliminated. With that, Yan-Shi strode toward the 2 girls, swinging her fist with force. The 2 girls were so scared they didn't react, their bodies trembling. They instinctively closed their eyes and waited for the anticipated pain, which never came. When they opened their eyes, they saw Yan-Shi with a smile on her lips, though it felt a bit eerie. What are you hiding from? Weren't you quite talkative? The 2 girls stubbornly retorted, Who? Who is hiding? With a swift motion, Yan-Shi slapped both of them several times, having deliberately let them relax their guard before striking. At this moment, they were caught off guard, making it even more satisfying to hit them. A few slaps left the 2 girls dazed, and they quickly covered their faces. Feeling the heat from the slaps, they knew their faces must be swelling. How dare you hit us? My parents have never hit me. Who do you think you are? Someone like you with a filthy mouth deserves to be hit. Yan-Shi wiped her hands with a tissue, cleaning them meticulously. The 2 girls watched her actions, feeling it was a direct insult to their dirtiness. After hitting them, she was still so arrogant. Just wait. We want to let you off. The 2 girls threatened as they prepared to flee. Yan-Shi gestured for a few boys to block them. They quickly stepped forward, surrounding the 2 girls without actually touching them. The 2 girls began to wail, and outsiders would think they were being beaten badly. You want to go back? Since you're here, I'll send you off directly. No need to thank me. The two girls caught the meaning in Yin Shi's words and hurriedly covered their pockets. Yin Shi easily slipped in and ruthlessly pried their hands open, crushing the transparent balls they were holding. Immediately, the leaderboard updated in real time, with Yin Shi temporarily ranked first. The two girls were eliminated and could no longer speak. This is just a warning. Next time, it won't be so easy to talk to me. Be careful not to provoke me. Yin Shi quickly finished crushing the balls and turned to leave without mercy, her back exuding a cool and fierce aura. This captivated several boys. She was just too cool. Chiyu heard the commotion and came over. Anyone could get into trouble, but his chef must not be harmed. He arrived just in time to see the scene between Yin Shi and the two girls, and for the first time, he showed a hint of interest. He had always thought women were troublesome, only crying and complaining, but he didn't expect Yin Shi to have such a fierce side besides her gentle demeanor. With a good mood, he turned and entered the tent, taking advantage of the moment to catch a bit more sleep. Yin Shi urged everyone to hurry inside to rest. Noticing their dark circles, they must not have slept well. Hurry up and rest. The day is starting. The others didn't decline, feeling assured by Yin Shi's skills. Yin Shi didn't continue sleeping. She quickly roasted the fish and rabbit she and finished eating yesterday. Although having meat for every meal wasn't ideal, there weren't many choices at the moment. Having something to eat without starving was already quite good. After a while, it was unclear whether it was time or if the delicious smell of Yin Shi's cooking had lured them awake. As the sky just began to lighten, almost everyone emerged within minutes. They all rushed to the river to wash up and quickly come back for food. After eating, they would have to separate according to their prearranged plans. Everyone, eat quickly. Tonight, we'll gather according to the marks I made. Remember, the direction is opposite. Don't get wrong. Yin Shi quietly instructed, the target during the day is too large to move easily, but at night, the more people, the better. If anyone needs help, just shout. Okay, Chapter 81. Help, I seem to have really bumped into something. Yin Shi led her team of 6 into the forest, with Chiyu directly following her. Their group had just scattered. The battle had already begun, and the announcement echoed. Dear students, the mysterious guests are waiting for you. Let's see whose team they choose to join. The students from Yuanling Academy, who were originally attacking students from other academies, upon hearing this, all seemed to have made a silent agreement and decisively let go of their targets. They rushed into the forest to search. Only Yin Shi was not in a hurry, leisurely strolling around. There were no other people in this area, but she discovered some potatoes and sweet potatoes, a large enough area to eat from. Just as she dug them up, a notification appeared. Congratulations to the culinary departments, Yin Shi, for finding edible plants. Points 20. The students who had rushed forward were lamenting continuously. How did she find food? She's already got 22 points, and I got only 1. I have nothing. Don't say it, I want to cry. When Pu Xin Yin entered, he had seen Yin Shi's position in advance and headed straight toward her. He was interested in anyone else. He just wanted to join Yin Shi. Han Yizhi and Gu Ziyong were also invited to participate, and both were excited to hear that Yin Shi was there. God knows how much they missed her cooking. But Pu Xin Yin Wun Ti let them see Yin Shi in that place. He insisted that he had to be the first, as if it were a selection of partners, but it was just a game. Let us go this way. Han Yizhi confirmed the general direction and headed over. They should encounter her eventually. Why isn't Pu Xin Yin taking us with him? We're bound to be together sooner or later. I know that guy wants to keep all the food to himself. Gu Ziyong followed Han Yizhi with his long legs. Han Yizhi thought he might say something, but as expected, he was still like this. He was used to it. While moving, Yin Shi also made a few backpacks to carry the potatoes and sweet potatoes she had dug up. She continued deeper into the forest, without encountering students from other academies yet. Suddenly, she heard rustling sounds ahead and stopped her team, putting her finger to her lips. Show quiet. The footsteps were getting closer, and Yin Shi and her team hid well. Yin Shi saw a tall boy pass by. She only caught a glimpse of his back and felt he looked familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. It seemed like Pu Xin Yin's back. She shook her head to dismiss the thought. It had just been announced that mysterious guests were coming, and it hadn't been long. Besides, wasn't it the mysterious guests who were supposed to choose them? How could they come looking for someone? Having thought it through, she picked up a handy stick and approached the boy from behind. As she got closer, the boy had already sensed someone behind him and turned around, seeing the shadow of someone holding a stick ready to strike. He smirked and said, "What's this? Planning to attack your benefactor?" Upon seeing Pu Xinyan's face, Yanxi instinctively hid the stick behind her back and tossed it away without a second thought. "Ha ha ha! How could I do that? Really?" Pu Xinyan lowered his head to meet Yanxi's gaze, then smirked. "Of course, I believe you." Yanxi could hardly believe her ears. She thought she would have to speak for a while, but unexpectedly, the legendary General Pu was so easy to talk to. Pu Xinyan looked at Yanxi's changing expressions and asked, "What's wrong? You're not happy that I let you go? Should I capture you instead?" The team members gaped at the interaction between the two, wondering how General Pu and Yanxi were so familiar. The two seemed to be surrounded by pink bubbles. "So sweet. It's nothing." Yanxi pretended to be casual as she turned to look for other things. But her slightly flushed face had already given her away. Pu Xinyan was in a good mood, smiling all the time, and didn't pursue Yanxi further, just silently following her. Chi frowned at Pu Xinyan. He had thought Pu was pretty good before, but now he felt a little obstructive. Yanxi curiously asked Pu Xinyan, "Why are you following me? Can't you tell? I'm obviously here as the mysterious guest." He coughed to cover his embarrassment at almost revealing the truth. Chi glanced at Pu Xinyan. Having never seen him show this expression before, he had seen it on Starblog. This was a sign of affection. Why did he feel a bit uncomfortable? After all, he had only known Yanxi for a short time. He shook his head to dispel these thoughts. "Isn't at the mysterious guest who choose which team to join?" A male student in the group asked. "Does that mean General Pu is joining us?" Pu Xinyan found that he particularly liked these two male students at this moment. Their timing was perfect. "Yeah, I'll join you." "Wow, then it definitely won." The male students cheered at Pu Xinyan, already imagining the expressions of winning the training camp. They envisioned standing on the podium, envied by everyone. "Why does Miss Yin seem to not welcome me?" Pu Xinyan, breaking his usual aloof and silent demeanor, looked for conversation with Yanxi. Yanxi was startled by his suddenly close face, and in the moment she turned her head. Her lips brushed against the side of Pu Xinyan's face. "No, I didn't." Pu Xinyan responded with an moving ahead to clear the path, almost walking in sync with her, but it was just a brush against his cheek. Yanxi found it amusing, feeling like she had encountered a naive big boy. Chi noticed Yanxi's lips brushing against Pu Xinyan's face, his expression darkening. He was increasingly finding Pu Xinyan unsightly, feeling he was a bit of an eyesore. Pu Xinyan joined Yanxi's team. The first mysterious guest appeared. The livestream audience saw Pu Xinyan not leaving Yanxi's side, even clearing the path for her, which was truly a rarity. Students in the Haoyue forest heard the broadcast and lamented, "She got to him first. Let go of General Pu, he's mine. Help. I think I really bumped into something, it's so sweet." While others were lamenting, only a cute girl from Chensey Academy was shouting excitedly. "Bai Shui, what do you mean you bumped into something?" A classmate asked curiously. It's nothing." Bai Shui realized she was a bit too excited and hurriedly calmed her mood. Han Yiji and Gu Ziong naturally heard the shouts. "I knew he was so anxious to go find Yanxi." Gu Ziong complained angrily. Han Yiji shrugged, indicating he already knew this and had nothing to say. "Let us hurry up. We should try to meet up with him tonight." Just as they finished speaking, they ran into a team coming towards them, who screamed and shouted upon seeing them. Han Yiji and Gu Ziong exchanged glances, both helplessly looking at each other, signaling each other to hurry up and find a way. If they delayed, they definitely wouldn't be able to meet up tonight. However, they had come so far in. Logically, they shouldn't have come so quickly. What was going on? Not everyone wanted to find Yanxi like this. There was a problem. Who was guiding them? Chapter 82. Forming a new team. Han Yiji noticed that there seemed to be someone hiding behind the tree. Just as he was about to approach, he saw it suddenly disappear. How strange. Gu Ziong pulled Han Yiji, as he just wanted to quickly find Yanxi and Pu Xinyan. With an empty stomach, all he could think about was good food. "Okay, what are you looking at?" "I'm starving, let's hurry." "Nothing, let's go." Han Yiji glanced around again, sighed and thought, this kid is only thinking about food. It seems they are being followed. He really has a big heart. Not far away, Yanxi and her team heard someone calling for help, and the voice sounded quite familiar. It seemed to be Bai Shui's voice. "It sounds like Bai Shui's voice. Let's go check it out." Pu Xinyan nodded at Yin, Shi's anxious expression. The team members also followed, picking up nearby branches to help Yin Shi. At the very least, they wouldn't want to create more trouble and distract her. As they approached, Yin Shi observed the situation first. Bai Shui was waving a branch, eyes tightly shut, too scared to open them. "Go away, you all go away." Her voice trembled, failing to intimidate the boys in front of her. The leading boy was tall and strong, while Bai Shui's team looked relatively weak and seemed no match for them. "Ha! Do you think that branch can hurt me? Ridiculous. If you're smart, just break it yourself, so we don't have to take action and seem unkind." The leader's words made sense. They were generous people. "This girl actually looks pretty good when you look closely, fair and clean. Seems like it. If you're not weak, come with us, and we'll reluctantly let your teammates tag along." Lu Ming moved closer to Bai Shui, scrutinizing her face with lustful eyes. Bai Shui opened her eyes and saw Lu Ming staring at her, yelling, "Get away. I don't want to." Bai Shui's teammates thought Lu Ming was just negotiating to make things easier for Bai Shui. "Just follow this big brother, and we'll be fine too. Yeah, he looks strong and can definitely protect us. He won't make you do anything. What's the harm in being a little wronged? If we get eliminated now, I'll be laughed at." What started as a team was now falling apart because of Lu Ming's few words. Various comments came out of their mouths, and Bai Shui, already scared, felt tears welling up in her eyes due to their accusations. "You guys are too much. How can you let Bai Shui suffer for your own interests? Just because you follow him, will you really survive? Are we not from the same school? Are we still classmates? It's just a game. Do you think we 1TC each other after it ends?" Gao Yuanyuan gently comforted Bai Shui, criticizing these immoral classmates. Some of the team members felt embarrassed by Gao Yuanyuan's words, while others thought it was no big deal. What's the big deal? It's just teaming up with them. If you don't want to, then don't. No one said you had to team up with them. Bai Shui looked at her classmates, realizing that in the face of interests, so-called friendship meant nothing. Yin Shi, not far away, overheard their conversation and felt her body trembling with anger. Why should they use someone else to find their comfort and think it was justified? Unable to control herself, Yin Shi charged forward and saw Lu Ming reaching out his hand, instantly furious. "Get away. Who do you think you are to touch my Bai Shui?" Lu Ming heard the angry shout and tried to recall if there were any women with background or means. Turning around, he saw Pu Xin Yin and Chi Yu beside him, and his expression turned respectful. What kind of woman is this? She even got the indifferent Chi Yu to follow her. As far as he knew, Chi Yu was supposed to be from the mecha department. Recognizing her as the culinary major, Yin Shi, he realized she had some skills. Bai Shui saw Yin Shi as if she had found a savior, quickly hiding behind her and gently wrapping her arms around Yin Shi's waist. "Thank goodness you're here." Yin Shi gently patted Bai Shui's arm, softly comforting her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Gao Yuanyuan, seeing Chi Yu and Pu Xin Yin, felt they had support and immediately stood with Yin Shi. The team felt that the atmosphere was off and prepared to align with Yin Shi. Yin Shi snorted, "You all continue to follow that big brother. Why are you coming over here?" The expressions of her team changed. It seemed they had heard her earlier words. "Sorry, we spoke out of turn. We didn't say anything serious. We just wanted our team to win the game." "Enough," a teammate nearby reminded. "Do you not see Yin Shi's expression? She is here to back us up, and you keep adding fuel to the fire. You're such a liability." "Oh well, I don't have anything else to do. I just find you all unpleasant. I just want to win for myself, so you all better act like dead people." Yin Shi extended her arm, admiring her own hands, which looked really nice. Her gentle tone carried an underlying coldness, causing both her team and Lu Ming's side to fall silent. "We were wrong. We admit our mistake. Just let us stay. We'll do anything." Lu Ming quickly admitted his fault, the flattery evident. Pu Xin Yin maintained a stern face, while Chi Yu stood beside Yin Shi, the two of them resembling her left and right arms. Yin Shi looked at Lu Ming disdainfully without speaking. "I find your apology insincere. I'm not satisfied." Lu Ming bent down low, his attitude exceptionally sincere. "I was wrong. Please forgive us. We can be your servants. Just don't let us get eliminated," he shouted loudly, while Yin Shi looked down at Bai Shui, contemplating whether to keep him around or just kill him. Lu Ming and his lackeys instantly tensed up and bowed their heads, afraid to meet their gaze. Bai Shui looked at Yin Shi's suddenly bloodthirsty expression and felt a sense of reliability. "Is she asking me? MHM, if you've been wronged. It's up to you to decide whether to forgive him. Anything is fine. Not forgiving, he made me very uncomfortable. Bai Shui shook her head, indicating she didn't want to forgive, and leaned against Yin Shi, seeking a hug. Pu Xinyin found Bai Shui's actions quite annoying. Even though she was a girl, it still felt uncomfortable. Let us deal with him first. Lu Ming felt Pu Xinyin's gaze and felt his legs freeze, unable to move. Qiyu sensed the change in Pu Xinyin's aura and felt a bit uncomfortable breathing. Just as Yin Shi was about to act, Pu Xinyin stepped forward. Are you going to do it yourselves, or should I take action? Chapter 83. Surrounded by wolves, Lu Ming, with keen insight, took out a transparent ball and handed it over, trying to smooth things over. How can we let the general take action? The younger brothers, seeing their leader voluntarily surrendering the transparent ball, quickly followed suit. The team with Bai Shui also handed theirs in, fearing retribution from Pu Xinyin. Without hesitation, Pu Xinyin directly passed his to Yin Shi, looking at her with a doting gaze. Go ahead and squeeze it. I'm a guest and don't have any points. Squeeze it if you want. The points will all go to you. Yin Shi, looking at the large handful of transparent balls Pu Xinyin was holding, and his affectionate gaze, awkwardly accepted them. She shared them equally with Bai Shui, Gao Yuan, and their teammates, and now everyone's points were roughly the same. Soon, their balls were all squeezed and burst, and those who were out could not speak, only standing in place waiting for the teacher to come and pick them up. Suddenly, Lu Ming raised his hand, clutching his stomach. I just want to go to the bathroom. Yin Shi waved her hand, saying that even a corpse shouldn't hold in their urine, so he could go. Lu Ming walked to the corner and quietly threw a piece of paper on the ground, marking a tree. His task was complete, and it was no longer his concern. His acting skills should be decent, but it was a pity he couldn't earn many points. Yin Shi saw Lu Ming standing in the team, just like before, and didn't take it to heart. After a while, everyone was picked up, and Yin Shi chatted happily with Bai Shui and Gao Yuan, who had just joined. The girls went from eating and drinking to discussing fashion, and then to travel, laughing and enjoying themselves. By noon, Yin Shi casually ate a little to fill her stomach, which for Bai Shui and Gao Yuan, who had barely eaten yesterday, was already considered a feast. Roasted potatoes paired with roasted fish and roasted rabbit, washed down with a sip of sweet water. Life couldn't get much better than this. In the afternoon, nothing particularly special happened, but Yin Shi and the others discovered several types of edible food, cabbage, lettuce, and taro, which were quite good. Fortunately, they had baskets to carry them in their backpacks. In the evening, they gathered at the agreed location and spread out a bit. Yin Shi had the boys in the team deliver the items they had collected during the day to each small team. They should also get a taste. The boys returning with the items looked proud, strutting in. Yin Shi found it a bit amusing. Indeed, men remain boys at heart. Without needing to say anything, she could tell what was going on. They must have been praised for being impressive. As expected, before she could ask, a few boys had already started the conversation. You guys don't know how envious they were when we went over just now. They praised us for being amazing, and we even found edible food. They envy us for being with Yin Shi, Yin Shi watched them sitting together, chatting and laughing, feeling a bit comforted. At least she hadn't let them go hungry with her. She didn't know when she started to think that being with a group of people wasn't so bad after all. Pu Xinyin sensed something was off with Yin Shi but didn't ask. Just being there was enough. Here, it's already cooked. Yin Shi looked at the roasted taro, already peeled, steaming and smelling sweet. How could she resist the food in front of her? She took the roasted taro from Pu Xinyin's hand, feeling her heart race, unsure if it was from the heat or something else. That feeling came again. It seemed like she felt this way whenever Pu Xinyin was around. Could it be that she was getting sick? Qiyu handed a roasted fish to Yin Shi. Here. Pu Xinyin's gaze locked on Qiyu. What was this guy doing? She didn't like fish. Yin Shi, munching on the taro, looked at Pu Xinyin with a puzzled expression since her mouth was full and she couldn't speak. When did she not like fish? Her streamer name was clearly Cat Loves to Eat Fish. Just as she swallowed and reached out to take it, she saw Pu Xinyin snatch it first and take a bite. Qiyu looked at his empty hand, staring at Pu Xinyin. That wasn't tea for you. Pu Xinyin shook the fish he had bitten into. Then why should I give it back? I don't want to. You already took a bite. Yin Shi found Pu Xinyin's childish behavior a bit funny. Why didn't you ask me if I wanted to eat? No need to ask. I know you don't eat it. Pu Si Yin leaned closer to Yin Shi. You only eat what I give you, right? Yin Shi looked at his handsome face so close. It was almost unfair, tempting her with his looks. She couldn't help but nod, then quickly shook her head as she realized what she was doing. Chi Yu's expression changed along with Yin Shi's nodding and shaking, and his mood improved. He discovered that Yin Shi was actually a bit of a face control. Suddenly, the troubles that originally came with his face didn't seem like such a big deal anymore. It seemed to have its uses after all. Here, eat up. Chi Yu handed over another roasted fish, which was snatched away by Pu Si Yin again. They kept passing and snatching, and Yin Shi felt speechless. What was this guy doing? Can you eat all that? Pu Si Yin looked at the 7 or 8 roasted fish in his hand, realizing it might be a bit much, but a man can't say no. He calmly nodded. Sure, I'm a bit hungry today. So he started to eat the fish. Yin Shi watched Pu Si Yin enjoy it, rationally thinking that he was indeed hungry. Forget it. She couldn't be too picky about the food providers. She couldn't let them go hungry. Pu Si Yin was earnestly gnawing on the fish, and by the time he got to the 5th one, he was already full but didn't want Yin Shi to suspect anything. So he kept eating bite after bite. Chi Yu munched on his taro, eyeing Pu Si Yin, wishing he wasn't there. Looking at the taro in Yin Shi's hand and his own, both eating the same food, he felt much better. Did you smell something delicious? Gu Ziong was starving, gnawing on the roasted deer meat with no taste. Han Yiji sniffed hard and seemed to catch a whiff of something fragrant. It seems to be coming from over there. Such a delicious smell could only belong to Yin Shi. Gu Ziong instantly regained his fighting spirit, dragging Han Yiji out, throwing away the deer meat, which tasted terrible. Slow down. Han Yiji felt his arm being pulled painfully and slapped Gu Ziong hard. Gu Ziong winced and covered his arm, and the two started to run madly, sniffing the delicious scent and moving quickly toward the destination. Those hiding in the shadows were anxious, stomping their feet, worried they wouldn't be able to stop them. They quickly whistled a few times in rhythm. Han Yiji saw glowing green pupils swaying not far away. As if following them, he immediately pulled Gu Ziong's arm, and Gu Ziong understood what Han Yiji meant. The two exchanged glances and immediately stopped. In the forest, the glowing green eyes slowly approached, increasing in number. Han Yiji and Gu Ziong stood back to back, prepared to fight at any moment. A pack of gray-black wolves emerged, instantly surrounding the two, and the circle began to close in slowly. The wolves were taller than the two, exuding an oppressive feeling from their species. But the two were not afraid at all. They were just a bunch of beasts. Chapter 84. Doubts arise from Pu Si Yin and Han Yiji signaled to Gu Ziong with his eyes, and the two silently counted in their hearts before raising their fists and charging in. They didn't feel tired at all. Instead, it was a refreshing experience they hadn't had in a long time. The last time was on the battlefield, fighting against the insect army alongside Pu Si Yin. After Han Yiji's mental energy went berserk, it had been a long time since he had been in a fight, although they were beating up the wolf unilaterally. The feeling of hitting flesh was truly nostalgic. The lead wolf kept its gaze fixed on the two, circling around them, waiting for the moment they would tire out to catch them all at once. A woo, a woo. Hearing the lead wolf's howl, the pack suddenly retreated, no longer entangling with the two. Things are getting a bit tricky. Gu Ziong put aside his playful desire to eat. This group of wolves had set their sights on them, and there was no way to escape for the time being. Don't worry, Han Yiji smiled reassuringly, as if he were seeing his grown son finally mature and knowing how to comfort others. The wolf pack lingered about 5 meters away from the two, taking turns keeping watch and waiting to attack, while the other wolves rested beside. It had to be said that the wolf pack truly deserved their reputation as highly intelligent creatures, capable of thinking like humans. Han Yiji and Gu Ziong kept their eyes fixed on the wolves, fearing that if they relaxed even slightly, they would be counterattacked. Once the wolves pounced, there would be almost no way to escape. As night fell, the wolf pack still showed no signs of leaving. Han Yiji began to feel something was off. These wolves seemed well-trained and were not there by chance. It was as if they were deliberately targeting the two of them. It was interesting that someone dared to take action against them. It was truly fascinating. He wondered when such a person had emerged on the main star and looked forward to rewarding him once they exited the forest. Gu Xiang, having fought alongside Han Yiji for many years, also sensed something was amiss. These wolves must have been trained, right? They keep fixated on us and not attacking, just trying to buy time. Han Yiji felt increasingly uneasy, sensing that something significant was about to happen. It seemed there was a change on Pu Xinyan's side. At this moment, Yanxu just lay down. Before she could close her eyes, she sensed the sound of reptiles around her, causing her scalp to tingle at the thought of snakes and lizards. The fire pit still had a faint glow, and Yanxu became alert upon seeing a dense mass not far away. The teachers in the live broadcast room also felt their scalps tingle. What was happening? Was someone causing trouble? First, it was Han Yiji and Gu Xiang with the wolf pack, and now they were surrounded by reptiles. They hadn't designed these segments, meaning someone was doing this on purpose. They were in danger. Just as they were about to issue commands to notify everyone, they discovered the communication devices had been cut off, leaving only the video feed. Occasionally, the picture was clear, but more often it was glitchy and blacked out, with the signal severely damaged. Quickly fix the signal and find out why the audio has been cut off. We can't hear what they're saying inside, and we can't see clearly either. The students need to be careful. What is going on? We clearly checked everything multiple times before starting. How could there be a problem now? Stop talking nonsense. Nothing will happen. My son is in there. A group of teachers couldn't stay put and hurriedly went out to find people for repairs. All the students were in the Haoyue forest, now facing wolves and then snakes. Who knew what would happen next? Everyone was sweating profusely, anxiously searching for solutions. Bai Shui, who slept lightly, woke up upon hearing the commotion. Seeing a group of snakes directly in front of her nearly scared her into fainting, and she screamed in terror, "Get away! Get away, ah!" Her scream awakened many students who had been sleeping soundly. They saw more and more reptiles surrounding them, with the larger ones being as thick as a wrist, baring sharp teeth at them menacingly. Don't move. If you do, you'll be attacked. Move slowly toward the fire pit. Yanxi looked at Bai Shui, who was terrified, and tried to calm her down while coming up with a plan. A male student with fire abilities led the way, helping Bai Shui reach the fire pit, where they quickly added more wood to keep the fire burning. As expected, reptiles were cold-blooded animals. They retreated slightly upon seeing the fire, but showed no signs of leaving. This was a source of worry for Yanxi, as she looked at the group of snakes surrounding her, at least 500 of them. It was hard to tell which ones were venomous. This was a place where they had to survive. If bitten by a snake, it was uncertain how long they could last. If it were just her, she could take the risk, but she couldn't gamble with the lives of so many people. They couldn't all be sacrificed. She had to think of another plan. Pu Xinyan noticed that she was putting on a brave front. Her face was already showing signs of distress. He could see the tension in her. But to reassure the students, she could only hold on. She had unknowingly become their pillar of support, so she couldn't panic. It's okay. I'll be with you. Everything will be fine with me here. Bai Shui huddled beside the fire, leaning against Gao Yunyuan. The two girls nestled against each other, their bodies still trembling, clinging tightly together. Seeing that Yanxi was still standing gave them some comfort. Thankfully, she was there. It seemed that they had gradually gotten used to asking Yanxi for everything. The students with fire abilities began to drive the nearest snakes away, while others tried to huddle together. At this moment, they didn't need to worry too much. As long as they were together, they could always think of a solution. Yanxi quickly issued commands, knowing that the fire pit wouldn't last long. They had to prepare quickly. All right, instead of letting them take us down, we might as well fight back. I agree. Nothing is impossible as long as we work together. The students with fire abilities began to accelerate their efforts to drive the snake pack away. As they used their powers, sweat beaded on their foreheads, and their bodies began to feel weaker. Fortunately, they succeeded in creating some distance from the snakes and no longer had to worry about being counterattacked if they let their guard down. Yanxi quietly reached into her backpack to conjure a pile of apples, thankful that she had prepared them when entering and stored them in the compartment of her bag. The teacher hadn't checked thoroughly, so she had managed to bring them in. A male student almost collapsed to the ground, and Yanxi pretended to pull an apple out of her backpack. Here, eat this and take a break. The male student took the apple gratefully, inhaling its sweet aroma and unable to control himself. He wondered if it was just his imagination, but he felt the fatigue from expending his mental energy dissipating when he smelled it. It was truly magical. Wow, this is so sweet. It feels like a warm current is flowing into my body. I've never felt this smooth in my body before. Several male students finished their apples in big bites, savoring the sweetness. However, Bai Shui and Gao Yuan nearby were drooling, smelling the delicious fruit, but unable to eat since they couldn't help. Pu Xinian stared at the apples radiating a healing aura, somewhat suspicious of Yan Shi. He was certain this was something new. Yan Shi had secrets he didn't know about. Feeling a bit displeased, he watched the group eating apples, thinking it was unfair since he hadn't had one yet. The male students suddenly felt as though they were being watched, feeling uncomfortable. General Pu, here's the biggest one for you. And she pulled out an apple that was big and red, even larger than the previous ones. Pu Xinian immediately retracted his displeased gaze, feigning indifference as he accepted it. Thank you. The male students felt strange. That uncomfortable feeling seemed to have vanished. Chapter 85. First encounter with snakes and salivating as Chi Yu just finished tidying up the spot where Yanshi was lying down and smoked it with a torch. He turned around to see Pu Xinian smiling like a sunflower. Seeing the big apple in Pu Xinian's hand, it looked sweet and delicious. Well, it's normal for a general like him to eat an apple, but when he turned his head, he noticed that several apple cores were placed next to the male classmates. Why didn't he have any while everyone else did? Just as he was about to ask for an explanation, his expression turned colder. I was just about to find you. Here, this is for you, Chi said. She turned her head to see Chi Yu's expression. This was him. He hadn't been quite normal these past 2 days in the forest. Chi Yu awkwardly took it and tossed it into the air like he was showing off. Catching it again and casually said, thanks. Bai Shui watched the small interaction among the three and understood everything in her heart. Suddenly, she felt that the snake group wasn't so terrifying anymore. The atmosphere of shipping CP felt pretty good. However, upon closer inspection, it was still a bit scary. She shouldn't look. It was much safer to curl up in Gao Yuan's arms. There were still a handful of apple seeds left, and they weren't in a hurry to use them. There were only about 8 people in the team, so they could spare a few apples. No one had one to themselves, and there were still 2 left. Yanshi looked at the group of snakes and laughed. They seemed to be salivating over the apple in her hand. It was amusing that snakes could salivate. Cautiously, she tossed a piece into the snake group, causing quite a stir as a swarm of snakes crawled around looking for that piece of apple. With so many snakes crawling around, she felt her scalp tingle. It was difficult to adjust to the moving snakes after barely getting used to the static ones. Suppressing the fear that made her scalp tingle, she suddenly thought of a solution. She gestured for them to gather around and whispered, it seems they really like apples. We can use the apples to escape. I remember there's a mud pit ahead, right? The riverbank is completely bare, with no place for them to crawl. Good idea. But isn't it too wasteful to feed the snake group apples? I haven't had enough yet, one boy said. Right now, you should worry about your life instead of food. Another chimed in. Exactly. If we survive, there will be more opportunities to eat later. Should we rush out now? A male classmate asked Yanshi. Yanshi looked at the restless snake group, and then at the unenergetic team members. To ensure their safe escape, they couldn't start the mission just yet. Wait a bit longer, don't rush. Let us rest well and burn the branches. We need to hold on a little longer and recover our strength so we can get out later. Okay, everyone was filled with fighting spirit, believing that Yanshi could surely lead them out safely. Pu Xinian looked at Yanshi as if she was shining. This girl seemed to be getting more impressive, and her ability to inspire was quite good. Just a few words from her were convincing, which was a rare ability. Chi noticed Pu Xinian's gaze on Yanshi and looked displeased at him, but Pu Xinian seemed to not care about anyone else. His eyes were only on Yanshi, only caring for her. About half an hour later, the fire had dwindled, and the group of snakes had started to stir. It seemed that they would pounce on them at any moment. Yanshi didn't dare to relax, and kept her ears fixed on the snake group. One male classmate could hardly hold back anymore, and urged Yanshi, when are we setting off? The fire has gotten much smaller. What if those snakes charge at us? Yanshi calmly reassured him, don't rush, not yet. We've rested enough and recovered. Let us move quickly. Do you not trust Shi's judgment? I do. I want to stay with her, the boy replied. Bai Shui immediately defended Yanshi upon hearing the boy's words. Gao Yuan also straightened up to protect Yanshi. Me too. Yanshi felt touched by the support from her good friends. Chi directly retorted strongly at the two boys, looking accusatory. With how you two are now, you'd probably get bitten before the mission is even halfway through. Shi is considering the bigger picture. If you don't want to listen, you can leave now. The two boys turned red, speechless as they looked at Chi. They hadn't thought that much before. They just wanted to escape quickly from here. Being surrounded by snakes made them uneasy, and they didn't mean to distrust Shi. They just wanted everyone to be safe. No, we don't distrust her. We just want everyone to get to a safe place. We were wrong. We shouldn't have thought only of ourselves. She waved her hand helplessly. She had already sensed over the past 2 days that these boys had no bad intentions, just spoke their minds. Right now, she didn't want to hold a grudge against them. They were quite efficient in their work. The most important thing now was to escape from the snake group. About 15 minutes later, she saw that the team members had mostly recovered. Their pale faces were noticeably more flushed. She waved her hand. Everyone started to move, and she quickly ran with her backpack. The boy with fire abilities prevented the snake group from ambushing them, while Pu Xin used his lightning abilities to strike at the snakes he saw. Chi took care of Bai Shui and Gao Yuan, while also keeping an eye out for snakes creeping through the gaps. Everything was proceeding as planned, and she let out a sigh of relief. It seemed to be going smoothly. These snakes seemed indifferent to their own lives when attacked. They continued to drag their bodies quickly to keep up. Bai Shui and Gao Yuan held the last 2 apples, tossing pieces to where the snake group was thickest. The snake group immediately scattered, competing for the apples, saving quite a bit of effort. Just as they were about to be exhausted, they finally reached the mud pit. Pu Xin directly used his lightning abilities to strike down on the branches. Crack! Branches as thick as Shi's waist came crashing down, kicking up a cloud of dust. Without time to react, they were quickly pulled across the wooden bridge by Pu Xin. The other classmates followed. Whenever Pu Xin saw a snake, he would strike at it. Some parts of the wooden bridge were charred from being struck, and the team quickly crossed the bridge. Pu Xin increased his mental energy and struck down hard on the wood. Instantly, the wooden bridge disappeared entirely, leaving only ash on the shore and in the mud pit. Without the wooden bridge as a transition, both sides were bare banks. The snakes that crawl halfway were swallowed by the mud pit. Those that managed to crawl up were either turned into roasted snakes by the fire abilities or struck down completely by the lightning abilities. Soon, all the snakes disappeared. Shi and the others collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. They were finally safe. Bai Shui looked at the snake corpses on the opposite side of the mud pit. The feeling of fear faded away. Smelling the air, the scent of earth mixed with burnt flesh and blood made her start to retch. Gao Yuan also covered her nose and began to vomit. The two of them retched together, and Shi felt a bit nauseous too. The smell was indeed unbearable. Suddenly, a handkerchief was handed over, emitting a pleasant fragrance that eased the discomfort significantly. Here you go. Chapter 86, A Sweet Atmosphere on Site. Pu Xian looked at the dazed Shi and directly covered her mouth and nose with his hand. Seeing the relief on Shi's face brought him comfort. It seemed to help. Thank you, Shi said, feeling a bit embarrassed by Pu Xian's different treatment of her. Bai Shui, who initially felt nauseous, no longer felt that bad upon seeing her favorite CP openly displaying affection. She began to watch the two intently. Gao Yuan, being good friends with Bai Shui, also felt no discomfort as they indulged in the gossip, their eyes glued to Shi and Pu Xian. Pu Xian, not used to being stared at, shot a warning glance at the two. Bai Shui and Gao Yuan exchanged knowing looks and quickly turned their heads away. So sweet. Exactly, and they won't let us watch. Help, we just want to support them. Chi, upon hearing their chatter, felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. He didn't want Pu Xian and Shi to be so close, with no way to insert himself between them. He could only vent his frustration on the stones at his feet, kicking them into the mud. Watching Pu Xian's gentle smile made him uneasy. It felt like the general in his heart wasn't as imposing anymore. If he had to choose right now, he would undoubtedly pick Shi without hesitation. The team was still resting when they heard the howling of a wolf pack, the sound indicating they were in pain. Shi became alert. After narrowly escaping the snake group, she couldn't afford to encounter the wolves again, or she might not make it out alive. Although Pu Xian didn't say anything, His chest was rising and falling rapidly, showing that his mental energy was nearly depleted. He had been relentless, cutting down 2 trees as thick as Yen-Shi's waist, which consumed a lot of his lightning abilities. The wolf pack's arrival meant they couldn't protect so many people, and for some reason, Yen-Shi felt that if there was danger, Pu Xian would definitely save her first. What should we do? I think I just heard the wolves howling. No way. Are we this unlucky? We just escaped the snakes, and now we're facing wolves. It's okay. I can tell from the sound that they're a bit far away. Don't worry. Bai Shui, feeling unsafe, decided it was better to leave. Shishi, how about we move forward a bit? It's too dangerous here. Yen-Shi nodded. Then let us walk ahead a bit more before resting. It looks like you all can't rest easy here. Listening to you. Qiyu immediately got up and walked to Yen-Shi's side, ready to set off at any moment. Yen-Shi didn't have to call the others to get up. With Qiyu setting an example and the wolf pack nearby, everyone was eager to leave immediately. Pu Xian looked at Qiyu with displeasure and earnestly advised him. You're still young. Don't be too proactive. Girls don't like that. Aren't you the same? Qiyu felt his face heat up, but retorted back. Why should he care about being young? It had nothing to do with him. Not the same. Pu Xian shook his head after thinking for a moment, resting his chin on his hand as he continued. I'm older and can't wait. You're still young and will find better. Are you saying, Yen-Shi is not good enough? Qiyu immediately countered, thinking that Yen-Shi would dislike him now. Yen-Shi turned her face to watch Pu Xian educate Qiyu, still teaching others how to win a girl's affection. Curious about Pu Xian's response, she stared at him in silence. Bai Shui and Gao Yuanyuan also focused intently on Pu Xian, wanting to know if the CP they were rooting for was real. Who would want to support them live? What I mean is, you're young and will meet better options, not just a little girl like her. Pu Xian said this expressionlessly, but beneath the calm surface, his heart was already in turmoil. He quickened his pace to lead the group, avoiding Yen-Shi's gaze. Qiyu realized the implication of Pu Xian's words and chased after him, who was now walking briskly at the front. The two were quite childish, chasing each other back and forth, with Qiyu sometimes in front, and sometimes Pu Xian overtaking him. The others in the team struggled to keep up, exhausted from the effort. Bai Shui and Gao Yuanyuan suppressed their urge to scream, feeling they were witnessing something real. Bai Shui and Gao Yuanyuan held onto Yen-Shi's arms, curiously looking at her, and unable to resist their gossiping stares. Quick, tell us what your relationship is. This is the first time we've heard General Pu say something like this. It's the first time he's been this close to a girl. I've never seen any girl be able to get near General Pu. This is General Pu making the first move. Life is complete. The two girls were so excited about their CP that their voices rose considerably. Pu Xian turned back to glance at them, and they quickly shut their mouths, too scared to speak. Turning back to Yen-Shi, they began to talk quietly. Yen-Shi listened to their words and, recovering from the conversation between Pu Xian and Qiyu, began to wonder if he was expressing his feelings. Could it be that he liked her? Though she wasn't sure, a sweetness spread in her heart, and her smile deepened. Pu Xian and Qiyu continued their playful chase until many were too tired to go on, and everyone struggled to keep up. It wasn't just walking, it was practically a race, exhausting them to no end. They couldn't voice their complaints, as one was General Pu and the other a school bully senior. Neither was someone they could offend. The team members rested on the side, collapsing on the ground and gasping for breath. Suddenly, they spotted a wolf pack right beside them, baring their teeth and staring at them. In their eagerness to keep up, they hadn't noticed they had strayed off course. Seeing the injured wolves, the team members felt a bit helpless. After running so long, they still hadn't escaped. Pu Xian, you heartless man. You actually abandoned your teammates to find. Gu Ziang looked up to see Pu Xian next to Yen-Shi, still complaining, only to be covered by Han Yiji's hand over his mouth. Do you want to die? Gu Ziang realized what he had just said upon seeing the strange look in Pu Xian's eyes and quickly corrected himself. Aha, it's not like that. I just missed you too much. The lead wolf watched the two groups, talking while it was in between them, growling in anger. Howl! Pu Xian shot a fierce glare, making the wolf leader sense something was off, feeling an unsettling pressure. You all stay here, we'll handle this quickly. After settling the team members, Pu Xian decisively joined Han Yiji and Gu Ziang. The team members forgot their fears for the moment. This was the first time the Starry Three were teaming up, and they were bound to be in sync. Such a rare scene could not be missed. Han Yiji and Gu Xiang exchanged glances, realizing it was time to get serious and stop playing around. Pu Xian kicked a wolf away, sending it flying, and Han Yiji followed up with a kick from midair, sending it crashing to the ground. Gu Xiang used his earth abilities to dig a pit and bury the wolf, their cooperation seamless. The three didn't appear to be battling a wolf pack. It was more like they were playing. Yanons watched Pu Xian, who was freely sweating and fighting against the wolves, and thought that this boy seemed to be glowing all over. Chapter 87. It's still him. The three of them coordinated perfectly, as if they were playing a game. The members of the squad watched excitedly, wanting to rush in and deal with the pack of wolves. Unfortunately, their abilities were insufficient. If they went in, they might just cause trouble. So it was better to stay on the sidelines. As the number of wolves decreased, the wolf leader became furious and shouted loudly, as if issuing commands. The wolves that had collapsed on the ground immediately got up and formed a wall of wolves, with the leader charging at Pu Xinian. Pu Xinian was engaged in a fierce battle with the wolf leader. The wolf leader was clever, knowing to attack the weak points of humans, the head and neck. Pu Xinian was unfazed, responding as if he were playing with his pet dog. The wolf leader quickly realized and pulled back, watching Pu Xinian warily. Whoa! Two wolves broke away from the group attack and positioned themselves on either side of the wolf leader. They dug into the ground and charged forward with all their might. Pu Xinian smirked, finding it interesting. It had been a while since he had fought so freely. Putting away his playful expression, he focused seriously, facing the three wolves attacking him. Han Yiji and Gu Xiang saw Pu Xinian being surrounded and wanted to help, but they were immediately surrounded by other wolves. They had no choice but to give up on helping and concentrate on the wolves in front of them to avoid being injured or bitten. Gu Xiang used his earth ability to initiate an attack, creating a large hole in the ground to prevent the wolves from coming through. Han Yiji found it difficult to deal with the wolf pack using his water ability. After all, wolf fur is water resistant, and they were not afraid. Since his mental energy had gone berserk, he hadn't used large-scale abilities in a while. Seeing that some wolves wanted to head towards Yan Shi, Pu Xinian panicked. In his moment of panic, he didn't notice the wolf leader charging at him and was scratched on the shoulder while dodging. Blood immediately gushed out, and his lightning ability struck the wolves that were trying to approach Yan Shi into ashes. The wolf leader became enraged, not leaving even a whole corpse for them. And seeing Pu Xinian's concern for Yan Shi, it seemed that the woman was a breakthrough point. Whoa! The wolf pack stirred and began to move towards Yan Shi. Pu Xinian realized the wolves' intentions and signaled to Han Yiji and Gu Xiang. The three of them moved simultaneously. Yan Shi sensed the wolves' goal and instructed the squad members to start running back. However, it was already too late. A few wolves had already approached. A boy with fire abilities blocked the wolf pack, but his abilities were ineffective against them. Yan Shi looked at the wolves that were nearly twice her height. It would be a lie to say she wasn't afraid, but she couldn't panic. Whether it was tall animals or humans, they all had one flaw. They didn't like to look down. Got it. You guys clear the path ahead and just run. Don't worry about me. No way. How can we leave you behind? Shishi, we have to stick together. Bai Shuai looked at the gray-black furred wolf, drooling and trembling. Yet even like this, she was unwilling to leave Yan Shi behind and wanted to escape with her. Gao Yuanyuan nodded, saying they would leave together. Yan Shi was touched, but this wasn't the time for that. Listen to me, I have a plan, and you guys can't help here. You might even drag me down. Gather up ahead later. Go quickly. Chi Yu looked at Yan Shi, determined that this group couldn't be left without someone in charge. Seeing that Pu Xinian couldn't get away, he decided to take the lead. Stop talking and come with me. Okay. The team decided to follow Yan Shi's instructions and left with Chi Yu. Chi Yu turned to look at Yan Shi, still clearing the way for these people. Yan Shi gratefully glanced at Chi Yu and quickly joined the efforts to help. Wolves are pack animals. As long as they are harmed, they will hunt you down for life. They had no way out now, only complete annihilation. Pu Xinian quickly made his way to Yan Shi, examining her to confirm she was okay, and let out a sigh of relief. Good. Listen to me. I will find a way to trip them up. You just need to get their attention first. Yan Shi, not caring about anything else, just wanted everyone to be safe. These wolves absolutely couldn't be let go. Otherwise, as long as they were alive, they would face endless pursuit. Pussinian had no doubt about Yanxi, charging into the wolf pack to start attacking. Yanxi felt the ability surging within her. It was the only option now. Green light emanated from her hand as she quickly grew vines, wrapping around the nearby rocks. After finishing this, she felt dizzy, as if she were floating. To trip as many wolves as possible, she created thick vines with a large distance. "It's done," Yanxi shouted, and Pussinian nodded. Han Yiji and Guzian coordinated with Pussinian to lead the wolves that way, and Pussinian quietly instructed Guzian. Yanxi lured the wolf pack, and just as she was about to run away, there was a loud bang, and all the wolves nearly vanished. The remaining 3 wolves looked at each other in confusion and lowered their heads to see the wolves in the pit. They howled in anger and charged the few people. Pussinian didn't give them a chance, directly kicking one into the pit, and the 2 wolves on the sides gathered in the pit. Guziang used his abilities to bury the dirt, while Han Yiji added water to the pit, and Pussinian delivered lightning abilities. The intensity of the lightning increased, and the howls in the pit gradually faded to almost nothing. As it became quiet with no sound, the group finally let out a sigh of relief. Han Yiji looked at Yanxi, finally understanding why she could catch Pussinian's attention. This girl was different. Most girls would be so scared in such a situation that they wouldn't dare to move, yet Yanxi was still strong enough to come up with ideas. Calming down, they saw the remaining vines tied to the rocks beside the pit. This was definitely Yanxi's handiwork. They didn't have this ability, and the tender green color of the vines couldn't have been from before. Unexpectedly, Yanxi was also keeping a low profile with her own abilities. Yanxi looked at the wound on Pussinian's shoulder, which had already started to bleed, and his clothes were torn by the wolf's claws. Some shreds had even penetrated into the flesh, nearly revealing the white bones. She didn't know how he was holding up. "What should we do? We can't treat your wound right now." "Don't worry, I'm fine." Pussinian saw Yanxi's expression, which was far less than the pain from his wound. He hoped Yanxi would always be happy. He would take on all the burdens. She just needed to stay behind him and be a little girl. Thankfully, those beasts hadn't hurt her. "Cough, cough, cough. What do you mean you're fine? Look at this wound. It's too serious. What if it gets infected?" Guziang looked at Pussinian with a disapproving expression. This guy really didn't know to put in more effort and still had to rely on him. Just as Pussinian was about to retort, he felt a soft body press against him, and his face gradually turned red. Chapter 88. The little rabbit gets anxious and may bite, and she felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. It was the after effect of overusing her mental energy. Just when she thought she was about to collapse, she was tightly embraced by Pussinian. Seeing that it was Pussinian, she felt relieved, as if all her worries dissipated, and staying by his side made her feel secure. "Don't worry, I'm here," Pussinian said, looking at Yanxi, who had overexerted herself, his heart aching for her. Yanxi managed a weak and struggled to steady herself. Noticing that Pussinian's injured shoulder seemed to be bleeding again. It was probably because he had taken a hit for her. She felt guilty for not having steadied herself earlier, which deepened his wound. She watched their interaction with jealousy, feeling that their relationship had grown closer. "Don't move. Let me clean your wound first. We can't have infected," Yanxi said as she saw the horrific sight of his injury and signaled Han Yiji to come over and use his water-based abilities to start cleaning. She had previously learned about the people around Pussinian and knew that Han Yiji was a rare dual ability person. "I'll do it," Han Yiji said. Observing Pussinian's expression that showed no sign of pain, he knew that it wasn't that the guy wasn't in pain, but rather that he was exceptionally good at enduring it. A small stream of water flowed from his fingertips, washing over Pussinian's wound. Yanxi carefully pinched out the fabric fragments embedded in his flesh, afraid that Pussinian would feel pain. She patiently treated his wound, gently blowing on it to alleviate some of the pain. Pussinian watched Yanxi as she focused intently on treating his injury. They were so close that it felt like they were almost glued together. This feeling was quite nice. For the first time, he felt that being injured had its benefits. He lowered his head, concentrating on Yanxi, with only her in his eyes. Han Yiji glanced at his brother, who seemed to have lost his value in Yanxi's eyes, deliberately turning his head away and shaking it in disdain, thinking how he had changed around women. She quickly finished treating the wound and looked up to ask Yin something. But as she suddenly raised her head, their noses bumped into each other. They stared at each other, and she flusteredly turned her head away. They had been so close just now, and her heart was racing. Yin was thrilled to see Shi's shy expression and couldn't help but keep staring. He thought her flushed face looked enticing, like a ripe peach, seemingly inviting him to take a bite. Cough, cough. Shi cleared her throat. Let's go join the others. They're probably waiting anxiously. Chiyu, displeased with their interaction, thought about how to insert himself between them, but couldn't find a way in. Yin nodded, sensing Shi's shyness. He decided not to tease her anymore, fearing that the little rabbit might get anxious and bite him. All right, let's go, he said. After walking a bit further, they saw Bai Shui stretching her head to look ahead and quickly shouted upon seeing Shi and the others. They're back. They're back. Thank goodness they're okay. That situation earlier was terrifying. I have no idea what happened. I'm so hungry. I haven't stopped running, another voice chimed in. I'm a bit hungry too. I wouldn't have mentioned it if you hadn't. Han Yizhi and Gu Ziong dramatically supported Yin, saying that the mountain man had his own clever plans and to just let him watch. Chiyu looked at the two supporting Yin with disdain, thinking it was ridiculous to act like they were dying just because he had grabbed his shoulder. But Shi was still worried about him, glancing back occasionally. The team members noticed Yin's injured shoulder and stopped complaining about being hungry. They hurried over to support him, carefully leaning him against a tree so he could lie down. Shi felt a bit hungry after resting for a while, but it was late at night, and there was no prey to be found. The little rabbit needed to sleep at night, so she decided to make do. Luckily, she had brought the backpack when they fled, and there were still some sweet potatoes left. They gathered around the campfire, waiting for the sweet potatoes to cook. Everyone was starving after being on high alert while running. Yet, smiles adorned their faces. As long as they were together, it was the best outcome. However, the commotion had caused the other food-oriented classmates to disperse, and now they had no idea where they had run off to. They didn't have time to leave markers, so they had no choice but to separate. The team members were all worried about the safety of the other teams. The scoreboard had been updated, and, surprisingly, Shui was in first place, which shocked everyone. The members of Shi's team ranked from 10th place and downwards, all closely packed together, with only a few ranks separating them. But Shi's goal was first place. She wanted to claim the top spot as soon as she participated. Everyone remained silent as they peeled and ate the sweet potatoes, completely satisfied. It was already late into the night, and they needed to rest quickly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the energy during the day. The boys, having rested well, were adamant about staying awake, so Shi had to let them be. After today's lesson, she knew she couldn't sleep soundly, so she took turns patrolling while the others rested, feeling more secure that way. She hadn't slept long before she felt restless and woke up early, too tired to sleep again. You guys go rest. I'll keep watch for a while. She said as she approached the two boys, making space for them to lie down. No, you go rest. We're boys. We can manage without sleep for a bit, they insisted, waving their hands. Yeah, you should go rest, they both agreed. She had to start reasoning with them. Keeping you well rested is important because we might encounter situations like today again. If you don't rest well and can't protect us, wouldn't you feel even guiltier? All right then, if anything happens, call us immediately. The boys finally relented after contemplating Shi's words, realizing they couldn't always rely on Yin to protect them. They wanted to contribute as well. Shi smiled, feeling gratified that they understood. She noticed the dark circles under their eyes, which were already turning purple. It was clear they were exhausted, yet they were still unwilling to rest, leaving her no choice but to resort to this tactic. Before long, Chi woke up too. Seeing Shi's slender figure, he guessed it was her. He quietly walked over and draped his jacket over her. Shi instinctively reacted, and before he could touch her, she threw him down with a back throw. Fortunately, this was the starry era, and everyone had good physical fitness. Otherwise, he might have broken a bone. Shi turned to see that the person lying on the ground was indeed Chiyu, and she quickly pulled him up, feeling embarrassed. Are you all right? I really didn't mean to. It was just a reflex. Why didn't you make any noise when you walked over? Chiyu covered his sore back, feeling annoyed. But when he saw Yin-Shi reaching out her hand and patiently explaining, he felt much better and thought his back didn't hurt as much anymore. "I'm fine. I was just worried you were cold. It's good to be cautious," Chiyu said, glancing at Pu Xin-Yin, who had just woken up and immediately exclaimed in pain, "Oh no, now it hurts. It feels like I hit my waist." Chapter 89. Jealousy. Yin-Shi shyly walked over to support Chiyu. She really had reacted in a moment of stress and had been a bit too harsh. "I'm sorry. I truly didn't see." Chiyu felt a bit guilty and, seeing Pu Xin-Yin, decided to continue. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to insert himself into their interaction at all. "It's fine. I'll be okay after a moment." Yin-Shi took special care of Chiyu, even finding some grass to lay down on the ground for him to sit and rest. Pu Xin-Yin felt uncomfortable seeing Chiyu being treated so specially. "What's wrong with you? Can't handle it yourself?" Chiyu ignored Pu Xin-Yin. He preferred talking to Yin-Shi over communicating with him. "I accidentally knocked him down. I need to take responsibility. He's a grown man. He'll be fine after lying down for a bit. I'm the one who's hurt. Why don't you take care of me?" Pu Xin-Yin couldn't stand seeing the two alone together. He felt uneasy every time Yin-Shi spoke a few words to Chiyu. Yin-Shi sensed Pu Xin-Yin was a bit upset and instinctively wanted to explain. Chiyu noticed her next move and quickly spoke up. "My back seems to be hurting again. Oh no." Pu Xin-Yin saw Yin-Shi walking over to check on Chiyu, snorted, and turned to leave. Yin-Shi watched Pu Xin-Yin's departing back, feeling he seemed a bit lonely, though she wasn't sure if it was just her imagination. She still focused on Chiyu, believing her mistake shouldn't make others pay for it. Pu Xin-Yin looked back and realized Yin-Shi had no intention of comforting him, making him feel even more hurt. As day broke, everyone got up. Chiyu claimed to be feeling much better and followed Yin-Shi closely. He was especially considerate, offering her food and water. Even though the food was gathered by Yin-Shi and the others, it didn't stop him from playing the role of a benefactor. "Yin-Shi, do you want some fruit? Yin-Shi, do you want a drink? Yin-Shi, are you tired? We could take a break." Bai Shui looked at the once aloof and quiet Chiyu, seriously doubting he had been possessed. How could he change so much overnight? The members of the team couldn't look at Yin-Shi too much, as any glance would earn them a warning glare from Chiyu. Pu Xin-Yin grew increasingly displeased with Chiyu, wondering why he was so concerned about Yin-Shi. "Enough already. I've heard you fussing all morning." "What do you mean fussing? I'm just showing concern for Sister Yin-Shi." Chiyu saw that Yin-Shi was tired and kindly went over to wipe the stones clean. Smiling brightly, Yin-Shi sensed something was off about Chiyu today. His excessive attentiveness made her uncomfortable. "Don't be like this. Can you act normally?" Chiyu nodded. "I'll listen to you." Gao Yuanyuan approached Bai Shui curiously, asking, "What happened to our once aloof senior Chiyu? He being so obedient today. Trying to please our Yin-Shi?" She didn't know why, but it felt quite ship-worthy. The aloof senior turned into a little puppy in front of true love. "You guessed it right. I've already started shipping them." I also noticed a blind spot. Every time Chiyu gets close to Yin-Shi, he turns dark-faced, which seems very strange. Bai Shui covered her mouth, controlling her volume for fear of shouting out loud. The two girls began to ship the CP, feeling that the forest looked much more pleasant. The teachers in the monitoring room were frantic. Despite their urgent repairs, it seemed they had been maliciously attacked. There were snake and wolf packs. They didn't know what would happen next. Are the repairs not done yet? It's dangerous for them to stay there. I need to go rescue them. Calm down. Even if we go now, it will take at least 2 days. The entrance to Haoyue Forest has been cut off. It seems to have been planned in advance. Perhaps even a spaceship to the planet ISNT available. If we fly there ourselves, we also need to maintain good sleep. Otherwise, we'll just create chaos. Su Dinghua felt much calmer after hearing the male teacher's words. He had been too impulsive earlier. If they really went there, wouldn't he just be creating trouble for the girl? As he anxiously paced in circles, feeling distressed, he heard a familiar voice. "I heard something happened in Haoyue Forest, so I rushed over immediately. Teacher, why didn't you let them talk to me?" Chi Feng jogged in, his dark circles under his eyes clearly visible. It was evident he had rushed over without proper rest. "What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be staying on the planting star?" Su Dinghua was furious, fuming as he surveyed the area to see who had sent this guy news. Just a few days ago, out of boredom at the research institute and unable to see Yin-Shi, he had simply followed her to school. Who let him have connections with the principal? That was quite a leg to hug. He intentionally didn't let this group of people communicate with Chi Feng, fearing it would disturb him while he was working on planting. It had taken a lot of effort to save the seeds, and they couldn't afford to lose anyone. Chi Feng noticed Su Ding was worried and quickly explained, "Don't worry, master. I've already made arrangements. There are people over there. I just can't rest easy, so please let me stay here." Su Ding was sighed, realizing that in this situation, they were uncertain of their fate in the forest. So how could he relax? "Thank you, master. Is the repair still not done?" Chi Feng looked at the nearly blank screen, barely able to see any images, which were very blurry. Hearing his brothers describe the scene, he didn't know how she was doing inside. He just wanted to rush to her side and confirm her safety. They're already working hard on repairs. It's a bit serious, and they might not be able to fix it. Wang Pian took over the conversation, looking at the screen that had no images or sound, feeling extremely anxious. "Let us rest well today. We will set off at 6 tonight." Wang Pian knew that even if he didn't give the order, the teachers and Chi Feng couldn't hold back any longer. Instead of letting them sneak off, it was better to let them go and still be able to contact them. All right. All the teachers regained their confidence and went home to catch up on sleep in preparation for the evening departure. Chi Feng didn't want to sleep at all, constantly worrying about Yin Shi's safety. Su Dingwa looked at his disciple's appearance, shaking his head and sighing. She already had 2 suitors, and his disciple probably wouldn't be popular. Chi Yu was young and strong, while Pu Xinyan was a general and an idol in the starry sky. But it seemed his disciple had nothing except for being handsome. Han Yiji found Pu Xinyan's helpless look a bit amusing, nearly laughing out loud. It was rare to see Pu Xinyan like this. Gu Ziyang shook his head at Pu Xinyan, his eyes filled with disdain. Pu Xinyan shot him a glare, and he immediately quieted down. Yanxi watched the interaction among the 3, feeling that only Pu Xinyan could keep the other 2 in check. By noon, Yanxi really didn't want to make do any longer. "It seems like fish soup would be nice, but there's no pot." "Who said there's no pot?" "I have one." Yanxi looked at the pot that was brought out in surprise. There really was one. Now, they wouldn't have to eat dry roasted meat all the time. Even the best food would get boring. Whatever you make tastes good. How could it get boring? Chi picked up on Yin Shi's words and responded sincerely, looking nothing like someone buttering her up. Chapter 90. Beggar's Chicken and Chicken Soup, which is better? You're not allowed to drink it later. Pu Xian looked at Chi Yu and couldn't bear it anymore. He really didn't know what this guy was trying to do. Why should it matter to you when you didn't make it? Chi Yu felt irritated as he looked at Pu Xian, wondering why he was everywhere. Just because the pot is mine. If you don't drink it, you don't drink it. So petty. Chi Yu turned his head away from Pu Xian, thinking that being stingy was just about a bowl of soup. But he seemed to want to drink it. After all, it was the soup that Yanxi made by hand, and it must be delicious. The team members were curious about how Yanxi hunted and insisted on following to watch. "You all hide here. We'll bring over some baskets to put fish in. Just wait. Use branches to prop them up." Yanxi explained some tricks, tying the rope to the branches, hiding in the grass, and waiting silently. Is it that simple? Bai Shui felt this was a bit too easy. In that case, she could try it too. Gao Yuanyuan nodded along, thinking that before Yin, she made this trap. No one had thought of hunting this way. "There's another method. I'll teach you this afternoon." Yin Shi focused intently on the trap, waiting for the prey to appear. The more Pu Xian got to know Yin Shi, the more interested he seemed. Chi Yu stared at Pu Xian, wondering why he was looking at Yin Shi again. This old man was endless. If you keep staring, be careful not to distract Yin Shi. Chi Yu reminded him irritably, his expression awkward. "Mind your own business." Pu Xian ignored Chi Yu, his gaze never leaving Yin Shi. To him, Chi Yu was just a child. Yin Shi saw that the rabbit that was about to enter was scared away by the childish behavior of the 2, turning her head to look at them. Chi Yu and Pu Xian tacitly fell silent, glaring at each other, both annoyed. After waiting for a while, they finally caught 2 wild chickens, which were plump and perfect for soup. Yin Shi saw them flapping vigorously, directly breaking their wings, making everyone afraid to speak. "Just take them." They were too heavy. Yin Shi struggled a bit to lift them and casually handed them to someone nearby. A male classmate took the wild chickens to process them and quickly distanced himself from the battlefield. The aura between the 2 was too terrifying, making it hard to breathe. Pu Cyan naturally took the processed wild chickens, chopped them into pieces with a knife, and immediately threw them into the pot. Yanxi washed the potatoes, cut them into pieces, and set them aside. The chicken soup had scallions and ginger added to remove the fishy smell, letting it stew in the pot. One chicken was decided to be made into beggar's chicken, and thinking about it made Yanxi drool. The aroma of the lotus leaves mixed with the sweetness of the chicken created a unique flavor. The mud outside protected the chicken well, making it soft and tender. There's a pond over there. Go pick a bigger lotus leaf and find some mud. I'll make you beggar's chicken. Yanxi directed the other team members to work. She needed to dig a hole to bury the chicken later. Mud and lotus leaves? Mud can't be eaten. If you don't go, I will. Yanxi told me that the food is delicious. I believe it. Don't eat too much when it's done. No, I didn't say I don't believe it. I'll go too. I'll do more work to leave some for the kids. Chiyu saw Yanxi already digging the hole, found a branch to hand to her, and turned to Yanxi, saying, "Let me do it. Girls shouldn't do this rough work." "Thank you." Yanxi sat aside, watching Chiyu dig seriously. Not having to work was nice. No wonder they say hardworking men are the most handsome. Hearing Yanxi praise him, Chiyu dug even harder. Pu Cyan decisively joined the whole digging competition, and the two started to see who could dig more. In an instant, dust flew up, choking everyone around. "What are you two doing?" Yanxi coughed a few times, waving her hand to try to brush away the dust. It was too messy. The boys from the team brought back mud and lotus leaves, and the scene they saw was of two well-known figures nearly fighting over digging a hole. "It's big enough. No need to dig anymore." Yanxi hurriedly waved her hand, and the two finally stopped. They tossed the sticks they were holding to the ground, snorted coldly, and each took a few steps in different directions, but their destination was next to Yanxi. Good food is sweet. Bai Shui and Gao Yunyun were like walking sugar machines. Wherever there was sugar, there they were. Jealousy and competition were just too sweet to ignore. "All right, put on the ground." Yanxi looked at the boys who came over. They were smart enough to know to use lotus leaves to wrap the mud and bring it over. "Not bad, not bad. Beggar's chicken is simple. I'll teach you." As soon as she mentioned teaching them, everyone gathered around. Bai Shui and Gao Yuanyuan didn't even care about their couple-s antics anymore. What good would that do? It wouldn't fill their stomachs. Being practical was better. Beggar's chicken is all about freshness. It doesn't need too much seasoning. Just stuff the chicken's belly with scallions, ginger, and garlic, and rub salt evenly inside. And she said as she demonstrated the actions with her hands, then wrapped the chicken entirely in lotus leaves, securing it with vines since there were no ropes now. It would be better to use ropes at home, but now it was fine to smear mud on it. Is it that simple? I think I could do it too. Bai Shui watched the wrapped beggar's chicken with bright eyes, although it now looked like a mud ball. It didn't hinder her imagination of how fragrant it would be when done. "All right, next, put the beggar's chicken in the hole and light a fire on top." Yanxi nodded. "It's that simple. We can't waste the fire, so put the pot on top and stew the chicken soup too." A group of people gathered around the pot, staring intently. Bubbles were bubbling up, and the sweet aroma of the chicken's soup wafted out, particularly fragrant. "Is it ready?" Bai Shui smacked her lips. She could hardly bear it anymore. The little rabbit wanted to eat meat. "Not yet, wait a bit." Yanxi tossed in the potatoes to boil, looking at Bai Shui's gluttonous appearance, and chuckling, thinking of the little milk bun at home, wondering if it was crying. After boiling for a while, it was finally ready. Yanxi added a bit of salt. She had the team members find some bamboo. They used the hollow middle to hold the soup and made some bamboo chopsticks. "You can drink it now. It tastes sweet." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone rushed over with small bamboo bowls, lining up to get soup. They couldn't wait to drink it. And it was so hot, they didn't want to spit it out. It was really delicious, bursting with the freshness from the ingredients, intoxicating. Yanxi felt it was about time, grabbed a stick to poke at the fire, and saw the surface had turned dry. She quickly pulled out the beggar's chicken. The aroma of the chicken meat could be smelled even through the mud. Maybe it was just the illusion of wanting to eat it. "Let me do it." "What do we do next?" Pu Cyan, seeing Yanxi carefully pulling out the beggar's chicken, had a hint of affection in his eyes. The little girl really couldn't resist food. Not just a little money lover, but also a little glutton. Yanxi found her hands empty all of a sudden, feeling relaxed as she directed Pu Cyan to work. "Just break it up." Chapter 91. The cold god transforms into a little puppy. Pu Sinian picked up a stick and quickly knocked it open. Yanxi watched as Pu Sinian enthusiastically knocked, realizing that he indeed had the temperament of a child. Ever since he said that working men were the most handsome, he had started to take on tasks. As the soil fell away, the smoked and transformed clay-colored lotus leaves gradually appeared, the aroma of chicken mixed with the fresh scent of lotus leaves, occasionally tantalizing the taste buds. Pu Sinian carefully unwrapped the vine and opened the lotus leaf that contained the beggar's chicken. In an instant, the surrounding area was filled with the fragrant smell of the chicken. He looked at the oily juice that had been smoked out, tender and succulent from being stewed over the fire. Holding the large, clean leaf, he pulled off a chicken leg and handed it to Yanxi. This chicken leg is huge, equivalent to 2 gun legs from the 21st century. One is enough to fill you up. Here you go. Great contributor, Pu Sinian said calmly, holding out the chicken leg as if he would keep it raised until Yanxi took it. Yanxi, feeling hungry, accepted it without hesitation, smiled, and thanked him. Thank you, little assistant. Wow, this is so good. Help! I just witnessed the budding romance between the great contributor and the little assistant. How sweet. The members of the team were all shipping the couple, completely oblivious to Chi Yu's increasingly dark expression. What was going on? Everyone was focused on their shipping, completely ignoring him. Was he not proactive enough? He was being so obvious. He decided to try a little harder. Watching their intimate interaction, he pretended to be generous and walked over, pulling another chicken leg, smiling gently as he handed it to Yanxi. Sister, eat mine. Yanxi was taken aback. What's going on? Does he think I'm a pig? How could I finish 2 huge chicken legs? Pu Sinian glared back. They're the same size. And stop calling her sister, little brother. You can call me whatever you want. I feel closer calling her sister. Chi Yu huffed, turning his head, smiling sweetly at Yanxi. Sister, don't be polite, eat. Looking at Chi Yu's sincere and beaming smile. Then at the chicken leg in her hand, Yanxi helplessly shrugged. I already have one. I really can't finish it. Does sister not like me? That's okay. I can manage on my own. Even if sister doesn't like me. It's fine. I'm very obedient. Chi Yu's little eyes almost filled with tears, looking pitiful like a discarded puppy waiting for comfort from its owner. Seeing this, Yanxi couldn't bear to refuse the little puppy. All right, I'll eat it, okay? Really? I knew sister wouldn't refuse me. Chi Yu quickly handed over the chicken leg, blinking his eyes at Yanxi. Yanxi noticed Pu Sinian's resentful gaze and felt guilty as she lowered her head to nibble on the chicken leg. The price of being captured by Chi Yu was that she had to finish the chicken leg, feeling like her stomach was about to burst. Pu Sinian seemed to be annoyed. He turned away from Yanxi as if she had done something to offend him. It was just a chicken leg. Greedy guts. Pu Sinian. Instead, it benefited Chi Yu, who kept chatting next to Yanxi, making her head buzz. The team members had gone from shock to viewing Chi Yu's transformation very calmly. If they had such status and looks, they would also pursue someone. The end of the universe is Yanxi, no doubt about it. Bai Shui and Gao Yuanyuan believed wherever there was Yanxi, there they should be. Shipping the couple and getting first-hand information was simply too sweet. By the time they went to bed, Yanxi's stomach was still bloated. Almost everyone was asleep, except for the boys on patrol. Yanxi stepped outside for some fresh air and was surprised to see Pu Sinian there too. Ah, what a coincidence. Why is he everywhere? This is really unfortunate. Unfortunate? I'm waiting for you. Pu Sinian turned around, looking intently at Yanxi. In an instant, Yanxi felt herself drawn in by his gaze. How could this man be so enchanting? What are you waiting for? Yanxi laughed awkwardly, thinking he couldn't possibly know she had eaten too much and couldn't sleep because of it. How embarrassing. Here, I brought this just in case you weren't feeling well. Pu Sinian pulled out a small pill from his pocket and handed it to Yanxi, naturally moving to her side and gently feeding it to her, looking relieved afterward. He placed his hand on Yanxi's stomach, intending to massage it slowly and gently, sighing as if he were helpless. Really, I can't deal with you. Don't eat so much next time. Yanxi felt a warmth in her heart. Her stomach didn't feel as uncomfortable anymore. She didn't know if it was Pu Sinian's massage or if the medicine was taking effect quickly. Feeling the warmth of his palm on her belly was very comforting. Looking down at Pu Sinian, who was seriously massaging her, she felt that he really treated her differently. Perhaps staying here, by his side, wouldn't be so bad. Let's go back, little girl. Pu Sinian felt her stomach settle a bit. The evening breeze was already cool. He stood up and gently rubbed Yin Shi's head, saying softly. Yin Shi dazedly nodded, unsure how she ended up lying down next to Bai Shui, feeling her face burning. She hoped she hadn't been discovered earlier. Thankfully, it was dark enough. Pu Sinian watched Yin Shi, who was almost tripping over herself, and couldn't help but chuckle. His little girl was truly innocent and adorably cute. The next morning, as soon as Yin Shi got up, she saw Chi Yu and Pu Sinian in front of her. Neither of them was looking at the other. Anyone unaware would think they had a deep-seated grudge. You two need to get along. It's just a chicken leg, right? It was ridiculous how a simple chicken leg had sparked a war. How would they resolve it? Last night, when her stomach was uncomfortable, why hadn't she been so stubborn? Pu Sinian ruthlessly exposed her, also giving Chi Yu a warning shot while declaring that they had been together last night, hoping to make Chi Yu give up automatically. Chi Yu certainly heard the underlying meaning in Pu Sinian's words. He walked over, supporting Yin Shi's shoulder, self-reproachfully saying, "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let sister eat that chicken leg. Otherwise, she wouldn't have an upset stomach. If you want, you can hit me." Yin Shi looked at Chi Yu, who was pitifully apologizing, and his little teardrops were about to fall. What was wrong with this kid? He cried so easily. "It's okay, it's my poor digestion. It has nothing to do with you." "Really? Then sister shouldn't eat too much in the future. An upset stomach is so uncomfortable." Chi Yu stopped crying and turned to make a face at Pu Sinian. See, and she still cares more about me. Bai Shui woke up and saw this scene. Enjoying the morning drama of competing for affection, it felt quite nice. "Good morning." Chapter 92, finally united. Bai Shui smiled and gently woke up Gao Yuanyuan. The two exchanged glances and knew what was going on, happily shipping their CP. According to the rest points on the map, it was expected to be crowded today. The first 2 days were bearable. Back home, they were pampered rich kids, at least not worrying about food and drink. In the Haoyue forest, no one had ever eaten their fill, and everyone was hungry, barely able to last another 2 days. They hadn't encountered Yin Shui in the past 2 days, which was refreshing. Yin Shi had already decided to head to the rest point today to see if they could wrap up the game in one go. Let us take a shortcut directly to the rest point. Great. Let us finish the game and get out of here. I want to try some proper food. I'm getting tired of barbecues every meal. Keep your voice down so other teams don't hear us and think we're bragging. Exactly. We can't let Yin Shi down. Yin Shi felt that their team might be one of the few harmonious ones, with no possibility of arguments. Pu Xin and Chi Yu didn't ask any questions. Whatever Yin Shi said was what they followed. Han Yiji and Gu Ziong exchanged glances and waved their hands. They were now used to each other's company over the past 2 days. It had to be said that Pu Xin had changed a lot because of Yin Shi. After traveling all night, they finally arrived around noon. The group didn't feel tired at all, only filled with hope. They hoped nothing else would occur as the spaceship patrolled the skies. Try to locate the students from the academy. The trees in the Haoyue forest were very tall, and flying too high made it hard to see, forcing them to fly lower. Why haven't we seen Yin Girl yet? I'm so anxious. Su Dingwa was so anxious he was almost blowing his top. Chi Feng was also worried, carefully watching the forest below for familiar figures. The seniors from the Research Institute were anxiously pacing around, wondering why they hadn't seen the junior sister yet. Su Dingwa particularly liked Yin Shi and was certain she would eventually become his junior sister. Although he had long since considered her as such in his heart, he still had to follow the process. After about an hour, they finally saw a familiar figure. From behind, it looked like Yin Shi. Upon closer inspection, what a waste of feelings. It was actually Yin Shui. Just as Yin Shui looked up and saw the familiar spaceship, she waved at the sky. Su Dingwa ignored her, thinking, what is this? Not worthy of being compared to his Yin Shi. Let us go. Let us go. The forest is so big. Let us hurry and find where my Yin girl went. Master, don't be anxious. Chi Feng looked at Su Dingwa, who was getting increasingly flustered, not because he wanted to curse him, but genuinely worried he might faint. It was better to calm him down. It's okay, I have a plan. After encountering Yin Shui, and the others, Su Dingwa felt much better. They couldn't be far, which meant they were heading in the right direction, and as long as they kept looking, they would definitely find them. Why not head directly to the rest point? It had been several days, and this group of students must be unable to hold on any longer. A male teacher suggested this, and everyone suddenly had a realization. Why didn't you say this earlier? Su Dinghua was so excited he was slapping his thighs in regret. Set off. Chi Feng gave the order, looking at his master who was still slapping his thighs. They still had to rely on him. With full power. They followed this route and soon saw a large number of classmates, as well as students from other academies. Everyone looked like they had been through a lot. They were no longer the bright-eyed newcomers they had been at the start. After half an hour, they finally reached their destination, and the spaceship landed at the rest point. But no students had arrived yet. They hadn't encountered Yin Shi and the others on the way either, and they didn't know where they had gone, making Su Dinghua feel anxious. He forced himself to calm down, silently telling himself that she couldn't panic. If he panicked, everyone would panic, as he was their backbone. They waited silently until around noon. Suddenly, a familiar aroma wafted from afar. This smell, so familiar, it could only be Yin Shi. Su Dinghua ordered a few teachers to stand by and took Chi Feng to fly the spaceship, following the scent until they finally saw Yin Shi and the others. They rushed over, already starving. No wonder they hadn't seen Yin Shi. It turned out they were avoiding attention and had taken a small path. Because the surveillance and communication devices were broken, it hadn't been announced that Han Yiji and Gu Ziyang had also joined Yin Shi's team. If it had been announced, it would have caused a stir. Yin girl! Su Dinghua began shouting before the spaceship even landed, excited to see Yin Shi. When Yin Shi heard someone calling her, the voice sounded so much like Professor Su Dinghua. Looking up, she was surprised to see it was indeed him. But wasn't this a training session? Why was the old professor here too? Su Dinghua hurriedly parked the spaceship and ran toward Yin Shi. His legs were moving so fast that Chi Feng almost couldn't keep up. He was so tired he nearly rolled his eyes. But seeing Yin Shi made him forget his fatigue, running even faster than Chi Feng. Next time he complained about tired legs, he would have a way to diss him back. Striding with long legs to catch up with Su Dinghua, he fixed his gaze on Yin Shi, relieved that she was all right. Yin girl, I'm so glad you're okay. I was so worried. Su Dinghua went over and spun Yin Shi around in a big circle, finally relieved to see her safe and sound. Now that he was relieved, his stomach couldn't help but start rumbling. Uffed. Yin Shi heard Su Dinghua's stomach rumbling and handed him a leg of beggar's chicken. Su Dinghua saw it was a delicacy he hadn't tried before and immediately shoved it into his mouth, savoring every bite. Yin Shi and the others watched, their mouths twitching. How long had it been since he had eaten? He was eating even more ravenously than those who had been in training. Hurry and eat. Don't be polite. Yin Shi noticed Chi Feng standing to the side, looking a bit pale, obviously not having rested well and definitely starving. Chi Feng nodded, slowly eating the beggar's chicken, nearly revealing his amazement at the flavor. This tastes great. Gu Ziyang was munching on chicken wings, his cheeks stuffed, which made for a good show. Han Yiji looked at him with disdain, telling him to finish eating before talking. Gu Ziyang nodded and continued gnawing on the chicken wings. Bai Shuel looked at the two of them, feeling an inexplicable CP vibe, cold and aloof top with a cute and naive bottom, absolutely adorable. Gao Yuan was too busy competing with others for the beggar's chicken. Although the boys had initially let her have her way, when it came to eating, they completely disregarded her as a girl. She could only scramble for meat herself. Now Chi Feng wasn't even enjoying it anymore. What was more important than eating? When Su Dinghua and Chi Feng arrived, they successfully squeezed Pu Xin Yin and Chi Yu out. The two of them shot resentful glances at Yin Shi, but she turned her head, pretending not to see. Pu Xin Yin had also learned from Chi Yu, often giving her those little gazes. She wasn't a nun in a nunnery, so she couldn't remain calm. It was better not to look. If she didn't look, she wouldn't know, and if she didn't look, she wouldn't think. Perfect. Chapter 93. The beast tide approaches after a hearty meal. The group finally remembered the teachers who had been forgotten in the corner. They must be hungry too, having come along without eating much. Yin Yao, some of the teachers have arrived, and they didn't have time to eat. How about we give this big deer to the teachers? When we get back, I'll make sure to treat you to something good, Su Dinghua said, recalling the teachers who had come with them, relieved that he hadn't forgotten them. Yin Shi nodded. It was just deer meat after all. Even if it wasn't a gift for her, Showing respect to the teachers was still a good thing. It's nothing. It's not a precious item, she said. Professor Su, is there something urgent that brought you here? Pu Xian maintained basic courtesy towards Su Dinghua. After all, he was an old professor. By the way, I almost forgot. The danger you encountered was planned. There are people behind it. All the communication devices and voice functions in our monitoring room were cut off, and we are still investigating who is behind this, Su Dinghua said, feeling a tightness in his chest, a headache and chill creeping in as he thought about the malicious intent aimed at making this group of students suffer a total loss. Hearing this, Pu Xian's brow furrowed, his gaze turning icy, emanating a cold aura, like a walking air conditioner. But let me find out who it is. Han Yiji, watching Pu Xian's angry expression, instinctively wanted to shiver, but thankfully he held it back. After all, Pu Xian looked truly terrifying when angry, and it had been a long time since his last outburst. She was packing the deer meat when she sensed someone was doing this intentionally, and she also put away her gentle demeanor, her stern face mirroring Pu Xian's. I'm curious about who did this. Although her tone was mild, it carried a hint of chill, making her seem like a smiling king of hell. Gu Ziong silently swallowed, finally understanding why Pu Xian was attracted to Yin Shi. They were like a pair of black sesame dumplings, a perfect match. While they were reminiscing, a sudden uproar erupted not far away. It was coming from the rest area, and an ominous premonition struck them. Yin Shi and the others quickly tossed the deer meat into the spaceship, and without further ado, they hurried onto the ship. Chi Feng piloted the spaceship, trying to go as fast as possible. Pu Xian walked over to Chi Feng. Let me take over. As he spoke, he noticed Han Yiji and Gu Ziong had already pressed the seatbelt button. The others looked at the two in confusion. The spaceship was safe and stable, so it wasn't necessary to buckle up. Gu Ziong kindly reminded everyone, better buckle up. Safety is the most important. Han Yiji added yes. Hearing their words, everyone pressed the seatbelt buttons. The next moment, they felt a push against their backs, and in an instant, they were propelled forward. Yin Shi shouted, "This is exhilarating. It feels like a roller coaster. I love it." The others were screaming, and looking at Yin Shi's satisfied expression, it seemed they weren't on the same spaceship at all. Indeed, Yin Shi was different. Compared to them, she seemed more fierce. Pu Xian slowed down, thinking Yin Shi might feel uncomfortable. After all, her feelings were the most important. Seeing her comfortable expression, he ramped up the power to the maximum. With a whoosh, they shot out like a rocket. Finally, everyone felt the sensation of weightlessness and the urge to vomit, and they finally came to a stop. Only Yin, she was full of energy, looking out the window, barely having time to take a close look before seeing a large group of animals charging toward them from a distance, both large and small. Su Dinghua was alarmed. Land quickly. This is a rare beast tide. Pu Xian quickly landed the spaceship, thankful they had brought two ships, urging the students to board quickly. Get on, he shouted, and all the students looked over. They couldn't afford to admire each other's looks or lament the situation. The ground shook violently, and seeing the densely packed group in the distance, they rushed onto the spaceship. However, there were simply too many students. The two ships were full, and many students were still left behind. They could only take turns. Yin Shi decisively got off the spaceship. Soon after, Chi Feng, Han Yiji, Pu Xian, and Gu Ziong followed her down, and Yin Shi calmly directed everyone to take cover. From a line to board, those with high psychic abilities wait for the next batch. The previously panicked students at this moment showed unprecedented unity. The strong were escorting the weak onto the spaceship, while others found places to hide. Yin Shui, what are you doing? Hurry up and move. Yin Shi saw Yin Shui still arguing with another girl, fighting over who would board first. Did you not see I came first? I should go up first. The girl was nearly in tears from Yin Shui's shouting. Isn't Yin Shui supposed to have a higher psychic ability than this girl? She didn't know what they were fighting over, but all this fuss was wasting their time. Now is not the time for your spoiled princess temper. Hurry up and move. Yin Shui had never been wronged like this. She was pampered at home, and now she was being bullied here. She definitely shouldn't have come. Why are you saying this to me? Don't forget, my family is invested in this school. Enough with the nonsense. Shut up. It's so annoying. Can't you understand human language? Yin Shi directly grabbed Yin Shui's collar and pulled her aside. her disdainful gaze turning into words that pierced Yin Xuaner's pride. You should get on, it's fine. The girl saw Yin Shi's protective gesture and found it particularly cool. She became a fan of Yin Shi. Thank you. She hurried onto the spaceship, and with a whoosh, it took off to find a safe place to wait for the next batch. Go that way. The terrain is higher. It's too dangerous here. Yin Shi quickly assessed the terrain and led the group to evacuate. Pu Xian saw Yin Shi directing everyone and felt as if he was looking at himself. Once everyone heard Yin Shi's words, they seemed to have found a backbone and quickened their pace to follow her. If they didn't hurry, they might be caught up by the beast tide. They had to run for their lives now. There was no other choice, and only Yin Xuer grumbled as she followed, quickly falling behind the group. Seeing the beast herd not far behind her, she was forced to quicken her pace to keep up, and she glanced back, thinking how she was competing with her, but in the end, she had to run quickly to keep up. Han Yiji was slightly out of breath. After all, it had been a long time since he had run at such high intensity. Gu Xiong, however, was running easily, forging ahead. He had often been punished by Pu Xian to run laps. He knew his brother was doing it for his own good. See, now it's coming in handy. Yin Shi, with her good physical condition, didn't feel tired and easily kept up with the group. She boosted the confidence of many girls, showing them that they could be strong and not lag behind. A person has 2 legs, no matter what, couldn't outrun 4 legs. They were being caught up again, and Yin Shi thought, can you make it up? If so, we still have a chance. Chapter 94 finally up. Pu Xinian nodded, glanced at the height, and assessed that it was a bit difficult, but it was not a problem. Everyone's lives were in Pu Xinian's hands. They could only succeed and not fail. Han Yiji and Gu Xiong stepped forward, standing with one tall and one short, hoping that Pu Xinian could step on their shoulders for a boost to get up. Han Yiji, step on us. Gu Xiong, our shoulders are sturdy. Go ahead and step. Pu Xinian nodded in acknowledgement, took a running start, stepped on Han Yiji's shoulder to jump, and then pushed off hard from Gu Xiong's shoulder. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Pu Xinian, forgetting to breathe. And when they saw Pu Xinian's hands grab onto the rock wall, they let out a huge sigh of relief. Pu Xinian used his arms to pull himself up quickly. Fortunately, it was a forest and there were plenty of vines. He cut some vines and tied them to the trees to help everyone climb. Quick, pull up, Pu Xinian commanded, and everyone lined up in an orderly fashion, starting to climb up quickly. In adversity, human potential is limitless. Even the girls exhibited an unprecedented burst of energy, climbing up one after another. Yin Xuer fell to the back of the line. When she caught up and saw everyone climbing the cliff, she panicked as the beast tide was about to arrive. She frantically pushed past others and rushed to the front of the line. Move aside, let me go first. Why should we? Everyone is queuing and wants to live. I've been displeased with you for a long time. No one here is going to let you have your way, miss. Get lost. Go back to the line. Even if your parents came, it wouldn't matter today. My dad invested in the school. You all have to let me go first. You worthless people can die. Yin Xuer was infuriated by their words and started to hurl insults at the few who spoke up. Yin Shi was already irritated, having encountered the beast tide unexpectedly. And this series of events felt too coincidental. If you want to die, keep shouting. A loud shout left Yin Xuer stunned and too scared to continue speaking. Looking at Yin, she reminded her of the time she was taught a lesson when they first met. She couldn't confront Yin Shi head-on. TCH, just a paper tiger. A girl with short hair looked disdainfully at Yin Xuer and quickly climbed up. The beast tide had already arrived 10 meters away. Over 100 people were still not up. In such a situation, they could only rely on their abilities to support close combat. Leave it to me. Without a second thought, Pu Xinian came down and joined forces with Yin Shi. Han Yiji and Gu Xiong exchanged glances and stood beside Pu Xinian. Everyone was a bit teary-eyed at this scene. Witnessing the 3-star warriors unite was indeed rare. Let's hurry up. We can't let General Pu and the others down. Someone's words snapped everyone back to reality, and they quickened their pace to climb. The beast herd was already coming, and they saw creatures charging towards them. Roar, moo, awoo. Various sounds merged together, deafeningly attacking from all directions. Yin Shi looked at the large animals towering over her, feeling inexplicably frightened. It was a fear that came from her soul. Facing creatures much larger than herself made her feel a sense of dread. What should we do? Many classmates haven't made it up. Mom, I miss you. Stop shouting. Can you be any more embarrassing? Even saying that, I'm still scared. Listening to the discussions behind her, Yanxi knew she couldn't be afraid or retreat. Behind her were classmates, the hope for the future. She had to protect them. Pu Xinian and the others worked in perfect harmony, with Yanxi always quick to direct. Gradually, the classmates weren't as scared anymore. I can't do this anymore. I'm reaching my limit. Han Yiji had almost exhausted his abilities and felt his whole body weak, starting to feel dizzy. Gu Ziong sensed discomfort in his body, but still had a cheeky attitude. I knew you weren't as strong as me. Look, it's still me. Pu Xinian saw the two of them trying to be tough and ordered, "You two go up, quickly retreat." "No way. How can we leave you behind?" Both of them rejected at the same time, quite in sync. Pu Xinian felt warm in his heart looking at the two brothers. But this was not the time to show brotherly love. He commanded in a tone of authority, "I order you in the name of the commander, get up there. This isn't a military base. My life is my own to decide." Han Yiji turned his head away stubbornly, refusing to go up. "I wanted to rebel for a while. Don't stop me today. Worst case, I'll just run laps when I get back." Gu Ziong mumbled, still releasing his abilities. "I'll help. Although my abilities aren't as high as the general's, I still want to contribute. I want to help too. I'm not made of dough. United as one against the outside, we can definitely do it." More than 30 classmates came down, desperately buying time for others. Though their mental strength wasn't as high, their speed climbing the vines was indeed very fast. When it was time to retreat, they wouldn't hold anyone back. This was a decision made after careful consideration. Go, go, go. The encouragement grew louder. Pu Xinian was successfully inspired by his classmates and no longer urged them to go up, seeing that most of the others had climbed up. Prepare to retreat. The ones who came down were the first to leave. After all, they had no combat experience, and to avoid holding anyone back, they needed to ensure their own safety and not distract Pu Xinian and the others. Yanxi watched everything proceed smoothly, smiling with satisfaction. This trend was very good, and it was about to end. Yanxi also climbed up, and soon Pu Xinian and the others followed quickly. The beast herd, seeing the target disappear, charged recklessly against the rock wall, bleeding and not willing to stop. What is going on? This doesn't seem like a simple beast tide. It seems like they're specifically targeting the crowd. I think we need to stay here. The beast herd want to disperse. What should we do? I thought we would be safe once we got up. If I had known, I wouldn't have tried to be tough. It would have been better to follow the last group. Yanxi cautiously observed the beast herd and noticed that these animals had red eyes, an eerie red that was not normal. This herd was problematic. She spotted a dark figure hiding behind a tree in the forest and met its gaze. In an instant, the figure disappeared. Someone was there just now. I saw it. Pu Xinian nodded. The person was dressed in black, their face completely obscured, making it impossible to see clearly. Judging by their swift movements, they seemed to be someone who often hid. With that, the circle had narrowed down. A thorough investigation would be necessary upon returning. They're coming. They're coming. Chapter 95, Yin Schwerer goes offline. Someone shouted from a distance, and they saw the spaceship returning. They felt a glimmer of hope for life. It felt good to be alive. Are you all okay? Su Dinghua saw from afar that a large number of beasts were frantically attacking the stone wall, not knowing if there was some deep-seated hatred involved. We're fine, but if you had come a little later, you wouldn't know, Gu Ziong replied with a bit of bravado. Looking much better already. The spaceship couldn't land and could only hover in the air with the hatch open, allowing them to climb up via a rope ladder. After this ordeal, the bond among the classmates grew stronger. They took turns helping each other in an unexpectedly harmonious manner. Yanxi looked at this group of classmates and felt relieved. Not everyone was like Yin Schwerer. Pu, you guys go up first. This time, everyone will definitely make it. Yeah, you worked hard. Our mental strength is too low. We can't help much. A group of people refused to move. So Pu Xinian and a few others had to go up first. They felt it was worth protecting these people. At least their efforts were not in vain. Yin Shi and the others stayed in their positions, watching their classmates climb the rope ladder. Seeing that it was a bit strenuous, they planned to go help. Chiyu directly went over to pull up the classmates who hadn't teammated yet. He didn't even touch Yin Shi's hand, let alone let anyone else try. I can do it. You sit and rest. Sudinguwa Watetki Iue. He had seen this boy before and didn't remember him being so warm-hearted. What changed? He didn't understand the ways of young people. Chi Feng stood not far away, relieved to see that Yin Shi wasn't injured. He made arrangements for the other classmates to sit down. At this moment, their lives were more important than anything else. Yin Shuer watched everyone thanking Yin Shi, all of them treating her kindly, feeling unjust. Why? Clearly, when Yin Shi wasn't around, all of this belonged to her. She clenched her fists tightly, lowering her head to avoid revealing her true feelings. Finally, it was her turn, and Chi Yu's originally warm smile vanished upon seeing Yin Shuer. He reluctantly pulled her a little, then immediately let go. Disgusted, he wiped his hands and threw down his handkerchief. Since he was interested in Yin Shi, he had to keep his distance from other girls. Yin Shi felt unwell. Perhaps it was from the blood smell after fighting with the beasts. She sat near the hatch to breathe in some fresh air, which was much cleaner up there. When everyone had boarded and the spaceship was about to close the hatch, Yin Shuer deliberately moved closer to Yin Shi. "Thank you so much today, Yin Shi." "Oh." Yin Shi uncomfortably shifted her body and quickly dodged. "Stay away from me." Yin Shuer didn't have time to react. In the next moment, as Yin Shi dodged, Yin Shuer fell through the hatch. Everyone looked down in horror. It was a split-second thing. They had no time to react. Yin Shi saw Yin Shuer falling quickly, and, as she reached the edge of the stone wall, she grabbed hold with all her might. Su Ding sighed. Although he didn't like this child, she was still from the Yin family, so she had to be saved. Let her fall, pull her up. Yin Shuer quickly lost weight and fell down, looking at the beast horde below without time to be afraid. Instinctively, she reached out to grab the edge of the stone wall, taking a brief sigh of relief. She was glad she didn't fall. If she did, it would surely be the end. She hated Yin Shi even more. If it weren't for her dodging, how could she have fallen? Once she got up, she would definitely make Yin Shi pay. When the classmates saw Yin Shuer fall, they felt a secret delight since she had done many annoying things. But realizing she was still the little princess of the Yin family, she had to be saved. Crack! The edge of the stone wall began to break, and small rocks fell. Yin Shuer panicked and shouted, "Quick, save me! What are you doing? If I get hurt, none of you will survive." The classmates already disliked Yin Shuer, and now hated her even more. The teacher piloting the spaceship reluctantly descended, and just as they were getting close, Yin Shuer fell down, letting out a scream. Everyone was startled by the scream. In that instant, Yin Shuer was torn into pieces by the beasts. Blood flew everywhere, flesh scattered across the ground, and entrails rolled out. This scene shocked many classmates, followed by feelings of nausea. Su Dinghua and the other teachers grew anxious. What to do now? Given Yin Chengwang's spoiling nature, it would surely cause a stir. "Let us leave first. I'll handle it." Pu Xinyan was already furious when he saw Yin Shuer push Yin Shi, and then she fell down, meeting a gruesome end. Good, I don't have to act. With Pu Xinyan's response, the teachers felt a lot better. They had been cautious on the way here, bringing along new communication devices, and recorded everything. They had warned the various academies before arriving that something was off, but no one believed them. They had just filmed the incident, and now everyone was rushing over. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, but they were powerless themselves. They notified them that they had done their best, and the news spread, causing panic across the internet, all searching for the Haoyue forest, wanting to know what had happened. Now, they could only pray for their children to return safely. That was more important than anything. The spaceship departed and reached the entrance of the Haoyue forest. After so long of emergency repairs, it still wasn't fixed. Fortunately, the entrance was relatively hidden, so they arranged for the other classmates to stay here. When everyone gathered, tears filled their eyes, feeling how good it was to be alive. The school only had these two very fast spaceships. Otherwise, they could have sent more to take everyone away at once. The news had already spread. Students from other academies didn't know if they had received the news about the beast tide attack. Now, they could only take care of themselves. "I'm hungry." "I'm hungry too." Running and climbing is exhausting. Gurgle. The sound of growling stomachs echoed, like a symphony rising and falling. Yin Shi sighed. She was also hungry. But in order to escape, she had thrown away her deer meat to attract their attention. It didn't work, and she ended up trampling the deer meat into mush. Now, there was nothing to eat except for some seasonings. How could they eat? Were they going to starve after escaping the beast tide? There's nothing to eat. I have some. I specifically brought dry noodles, eggs, and some greens when I came, thinking you all might not eat well, so I brought them to improve the meals. Su Dingwa coughed twice. He wouldn't admit that he brought so much because he wanted to eat egg noodles. Great, we have something to eat. There was a big pot that could hold enough for 50 people at once. Chi-Feng opened the spaceship's rear compartment and took out a pot that was about as tall as him and 3 times as wide. Yanxi looked at the big pot and thought it certainly lived up to its name. It was big enough. Egg noodles were a pretty good choice when hungry. They would have to make do with it, as there was no room for picky eating. Chapter 96. Maybe it's love. Yanxi demonstrated how to make the noodles once, then took a disposable bowl and chopsticks to eat. Bai Shui and Gao Yuanyuan followed, Yanxi squatting beside her and slurping the noodles with praise. The other students felt embarrassed to keep asking Yanxi for help with cooking. The process of making egg noodles was simple. After watching it once, they could basically do it themselves. Once everyone was full and had closed their eyes to rest, the exhaustion hit them hard. Earlier, their hunger had masked their tiredness. But now that they were full, it was undeniable. As the night deepened, the spaceships from other colleges arrived one by one. The students from other colleges were not disturbed. For some reason, the beast horde seemed only interested in them. All the students boarded the spaceships to return. Su Dingwa arranged for other students to sit on the spaceships from different colleges, mixing them up a bit, making it seem like they were engaged in some sort of corporate espionage. The teachers who piloted the spaceships worked hard, and once everyone was on board, they closed their eyes to sleep. Finally, they could have a good night's rest. The spaceship traveled at high speed, and since Yuanling College was the farthest from the Haoyue forest, they were the last to arrive. By the time they landed, the entire internet was filled with safety messages. After the first wave had returned, it was only then that Yanxi and her group landed. As soon as they touched down, they were hugged tightly by a little figure, unable to move. Yanxi looked into Yanni Chen's tear-filled eyes and felt an inexplicable urge to cry as she squatted down to embrace his small body. Why did you come to pick up your sister? Did you eat well? I've been good, eating well every day. I thought I might never see you again. Yanni Chen clung tightly to Yanxi, unwilling to let go. Yanxi had thought she would stand out, but when she looked up, she saw that almost all the parents of the students had come. It was a crowded scene, and it took a long time to break free from the encirclement while carrying the little bundle. Clang! As soon as they got home, Yanxi heard an announcement from the school. To comfort all students, a week off has been granted for everyone to rest at home. The students had a break, and the principals and directors from various colleges gathered together in the palace to discuss matters with His Majesty. Pu Scion spoke about what he had seen. His Majesty slammed the table, instantly releasing an air of authority, and expressed his displeasure that someone had set their sights on the students. He realized he had been too lenient. This matter will be handled by me. I will give His Majesty a satisfactory answer. Pu Scion accepted the order, then lowered his head and added, "There is one more thing. This is the copied video. The daughter of the Yin family has a bad nature. She intended to harm others, but ended up falling herself. It's inappropriate for us to intervene, as we might be accused of shielding her. This matter requires His Majesty to make an appearance." His Majesty opened the video to review the entire process, and his expression darkened. Yanxi was the hope for the future of agriculture and could not afford to have any incidents. It was unexpected that such a small child could be so malicious. It seemed the Yin family had not educated her properly. It would be better to apply some pressure to make them aware of their mistakes. They could not let others suffer the consequences for their failure to educate their daughter. "Leave now. I'm tired." His Majesty waved his hand, signaling them to depart. Once outside, they felt a sense of release. Pu Scion appeared to be in much better spirits, relieved that Yanxi would not be involved in this matter, which was the best outcome. Yanxi lay on the sofa, watching TV with Yanni Chen. The little one refused to leave her side, even guarding the door while she went to the bathroom, making Yanxi feel a bit embarrassed. Suddenly, her light brain buzzed rapidly with notifications. Opening it, she saw mentions from the group and her fans. Bai Shui, I knew the public's eyes are sharp. They definitely wouldn't wrong Shi. Song Bao, His Majesty is really brave, directly releasing the video. Mao Jiao, I specifically repaired the video quality, It looks clearer now. Other replies continued to flood in, and she felt warm inside. It was nice to have people who cared. After returning home, she rested for 3 days, spending her time eating, sleeping, and playing with the little one. She realized she couldn't continue being so lethargic. Qifeng happened to ask Yanxi if she wanted to come see the plants, which had already grown to her calves. The speed was astonishing, growing faster than any vegetables or fruits before. Yanxi replied to Qifeng that she would go, but she needed to bring the little one along. Qifeng readily agreed, and Yanxi was so obedient that she hardly had to worry. After getting ready, she opened the door to find Qifeng himself had come to pick them up, which surprised Yanxi. "Why are you here?" "Well, I had some free time and came." Qifeng didn't elaborate more, gesturing for Yanxi to get in. Yanxi didn't dwell on it too much. She was curious to see how the plants had adapted to the planting star and how they were growing. The two exchanged glances, while Yanxi was very excited. Having not been out for a long time, when they disembarked from the spaceship, they saw the older sisters coming to greet Yanxi with smiles. "I said I was busy and couldn't come, but it turns out..." One of the older sisters quickly covered the mouth of the one who spoke too freely, noticing how Qifeng's ears turned red. Qifeng awkwardly turned his head, and Yanxi noticed his discomfort but didn't expose it. However, the little one was oblivious and asked directly, "Brother, didn't you say you weren't busy?" Qifeng's ears turned completely red, and he cleared his throat. I wasn't busy just now." The little one nodded seriously. "Thank you for coming to pick us up." "You're welcome." Qifeng quickly walked to the front of Yanxi to see the plants that had grown to her calves. Yanxi looked at the tender green shoots, which were full of life, desperately drinking water and absorbing sunlight to grow. "They're growing very well. They won't be so delicate anymore. Just be careful to water them." "Okay." Qifeng nodded in agreement, seemingly only able to respond with okay to anything Yanxi said. Yanxi carefully observed each plant, and Qifeng felt his heart skip a beat. The image of the girl earnestly examining the seedlings was a striking contrast. It was like gentle water colliding with the tenacity of life, creating a beauty akin to a painting. Yanxi nudged Qifeng and waved his hand to signal him to bend down, whispering in his ear, "Brother, are you looking at my sister because you like her?" Qifeng was caught off guard by the straightforward question, his face turning red as he looked at Yanxi. How does such a young child understand so much? "And no, you're lying, brother, you're stuttering. Isn't it good to like my sister?" Yanxi didn't understand Qifeng's meaning. In his world, liking his sister was the most worthwhile thing. Qifeng looked at the little one's serious expression, realizing he was not as honest as children could be. Suddenly, Yanxi noticed that Yanxi was missing and turned to see the two standing together. Qifeng looked at Yanxi and spoke in a voice only he could hear. "Maybe it's love." Chapter 97. Gathering together for hot pot. Foodie was interrogating someone in the basement, his eyes glinting with coldness. "I advise you to confess directly. Otherwise, you must have heard of General Poo's methods, right?" Gu Ziong was casually cracking sunflower seeds, as if watching a show. The man with a pierced shoulder blade laughed maniacally, lowering his head with a fierce grin. "So what? I have guts. Let us see if you still talk so tough in a bit." After finishing the last sunflower seed, Gu Ziong clapped his hands, waiting for Foodie's next move. "If it's a man, just make it quick. This is pointless." The man curled his lips, looking at Foodie with disdain. "Trying to provoke me?" Foodie stepped forward with a smile. "Come on." Just then, footsteps were heard outside, and a boy entered carrying a black box. Gu Ziong looked curiously at the box, becoming more intrigued the more tightly it was covered. "What new trick is this?" The bound man looked at the black box, and his previously dismissive expression turned pale the moment Foodie opened it. "You'd better hold on for a bit longer. Otherwise, what you just said will hit the ground." Foodie signaled with his eyes, and Gu Ziong, though reluctant, walked over to take the box to the man. As expected of two brothers, Gu Ziong quickly understood Foodie's intentions. "Isn't this a bit too bloody? Why don't you give it a try?" Foodie turned to look at Gu Ziong, his tone as calm as if discussing a meal. Gu Ziong was so frightened that his hand trembled. "No need for that. Is he crazy? Who will want to try that? I heard this is an ancient method from Huaxia. Why not use something even more vicious?" Foodie explained quietly. "It's more fun with full torture." "Wow, that is pretty twisted," Gu Ziong said bluntly, noticing Pu Xinyan's dark expression and quickly backtracked. It's so well thought out, impressive. Pu Xinyan turned away, not wanting to argue with Gu Ziong, then took 2 steps back and turned around. Let us begin. Gu Ziong waved his hand, and the boy next to him came over to help. They hung the box tightly against the man's stomach. The man's face began to show signs of fear, unsure of what horrifying thing awaited him. Feeling the box pressed against his belly made him momentarily want to reveal the truth. However, he stubbornly chose to remain silent. They began to burn the back of the box with a torch, and the giant rat inside started to become restless, bumping around. The man sensed something was wrong as his stomach began to feel a dull pain. The temperature kept rising, and the rat, desperate to survive, began to claw at the man's belly. Surrounded by solid walls, the rat couldn't get through and, upon discovering the softness of the man's belly, launched an attack. The man's expression gradually became unbearable. Blood started dripping to the ground, plop plop, soon forming a small puddle. The man felt a sharp pain in his stomach, and blood started to trickle from the corner of his mouth. I say, Pu Xinyan waved his hand, and Gu Ziong pulled the machine back. The rat, having reached fresh blood and flesh, was reluctant to leave. Gu Ziong took out some prepared rice. The rat crawled over to gnaw at it, and when it moved aside, they saw how large the hole in the man's belly was. Gu Ziong couldn't help but admire the man. His endurance was truly not something ordinary people could look down upon. They could almost see his intestines, and the surrounding flesh was gnawed and mangled. Blood continued to drip down, splattering like it was free. Pu Xinyan looked at the man at that moment and said, "If you don't speak, then let us continue. Aren't there other moves?" Next level. Gu Ziong, used to such scenes on the battlefield, had long since become accustomed to blood and life. He preferred the interrogator's methods. The man had just recovered slightly. His face was pale from blood loss, and upon hearing Gu Ziong's words, he instinctively shivered. "It's on.The." Pu Xinyan raised an eyebrow. "You expect me to believe you? Continue." The man widened his eyes, terrified, remembering what had just happened, and shouted, "I have evidence. At the base of the tree, directly opposite the Haoshua forest, I have preserved evidence." Pu Xinyan smiled. "Deal with it." The man, upon hearing this, felt an instinctive release. Finally, he could die in peace. Gu Ziong quickly dealt with him, saying, "The emperor already knows about this. Let them handle it properly." Pu Xinyan immediately set off in his spaceship towards the Haoshua forest, eager to collect evidence to deal with on.The. on.The's family was in the nutrient agent business, backed by many big shots. It was a formidable tree that wouldn't be easily shaken. Before Gu Ziong could catch up, he saw Pu Xinyan had already taken off, moving at an astonishing speed. He was relieved he hadn't pursued. Yanxi looked at the clock. It was already noon, and after shopping for so long, she was starving. Skillfully entering the kitchen, she looked at the fridge full of ingredients, her eyes sparkling. She could make anything now. Along the way, she had attracted many gazes. Word had spread that Yanxi was cooking, and after the last meal, everyone was looking forward to it. Her body reacted before her brain, and she followed along. The kitchen was now packed with people, and seeing so many around, Yanxi knew she had to get busy again. "How about hot pot today? There are enough people to make it lively. Sisters, help me prepare the ingredients. Just wash them clean." No sooner had she finished speaking than the older sisters rushed in, eager to help, wanting to do more so they wouldn't feel shortchanged at mealtime. Yanxi was happy to be relaxed, simmering the broth. She made 2 types of broth, spicy and tomato. Next time, she would make numbing pepper and mushroom soup. A variety of flavors would taste great. While preparing the broth, she remembered to start a live stream. Opening the stream attracted a lot of viewers, and the screen suddenly went black for a moment before returning to normal 3 seconds later. The back-end staff of Me Too patted their chests, relieved they reacted in time. Otherwise, they would have to work overtime for maintenance. It was mealtime, and they were hungry, watching Yanxi's stream while eating. Since she began streaming, some people had started trying to cook for themselves. After stopping the nutrient agents, they felt their mental state had calmed down a lot and hadn't been violent for a long time. There was a rumor online that eating natural vegetables and fruits could soothe the mind, leading more people to join in. The news was spread by Mao Jiao to avoid Yanxi getting too much attention from this matter. Yanxi saw the slicer, beef, lamb, and various vegetables. Hot pot could cook anything. Whatever you threw in would taste great. The only thing missing was sesame sauce. Eating it without dipping felt like missing a bit of soul. After cooking the broth, Yanxi had the boys help move the pot to the courtyard and set it on the table. As she added water to the cooked broth, a pungent smell spread through the air. Chapter 98. The fragrance of wine does not fear a deep alley. Everyone looked at the large pot and the table full of raw vegetables and meat, wondering how to eat this. They all looked at Yin, she with confusion. I forgot to tell you, over there you can mix your own sauces. Choose whatever dipping sauce you want, just throw the ingredients into the pot to cook, and once it's done, you can eat it directly. No one doubted Yin Shi's words. They quickly grabbed their small bowls and rushed to the front, throwing in whatever ingredients they could find. It definitely wouldn't taste bad. After all, it was made by Yin Shi. The fans in the live stream watched the scene of people scrambling for food and felt envious, wishing Yin she could serve them a similar feast. Help, it really smells amazing. The child wants to take a bite. Can we open a restaurant? Just serve this food. I agree. My she can cook anything. It's a waste for her to go to school. They can't teach her anything. Her cooking skills could probably teach them. Yin she was also enjoying her meal, completely unaware of the conversations in the live stream, busy devouring the hot pot. It was indeed more delicious when everyone was fighting to eat. The little one was also munching away, and even Chi Feng was eating bite after bite. Although they were eating quickly, they still maintained their elegance. After all, handsome people look good even while eating. A glance was all it took for Yin she to shift her focus back. Men couldn't compare to food. A man could betray you, but food wouldn't. Everything you eat fills your belly and is yours to keep. Yin she was enjoying her meal immensely, showing off her food. It made the fans in the live stream hungry. The child is starving just watching and smelling but not tasting. Wife, look at the screen. The child wants to eat too. Your little treasure is going to be tempted to death. After showing off her food for a while, Yin she raised her head and nearly burst out laughing at the barrage of comments. I want to eat. I'm hungry. Food. I want to eat. She smiled a bit shyly. Since the ingredients couldn't be shipped, but they had made extra broth, why not have a giveaway? There would be 20 spicy hot pots and 20 tomato pots. The live stream instantly erupted. They thought there was no hope, but unexpectedly there was broth. Now the fans in the live stream started shopping online for ingredients similar to Yin Shi's, regardless of whether they could grab them or not. All right, let's start the giveaway. Same old rules. The screen was filled with I understand, and the comments started flooding in with cats love to eat fish. Yin she casually paused to take a screenshot and posted the photo in her updates. Drinking water and eating leisurely, her ladylike image returned. Many fans complained about not being able to grab any ingredients, and Yin she felt helpless. There weren't many items here, and they had turned everything into broth. I got the ingredients, but not the broth. How am I supposed to eat this? Brothers upstairs, why not group order? I don't have broth, but I bought a lot of vegetables. Sure, DM me your address, and I'll bring the broth over. I want group 2, but I have nothing. Can I just dream about piecing together a face? Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Then I'll join too. Yin she received a message from Wang Pian. Girl, I've discussed with the professor from your culinary department. From now on, you just need to come to school every other day to help teach them. Your skills are already high, and you won't learn anything at school. It would be a waste of your time. Yin she looked at the message and felt it made sense. She wasn't very accustomed to living at school. Moreover, the knowledge she passed on to her classmates took several days for them to fully absorb, and the professor didn't know as much as she did. It could be said that Yin she understood more than he did. This way, her time would be freed up, and she could set up her shop. Okay, it seems you've thought this through. I have no problem with it. Good girl, I'll trouble you from now on. Yin she looked at the barrage of comments and checked her wallet. Renting a shop wouldn't be a problem, so she decided to set up the hot pot restaurant first. She estimated it would be completed by the end of the month. Really? I want to go eat. The people upstairs are going crazy. Everyone, please be understanding. The live stream instantly felt like it exploded, with fans sharing and reposting like crazy. Thanks to the fans' enthusiasm, they shot straight to the top of the rankings. And she was a bit surprised. She didn't expect hot pot to be so popular. Chi Feng calmly spoke up. I just happen to know an old lady who has a 4-story shop behind a commercial street. Since her family has gone to another planet, She's also planning to move. The shop is up for rent, starting in a year, and the rent is about 20 million. I can act as a middleman and get a discount. Yanxi smiled widely. Great, thank you. Qifeng looked at Yanxi's bright smile and felt his heart soften. Shall we head out this afternoon? Yanxi shook her head and pulled Yanixin up. Haven't we eaten enough? We need to go now. We can't hesitate when it comes to making money. All right. Qifeng stood up and walked alongside Yanxi, doting on her. The fans in the live stream began to scream wildly, feeling how spoiled she was. Qifeng would only agree with whatever Yanxi said. Yanxi didn't even turn off the live stream and hurriedly pulled Qifeng to jog. Hurry, or it'll be too late. Qifeng watched Yanxi grab his arm. The little girl's fingers were delicate and soft. He ran to keep up, his eyes gentle as water. Staying together like this was wonderful. He hoped it would last forever. They both had long legs and strides, but the little one quickly fell behind. Qifeng directly scooped up Yanixin, who was left behind, and the little one was overjoyed. Let us go. The little voice was incredibly cute. They boarded the spaceship and headed straight for the commercial street, arriving just in time to see the old lady sitting inside. She radiated a loving glow. Clearly a grandmother who dotes on children. Grandma, I'm here. This must be your girlfriend. She's really pretty. When the grandmother heard Qifeng's voice, she turned her head, smiling at Yanxi. This little girl is really beautiful. Yanxi hurriedly waved her hands to explain. No, Grandma, Qifeng interjected. We are friends. Friends? Then you must work hard. Don't let such a good girl be taken away. The grandmother earnestly patted Qifeng's hand. Qifeng felt awkward and didn't know how to explain. Yanxi's ears turned red upon hearing such direct words. All right, Grandma won't tease you anymore. I heard from Xiaofeng that you want to rent here, so I'll give you a discount. It'll be 15 million star coins a year. The grandmother smiled and pulled Yanxi down to sit. I like this child more every time I see her. Whoever marries her will be really blessed. No, Grandma, that's too much. Yanxi felt that this grandmother was really nice, giving her a big discount for Qifeng's sake. She had learned about the rent prices on the way here. 5 million for the first floor, 10 million for a bit more central, and up to 50 million for the most central. However, Yanxi was confident she could turn this place into a new center. After all, who doesn't love good food? The saying, the fragrance of wine does not fear a deep alley, perfectly illustrates this principle. Chapter 99. Song Ci becomes a fugitive. It's okay. Grandma doesn't lack money. Looking at you makes me feel a connection. Consider it a meeting gift. Grandma was insistent, saying she must rent it to Yanxi for 15 million, directly withdrawing the rental information. Yanxi stared blankly at Grandma, amazed that a rich person was right beside her. Grandma is so wealthy. If she earns well now, she can live so freely when she gets old. She looked at Qifeng for help. Qifeng understood the look in Yanxi's eyes, but didn't help persuade her, sitting down on Grandma's other side. Grandma's great taste. Once she started talking about this, she wasn't sleepy anymore, speaking endlessly about how she chose her husband from a crowd, smiling sweetly. Yanxi looked at Grandma's expression. This is what it means to find the right person. She looks truly happy. Yanixin noticed Yanxi's loneliness and wrapped his arms around her waist, saying, Sister, you have me. Yes, Sister still has you. Grandma handled the procedures quickly and soon jogged over, throwing the contract in front of Yanxi. Sign it. Yanxi almost called her a rich lady, but thankfully held back. After signing the contract, she added a clause for free meals here in the future. And no need to queue. Grandma nodded happily, saying, Okay. Grandma won't be polite anymore. No problem. And she walked out still in a daze, having resolved it just like that. For the renovations, Qifeng directly intervened, saying he had suitable people. Just wait to pay and sign for it later. Resolved. Waiting for the hot pot restaurant to open. 4 floors, so many tables, we can't still have to queue, right? I think you're right, still need to queue. After all, my wife's fans are so many. Even with 4 floors, it won't be enough seats. All right, that's it for today's live stream. Bye. Yanxi smiled as she held Yanixin's hand, closing the live stream. She already imagined counting money until her hands cramped. With a row of zeros behind her bank card, Qifeng directly took Yanxi back, being incredibly gentlemanly. Han Yizhi saw the push notification on the homepage and sighed, thinking if his brother didn't come back soon, he might be robbed. Pu Xinyin was still on the road, sneezing like crazy. What's going on? The weather isn't even cold. Could it be that Yanxi misses him? No. He needs to hurry back. Yanxi was lying in the living room, laughing happily, watching a variety show with nothing to do. She had been staying at home for a few days, not going anywhere. After a week, the little guy went to class, and Yanxi also went to school. She became a teacher, explaining how to make beggar-esque chicken. At noon, she went to pick up Yenny-chun, and since she had nothing to do, she casually ate some beggar-esque chicken from their culinary department. The dish attracted people from other departments. With Yenxi's guidance, it looked quite appealing. Chiyu squeezed through the crowd and immediately spotted Yanxi. "Sister, what delicious food did you make today?" Seeing the beggar-esque chicken already open on the ground, he realized it was chicken. No wonder it smelled so good. In the past, he only cared about food, but now he felt food seemed less important than Yanxi. "Beggar-esque chicken. Want to try some?" Yanxi pulled off a chicken leg. Chiyu bit into it, looking quite satisfied, while Yanxi was in a daze. Chiyu took the chicken leg from her hand and started munching on it. Others were no longer surprised by Chiyu's transformation since returning from Haoyue Forest. He seemed like a different person, occasionally smiling, completely shedding his aloof demeanor. After hearing about the events between Yanxi and Qifeng, and seeing Yanxi's face and tasting her cooking, they initially planned to compete for the food, but decided to give up. They couldn't let a man ruin their chance at delicious food. Eating was still important. During this time, she taught them at school and occasionally live-streamed in her free time. 3 days later, she finally saw Pu Xinyan again. Unfortunately, it was on TV, accompanied by the news of the Song family's downfall. Many netizens were stunned, and everyone was gossiping. While gossiping, they realized they had all been schemed against, and they were all furious. The nutritional supplement contained unknown ingredients that would trigger violent mental powers. No wonder there had been no issues before. Since they launched the nutritional supplement, their bodies had started to feel uncomfortable. Under the guise of adjusting to the new supplement, they deceived everyone in the galaxy. Not only did it contain ingredients that triggered violent mental powers, but it also included prohibited addictive substances. For so many years, no one had suspected this. They just thought it was a change in the times, and their bodies couldn't adapt. They never expected that when the veil was lifted, it would be like this. Yanxi looked at the dark circles under Pu Xinyan's eyes, knowing he must have stayed up late dealing with this matter. She hurriedly made chicken soup, fish soup, and lotus root rib soup, sending it over with a delivery robot. She didn't know why seeing Pu Xinyan so exhausted made her heart feel heavy, and she subconsciously wanted to care for him. Mr. and Mrs. Song were behind bars, and Song Ci was on the run. A wanted notice was released, and those who saw it were offered a hefty reward. They hoped everyone would participate to find the culprit as soon as possible. Song Ci hid in a dark alley, glaring fiercely at the looping images on the TV. He didn't understand why Pu Xinyan was so relentlessly pursuing him. Wasn't he just sending assassins to find out about Yanxi's life? What was so good about that woman? Wasn't she just a bit pretty and good at cooking? Did that warrant the downfall of their Song family? He couldn't deal with Pu Xinyan. How could he not handle Yanxi? It's all because of her that he ended up in this situation. It was mainly because of Yin Shui Heir's provocation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a big mistake. That little brat deserved to die easily, or else he would have to teach her a harsh lesson. Song Ci looked at the dirt on his clothes. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? He walked over to a man preparing to board a spaceship, knocked him out, and hid him in a room. He then took the spaceship toward Yanxi's location. Yanxi lived a very regular life, hardly going out. After 3 days of waiting, she finally saw Yanxi leave her house. Today, she was going to the cultivation star. After walking a few steps, she felt something was off. It seemed someone was following her. She quickly dodged and turned around to see it was Song Ci. His photos had been all over the news lately. It was hard not to recognize him. "It's you. You ruined my life." Godi. Song Ci was disheveled, with dirty clothes and hair, completely unrecognizable from the noble young master on TV. Yanxi frowned. Was this person sick? What did it have to do with her? If he was sick, he should go get treated. How dare he show up now instead of hiding well in the gutter, you little rat. Hearing Yanxi call him a rat in the gutter, Song Ci glared at her furiously, pulling out a fruit knife and rushing toward her. What the hell? You dare to commit murder in the street? Yanxi was startled at the sight of the knife. She couldn't stay with a madman. She decided to run first. Being chased by the person behind her, Yanxi lost her direction and unexpectedly ran into a dead end. Run, keep running. You stinking bitch. Chapter 100. Song Si is caught, and she looked at the almost frenzied Song Si, who was completely devoid of reason at that moment. This was just an alley, with nothing around. Was she really going to lose her life here? She wasn't done living yet. She had a fight. Who are you calling a bitch? I'm calling you, damn it, blocked, and still so arrogant. Song Si charged over, clearly not taking Yanxi seriously. Yanxi intended to provoke him, making him believe she had no strength to fight back, thus lowering his guard. Oh, so you're a bitch. No wonder you're so dirty. She looked at Song Si with a contemptuous tone. Song Si couldn't handle such a drastic change, and, upon hearing Yanxi's words and seeing her disdainful expression, stepped forward angrily. Yanxi was ready to fight at any moment, calculating her chances of snatching the fruit knife from him. If she had known, she would have listened to Yin Shuer and killed him directly. What was she hesitating for? Just because he was somewhat good-looking, it didn't matter. He was about to die anyway, so why not enjoy herself first? Yanxi felt a surge of anger at the thought, disgusted that he was scheming against her, just like Yin Shuer. What are you thinking? With such an ugly appearance, do you think you deserve it? Song Si raised his hand, preparing to slap Yanxi and then threaten her with a knife, saying that if she didn't want to die, she should serve him well. Maybe he would let her die more easily. Yanxi smirked wickedly, leaning closer to Song Si and gripping his collar, her eyes glinting with seduction. All right, I'll serve you. Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in her eyes, and in the next moment, Song Si bent down in pain, shocked. Yanxi used all her strength. Her knees felt a bit numb now. Song Si was truly entranced by Yanxi's beauty, her deliberate seduction amplifying her allure exponentially. Just as he was appreciating her, drooling over her face, he didn't notice the next move, and suddenly felt a sharp pain below. Instinctively, he covered his groin, his face contorting in agony. Disgusting things should not exist. The weapon was confiscated immediately. In the next instant, she kicked the fruit knife out of his hand, sending it flying to the alley entrance. Song Si paused, looking at Yanxi with a fierce glare. Yanxi executed a sweeping kick, knocking Song Si to the ground, watching him fall like a dog. You still want me to serve you? Maybe in your next life. Song Si immediately got up, moving awkwardly, his previous thoughts of Yanxi completely gone, replaced by a vicious desire for her death. Go die. Yanxi glanced at him disdainfully. Do people usually announce their attacks? How polite. Song Si began to fight Yanxi seriously, showing no mercy to a girl. For a time, the two were evenly matched. But as time passed, Yanxi's stamina began to wane. Song Si also started to breathe heavily. Both were at a stalemate. Song Si glanced at the fruit knife not far away, using his attacking posture to move toward the alley entrance. And she could see through his intentions and push him back. Song Si exerted all his strength to break free from Yanxi and dash toward the fruit knife. Just as he was about to grab it, a figure appeared. A voice anxiously called out to Yanxi, and upon seeing that she was unharmed, he relaxed a bit. Don't move. If you make a move, be prepared for the consequences. Yanxi recognized the newcomer as Yin Qingguang. How did he end up here? It was strange. Song Si was already annoyed, and upon seeing another helper arrive, he charged over with the fruit knife. He didn't care who was who anymore. As long as he protected Yanxi, they all deserved to die. Yin Qingguang looked disheveled, but the moment he saw Yanxi, there was light in his eyes. With all his might, he protected Yanxi, completely disregarding his own safety, shouting, "Hurry, run. This guy is a madman. Don't worry about me." Yanxi watched Yin Qingguang's protective demeanor, and an emotion that didn't belong to her surged up. She felt a mix of happiness and sadness, unable to articulate the feeling. It must be the original owner's emotions. She had once longed for family. Yanxi thought to herself, "Don't worry. I'll take good care of you in the future. I won't let you be lonely." As that emotion gradually faded, Yanxi felt her body lighten considerably. She must have truly let go. Suddenly feeling a bit troubled, she wondered how Yanixin would feel if he knew she wasn't his sister. She definitely couldn't tell him now. The little guy was still too young and might not handle it well, no matter how bad the original owner's father was. This was still a life. She couldn't just watch him get hurt. How could she abandon him and run away? Shi moved to protect Yin Xinguang. The two stood together, unafraid of Song Si. Seeing the two join forces, Song Si feared he would fall into their hands. His viciousness surged forth, and he swung the fruit knife, charging out. Yin Xinguang felt Shi becoming closer to him, and it made him feel much better inside. He hadn't expected that this incident would bring them closer. It was purely accidental. As Song Si dared to make a move, he hadn't even gotten close to the two when he was intercepted. The Interstellar police happened to be patrolling nearby and received Yin Xinguang's call for help. They hurriedly searched the area, having heard the sounds of fighting. Upon seeing Song Si preparing to commit a crime with a knife, they quickly subdued him. Arriving just in time. "Don't move," they shouted sharply at Song Si, forcing his hands behind his back. Song Si struggled fiercely, the anger in his eyes nearly spilling over. The Interstellar police soon controlled Song Si and, seeing that Shi was unharmed, finally felt relieved. "Don't worry. We'll handle him properly. You all continue with your work. I'll take him away first." Yin Xinguang carefully scrutinized Wen Yang multiple times, finally feeling relieved. "Where are you going?" "I'll take you. Anywhere is on my way." His words were filled with urgent concern, as if he had been frightened by Song Si's earlier actions. Shi was indeed exhausted, and since anyone could take her, she was too lazy to walk even a little. "All right, I'll wait for you here." Okay, don't move. I'll be right back." Without another word, Yin Xinguang turned and ran, as if something terrifying was behind him. Shi's gaze dimmed. If the original owner were still here, perhaps she would be very happy. But she didn't have the right to make decisions for her. This was her body. She couldn't easily forgive her. It must be said that when Xinguang was very quick, in no time, he arrived in a spaceship. She didn't hesitate and boarded the ship directly, her red lips parting as she said, to the planting star, "All right, hold on tight." Yin Xinguang's eyes shone with joy. He seemed to be in a good mood. Thinking about their closeness, the smile on his face didn't fade. As they reached the entrance of the planting star, before they could disembark, someone had already surrounded the spaceship. They excitedly stared at the spaceship door, whispering, "Isn't that young girl? I thought it was her. Let us go. We have work to do. Let us go." Chapter 101. Quack quack is showy. "Why did you leave? Aren't you here to pick me up?" Shi's voice rang out, causing everyone to pause. They turned around in surprise, all wearing smiles on their faces as they watched Wen Yang kindly guiding her. "Of course. We're all here to pick you up. We thought you would be here by now. Come on, hurry inside. We've been waiting for a long time." Yin Xinguang couldn't find a chance to speak and could only silently follow behind Shi. Seeing her surrounded by everyone made him feel much better, but he didn't know how to tell her the truth. He couldn't bring himself to say it. It would be better to present her with the results first and then tell her, he thought, as he quickened his pace to catch up with Shi. Feng was already waiting for Shi. When he saw her coming, he gently pushed up his glasses. "Are you tired from a journey? Do you want to rest for a bit?" "I'm not tired. Misty brought me here, so let's go see how the plants are doing now." "No need to rest. New seeds are coming in, and the method is the same." Shi walked ahead, and everyone followed her closely. A circle formed around Shi, enclosing her. Yin Xinguang couldn't join in and could only follow from distance. However, seeing Shi discussing the planting made him feel a sense of warmth, and his lips softened a bit. He didn't expect her to forgive him. Just being able to watch her from afar was enough for him. "That's great. The others are fine. Just make sure to water them, but don't overdo it. We still need to find someone to patrol. Seeds that have been overwatered can't withstand a second injury." Shi looked around and found nothing wrong. The overwatered seeds were now thriving. Feng looked down at Shi. "The vegetables have already been harvested for the first batch. Should we try the taste?" Cheers erupted from the crowd. Feng's words hit the mark. They hadn't had Shi's cooking for many days and were already craving it. "Great, we can eat here." Shi smiled and headed towards the kitchen. Seeing the prepared vegetables in the kitchen deepened the smile in her eyes. Everything was ready, just waiting for a nod. If she hadn't come, wouldn't it have been a waste? "Does anyone mind if I start a live stream?" "Of course not, go ahead. As long as there's food. We don't mind. It's fine, you could do whatever you want." Feng's eyes held a hint of indulgence, and he didn't even realize how unreasonable he had become. Shi suddenly turned to meet Feng's gaze, feeling a bit flustered under his intense stare. She silently recited, "Form is emptiness, Emptiness is form. Then I'll begin. Hello everyone, I'm Cat Loves Fish, and today I'm here to share some vegetable recipes. This is called a potato. It has many preparation methods, and today I'll reveal them. The first way is to make potato pancakes. Yenshi's hands moved quickly, almost without hesitation, as she proportioned the ingredients for the pancakes and started frying them. It's that simple. When it's about done, just flip it. Now let's learn the second method, which is potato wedges. This is a blessing for lazy people. You don't need to peel them. Just cut them into pieces, coat them with a layer of starch, and fry them in hot oil. Yenshi quickly washed some potatoes, and after coating them with starch, the oil was already hot. Sizzle. The sound of frying was exhilarating as she watched the potato pieces gradually turn golden and crispy. When they were ready, she took them out to drain the oil. Simple ingredients needed simple combinations. You could just dip them in ketchup to eat. I made this myself. If anyone wants more, I can make extra later. As soon as Yenshi finished speaking, the comments were flooded with requests. I see it. I'll arrange it later. Now let's move on to the third method, potato chips. If your knife skills aren't good, please don't try this. It's easy to get hurt. What's so hard? I can definitely do it. After sending that message, seeing Yenshi slice the potatoes into thin pieces left everyone dumbfounded. I take back what I said. I can't do it. Is this thickness even possible for a human to achieve? The key is they're all uniformly thin. I can't do it. I give up. After taking out the potato chips, she sprinkled her homemade seasonings. Tomato flavor, spicy flavor, cumin flavor, and finally the classic original flavor. And she took a bite. They were golden and crispy, packed with flavor. Indeed, homemade was the best. Sisters, why aren't you eating? I made so much. If you wait too long, there won't be enough. I'll eat. Oh my, it smells so good. Upon hearing Yenshi's command, the sisters rushed over. Each grabbed what they wanted, stuffing their mouths full. Afraid they wouldn't get another bite. So envious, I want to eat. This seasoning powder looks delicious too. Can this be used in cooking? Please, I really want some. Just make all of these. Count me in, I want to eat. Yenshi, being so indulgent towards her fans, had no reason to refuse. No problem. I'll arrange for someone to deliver tomorrow. By next month, you should be able to enjoy them. By the way, everyone, let me promote my hot pot restaurant. It should be opening next week. I thought it would take at least half a month, but the construction crew is really fast, and the renovations are almost done. Oh, I'm definitely going. I'll go line up a day in advance. Hot pot. What? Oh, hot pot. I want to eat. Show off in my mouth. Yenshi continued to wash and peel the potatoes, putting them in the pot to steam. Looking at the other dishes on the table, she decided to stir-fry some vegetables, simple and delicious. The greens were washed, and when Yenshi reached for the garlic, the sisters snatched it away. We'll handle this small task. You take a break. Exactly. We can't help with anything else, but we can do this. All right. I'll leave it to you. Yenshi smiled helplessly at her empty hands. Fine. She would take a break. About 15 minutes later, the potatoes in the pot were ready. She poured them into a large bowl and mashed them. Chifeng walked up to Yenshi, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Let me do it. Yenshi smiled shyly. Then it's up to you. I'll go make the sauce. Yenshi began to prepare the black pepper sauce. Who doesn't want a serving of mashed potatoes when they go to KFC? You really can't refuse it. Soft, sweet, and delicious. Making it yourself is cheaper and more plentiful, and the taste is the same. The aroma gradually filled the air, and the sisters gathered around. This sauce smells amazing. Can we drink it directly? Yenshi quickly looked up, staring at one sister. It's quite salty. I don't recommend drinking it directly. It's meant to go with the mashed potatoes. As expected, boys are faster at mashing than Yenshi. Yenshi took a small bowl, scooped some mashed potatoes, poured a spoonful of black pepper sauce on top, stirred it, and popped it into her mouth. This is the taste, delicious. The livestream audience was craving, but they couldn't eat, urging Yenshi to do a giveaway. The sisters were already familiar with the process, holding their small bowls and lining up. Without exception, their expressions were filled with satisfaction, their eyes only on the mashed potatoes. Quack quack, it's showy. Chapter 102. Who is really hurting her? Taking advantage of the moment, Yenshi started stir-frying vegetables, combining all the veggies for a big mix. This was quite simple, as long as there was garlic and oil at home. It could be easily done. Soon, a plate of stir-fried vegetables was ready, directly placed in front of the camera for the fans in the live stream to see. This was good, very simple. Why does it look a bit delicious? I'm a meat lover, but looking at those green leaves, I suddenly have the urge to eat. Eating more vegetables is good for the body. It's important to have a balanced diet. She earnestly educated the fans in the live stream, her expression serious. With just this potato, so many variations were made, aside from Shi. No one else could do this. The fans in the live stream edited a compilation of Shi's dishes and posted it on Xinhua, receiving a lot of praise. The number of fans increased again, and now Shi could be considered a well-known streamer, even amidst all the busyness. When Yang did not forget about the three who were eagerly waiting, quickly packed everything up and sent out. All right, now let's start the lottery. As soon as Shi said this, gifts filled the live stream, and the bullet comments began to scroll rapidly. Everyone was afraid that if they were slow, they wouldn't get a chance. New fans entering thought they had stumbled into some sort of pyramid scheme. So orderly and uniform, it was quite a spectacle. Okay, the lottery results have been posted in the updates. Everyone can check it out for themselves, and now I'm going to start making things. She posted a screenshot and immersed herself in the production process. Chi Feng and the older sisters were helping nearby, and when she looked up, she noticed Yin Qingguang was already gone. Not knowing where he went, perhaps he returned first. She returned her focus to her work. Her hands moved quickly, and once finished, she closed the live stream. She started packing in an immersive manner, deliberately making extra for the older sisters to take home for their children. Oh dear, I don't even know how to thank you. We've eaten quite a bit. How can we take more home? The older sister spoke politely, but her eyes were fixed on the delicious food. Seeing that others were being so unreserved, she couldn't hold back either. She quickly squeezed in to grab some, fearing that if she waited any longer, there would be none left. She was amused by the older sister and shook her head, continuing to pack. Chi Feng quietly followed her, not saying a word, just accompanying her in silence. I'll walk you back, let us go. Once they finished, without Shi needing to say anything, Chi Feng grabbed his coat and headed out. Shi didn't make a fuss and simply followed, knowing that the little one at home was probably hungry too. She couldn't just think about herself. There was a little one at home who needed feeding. Ever since they came out of the Haiyue forest, Chen had become increasingly clingy to Shi, directly opting for a day school. He also ate lunch at home, but could still solve lunch at the institution if needed. The older sisters from the Planning Star came over to send Shi off, looking forward to her next visit. Once on the boat, Shi waved goodbye to everyone, waiting to head home. Since you're sending me off, just bring the seeds back with you. There are seeds of some fruits like strawberries, pineapples, and mangoes. As soon as Shi said this, the surprise in Chi Feng's eyes was hard to conceal. These fruits were in short supply in the Interstellar realm, and the seeds were quite rare. He wondered where Shi had gotten them from. Although he was curious, he couldn't just ask outright. He would wait until she wanted to tell him. All right. After a long time of brewing his words, he could only spit out one word. As soon as she got off the vehicle, she was hugged by the little milk ball around her leg. Sister, why did you just come back? What's wrong? Did you miss me? I brought you some delicious food. Hurry and eat some. Why weren't you waiting nicely at the door and ran back by yourself? She gently rubbed Chen's head, her movements tender, her eyes full of affection. I thought I could see my sister when I came back. I want to run back by myself next time. Chen knew Shi was worried about him and promised to be good and not do it again. Carefully accepting the food in his hands, he took small steps directly into the house. Chi Feng didn't get off the spaceship. He waited quietly after she got off. Once inside, Shi held out a bag of seeds to Chi Feng. This is it. All the precautions are noted. You could take a look. All right, then I'll leave first. By the way, this is for you. Next time you need to carry it, just put it in the space pocket. Chi Feng pulled out a prepared space pocket from his pocket and handed it to Shi, a hint of nervousness crossing his eyes. Seeing that Shi didn't reach out, he explained. Don't feel pressured. It's not from me. It's something the Emperor entrusted me to give to you. Don't worry about it. Just accept it. I'm leaving now. It was like he was in a panic. Quickly stuffing it into Shi's hands and making his exit. What was left for Shi was the spaceship's rear. Watching the ship that had already flown far away, then looking at the space pocket in her hands. What the heck? Why did it just leave? Since it was given for free, she wouldn't refuse it. Since it was tea from Chi Feng, she would keep it. as the benefits brought to the Emperor were worth much more than just one space pocket. Chi Feng glanced at his reflection in the mirror, his face flushed. Completely different from his usual self, his hands slightly trembling. Thinking about how he had already sent the space pocket out, it didn't matter whose name it was under. As long as it was sent out, it was good. Pu Xin Yin received the food sent by Yin Shi. With such a large quantity, it was obviously enough for 3 people. Before he could say anything, the two rushed over eagerly. They started eating without even consulting the person involved. The taste is pretty good, Han Yiji said as he chewed, his lips pursed slightly. Gu Ziong nodded in agreement, stuffing his mouth with food. How long have you two been hungry? Pu Xin helplessly complained, shaking his head immediately afterward. If they didn't eat now, there really wouldn't be any left. And he was reluctantly forced to join the ranks of those grabbing food. Yin's family. Tell me, how many more things are you hiding from me? Yin Xinguang was so furious he could hardly catch his breath, his voice booming, his face pale with anger. Xinyu showed no sign of her usual composure. Kneeling on the ground with tears streaming down her face, clutching at his pants, pleading desperately, I was wrong. I shouldn't have done this, but I truly love you. Please don't divorce me, I beg you. Ha, wrong, you were wrong. Can saying you were wrong bring back Jiao's life? Can saying you were wrong restore our father-daughter relationship? Your one sentence of you were wrong has truly made me suffer for so many years. I thought you were a good mother. Heaven truly opened my eyes, not letting me be deceived to death. Xinyu, all of this is your fault. I will never let you go. With each word Yin Xinguang spoke, the pain in his heart deepened, his eyes filled with rage, wishing he could tear Xinyu apart. Xinyu moved forward on her knees, her eyes filled with regret. And at the moment Yin Xinguang couldn't see, a trace of malice crossed her face. I was wrong. I was really wrong. For the sake of giving you a daughter, Cheng Guang, please forgive me. Why was it exposed? Who is it? Everything is ruined. Perhaps she would spend the next life in prison. Maybe in the next moment, she would lose her life. Who is really hurting her? Chapter 103. Life is indeed fragile. Yin Xinguang kicked Xinyu away with great force, showing no mercy. He directly threw the documents at Xunyu's face, saying, Look, this is the good deed you did. Did you think no one would find out? Unfortunately, the heavens are vast and nothing escapes their notice. You can't escape this. Xinguang, I beg you, save me. I don't want to die. I was wrong. Xinyu lay on the ground in pain, looking at his dejected expression, desperately pleading. Let you go? Why didn't you let Jiao go? He had thought that only Yin Shi's incident was orchestrated by her and wanted to leave her a way out. But she had cut off her own escape route with her actions. He had hoped that as long as he took Yin Shi back and cared for her, he could meet Jiao with dignity in the afterlife. But you ruined everything. I can't face her. How did I not notice Jiao's abnormalities? How could I not have been more careful? It's all my fault. Jiao. Please don't blame me, okay? Yin Xinguang seemed to age several years in an instant, his face full of despair, a tear sliding down the corner of his eye. So heartbroken that he couldn't even make a sound while crying. He felt a tightness in his chest and suddenly collapsed to the ground, his complexion changing, gasping for breath. Xunyu was startled by this sudden scene and instinctively went to find medicine. Xinguang, don't scare me. What is wrong? Yin Xinguang gasped for air, struggling to utter a word, medicine. Xinyu's hands trembled as she searched his pockets, but when she found the medicine, she hesitated. Yin Xinguang stared at her in disbelief, thinking that after so many years there must be feelings. How could she bear to kill him? Medicine, you. Xinyu broke free from Yin Xinguang's grip and opened the medicine right in front of him, dumping it all into the trash can. Don't take the medicine. Just go in peace. Vicious. Yin Xinguang hadn't finished speaking when his eyes closed tightly, his chest heaving heavily. The malice in Shun Yu's eyes surged forth. Was Tia just about killing her? After being with him for so many years, she could only see Jiao. What was so good about her? She couldn't understand why Yin Xinguang couldn't see him. He deserved to die, the heartless man, seeing him gradually lose consciousness. She remembered that she had to run now. Taking the valuable items, she immediately flew away in her spaceship. As soon as Xinyu left, the Interstellar police arrived. Yin Xinguang had long prepared for this. initially planning to help Xin Yu plead for leniency if she truly repented, so she could spend the rest of her life in prison. He never expected her to be so vicious, wanting his life instead. Mr. Yin, wake up. The Interstellar police entered and saw the scene, papers all over the floor, glancing casually but shocked by the woman's cruelty. How could someone do such a thing? It was better to see than to ask. Yin Xinguang was holding his breath, feeling dizzy from the Interstellar police's movements, finally regaining some composure. Medicine, trash can, he muttered weakly. When the police heard trash can, they paused. Seeing the medicine in the trash can, they didn't care if it was dirty and directly stuffed it into Yin Xinguang's mouth. Drink some water. Yin Xinguang, relying on his survival instinct, swallowed, and his breathing finally calmed down a bit. The doctor arrived as well, thinking that something serious had happened, only to find it was this person in trouble. The methods involved were extremely vicious. How could they just run away like this? But in such an advanced interstellar society, how could they escape? Come, lift him up. The doctor quickly called for help, and they gently and swiftly lifted him up. Yanxi suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest, struggling to breathe. Seeing the sudden news headline, she was momentarily stunned, thinking it must be a prank. Just this noon, he had come to visit her, chatting and laughing. How could something happen so suddenly? But the pain in her heart was real. Was this the bond of blood? Watching the crowd's live coverage, it quickly trended online. The next second, Yanxi's light brain rang. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, is this Miss Yanxi? This is Interstellar 11 Hospital. Mr. Yin Xinguang is on the verge of death and has been calling your name. Can you come here? Hearing this, Yanxi's mind went blank. How could something happen so suddenly? Such a lively person, just like that, he collapsed. She wasn't sure if it was the influence of the original owner, but she also felt sad. Okay, I'll be there right away. Yanxi didn't hesitate, since he was at the end of his life. There was no need to dwell on so much anymore. Yin Chen was very obedient, waving to Yanxi, I'll ask Grandpa Pian to take me to school later. You go quickly. Okay, Chin be good. Yanxi didn't think much of it, putting on her shoes while calling Kong Wuda, her voice anxious. Kong Wuda asked a few questions and quickly left. The two hurried towards the hospital. Hello, I am Yanxi. As soon as Yanxi arrived, she was pulled away by the front desk staff. She was taken directly to the ward, and through the glass chamber, she saw Yin Xinguang, his lips still curled up. A person who had been so lively just in the morning had collapsed like this. Life is truly fragile. Someone who was laughing and joking with you one moment could be lying down the next. Yanxi approached the glass chamber, staring at him. The wildness in Yin Xinguang's demeanor was long gone, lying weakly in the chamber as if he was about to disappear. You're here. I'm sorry. I didn't fulfill my responsibility as a father, but I'm going to find Jiao now. Although she will scold me, we will silently protect you underground. All my inheritance is left to you. Think of it as a memento for you. Cough, cough, cough. Yanxi, you really look like her, yet you are not her. As long as you are well, I will be at ease. Yanxi even had the chance to say a word. She couldn't get a word in. Watching him before her, his vitality completely fading away, she felt an inexplicable heaviness in her heart, perhaps because of blood ties, or perhaps because of reluctance. Ripples rose in her heart. For the original owner, he was an irresponsible father, but he was also a victim. This incident had already spread on their way here. It couldn't all be blamed on him. He was just a pitiful person. The lawyer stood to the side, watching Yanxi as she kept staring at the person inside the chamber. For a long time, there was no movement or expression. Miss, just stamp here, mister. Yin has left all his inheritance to you. Yanxi came to her senses and stamped with an indifferent expression. When is the funeral? Please inform me then. The lawyer thought Yanxi wouldn't care about these matters, but unexpectedly, there would still be someone to send him off. Now, Mr. Yin should be happy. The day after tomorrow, he said it was a good day, the same day as Jiao, so there will be no regrets. Yanxi responded, realizing she still couldn't face life, aging, illness, and death calmly. All she could do was send him off one last time. Rest in peace. Chapter 104. Is the insect race really that delicious? Yanxi sent Yin Xinguang on his final journey, and the rain that day was heavy, as if it were also sending him off. Yanxi successfully transformed into a wealthy individual, entering the upper-class circle. She did not forget her original intention and made money through food. She successfully utilized the inheritance left by Yin Xinguang to acquire the entire street. At the same time, renovations were underway, and when this news broke, everyone was delighted. Except for Shunyu, who had brought out too many valuable items and was directly robbed. Her face was also ruined, and she became quite deranged. It was somewhat pitiful. Half a month later, the hot pot restaurant opened ahead of schedule. Long lines formed outside, with people holding number tags and smelling the delicious aromas inside. They wished they could rush in and pull everyone out to eat. Yenichin happened to be dressed in red that day, looking chubby like a little fortune doll. "Welcome." "Hello, hello." Yichin is so well-behaved. Everyone smiled at Yenichin, who went tea like a cute and obedient little brother. The staff in the restaurant were dedicated and enthusiastic. Those who worked there could eat hot pot for free without waiting in line, and the meals for gatherings were personally made by Yen Shi. Who wouldn't tea be dedicated? They didn't want to leave. Moreover, family members could eat at half price. They had to take advantage of this deal. People from other planets also arrived at Yen Shi's hot pot restaurant by spaceship, but unfortunately, they couldn't eat immediately. The enticing smell made them buy number tags at high prices, but no one was selling. Were these people not short on money? However, after a few days of finally tasting the food, the flavors exploded in their mouths, and the deliciousness captured them. They finally understood why no one was selling. If they had it, they wouldn't sell it either. Yen Shi's hot pot successfully entered the market, heightening expectations for the food street. Wang Pian's school suddenly saw an influx of students. The previously quiet culinary department became crowded. They had to open several new classes, and nearly every class was full. Even so, he was pleased. More students meant a better chance of surpassing other academies. And she became busy, working hard every day. Bai Shui and a few others also transferred over, hoping to see her every day. Hu Tu and Mao Jiosong Bao practically lived in the hot pot restaurant, simply handing over tasks to them. Yen Shi found herself with more free time. This continued until the food street opened for business. The once crowded street was now overflowing with people, a state of being packed shoulder to shoulder. Every shop had long lines, and food bloggers reported they wanted to try everything, but they hadn't even made it far before they were too full to eat anymore. Thanks to the generous portions at low prices. Burgers, skewers, fries, and cheesy hot dog sticks, all sorts of delicious food. Even with 10 hands. They couldn't hold it all, along with the orange juice and lemonade launched by Mishu at Bingcheng, as well as the restaurant's signature milk tea. Every drink was delightful. The fruit teas from Chaobaidao were made from fresh fruits and were simply delicious. The hype lasted for 3 months. Finally, the frenzy began to subside. Due to the popularity of the hot pot restaurant, Yen Shi opened branches on other planets. The food street earned a considerable profit, and they decided to rent the main venue, completely transforming it. They opened photo booths, game centers, and small KTVs nearby. They fell back into a state of excitement until the appearance of the insect race brought everything to an end. The streets were almost deserted, plunging everyone into panic. Pu Xinyan came directly to protect her, insisting that she was the future of the galaxy and that nothing could happen to her. "Don't go out. It's dangerous. I've never seen the insect race. I just want to take a look." And she shifted beside Pu Xinyan and peeked out. She was astonished, her mouth agape. "What insect race? Isn't that just a crayfish?" These creatures were delicious when stir-fried or steamed. "We can eat this. Quick, catch a few." "This is the insect race. We can't eat it." Pu Xinyan seriously educated her, questioning why she wanted to eat something when there were so many delicious options available. Yen Shi rarely maintained a serious expression and patiently explained that he wasn't listening at all. "You catch one, and I'll cook it for you. Let us see if we can eat it." "Fine, I'll try first." Pu Xinyan had no choice but to not let Yen Shi down and quickly caught one, closing the door behind him. Watching the crayfish, which was about the thickness of his forearm, he swallowed hard. Pu Xinyan had already killed the crayfish, so it posed no threat, but the smell that emerged was pungent. Could they really eat it? Before long, he was slapped in the face as the pot began to emit a fragrant aroma. What else could it be but crayfish? Can we really eat it? Pu Xinyan was a bit doubtful. After all, this was the insect race, and no one had ever consumed its energy. But the smell was undeniable, and Yen Shi was preparing to put in her mouth. "I'll do it. You can't have any issues." With his eyes closed, He directly popped it into his mouth, finding it didn't seem so strange after all. It had a fresh taste. After chewing, he found it indescribably delicious and widened his eyes. Isn't it delicious? Seeing Pu Xinyan's expression, Yanxi knew she had captured him. This was the crayfish that had swept through the 21st century, and no one could resist its flavor. The taste is great. If I had known this could be eaten earlier, no one would have gone hungry. Pu Xinyan's eyes darkened as he recalled the past. Yanxi quickly changed the subject. All right, since we've proven this can be eaten, let us teach the recipe so we don't have to worry about the insect race anymore. With so many people in the galaxy, we can eat them into extinction. Okay, I'll assist you in the live broadcast. Pu Xinyan had already arranged for someone to gather information, not expecting so many insect races to appear this time. They caught them off guard, and now they could perfectly solve the problem. Hello everyone, I'm Cat Loves Fish. I've been streaming less lately because I've been busy with the food street. Today I'm going to make this dish, and the ingredients are easy to find. It's this. Yanxi held up the crayfish that Pu Xinyan had knocked out, swinging its whiskers a couple of times. Isn't this an insect race? Even if you make it delicious, I'm not eating the insect race. Exactly, this thing stinks. Why would anyone want to eat this? If you want to eat it, I will. Don't try to snatch it from me later. Most people thought it definitely couldn't be eaten, but there was a portion who trusted Yanxi, believing that if it had gone through her hands, it couldn't possibly taste bad. Everyone waited for the crayfish's big reveal, while Pu Xinyan anticipated the moment others would be proven wrong. He couldn't be the only one experiencing this. Sure enough, the enticing aroma began to waft out, and the tone of the comments started to shift. Pu Xinyan watched the exaggerated comments on the screen, silently comparing himself to how calm he had been earlier. Truly, he was commendable. He didn't break character. Chapter 105. The grand finale, Yanxi quickly dealt with the ingredients, preparing steamed, braised, and spicy crayfish. The mood in the comments began to shift as the delicious aroma wafted through the air, making everyone eager to have a taste. Pu Xinyan was fine since he had already tried this delicacy, but the others who had never eaten seafood couldn't resist. They immediately went outside to find some crayfish, since they didn't know how to cook, even though the ingredients were ready. Yanxi announced in the live stream that anyone who needed help could join her for a live call and learn alongside her video. The live stream instantly became lively. The first to join was Hu, whom they hadn't seen in a long time. Others were still hesitating, with some busy gathering ingredients. The once quiet street became crowded as people rushed to catch more crayfish. The insect tribe wasn't foolish either. Sensing something was off, they began to flee. It was quite a strange sight to see a bunch of people chasing after crayfish on the street, creating a bizarre scene. She, teach me quickly. I want to learn. Hu had everything ready, and being a foodie, she was already drooling from the smell. And she chuckled, don't rush, just follow me slowly, and ask if you don't understand. Hu followed step by step, and Yanxi taught with great detail. Many fans in the live stream also managed to cook something, excitedly sending comments. Yanxi praised them with various compliments, spurring them on to make more crayfish. The craze for cooking crayfish had already begun on Starblog. The insect army had lost most of its numbers, having been eaten away by more than half. Those who managed to escape returned to their lair, making sizzling sounds. The giant insect on the throne became furious upon hearing this. How dare they eat its subjects? The returning insects, initially frightened, turned excited as they saw the giant insect on the throne descend, and they followed behind. Instantly, all the insects mobilized, forming a dense, dark mass that looked terrifying. The starry troops had long noticed something was amiss. The vibrations from the ground were undeniable. It was reminiscent of the riot 5 years ago when Han Yiji's fury had restrained them. This time, it was coming back with a vengeance. General Pu, the entire insect army has mobilized, and the scene is chaotic. Even the royal family has joined in. The soldiers were unsure of what to do, but maintained their composure. Pu Xinyan's expression darkened. He knew and replied, I'm on my way. Be careful. Yanxi heard their conversation and felt a strange anxiety in her heart. Thinking about the possibility of Pu Xinyan getting hurt made her heart ache. I will come back alive, don't worry. Pu Xinyan reached out, gently stroking her hair, his touch tender and indulgent. He then turned and quickly boarded the battleship. His steps quick, as if he didn't want to leave after hearing her response. She stared at his back, unable to articulate her feelings. She instinctively felt anxious and unsettled. A notification had already been issued on Starblog, instructing everyone to stay home and not go out. Panic swept through the entire star system, with countless people yearning for victory in the war, waiting for the dawn of triumph. The Insect Queen stood before the star battleship, not launching an attack, but seemingly waiting for someone's arrival. Upon seeing Pu Xinyan's battleship approach, all the insects became excited, making sizzling sounds. Why did you suddenly attack the entire continent? Pu Xinyan went straight to the point, his dark eyes fixed on the royal insect. The Insect Queen trembled and communicated with Pu Xinyan through brainwaves. I'm here to avenge my subjects. Hand over Yin Shi, and let me eat her. This matter ends here. Not a chance. You allowed your subjects to invade the star continent without reason, occupying all the streets and causing panic among the citizens. How will you settle this with me? Yin Shi is mine. You cannot touch her. Pu Xinyan exuded a cold aura, and his eyes turned icy at the mention of Yin Shi. The thought of handing her over for the Insect Queen to eat was unthinkable. Then let the battle begin. The Insect Queen let out a shrill scream, and in an instant, all the insects mobilized. The star soldiers were not the type to fear for their lives. They could not let the insects approach the city even a step. The scene was chaotic, a confrontation between the star citizens and the insects. It was hard to tell who was winning or losing. The battle was evenly matched. The Insect Queen's ability was to continuously produce new insects, providing an endless supply of combat power. As time wore on, the star warriors became exhausted, but continued to grit their teeth and persevere. They could not retreat, nor did they want to. However, they did not expect that the Insect Queen had already gained human intelligence and directly captured the powerless Yeni-chun. In front of Pu Xinyan, she was extremely arrogant. Since you are unwilling to let me eat her, I will first eat her brother, and then I will consume all your subjects. Let him go, don't harm him. Pu Xinyan's eyes reddened, nearly changing color. This was a precursor to a riot. He couldn't imagine what Yin Shi would do without Yin Yi-chun. She would truly collapse. Yin Yi-chun had been knocked unconscious, the little milk bun quietly closing his eyes as if he were asleep. Don't worry, I don't plan to eat him yet. I'll give you a choice, him or Yin Shi. My patience is limited. Only one of them can live. Ha ha ha. The Insect Queen let out a sharp cry, a hint of excitement seeping through. Pu Xinyan felt darkness encroaching on his vision, slipping into despair. No, I cannot fall into a frenzy. That would mean I can't save her. Let me think for a moment. You have to give me time. 10 minutes. That's my only patience. The Insect Queen stopped her movements, placing Yin Yi-chan aside, greedily staring at the little milk bun, drooling. Her deep-set eyes were fixed on him, as if she could devour him at any moment. Yin Shi felt an unsettling anxiety and rushed out at a critical moment. Her powers could come into play, but upon arriving, she saw the Insect Queen staring at Yin Yi-chun, nearly fainting from fear. He was her only anchor in this other world. Without him, she wouldn't have made it this far. Don't touch him. Yin Shi was almost blinded by her emotions, wanting to rush forward. Pu Xinyan, hearing the familiar voice, turned around and saw Yin Shi trying to charge ahead. He immediately wrapped his arms around her waist. Don't be impulsive. Going over now will only anger her. I'll give myself to you. Just let my brother go. Yin Shi's eyes were filled with tears, her voice hoarse from shouting. Many were moved. Isn't this how it always is? Wanting to give the chance of life to a loved one, regardless of their own fate. But Yin Shi didn't hesitate for a moment. This was something many couldn't do. Hearing Yin Shi's words, the Insect Queen trembled with excitement. Come here, and I'll let your brother go. Her voice was like a siren's call, her eyes clouding with desire. Yin Shi found herself unable to control her body. The Insect Queen had a powerful attraction over her that she could not resist. She pushed Pu Xinyan away with immense strength and took steady steps towards her. No matter how hard Pu Xinyan tried to resist, it was useless as he shouted loudly, his voice nearly hoarse. He watched helplessly as she got closer and closer. Could he really not save her? Are you crazy? You can't do this. General Pu. Han Yiji and Gu Xiang saw the light emanating from Pu Xinyan and shouted desperately. Pu Pu Yin used his mental power to isolate everyone, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Silently, he conveyed, "Take care of her for me." The insect queen sensed something was off and was about to strike when Pu Yin had already reached her side. Without hesitation, he dove in her mouth, and in the next moment, the body of the Zerg exploded with a bang. Its body scattered everywhere, and the stench of decay engulfed the entire starry sky. Ah! The Zerg queen let out a sharp scream and disappeared. I didn't expect it to come to this for Yinshi, sacrificing her own life here. General Pu. Everyone was crying and shouting, but Yinshi felt her hearing gradually fading. Her body seemed to be sinking into chaos, feeling the pain coming from her arm. It seemed that Pu Yin had sacrificed himself. How foolish. She regretted it, repeatedly glancing back at the missed opportunity with him. Yinshi, wake up. Someone was shaking her, and she could still feel pain. What was going on? Yinshi struggled to open her eyelids and saw a familiar room, her eyes instantly moistening. I'm back. But it's a pity you're not here. Yinshi, are you okay? Yinshi heard a familiar voice and turned her head, filled with surprise, tightly hugging the person. This time, she would not back down again. Little girl, why are you still so clingy? Pu Yin didn't know what had happened, but after Yinshi woke up, she relied on him like this. It felt like something had happened, yet he couldn't quite remember. He only remembered that he and she seemed to be a general and a chef. In the end, he didn't meet the fate he had in the dream, and fortunately, he found her. This time, he would never let go. Blushing, Yinshi, sister, you two are hugging each other. A cute voice interrupted their embrace. Yinshi suddenly turned her head. Who else could it be but Yenny Chen? How dare you tease your sister? Be careful, or I'll hit you. Laughing and laughing, she started to cry. Fortunately, it was not too late. Fortunately, everything was still there. Fortunately, they were still together. The end.